This is a reissue of R.D. 6430. This book contains up to 4 sides per cassette. Side 1, I Will Fear No Evil, by Robert A. Heinlein. Copyright 1970 by Robert A. Heinlein. Recorded on 13 sides for the Library of Congress in the Talking Book Studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, June 1973. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, and with the kind permission of the publisher, Berkeley Publishing Corporation. Read by Gordon Gould. I Will Fear No Evil, Chapter 1. The room was old-fashioned, 1980 Baroque, but it was wide, long, high, and luxurious. Near simulated view windows stood an automated hospital bed. It looked out of place, but was largely concealed by a magnificent Chinese screen. 40 feet from it, a boardroom table also failed to match the decor. At the head of this table was a life support wheelchair. Wires and tubings ran from it to the bed. Near the wheelchair, at a mobile steno desk crowded with directional mics, voice typewriter, clock calendar, controls, and the usual ancillaries, a young woman sat. She was beautiful. Her manner was that of the perfect, unobtrusive secretary, but she was dressed in a current exotic mode, half and half. Right shoulder and breast and arm concealed in a jet-black knit, left leg sheathed in a scarlet tight, panty ruffle in both colors joining them, black sandal on the scarlet side, red sandal on her bare right foot. Her skin paint was patterned in the same scarlet and black. On the other side of the wheelchair was an older woman garbed in a nurse's conventional white pantyhose and smock. She ignored everything but her dials and a patient in the chair. Seated around the table were a dozen odd men, most of them in spectator sports style, affected by older executives. Cradled in a life support chair was a very old man. Except for restless eyes, he looked like a poor job of embalming. No cosmetic help had been used to soften the brutal fact of his decrepitude. "Ghoul," he was saying softly to a man halfway down the table. "You're a slavering ghoul, Parky, me boy. Didn't your father teach you that it is polite to wait for a man to stop kicking before you bury him? Or did you have a father? Erase that last, Eunice. Gentlemen, Mr. Parkinson has moved that I be invited to resign as chairman of the board. Do I hear a second?" He waited, looking from face to face, then said, "Oh, come now. Who is letting you down, Parky? You, George?" "I had nothing to do with it." "But you would love to vote aye." Motion failed for want of a second. "I withdraw my motion." "Too late, Parkinson. Erasures are made only by unanimous consent, implied or overt. One objection is enough. And I, Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, do so object. And that rule controls, because I wrote it before you learned to read. But," Smith looked around at the others, "I do have news. As you heard from Mr. Teal, all our divisions are in satisfactory shape. Sea ranches and general textbooks are more than satisfactory. So this is a good time for me to retire." Smith waited, then said, "You can close your mouths. Don't look smug, Parky. I have more news for you. I stay on as chairman of the board, but will no longer be chief executive. Our chief counsel, Mr. Jake Salomon, becomes deputy chairman, and—" "Hold it, Johann. I am not going to manage this 5-ring circus." "Nobody said you would, Jake, but you can preside at board meetings when I'm not available. Is that too much to ask?" I suppose not." "Thank you. I'm resigning as president of Smith Enterprises, and Mr. Byram Teal becomes our president and chief executive officer. He's doing the work. It's time he got the title. And pay and stock options and all the perks and privileges and tax loopholes. No more than fair." Parkinson said, "Now, see here, Smith." "Hold it, youngster. Don't start a remark to me with 'now, see here.' Address me as Mr. Smith or Mr. Chairman. What is your point?" Parkinson controlled himself and said, "Very well, Mr. Smith. I can't accept this. Quite aside from promoting your assistant to the office of president in one jump, utterly unheard of." If there is a change in management, I must be considered. I represent the second largest block of voting stock. I did consider you for president, Parky. You did? Yep. I thought about it and snickered. Why, you... Don't say it. I might sue. What you forget is that my block has voting control. Now, about your block. By company policy, anyone representing 5% or more of voting stock is automatically on the board, even if nobody loves him and he suffers from spiritual bad breath, which describes both you and me. Or did describe you. Byram, what's the late word on proxies and stock purchases? A full report, Mr. Smith? No, just tell Mr. Parkinson where he stands. Yes, sir. Mr. Parkinson, you now control less than 5% of the voting stock. Smith added sweetly, So you're fired, you young ghoul. Jake, call a special stockholders meeting, legal notice, all formalities, for the purpose of giving Parky a gold watch and kicking him out, and electing his successor. Further business? None. Meeting's adjourned. Stick around, Jake. You too, Eunice. And Byram, if you have anything on your mind. Parkinson jumped to his feet. Smith, you haven't heard the last of this? Oh, no doubt, the old man said sweetly. Meantime, my respects to your mother-in-law, and tell her that Byram will go on making her rich, even though I've fired you. Parkinson left abruptly. Others started to leave. Smith said mildly, Jake, how does a man get to be 50 years old without acquiring horse sense? Only smart thing that lad ever did was pick a rich mother-in-law. Yes, Hans? Johann, Hans von Ritter said, leaning on the table and speaking directly to the chairman, I did not like your treatment of Parkinson. Thanks. You're honest with me to my face. Scarce these days. Removing him from the board is okay. He's an obstructionist. But there was no need to humiliate him. I suppose not. One of my little pleasures, Hans. I don't have many these days. A simplex footman rolled in, hung the vacated chairs on its rack, rolled out. Von Ritter continued, I have no intention of being treated that way. If you want nothing but yes-men on your board, let us note that I control much less than 5% of the voting stock. Do you want my resignation? Good God, no. I need you, Hans. And Byram will need you still more. I can't use trained seals. A man has to have the guts to disagree with me, or he's a waste of space. But when a man bucks me, I want him to do it intelligently. You do. You forced me to change my mind several times. Not easy, stubborn as I am. Now, about this other. Sit down. Eunice, whistle up that easy chair for Dr. von Ritter. The chair approached. Von Ritter waved it back. It retreated. No, I haven't time to be cajoled. What do you want? He straightened up. The boardroom table folded its legs, turned on edge, and glided away through a slot in the wall. Hans, I've surrounded myself with men who don't like me. Not a yes-man or trained seal among them. Even Byram, especially Byram, got his job by contradicting me and being right. Except when he's wrong, and that's why he needs men like you on the board. But Parkinson, I was entitled to clip him publicly because he called for my resignation publicly. Nevertheless, you were right, Hans. Tit for tat is childish. 20 years ago, even 10, I would never have humiliated a man. If a man operates by reflex, as most do, instead of using their noggins, humiliating him forces him to try to get even. I know better, but I'm getting senile, as we all know. Von Ritter said nothing. Smith went on. Will you stick and help keep Byram steady? I'll stick, as long as you behave yourself. He turned to leave. Fair enough, Hans. Will you dance at my wake? Von Ritter looked back and grinned. I'd be delighted. Thought so. Thanks, Hans. Goodbye. Smith said to Byram Teal, Anything, son? Assistant Attorney General coming from Washington tomorrow to talk to you about our Machine Tools Division buying control of Homecraft Limited. I think to talk to you. If you can't handle him, I picked the wrong man. What else? At Sea Ranch number 5, we lost a man at the 50-fathom line. Shark. Married? No, sir. No dependent parents. Well, do the pretty thing, whatever it is. You have those video spools of me, The ones that actor fella dubbed the sincere voice onto. When we lose one of our own, we can't have the public thinking we don't give a hoot. Jake Solomon added, especially when we don't. Smith clucked at him. Jake, do you have a way to look into my heart? It's our policy to be lavish with death benefits, plus the little things that mean so much. And look so good. Johann, you don't have a heart, just dials and machinery. Furthermore, you never did have. Smith smiled. Jake, for you we'll make an exception. When you die, we'll try not to notice. No flowers, not even the customary black-bordered page in our house organs. You won't have anything to say about it, Johann. I'll outlive you 20 years. Going to dance at my wake? I don't dance, the lawyer answered. But you tempt me to learn. Don't bother. I'll outlive you. Want to bet? Say, $1 million to your favorite tax deduction? No, I can't bet. I need your help to stay alive. Byram, check with me tomorrow. Nurse, leave us. I want to talk with my lawyer. No, sir. Dr. Garcia wants a close watch on you at all times. Smith looked thoughtful. Miss Bedpan, I acquired my speech habits before the Supreme Court took up writing dirty words on sidewalks. But I will try to use words plain enough for you to understand. I am your employer. I pay your wages. This is my home. I told you to get out. That's an order. The nurse looked stubborn, said nothing. Smith sighed. Jake, I'm getting old. I forget that they follow their own rules. Will you locate Dr. Garcia somewhere in the house and find out how you and I can have a private conference in spite of this too faithful watchdog? Shortly, Dr. Garcia arrived, looked over dials and patient, conceded that telemetering would do for the time being. Miss McIntosh, shift to the remote displays. Yes, doctor. Will you send for a nurse to relieve me? I want to quit this assignment. Now, nurse. Just a moment, doctor, Smith put in. Miss McIntosh, I apologize for calling you Miss Bedpan. Childish of me, another sign of increasing senility. But, doctor, if she must leave, I hope she won't. Bill me for a $1,000 bonus for her. Her attention to duty has been perfect, despite many instances of unreasonable behavior on my part. See me outside, nurse. When doctor and nurse had left, Solomon said dryly, Johann, you are senile only when it suits you. Smith chuckled. I do take advantage of age and illness. What other weapons have I left? Money. Ah, yes. Without money, I wouldn't be alive. But I am childishly bad-tempered these days. You could chalk it up to the fact that a man who has always been active feels frustrated by being imprisoned. But it's simpler to call it senility, since God and my doctor know that my body is senile. I call it stinking bad temper, Johann, not senility, since you can control it when you want to. Don't use it on me. I won't stand for it. Smith chuckled. Never, Jake. I need you, even more than I need Eunice, though she's ever so much prettier than you. How about it, Eunice? Has my behavior been bad lately? His secretary shrugged, producing complex secondary emotions pleasant to see. You're pretty stinky at times, boss, but I've learned to ignore it. You see, Jake, if Eunice refused to put up with it, as you do, I'd be the sweetest boss in the land. As it is, I use her as a safety valve. Solomon said, Eunice, any time you get fed up with this vile-tempered old wreck, you can work for me, at the same salary or higher. Eunice, your salary just doubled. Thank you, boss, she said promptly. I've recorded it, and the time. I'll notify accounting. Smith cackled. See why I keep her? Don't try to outbid me, you old goat. You don't have enough chips. Senile, Solomon growled. Speaking of money, whom do you want to put into Parkinson's slot? No rush. He was a blank file. Do you have a candidate, Jake? No, although after this last little charade, it occurs to me that Eunice might be a good bet. Eunice looked startled, then dropped all expression. Smith looked thoughtful. It had not occurred to me, but it might be a perfect solution. Eunice, would you be willing to be a director of the senior corporation? Eunice flipped her machine to not recording. You're both making fun of me. Stop it. My dear, Smith said gently. "You know I don't joke about money. As for Jake, it is the only subject sacred to him. He sold his daughter and his grandmother down to Rio." "Not my daughter," Salomon objected. "Just grandmother. And the old girl didn't fetch much. But it gave us a spare bedroom." "But, boss, I don't know anything about running a business." "You wouldn't have to. Directors don't manage, they set policy. But you do know more about running it than most of our directors. You've been on the inside for years, plus almost inside during the time you were my secretary's secretary before Miss Bierman retired. But there are advantages, I see, in what may have been a playful suggestion on Jake's part. You are already an officer of the corporation as special assistant secretary assigned to record for the board. And I made you that, you both remember, to shut up Parkinson when he bellyached about my secretary being present during an executive session. You'll go on being that, and my personal secretary, too, can't spare you, while becoming a director. No conflict. You'll simply vote as well as recording. Now we come to the key question. Are you willing to vote the way Jake votes?" She looked solemn. "You wish me to, sir?" "Or the way I do if I'm present, which comes to the same thing. Think back and you'll see that Jake and I have always voted the same way on basic policy, settling it ahead of time, while wrangling and voting against each other on things that don't matter. Read the old minutes. You'll spot it." "I noticed it long ago," she said simply, "but didn't think it was my place to comment." "Jake, she's our new director. One more point, my dear. If it turns out that we need your spot, will you resign? You won't lose by it." "Of course, sir. I don't have to be paid to agree to that." "You still won't lose by it." "I feel better. Eunice, I've had to turn management over to Teal. I'll be turning policy over to Jake. You know the shape I'm in. I want Jake to have as many sure votes backing him as possible. Oh, we can always fire directors, but it is best not to have to do so. A fact von Ritter rubbed my nose in. Okay, you're a director. We'll formalize it at that stockholders' meeting. Welcome to the ranks of the establishment. Instead of a wage slave, you have sold out and are now a counter-revolutionary, warmongering, rat-think fascist dog. How does it feel?" "Not dog," Eunice objected. "The rest is lovely, but dog is the wrong sex. I'm female. A bitch." "Eunice, I not only do not use such words with ladies around, you know that I do not care to hear them from ladies." "Can a rat-think fascist be a lady?" "Boss, I learned that word in kindergarten. Nobody minds it today." "I learned it out behind the barn, and let's keep it there." Salomon growled, "I don't have time to listen to amateur lexicologists. Is the conference over?" "What? Not at all. Now comes the top secret part, the reason I sent the nurse out. So gather ye round." "Johann, before you talk secrets, let me ask one question. Does that bed have a mic on it? Your chair may be bugged, too." "Eh?" The old man looked thoughtful. "I used the call button until they started standing a heel and toe watch on me." 7 to 2, you're bugged. Eunice, my dear, can you trace the circuits and make sure?" I doubt it. The circuitry isn't much like my stenodesk, but I'll look." Eunice left her desk, studied the console on the back of the wheelchair. "These two dials almost certainly have mics hooked to them. They're respiration and heartbeat, but they don't show voices, as my voice does not make the needles jiggle. Filtered out, I suppose. But," she looked thoughtful, "voice could be pulled off either circuit instead of a filter. I do something like that in reverse whenever I record with a high background dB. I don't know what these dials do. Darn it, I might spot a voice circuit, but I could never be sure that there was not one, or two, or three. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry, dear," the lawyer said soothingly. "There hasn't been real privacy in this country since the middle of the 20th century. Why, I could phone a man I know of and have you photographed in your bath, and you would never know it." "Really? What a dreadful idea. How much does this person charge for such a job?" "Plenty. Depends on difficulty and how much chance he runs of being prosecuted. Never less than a couple of $1,000, and then up like a kite. But he can do it." "Well," Eunice looked thoughtful, then smiled. "Mr. Salomon, if you ever decide that you must have such a picture of me, phone me for a competitive bid. My husband has an excellent Chinese camera, and I would rather have him photograph me in my bath than some stranger." "Order, please," Smith said mildly. Eunice, if you want to sell skin pictures to that old lecher, do it on your own time. I don't know anything about these gadgets, but I know how to solve this. Eunice, go out to where they telemeter me. I think it's next door in what used to be my upstairs lounge. You'll find Miss McIntosh there. Hang around 3 minutes. I'll wait 2 minutes, then I'll call out, Miss McIntosh, is Mrs. Branca there? If you hear me, we'll know she's snooping. If you don't, come back at the end of 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Do I give Miss McIntosh any reason for this? Give the old battle axe any stall you like. I simply want to know if she is eavesdropping. Yes, sir. Eunice started to leave the room. She pressed the door switch just as its buzzer sounded. The door snapped aside, revealing Miss McIntosh, who jumped in surprise. The nurse recovered and said bleakly to Mr. Smith, May I come in for a moment? Certainly. Thank you, sir. The nurse went to the bed, pulled its screen aside, touched 4 switches on its console, replaced the screen. Then she planted herself in front of her patient and said, Now you have complete privacy so far as my equipment is concerned. Sir. Thank you. I am not supposed to cut the voice monitors except on doctor's orders. But you had privacy anyhow. I am as bound to respect the patient's privacy as a doctor is. I never listen to sick-room conversation. I don't even hear it. Sir. Get your feathers down. If you weren't listening, how did you know we were discussing the matter? Oh, because my name was mentioned. Hearing my name triggers me to listen. It's a conditioned reflex. Though I don't suppose you believe me. On the contrary, I do. Nurse, please switch on whatever you switched off. Then bear in mind that I must talk privately, and I'll remember not to mention your name. But I'm glad to know that I can reach you so promptly. To a man in my condition, that is a comfort. Very well, sir. And I want to thank you for putting up with my quirks and bad temper. She almost smiled. Oh, you're not so difficult, sir. I once put in 2 years in an NP hospital. Smith looked startled, then grinned. Touché. Was that where you acquired your hatred for bedpans? It was indeed. Now, if you will excuse me, sir. When she was gone, Salomon said, You really think she won't listen? Of course she will. She can't help it. She's already triggered and will be trying too hard not to listen. But she's proud, Jake, and I would rather depend on pride than gadgetry. Okay, I'm getting tired. So here it is in a lump. I want to buy a body. A young one. Eunice Branca barely showed reaction. Jake Salomon's features dropped into the mask he used for poker and district attorneys. Presently Eunice said, Am I to record, sir? No. Oh, hell, yes. Tell that sewing machine to make 1 copy for each of us and wipe the tape. File mine in my destruct file. File yours in your destruct file. And, Jake, hide your copy in the file you used to outwit the infernal revenue service. I'll file it in the still safer place I use for guilty clients. Johann, anything you say to me is privileged, but I am bound to point out that the canons forbid me to advise a client on how to break the law or to permit a client to discuss such intention. As for Eunice, anything you say to her or in her presence is not privileged. Oh, come off it, you old shyster. You've advised me on how to break the law twice a week for years. As for Eunice, nobody can get anything out of her short of all-out brainwash. I didn't say I always followed the canons. I merely told you what they called for. I won't deny that my professional ethics have a little stretch in them, but I won't be a party to anything smelling of body-snatching, kidnapping, or Congress with slavery. Any self-respecting prostitute, meaning me, has limits. Spare me the sermon, Jake. What I want is both moral and ethical. I need your help to see that all of it is legal, utterly legal. Can't cut corners on this. And practical. I hope so. I know so. I said I wanted to buy a body, legally. That rules out body-snatching, kidnapping, and slavery. I want to make a legal purchase. You can't. Why not? Take this body, Smith said, pointing to his chest. It's not worth much even as manure. Nevertheless, I can wear it to a medical school. You know I can. You okayed it. Oh, let's get our terms straight. In the United States, there can be no chattel ownership of a human being. 13th Amendment. Therefore, your body is not your property, because you can't sell it. But a cadaver is property, usually of the estate of the deceased. although a cadaver is not often treated the way other chattels are treated. But it is indeed property. If you want to buy a cadaver, it can be arranged. But who were you calling a ghoul earlier? What is a cadaver, Jake? Huh? A dead body, usually of a human. So says Webster. The legal definition is more complicated, but comes to the same thing. It's that more complicated aspect I'm getting at. Okay, once it is dead, it is property, and maybe we can buy it. But what is death, Jake? And when does it take place? Never mind, Webster, what is the law? Oh, law is what the Supreme Court says it is. Fortunately, this point was nailed down in the 70s. Estate of Henry M. Parsons versus Rhode Island. For years, many centuries, a man was dead when his heart quit beating. Then, for about a century, he was dead when a licensed MD examined him for heart condition action and respiration and certified that he was dead. And sometimes that turned out grisly, as doctors do make mistakes. And then along came the first heart transplant, and oh, mother, what a legal snarl that stirred up. But the Parsons case settled it. A man is dead when all brain activity has stopped permanently. And what does that mean? Smith persisted. The court declined to define it, but in application... look, Johann, I'm a corporation lawyer, not a specialist in medical jurisprudence nor in forensic medicine. And I would have to research before I... Okay, so you're not God. You can revise your remarks later. What do you know now? When the exact moment of death is important, as it sometimes is in estate cases, as it often is in accident, manslaughter, and murder cases, as it always is in an organ transplant case, some doctor determines that the brain has quit and isn't going to start up again. They use various tests and talk about irreversible coma and complete absence of brainwave activity and cortical damage beyond possibility of repair, but it all comes down to some MD laying his reputation and license on the line to certify that this brain is dead and won't come alive again. Heart and lungs are now irrelevant. They are classed with hands and feet and gonads and other parts that a man can do without or have replaced. It's the brain that counts, plus a doctor's opinion about the brain. In transplant cases, there are almost always at least 2 doctors in no way connected with the operation, and probably a coroner as well. Not because the Supreme Court requires it. In fact, only a few of the 54 states have legislated in re thanatotic requirements, but... Just a moment, Mr. Salomon. That odd word. My typewriter has placed a query after it. Eunice kept her hand over the hold light. How did your typer spell it? Thanatotic. Smart machine. It's the technical adjective referring to death, from the Greek god Thanatos, death. Half a second while I tell it so. Eunice touched the memory switch with her other hand, whispered briefly, then said, It feels better if I reassure it at once. Go ahead. She lifted her hand from the hold light. Eunice, are you under the impression that that machine is alive? She blushed, then touched erase and covered hold. No, Mr. Salomon, but it does behave better with me than with any other operator. It can get downright sulky if it doesn't like the way it is handled. I can testify to that, Smith agreed. If Eunice takes a day off, her relief had better fetch her own gadgets or fall back on shorthand. Listen, dear, knock off the chatter. Talk with Jake about the care and feeding of machines some other time. Great-grandfather wants to go to bed. Yes, sir. She lifted her hand. Johann, I was saying that in transplant cases, the medical profession has set up tight rules or customs, both to protect themselves from criminal and civil actions, and also, I am sure, to forestall restrictive legislation. They have to get that heart out while it's still alive, and nevertheless protect themselves from indictments for murder, cum multi-million-dollar damage suits. So they spread the responsibility thin and back each other up. Yes, agreed Smith. Jake, you haven't told me a thing I didn't know, but you have relieved my mind by confirming facts and law. Now I know it can be done. Okay? I want a healthy body between ages 20 and 40, still warm, heart still working, and no other damage too difficult to repair, but with the brain legally dead. I want to buy that cadaver and have this brain, mine, transplanted into it." Eunice held perfectly still. Jake blinked. "When do you want this body? Later today?" "Oh, next Wednesday ought to be soon enough. Garcia says he can keep me going." "I suggest later today, and get you a new brain at the same time. That one has quit functioning." "Knock it off, Jake. I'm serious. My body is falling to pieces, but my mind is clear and my memory isn't bad. Ask me yesterday's closing prices on every stock we are interested in. I can still do logarithmic calculations without tables. I check myself every day, because I know how far gone I am. Look at me, worth so many megabucks that it's silly to count them, but with a body held together with Scotch tape and string. I ought to be in a museum. Now, all my life I've heard, you can't take it with you. Well, 8 months ago, when they tied me down with all this undignified plumbing and wiring, having nothing better to do, I started thinking about that old saw. I decided that if I couldn't take it with me, I wasn't going to go. You'll go when the wagon comes. Perhaps, but I'm going to spend as much as necessary of that silly stack of dollars to try to beat the game. Will you help? Johann, if you were talking about a routine heart transplant, I would say good luck and God bless you. But a brain transplant, have you any idea what that entails? No, and neither do you. But I know more about it than you do. I've had endless time to read up. No need to tell me that no successful transplant of a human brain has ever been made. I know it. No need to tell me that the Chinese have tried it several times and failed, although they have 3 basket cases still alive, if my informants are correct. Do you want to be a basket case? No, but there are 2 chimpanzees climbing trees and eating bananas this very day, and each has the brain the other one started with. Oh, that Australian. Dr. Lindsay Boyle. He's the surgeon I must have. Boyle. There was a scandal, wasn't there? They ran him out of Australia. So they did, Jake. Ever hear of professional jealousy? Most neurosurgeons are wedded to the notion that a brain transplant is too complicated. But if you dig into it, you will find the same opinions expressed 50 years ago about heart transplants. If you ask neurosurgeons about those chimpanzees, the kindest thing any of them will say is that it's a fake, even though there are motion pictures of both operations. Or they talk about the many failures Boyle had before he learned how. Jake, they hate him so much. They ran him out of his home country when he was about to try it on a human being. Why, those bastards... excuse me, Eunice. My machine is instructed to spell that word as scoundrel, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Eunice. Where is he now, Johann? In Buenos Aires. Can you travel that far? Oh, no. Well, perhaps I could, in a plane big enough for these mechanical monstrosities they use to keep me alive. But first we need that body, and the best possible medical center for computer-assisted surgery, and a support team of surgeons, and all the rest. Say, Johns Hopkins or Stanford Medical Center. I venture to say that neither one will permit this unfrocked surgeon to operate. Jake, of course they will. Don't you know how to bribe a university? I've never tried it. You do it with really big chunks of money, openly, with an academic procession to give it dignity. But first you find out what they want. Football stands, or a particle accelerator, or an endowed chair. But the key is plenty of money. From my point of view, it is better to be alive and young again, and broke, than it is to be the richest corpse in Forest Lawn. Smith smiled. It would be exhilarating to be young and broke, so don't spare the shekels. I know you can set it up for Boyle. It's just a question of whom to bribe and how. In the words of Bill Gresham, a man I knew a long time ago, find out what he wants, he'll geek. But the toughest problem involves no bribery, but simply a willingness to spend money, locating that warm body. Jake, in this country, over 90,000 people per year are killed in traffic accidents alone. Call it 250 each day. And a lot of those victims die of skull injuries. A fair percentage are between 20 and 40 years old and in good health, aside from a broken skull and a ruined brain. The problem is to find one while the body is still alive, then keep it alive and rush it to surgery. With wives and relatives and cops and lawyers chasing along behind? Certainly, if money and organization weren't used beforehand. finder's fees, call them something else, life support teams and copters equipped for them always standing by near the worst concentrations of dangerous traffic, contributions to highway patrol relief funds, thousands of release forms ready to sign, lavish payment to the estate of the deceased. Oh, at least $1 million. Oh, yes, nearly forgot. I've got an odd blood type, and any transplant is more likely to take if they don't have to fiddle with swapping blood. There are only about 1 million people in this country with blood matching mine. Not an impossible number when you cut it down still further by age span, 20 to 40, and good health. Call it 300,000 tops. Jake, if we ran big newspaper ads and brought prime time on video, how many of those people could we flush out of the bushes? If we dangled $1 million as bait, 1 megabuck in escrow with Chase Manhattan Bank for the estate of the accident victim whose body is used, with a retainer to any prospective donor and his spouse who will sign up in advance. Johann, I'm darned if I know. But I would hate to be married to a woman who could collect $1 million by accidentally hitting me on the head with a hammer. Details, Jake. Write it so that no one can murder and benefit by it. And suicide must be excluded, too. I don't want blood on my hands. The real problem is to locate healthy young people who have my blood type and feed their names and addresses into a computer. Excuse me, Mr. Smith, but have you thought of consulting the National Rare Blood Club? Be darned. I am going senile. No, I hadn't, Eunice. And how do you happen to know about it? I'm a member, sir. Then you're a donor, dear? Smith sounded pleased and impressed. Yes, sir. Type AB negative. Be darned, twice. Used to be a donor myself until they told me I was too old, long before you were born. And you're type AB negative. I thought you must be, sir, when you mentioned the number. So small. Only about 1/3 of 1% of us in the population. My husband is AB negative, too, and a donor. You see, well, I met Joe early one morning when we were both called to give blood to a newborn baby and its mother. Well, hooray for Joe Branca. I knew he was smart. He grabbed you, didn't he? I had not known that he was an angel of mercy as well. Tell you what, dear, when you get home tonight, tell Joe that all he has to do is to dive into a dry swimming pool, and you'll be not only the prettiest widow in town, but the richest. Boss, you have a nasty sense of humor. I wouldn't swap Joe for any $1 million. Money won't keep you warm on a cold night. As I know to my sorrow, dear. Jake, can my will be broken? Any will can be broken, but I don't think yours will be. I tried to build fail-safes into it. Suppose I make a new will along the same general lines, but with some changes. Would it stand up? No. Why not? You said it yourself. Senility. Any time a rich man dies at an advanced age with a new will, anyone with an interest in breaking it, your granddaughters, I mean, will try to break it, alleging senility and undue influence. I think they would succeed. Darn. I wanted to put Eunice down for $1 million so she won't be tempted to kill her AB negative husband. Boss, you're making fun of me again. Nasty fun. Eunice, I told you that I do not joke about money. How do we handle it, Jake, since I'm too senile to make a will? Well, the simplest way would be an insurance policy with a paid-up single premium, which would cost, in view of your age and health, slightly more than $1 million, I surmise. But she would get it, even if your will was broken. Mr. Salomon, don't listen to him. Johann, do you want that $1 million to revert to you if by any long chance you outlive Eunice? No. If it did, a judge might decide to look at the matter, and God himself doesn't know what a judge will do these days. Make the Red Cross the residuary. No! Make it the National Rare Blood Club. Very well. Get it paid up first thing in the morning. No, do it tonight. I may not live till morning. Get an underwriter. Jack Towers, maybe. Get Jefferson Billings to open that pawn shop of his and get a certified check. Use my power of attorney, not your own money, or you might be stuck for it. Get the signature of a responsible officer of the insurance company. Then you can go to bed. Yes, Great Spirit. I'll vary that. I'm a better lawyer than you are, but the policy will be enforced before night. With your money, not mine. Eunice, be careful not to kick those hoses and wires as you go out. But tomorrow, you needn't be careful, as long as you don't get caught. She sniffed. You each have a nasty sense of humor. Boss, I'm going to erase this. I don't want $1 million. Not from Joe dying, not from you dying. If you don't want it, Eunice, her employer said gently. "You can step aside and let the Rare Blood Club have it." Mr. Salomon, is that correct?" "Yes, Eunice. But money is nice to have, especially when you don't have it. Your husband might be annoyed if you turned down $1 million. Mrs. Branker shut up. "Take care of it, Jake, while thinking about how to buy a warm body, and how to get Boyle here and get him whatever permission he needs to do surgery in this country, and so forth. And I'll tell her. Miss McIntosh?" "Yes, Mr. Smith?" came a voice from the bed console. "Get your team in. I want to go to bed." "Yes, sir. I'll tell Dr. Garcia." Jake stood up. "Good day, Johann. You're a crazy fool." "Probably, but I do have fun with my money." "So you do. Eunice, may I run you home?" "Oh, no, sir, thank you. My gadabout is in the basement." "Eunice," said her boss, "can't you see the old goat wants to take you home? So be gracious. One of my guards will take your gadabout home." Thank you, Mr. Salomon. I accept. Get a good night's sleep, boss." They started to leave. "Wait, Eunice," Smith commanded. "Hold that pose. Jake, pipe those gams. Eunice, that's obsolete slang meaning that you have pretty legs." "So you have told me before, sir, and so my husband often tells me. Boss, you're a dirty old man." He cackled. "So I am, my dear, and have been since I was 6, I'm happy to say." Chapter 2. Mr. Salomon helped her into her cloak, rode down with her to the basement, waved his guards aside, and handed her into his car. Shotgun locked them in, got in by driver guard, and locked that compartment. As she sat down, Mrs. Branker said, "Oh, how big! Mr. Salomon, I knew a Rolls was roomy, but I've never been in one before." "A Rolls only by courtesy, my dear. Body by Skoda, power plant by Imperial Atomics. Then Rolls-Royce pretties it and backs it with their reputation and service. You should have seen a Rolls 50 years ago, before gasoline engines were outlawed. There was a dream car." "This one is dreamy enough. Why, my little gadabout would fit inside this compartment." A voice from the ceiling said, "Orders, sir." Mr. Salomon touched a switch. "One moment, Rockford." He lifted his hand. "Where do you live, Eunice? Or the coordinates of wherever you want to go?" "Oh, I'll go home. North 118, West 37, then up to level 19. Though I doubt that this enormous car will fit into the vehicle lift." "If not, Rocky and his partner will escort you to the passenger lift and to your door." "That's nice. Joe doesn't want me to ride passenger lifts by myself." "Joe is right. So we'll deliver you like a courier letter. Eunice, are you in a hurry?" "Me? Joe expects me when I get there. Mr. Smith's working hours being so irregular now. Today I'm quite early." "Good." Mr. Salomon again touched the intercom switch. "Rockford, we're going to kill some time. Mrs. Branker, what zone for those coordinates? 18 something?" 19B, sir." "Find a cruising circle near 19B. I'll give you coordinates later." "Very good, sir." Salomon went on to Eunice. "This compartment is soundproof unless I thumb this switch. They can talk to me, but can't hear us. Which is good, as I want to discuss things with you and make phone calls about that insurance policy." "Oh, surely that was a joke." "Joke, eh? Mrs. Branker, I've been working for Johann Smith for 26 years. The last 15 with his affairs as my sole practice. Today he made me de facto chairman of his industrial empire. Yet if I failed to carry out his orders about that insurance policy, tomorrow I would be out of a job." "Oh, surely not. He depends on you." "He depends on me as long as he can depend on me, and not 1 minute longer. That policy must be written tonight." "I thought you had quit fretting when you learned that you could step aside for the Rare Blood Club." "Well, yes, except I'm afraid I might get greedy and take it when the time comes." "And why not? The Rare Blood Club has done nothing for him. You have done much." "I'm well paid." "Listen, you silly child, don't be a silly child. He wanted you to have $1 million in his will. And he wanted you to know it so that he could enjoy seeing your face. I pointed out that it is too late to change his will. Even this insurance gimmick is chancy if his natural heirs get a look at the books and discover it, which I shall try to prevent, as a judge might decide it was just a dodge, as it is, and require the insurance company to pay it to his estate, which is where the Rare Blood Club comes in handy. They would probably fight it and win if you cut them in for half. But there are other ways. Suppose you knew nothing about this and were invited to the reading of his will and discovered that your deceased employer had bequeathed you a lifetime income in grateful appreciation of long and faithful service. Would you turn it down? She said, and stopped. He repeated. Exactly. Of course you wouldn't turn it down. He'd be gone, and you'd be out of a job, and there would be no reason to refuse it. So, instead of a lump sum so big it embarrasses you, I'm going to write a policy that sets up a trust to pay you an annuity. He paused to think. A safe return after taxes on a trust is about 4%. What would you say to around $750 a week? Would that upset you? Well, no. I understand $750 much better than I understand $1 million. The beauty of it is that we can use the principle to insure against inflation, and you can still leave that $1 million or more to the Rare Blood Club when your own black camel kneels. Really? How wonderful. I never will understand high finance. That's because most people think of money as something to pay the rent. But a money man thinks of money in terms of what he can do with it. Never mind. I'll fix it so that all you need to do is to spend it. I'll use a Canadian insurance company and a Canadian bank, as each will be stuffy about letting a U.S. court look at its records, in case his granddaughters find out what I've done, I mean. Oh, Mr. Salomon, shouldn't this money go to them? Again, don't be silly. They are harpies, snapping turtles, and have nothing to do with making this money. Do you know anything about Johann's family? Outlived 3 wives, and his 4th married him for his money, and it cost him millions to get shut of her. His first wife gave him a son, and died in doing so. Then Johann's son was killed trying to capture a worthless hill. 2 more wives, 2 divorces, a daughter by each of those 2 wives, resulting in a total of 4 granddaughters. And those ex-wives and their daughters are all dead, and their 4 carnivorous descendants have been waiting for Johann to die and sore at him because he hasn't. Salomon grinned. They're in for a shock. I wrote his will so as to give them small lifetime incomes and chop them off with a minimal dollar if they contest. Now, excuse me. I must make phone calls and then take you home and run over to Canada and nail this down. Yes, sir. Do you mind if I take off my cloak? It's rather warm. Want the cooling turned up? Only if you are too warm, but this cloak is heavier than it looks. I noticed it was heavy. Body armor? Yes, sir. I'm out by myself quite a lot. No wonder you're too warm. Take it off. Take off anything you wish to. She grinned at him. I wonder if you are a dirty old man, too. For another $1 million. Not a derned dime. Shut up, child, and let me phone. Mrs. Branca wiggled out of her cloak, then raised the leg rest on her side, stretched out, and relaxed. Such a strange day. Am I really going to be rich? Doesn't seem real. Well, I'm not going to spend a dime, or let Joe spend it, unless it's safe in the bank. Learned that the hard way first year we were married. Some men understand money, such as Mr. Salomon, our boss, and some don't, such as Joe. But as sweet a husband as a girl could wish, as long as I never again let him share a joint account. Dear Joe, those are pretty gams, if you do say so, as shouldn't, you bitch. Bitch. How quaint Boss is with his old-fashioned taboos. Always necessary not to shock him, not too much, that is. Boss enjoys a slight flavor of shock, like a whiff of garlic. Especially necessary not to annoy him with language everybody uses nowadays. Joe is good for a girl. Never have to be careful around him. Except about money. Wonder what Joe would think if he could see me locked in this luxurious vault with this old goat. Probably be amused. But best not to tell him, dearie. Men's minds don't work the way ours do. Men are not logical. Wrong to think of Mr. Salomon as an old goat, though. He certainly has not acted like one. You had to reach for that provocative remark, didn't you, dear? Just to see what he would say. And found out. Got squelched. Is he too old? Hell no, dear. The way they hike him up with hormones, a man is never too old until he's too feeble to move. The way Boss is. Not that Boss ever made the faintest pass, even years back when he was still in fair shape. Did Boss really expect to regain his youth by transplanting his brain? Arms and legs and kidneys and even hearts? Sure. But a brain? Solomon switched off the telephone. "Done," he announced. "All but signing papers, which I'll do in Toronto this evening." "I'm sorry to be so much trouble, sir." "My pleasure." "I do appreciate it, and I must think about how to thank Boss. Didn't thank him today, but didn't think he meant it." "Don't thank him." "Oh, but I must. But I don't know how. How does one thank a man for $1 million and not seem insincere?" There are ways. But in this case, don't. My dear, you delighted Johann when you showed no trace of gratitude. I know him. Too many people have thanked him in the past, then figured him as an easy mark and tried to bleed him again. Then tried to knife him when he turned out not to be. So don't thank him. Sweet talk he does not believe. He figures it's always aimed at his money. I notice you're spunky with him. I have to be, sir, or he tromps on me. He had me in tears a couple of times, years back, before I found out he wanted me to stand up to him. You see, the old tyrant is making bets with himself as to whether you'll come trotting in tomorrow and lick his hand like a dog. So don't even mention it. Tell me about yourself, Eunice. Age, how long you've been married, and how often, number of children, childhood diseases, why you aren't on video, what your husband does, how you got to be Johann's secretary, number of arrests, and for what. Or tell me to go to hell. You're entitled to privacy. But I would like to know you better. We are going to be working together from here on. I don't mind answering. I'll tell just what I want to tell. But does this work both ways? She stopped to let down the leg rest, straightened up. Do I quiz you the same way? He chuckled. Certainly. I may take the fifth, or lie. I could lie too, sir, but I don't need to. I'm 28, and married once, and still am. No children yet. I'm licensed for 3. As for my job, well, I won a beauty contest at 18, the sort that offers a 1-year contract making appearances around your home state, plus a video test with an option for a 7-year contract. And they didn't pick up your option? I'm astonished. Not that, sir. Instead, I took stock of myself and quit. Winning that state contest and then losing the national contest made me realize how many pretty girls there are. Too many. And some things I heard from them about what you have to go through to get into video and stay there, well, I didn't want it that much. And went back to school and took an associate's degree in secretarial electronics with a minor in computer language and cybernetics and went looking for a job. And I'm not going to tell you how I got through school. And eventually filled in as Mrs. Bierman's secretary while her regular secretary had a baby. Then she didn't come back, and I stayed on. And when Mrs. Bierman retired, Boss let me fill in and kept me on. So here I am, a very lucky girl. A very smart girl. And I'm sure your looks had much to do with Johann's decision to keep you on. I know they did, she answered quietly. But he would not have kept me had I not been able to do his work. I know how I look, but I'm not conceited about it. Appearance is a matter of heredity. So it is, he agreed. But there are impressive data to show that beautiful women are, on the average, more intelligent than homely ones. Oh, I don't think so. Take Mrs. Bierman. Downright homely. But she was terribly smart. I said, on the average, he repeated. What is beauty? A lady hippopotamus must look beautiful to her boyfriend, or he would run out of hippopotami, in one generation. What we think of as physical beauty is almost certainly a tag for a complex of useful survival characteristics. Smartness, intelligence, among them. Do you think that a male hippopotamus would regard you as beautiful? She giggled. Not likely. You see, in reality you're no prettier than a female hippopotamus. You are simply an inherited complex of survival characteristics useful to your species. I suppose so. Give me one opening and I'll show you what I am. But since Johann and I are of your species, what that means to us is beauty, which Johann has always appreciated. I know he does, she said quietly. She straightened her scarlet-covered leg in full extension and looked at it. I dress this way to amuse, boss. When I first went to work for Smith Enterprises, I wore as little as the other girls in the outer offices. You know, skin paint and not much else. Then, when I went to work for Mrs. Bierman, I started dressing quite modestly, because she did. Covered up all over, like Nurse Mackintosh. Not even a see-through. Uncomfortable. I went on dressing that way when Mrs. Bierman left, until one morning I had only one such outfit. I wore disposables, cheaper than having them cleaned, and spilled coffee down the front and was caught with nothing to wear, and no time to buy anything, for I was more afraid of being late, you know how impatient Mr. Smith is, than I was that he might disapprove of my dress, or lack of it. So I gritted my teeth and got out an office girl bikini and asked Joe to paint me and hurry it up. Joe's an artist, did I say? I don't believe so. He is. He does my skin painting, even styles my face. But I was late anyhow that morning, as Joe really is an artist, and refused to let it go to just spraying me the background color. The two-piece was white with assorted sizes of big blue polka dots, and Joe insisted on continuing the pattern all over me, with me cussing and telling him to hurry, and him insisting on painting just one more big polka dot. I was so late that I cut through an abandoned area I ordinarily circled around. Eunice, you should never go into an abandoned area. Good God, child, even the police don't risk it other than in a car as well armored as this one. You could be mugged, raped, and murdered, and no one would ever know. Yes, sir, but I was scared of losing my job. I tried to explain to boss why I was late, and he told me to shut up and go to work. Nevertheless, he was unusually mellow that day. The next day I wore the sort of full cover-up I have been wearing, and he was downright mean all day. Mr. Salomon, I don't have to be slapped in the face with a wet fish. From then on, I quit trying to look like a nun and dressed and painted to enhance what I've got as effectively as possible. It's effective, but, dear, you should be more careful. It's all very well to wear sexy clothes for Johann. That's charity. The old wretch can't get much pleasure out of life, and there's no threat to you, the shape he's in. He never was a threat, sir. In all the years I've worked for Mr. Smith, he has never so much as touched my hand. He just makes flattering remarks about each new get-up, sometimes quite salty, and then I sass him and threaten to tell my husband, which makes him cackle. All innocent as Sunday school. I'm sure it is, but you must be more careful going to and from work. I don't mean just stay out of abandoned zones. Dressed the way you dress and looking as you do, you are in danger anywhere. Don't you realize it? Doesn't your husband know it? Oh, I'm careful, sir. I know what can happen. I see the news. But I'm not afraid. I'm carrying 3 unregistered illegal weapons and know how to use them. Boss got them for me and had his guards train me. As an officer of the court, I should report you. As a human being who knows what a deadly jungle this city is, I applaud your good sense. If you really do know how to use them, if you have the courage to use them promptly and effectively, if, having defended yourself, you're smart enough to get away fast and say nothing to cops, that's a lot of ifs, dear. Truly, I'm not afraid. If you were my attorney, anything I told you would be privileged, would it not? Yes. Are you asking me to be your attorney? Yes, sir. Very well, I am. Privileged. Go ahead. Well, one night I had to go out on a blood donor call. By myself. Joe wasn't home. Didn't worry me. I've made donations at night many times, and often alone. I keep my gadabout in our flat and stay in it until I'm inside the hospital or whatever. But do you know that old hospital on the west side? Our Lady of Mercy? I'm afraid not. No matter. It's old. Built before the government gave up trying to guarantee safety in the streets. No vehicle lift, no indoor parking. Just a lot with a fence and a guard at the gate. Happened when I came out. This frog tried to hop me between the parked cars. Don't know whether he was after my purse or me. Didn't wait to find out. Don't even know if it was a man. Could have been a woman. Unlikely. As may be. Stun bomb in his face with my left hand as I zapped with my right, and didn't wait to see if he was dead. Buzzed out of there and straight home. Never told the police. Never told Joe. Never told anybody until just now. But it took a triple dose of narcotol to stop your shakes, didn't it, dearie? Oh, shut up. That's not the point. So you're a brave girl and can shoot if you have to. But you're a silly girl, too, and very lucky. Johann has an armored car much like this, and 2 shifts of guards to go with it. Of course he has guards, sir, but I know nothing about his cars. He has a rolled Skoda. Eunice, we are no longer going to depend on how fast you are with weapons. You can sell your gadabout or plant flowers in it. From here on, you'll have mobile guards and an armored car. Always. Mrs. Branca looked startled. But, Mr. Salomon, even with my new salary, I couldn't begin to... Switch off, dear. You know that Johann will never again ride in a car. Chances are he will never leave that room. But he still owns his personal defense car. He still keeps a double crew, 2 drivers, 2 shotguns, and maybe they run an errand once a week, eating their heads off and playing pinochle the rest of the time. Tomorrow morning my car will pick you up. Tomorrow afternoon, your own car, Johann's, will take you home. And will be on call for you at all other times, too. I'm not sure Boss is going to like this. Forget it. I'm going to chew him out for letting you take risks. If he gives me any backtalk, he'll find I have enough chips to hire you away from him. Be sensible, Eunice. This doesn't cost him $1. It's a business expense that he's already incurring. Change of subject. What do you think of his plans for this soi-disant warm body? Is a brain transplant possible? Or is he grabbing at a straw? I know he's not happy tied down to all that horrid machinery. Goodness. I've been combing the shops for the naughtiest styles I can find, but it gets harder and harder to get a smile out of him. Is it practical, this scheme? That's beside the point, dear. He's ordered it, and we are going to deliver. This Rare Blood Club, does it have all the AB negatives? Heavens, no. The last club report showed less than 4,000 AB negs enrolled out of a nationwide probability of about 1 million. Too bad. What do you think of his notion of page ads and prime time on video? It would cost a dreadful lot of money, but I suppose he can afford it. Certainly, but it stinks. Sir? Eunice, if this transplant is to take place, there must be no publicity. Do you remember the fuss when they started freezing people? Oh, no, you're too young. It touched a bare nerve which set off loud howls, and the practice was very nearly prohibited, on the theory that since most people can't afford it, no one should be allowed to have it. The people, bless them, our country has at times been a democracy, an oligarchy, a dictatorship, a republic, a socialism, and mixtures of all of those, without changing its basic constitution. And now we are a de facto anarchy under an elected dictator, even though we still have laws and legislatures and Congress. But through all of this, that bare nerve has always been exposed. The idea that if everyone can't have something, then no one should have it. So what will happen when one of the richest men in the country advertises that he wants to buy another man's living body just to save his own stinking, selfish life? I don't think Boss is all that bad. If you make allowances for his illness, he's rather sweet. Beside the point, that bare nerve will jump like an ulcerated tooth. Preachers will denounce him, and bills will be submitted in legislatures, and the AMA will order its members to have nothing to do with it, and Congress might even pass a law against it. Oh, the Supreme Court would find such a law unconstitutional, I think, but by then Johann would be long dead. So, no publicity. Does the Rare Blood Club know who these other AB negatives are who are not members? I don't know. I don't think so. We'll check. I would hazard that at least 80% of the people in this country have had their blood typed at some time. Does blood type ever change? Oh, no, never. That's why we rares, that's what we call ourselves, are so in demand. Good. Almost all of the population who have been typed have the fact listed in computers somewhere, and with computers so interlinked today, it is a matter of what questions to ask and how and where. And I don't know how, but I know the firm to hire for it. We progress, my dear. I'll get that started and offload the details onto you, and then get other phases started and leave you to check on them while I go to South America and see this butcher boil. And, Mr. Salomon, bad turf coming up. Salomon thumbed his intercom. Roger, he added. Damn them, those two beauties like to go through abandoned areas. They hope somebody will shoot, so they will have the legal excuse to shoot back. I'm sorry, my dear. With you aboard, I should have given orders to stay out of AAs no matter what. It's my fault, Mrs. Branca said meekly. I should have told you that it is almost impossible to circle near 19B without crossing a bad zone. I have to detour way around to reach Boss's house. But we're safe inside, are we not? Oh, yes. If we're hit, this old tank has to be prettied up, that's all. But I should not have to tell them. Rockford isn't so bad. He's just a syndicate punk, an enforcer who took a fall. But Charlie, the one riding shotgun, is mean. And XYZ committed his first murder at 11. Steel shutters slid up around them and covered the bulletproof glass. We must be entering the AA. Inside, lights came on as shutters darkened windows. Mrs. Branca said, "You make it sound as if we were in more danger from your mobiles than we are from the bad zone." He shook his head. "Not at all, my dear. Oh, I can see that any rational society would have liquidated them, but since we don't have capital punishment, I make use of their flaws. Both are on probation, paroled to me, and they like their jobs. Plus some other safe—" The rap, rap, rap of an automatic weapon stitched the length of the car. In that closed space, the din was ear-splitting. Mrs. Branca gasped and clutched at her host. A single explosion, still louder, went punk. She buried her face in his shoulder, clung harder. "Got him!" a voice yelped. The lights went out. "They got us?" she asked, her voice muffled by the ruffles of his shirt. "No, no." He patted her and put his right arm firmly around her. "Charlie got them, or thinks he did. That last was our turret gun. You're safe, dear." "But the lights went out." "Sometimes happens. The concussion. I'll find the switch for the emergency lights." He started to take his arms from around her. "Oh, no. Just hold me, please. I don't mind the dark. Feel safer in it, if you hold me." "As you wish, my dear." He settled himself more comfortably and closer. Presently he said softly, "My goodness, what a snuggly baby you are." "You're pretty snuggly yourself, Mr. Salomon." "Can't you say Jake? Try it." "Jake." "Yes, Jake. Your arms are so strong. How old are you, Jake?" 71.
"I can't believe it. You seem ever so much younger."
"Old enough to be your grandfather, little snuggle puppy."
"I simply look younger, in the dark."
"But 1 year into borrowed time, according to the Bible."
"I won't let you talk that way. You're young. Let's not talk at all, Jake. Dear Jake."
Sweet Eunice. Some minutes later, the driver's voice announced, "All clear, sir," as the shutters started sliding down, and Mrs. Branca hastily disentangled herself from her host. She giggled nervously.
"My goodness."
"Don't fret. It's one-way glass."
"That's a comfort. Just the same, that light is like a dash of cold water."
Yes. Breaks the mood. Just when I was feeling young."
"But you are young, Mr. Salomon."
"Jake."
"Jake? Years don't count, Jake. Goodness me, I got skin paint all over your shirt ruffles."
"Fair enough. I mussed your hair."
"My hair I can comb. But what will your wife say when she sees that shirt?"
"She'll ask why I didn't take it off. Eunice, dear, I have no wife. Years ago she turned me in on a newer model."
"A woman of poor taste. You're a classic, Jake, and classics improve with age. Does my hair look better now?"
"Lovely. Perfect."
"I'm almost tempted to ask to have us driven back into that bad zone so you can muss it again."
"I'm more than almost tempted, but I'd better take you home, unless you want to go with me over into Canada. Back by midnight, probably."
"I want to, and I can't. Really, I can't. So take me home. But let me sit close and put your arm around me, but don't muss my hair this time."
"I shall be careful." He gave his driver the coordinates of Mrs. Branca's flat, then added, "And get there without going through any more abandoned areas, you trigger-happy bandits." "Very good, Mr. Salomon." They rode in silence. Then Mrs. Branca said,
"Jake, you were feeling quite young just before we were interrupted."
"I'm sure you know it."
"Yes, I was ready to let you, and you know that too. Jake, would you like a skin pic of me? A good one, not one taken by that Snoopy character who charges so much?"
"Will your husband take one? Can you sneak me a copy?"
"No hoo-hoo, Jake dear. I have dozens of skin pics. I was once a beauty contestant, remember? You are welcome to one, if you'll keep your mouth shut about it."
"Privileged communication. Your secrets are always safe with your attorney."
"What do you like, artistic or sexy?"
What a choice to have to make."
A pic can be both. I'm thinking of one of me in a shower, hair soaked, wet all over, not a speck of body paint, not even face makeup, not even... Well, you'll see. Is that on your wavelength?
I'll howl like a wolf.
You shall have it. Quick change of subject. We're almost there. Jake, does Boss stand any chance with this brain transplant thing?
I'm not a medical man. In my lay opinion, none.
So I thought. Then he doesn't have long to live, whether he has the operation or not. Jake, I'm going to make still greater effort to dress even naughtier for him, as long as he lasts.
Eunice, you are a sweet girl. There is nothing nicer you could do for him. Much better than saying thanks for this trust fund.
I wasn't thinking about that ridiculous $1 million, Jake. I was thinking about Boss, feeling sorry for him. I'll go shopping tonight for something really exotic. Or if I can't find a novel exotic, then a simple, skin-tight see-through. Passé, but always effective with the right paint job underneath. Joe is good at that. And, well, if I'm going to have guards now, some days I may wear nothing but paint. Stilt heels to make my legs look even better. Yes, I know they're pretty. Heels, a nylon minimum G, and paint.
And perfume.
Boss can't smell, Jake. All gone.
I still have my sense of smell.
Oh, all right. I'll wear perfume for you and paint for Boss. I've never tried anything that extreme at work, but now that we no longer work at his offices, no longer see many people, and I can keep a semi-see-through smock around just in case, I might as well see if Boss likes it. Joe will enjoy thinking up provocative designs, likes to paint me, and is not jealous of Boss, feels sorry for the poor man just as I do. And it is so hard to find novelty in exotic clothes, even though I shop at least one night a week.
Eunice.
Yes, sir? Yes, Jake?
Don't shop tonight. That's an order. From your boss, by virtue of the power of attorney I hold.
Yes, Jake. May one ask why?
You can wear a paint-only job tomorrow if you wish. This car and my guards will deliver you like crown jewels. But I need the car tonight. Starting tomorrow, you'll have Johann's car and guards, and you will always use them for shopping, and everything.
Yes, sir, she said meekly.
But you are mistaken about Johann not having long to live. His problem is that he has too long to live.
I don't understand.
He's trapped, dear. He's fallen into the clutches of the medical profession, and they won't let him die. Once he allowed them to harness him into that life support gear, he lost his chance. Have you noticed that his meals are served without a knife? Not even a fork? Just a plastic spoon?
But his hands tremble so. I sometimes feed him as he hates to have nurses messing around, as he calls it.
Think about it, dear. They have made it impossible for him to do anything but stay alive. A machine. A weary machine that hurts all the time. Eunice, this brain transplant is just a way for Johann to outsmart his doctors. A fancy way to commit suicide.
No.
Yes. They've taken the simple ways away from him, so he's had to think up a fancy one. You and I are going to help him do it, exactly the way he wants it done. We seem to have arrived. Don't cry, damn it. Your husband will want to know why, and you must not tell him. Do you feel like kissing me goodbye?
Oh, please do.
Stop the tears and turn up your pretty face. They'll be unlocking us in a moment or two. Presently she whispered, "That was as good a kiss as the very first one, Jake, and I no longer feel like crying. But I heard them unlock us. They'll wait until I unlock from inside. May I go up the lift with you and see you to your door?"
Mm-mm. I can explain your guards, but would have trouble explaining why the firm's chief counsel bothers to do so. Joe isn't jealous of Boss, but might be of you. I don't want him to be, especially when I came so close to giving him reason to be.
We could correct that near miss.
Could be, dear Jake. My Iowa farm girl morals don't seem very strong today. I think I've been corrupted by $1 million and a Rolls Royce and a city slicker. Let me go, dear.
Chapter 3. The guards escorted her up and to her door in respectful silence. Mrs. Branco looked with new interest at Charlie, the shotgun. wondered how a mousy, fatherly little man could be as vicious as Jake seemed to know that he was. They stood side boy as she spoke to her door's lock, then waited until her husband unbolted it. As the door opened, Rockford saluted and said, "Oh, 9:40, miss. We'll be waiting right here." "Thank you, Rockford. Good night." "Good night, Charlie." Joe Branca waited until he had thrown the bolts and reset the alarm before he spoke. "What the hell happened? And where are your trap uniform apes?" "Do I get a kiss first? Surely I'm not all that late. It's not yet 18. "Talk, woman. Other ape shows back 2 hours with your jitterbuggy. That's okay. Your boss's butler phoned." He took off her cloak and kissed her. "So where you been, dizzy baggage? Missed you." "That's the nicest thing I've heard all day, that you've missed me." "Walking the ceiling. What happened?" "Were you worried?" "Oh, dear. Not worried. Smith's door flunky said you'd been sent on errand and had come home in a Brinks. So knew you safe. Just torched it took so long. When call made spec you'd short it. Roser?" "Roz. Simple, though. Boss sent me with his best boy, Jake Salomon, you know." "Fixer. Roz. Mr. Salomon took me in his car to his office to work on things Boss wanted at once. You know how right now Boss is, and worse since he's been wired down. Poor old Muck should take the big one. Pitiful." "Don't say that, dear. I cry when I think about it." "You're a slob, sis, but me too." "That's why I love you, dear. Anyhow, a longish job, and Mr. Salomon had his guards take me home, and they drove through Bird's Nest turf, and we got fired on. Chopped all down one side." "Huh? Doom?" "Not even grief. Fun." "Like what in size?"
"Terribly noisy, but exciting. Made me horny."
"Everything makes you horny, tits." He grinned and mussed her hair. "You're home and no aches, what counts. So peel. Inspiration eating me whole day. Walking the ceiling."
"Which sort of inspiration, dearest?" she asked, while sliding the half-sweater off her right shoulder and peeling it down her arm. "And have you eaten? If you start painting, you won't stop to eat."
"Ate some. Too high on inspiration. Big, big. I'll flash a pack for you. Chicken? Spaghetti? Pizza?"
"Anything. I'd better eat if it's that sort of inspiration."
She kicked off her sandals, pushed down the panty ruffle, sat on the floor to slide off the single tight attached to it.
"Am I going to pose for a painting, or are you going to paint on me and mug it?"
"Both. That's the grabber. A Nova." She laid her dress carefully aside, rocked forward into lotus seat.
"I don't rouse it. Both?"
"Both. You'll see." He looked down, ran his eyes over her, smiled. "And both sorts inspiration."
"Well, happy making."
"Not too hungry? Can wait."
"Beloved man, when was I ever that hungry? Never mind the bed, just grab a pillow and come here."
Shortly, Mrs. Branca was thinking happily how lucky it was that she had not let dear Jake go ahead. The sweet thing would have been a disappointment compared with what she had at home. Yet he had got her wonderfully primed for this. Really, it was best to be a faithful wife. Usually. What a wonderful, extraordinary day. Should she tell Joe about her big pay raise? No hurry. Couldn't tell him anything else. Too bad. Then she quit thinking coherently. Sometime later she opened her eyes and smiled up at him.
"Thank you, beloved."
"Good vibes?"
"Just what Eunice needed. At times like this I'm convinced that you're Michelangelo."
He shook his head. "Not old Mike. Boys, his jolly. Picasso, maybe." She hugged him.
"Anyone you want to be, darling, as long as you go on being mine. All right, I'll pose now and eat at the breaks."
"Forgot. Letter from Mama. Read?"
"Certainly, darling. Let me up and find it."
He fetched it still unopened. She sat up and glanced through it to see how much editing it would require. "Uh-huh. Just as you expected, dearie. The periodic threat to come pay us a nice long visit." Well, she knew how to deal with that. Out. Because Joe did not know how to refuse his mother anything. That one visit had been one too many. Yet that had been when they had had 2 rooms, before she had found this wonderful one big everything studio room for Joe. Let that clinging old bag move in? No more jolly romps on the floor? No, Mama Branca, I will not let you ruin our happy nest with your smothering presence. You stay where you are and live on welfare, and I'll send you a check from time to time and let you think it's a present from Joe. But that's all. Anything? The usual, dearest. Her stomach still bothers her, but the priest sent her to another doctor, and she's doing better, she says. Let me start at the beginning. My darling baby boy. Not much news since last time Mama wrote, but if I don't write, I don't never get a letter back. Tell Eunice to write a longer letter this time and tell me everything that's happened to you. A mother worries so. Eunice is a very nice girl, even though I do think you would be better off with a nice girl of your own religion. Enough. Be tolerant, Joe. She's your mother. I don't mind, and I will take time, tomorrow, to write her a long letter. I'll send it by Mercury in the company pouch so that she will be sure to get it. Boss doesn't mind. All right, I'll skip the rest of that. We know what she thinks of Protestants, or ex-Protestants. I wonder what she would think if she heard us chanting Om Mani Padme. Cocker drawers. Oh, Joe. She skipped, including the self-invitation. Angela is going to have another baby. The visitor is sore at her, but I gave the visitor a piece of my mind, and I guess that learned her not to mistreat decent people. I can't see why they can't just leave us alone. What's wrong with having a baby? Which of your sisters is Angela, Joe? Third one. Visitor's right. Mama's wrong. Don't read all, Tits. Just read and tell. Yes, dear. Nothing more, really. Just gossip about neighbors, remarks about the weather. The actual news is that your mother's stomach is better and Angela is pregnant. Give me a moment to shower this red and black off. Boss liked the combo, by the way, and I'll be ready to be painted or to pose or whatever. You can flash a pizza for me while I get clean, and I'll gnaw it between times. And, dear, I shouldn't pose later than midnight, and I'd be awfully pleased if you would get up when I do tomorrow. Rather early, I'm afraid, but you can go back to bed. So? For Boss, dearest, to cheer him up. She explained her idea of full paint costume alternated with erotic styles. He shrugged. Glad to. Why G-string? Silly. Old man dying, let him look. Can't hurt. Because, dear, Boss prides himself on being modern and keeping up with the times. But the truth is he formed his ideas so long ago that nakedness wasn't just uncommon, it was a sin. He thinks I'm a nice girl from so far back in the cornstalks that I've never been touched by changes. As long as I wear a minimum G and paint and shoes, I'm dressed, not naked. By his modern standards, I mean. A nice girl pretending to be naughty to amuse him, which he likes. He shook his head. No Roz. Oh, but you do, dear. Symbolism, as you have explained to me about art. But it has to be Boss's symbols. Nudity doesn't mean a thing to our generation, but it does to Boss. If I leave off that scrap of nylon, then by his symbols, I'm not just a sweet girl, naughty but nice. I'm a whore. Whore's okay. Angela one. A clumsy one, she said under her breath. Sure they are, but not to Boss. The hard part is to guess what his symbols are. I'm 28 and he's over 90, and I can't possibly rouse his mind. If I push it too far, he might be angry, even very angry. He might fire me. Then what would we do? We'd have to give up this lovely studio. Still in lotus, she looked around. Yes, lovely. Aside from the gadabout parked near the door and the bed in the corner, all the rest was the colorful clutter of an artist's studio, always changing and always the same. The steel grid over the high north windows made a pretty pattern and was so strong that she never worried. She felt warm and safe and happy here. Eunice, my darling. She was startled. Joe used short talk so habitually that she was always surprised when he chose to shift idiom, even though he could use formal English as well as she could. Well, almost, she corrected. But he was quite grammatical for a man who had had only a high school practical curriculum. Yes, dearest? I roused it perfectly. Wasn't sure you did. Just testing, beautiful. Not 90 myself, but any artist understands fig leaf symbol. Could happen you crowd Mr. Smith's symbols too hard. Don't know. But we'll do it. Fig leaf so that his mind can lie to itself. No, mustn't touch. Mama spank. Then I paint you like sex crime looking for spot-marked X. Oh, good. But never worry about job. Sure, this pad is righteous. Good North Light. I like it. But we lose it, who cares? Broke don't scare me. It scares me, dear. I love you, darling. But we do it for nice old boy dying, not to save studio. Understand? Roz, indeed. Joe, you're the nicest husband a girl ever had. He did not answer and got a pained scowl, which she recognized as birth pangs of creativity. So she kept still. Presently he sighed. Down off ceiling. Problem what to do for boss solves inspiration that put me up there. Tomorrow, you're a mermaid. All right. And tonight, upper body sea green, with rosy glow showing through on lips and cheeks and nipples. Lower body, golden fish scales blending at waist. Undersea background with sunlight filtering down. Traditional sea bottom symbols. Romantic. But upside down. Side 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 2. I will fear no evil. She hesitated. So? Hard to know when to ask, when to keep quiet when Joe was creating. He smiled. Full the eye. You're swimming. Diving straight down to bottom. Back arched, hair streaming, toes pointed. Main light dappled scrimmed for water. Beautiful. But can't wire you even if had wires. No way to hide harness. And hair would hang down and buttocks and breasts would sag. My breasts don't sag. Chill it, Jill. You got beautiful breasts, and you know I know. But masses of flesh sag, and artist sees it. Everybody sees, just don't realize. Something wrong, don't know why. I not fooled. Has to be real dive, or it's fake. Bad art. Well, she said doubtfully, if you borrowed a stepladder and dragged the mattress under your background, I suppose I could dive off and roll out and not hurt myself. I guess. I don't guess. Break pretty neck, little stupid. Dive up, not down. Huh? I said background upside down. So jump straight up in air, like going for hot return in volleyball. I shoot stereo stop action 1,000th. Shoot 6, 7, 8, 9 times till just right. Turn thick upside down. Lovely mermaid diving for sea bottom. Oh, yes, I'm stupid. Not stupid, just not artist. She started scowling again. She kept quiet. Too much for one night. Tomorrow paint background. Tonight paint you for drill. Then maybe stereo mug some jumps against any background. More drill. Bed early, up early, paint you again for boss. Fine, she agreed. But why paint me twice, dear, if I'm to be a mermaid for boss tomorrow? If you set up the cot for me and I slept alone, I wouldn't disturb paint job much. Then you could touch it up in the morning, not get up as early. He shook his head. Won't paint quite same way for boss, but won't let you sleep in paint anyhow. My skin won't break out. No, my darling, your skin don't break out because I don't paint you too much or too often or let paint stay on too long, and always damn sure you get it all off, then oil you. But you see, I see, everybody see what happens to girls who paint too much. Pimples, blackheads, itching, scratching. Ugly. Sure, we'll paint you for boss from ears to toes, but not too often, and scrub you minute you're home. That's official. Yes, sir. So scrub Jet and Scarlet off while I flash pizza. A few minutes later, she shut off the shower and called out through the door of the bath unit. What did you say? Forgot. Big Sam stopped by. Pizza ready. Cut me a chunk, that's a dear. What did he want? Money? No. Well, I let him have a fin, but stopped to invite us. Sunday. All-day meditation. Gigi's pad. She stepped out into the room, still toweling. All day, huh? Just us four? Or his whole class? Neither. A 7 circle. Swinging? Suppose so, didn't say. swinging. She sighed. Darling, I don't mind you lending him a 5 you'll never see, but Big Sam is no guru. He's just a stud. And a bliffy. Big Sam and Gigi share what they got, Eunice. And nobody has to swing, ever. Theoretically, yes. But the only good way to break a circle is never to join it, especially a 7 circle. Did you promise? I can grit my teeth and smile if I have to. No. Told him had to see you. Tell him tomorrow. Well, what do you want me to say, dearest? I'll tell him no. Dearest, I don't think you answered me. Is there some special reason you want us in this 7? An art critic, perhaps, or a dealer? If it's Gigi you have on your mind, why not ask her to model some daytime while I'm working? She'd be up here at once, her tail quivering. I've seen her eyeing you. He shook his head and grinned. Niet, Yvette. Believe, lass, I stalled Big Sam because possibly you wanted to join in. But Big Sam chills me, too. Bad aura. Oh, I'm so relieved. I'll swing, darling. I promised you that when I asked you to marry me. And I have, the few times you've wanted to. And most were fun, and only one struck me as boring. But I like to size up the players. Grab pizza, climb throne, paint legs while you eat. Yes, darling. She mounted the model's throne with a wedge of pizza in each hand. There followed a long period broken only by sounds of chomping and of low profanity that punctuated his alternating pleasure and exasperation. Neither noticed either. Joe Branca was deep in the euphoria of creation. His wife was immersed in the warm glow of being cherished. At last he said, "Down," and offered his hand. May I look? No. Ribs and tits now. Don't raise arms yet. Want to study them. As if you didn't know every wrinkle. Shut up. What to think about how to paint 'em in the morning? Presently he said, Been thinking maybe you crowd boss too hard with only a G-panty. Solved now. So? Da. Paint a bra on you. But wouldn't that spoil it, dear? Mermaids don't wear bras. Was problem. Bad empathy. So? Use seashells. Flat, curved kind with nubbly backs. You know. Sorry, but I don't, dear. Seashells are scarce in Iowa. No matter. Seashells fix bad empathy. Symbols all match. He grinned. Pretty one. I'll paint seashell bra cup so fool the eye that boss won't know for sure. He'll spend day trying to see whether it's real bra or just paint. If he breaks down and asks, I win. She gurgled happily. Joe, you're a genius. Chapter 4. As Dr. Boyle came out of the operating theater, Mr. Solomon stood up. Doctor? Boyle checked his impatient strides. Oh, you again. Go to hell. No doubt I will, but wait a moment, Doctor. The surgeon answered with controlled fury. Listen, chum. I've been operating 11 hours with one short break. By now I hate everybody, especially you, so let me be. I thought perhaps you could use a drink. The surgeon suddenly smiled. Where's the nearest pub? About 20 yards from here. In my car. Parked on this floor. Stocked with Australian beer. Both cold and room temperature. And other things. Whiskey, gin, name it. My word. You Yank bastards do know how. Right. But I must change first. Again he turned away. Solomon again stopped him. Doctor, I took the liberty of having your street clothes packed into your bag and placed in my car. So let's have that drink at once. Boyle shook his head and grinned. You do take liberties. Too right. Very well. If you can stand the stink, I'll tub and change at my hotel. Lay on Macduff. Solomon let it go at that until they were locked into his car and he had poured beer for them. The authentic kangaroo kick for the surgeon, a much weaker American brew for himself. He had tangled with Australian beer in his youth and was wary. The big car started smoothly and continued so. Rockford had been warned that drinking might take place in the passenger compartment. Solomon waited until his guest had half a glass down him and had sighed in relief. Doctor, how did it go? Huh? Smoothly. We had planned it, we rehearsed it, we did it. How else? That's a good team you got for me. I take it you're saying the operation was successful. But the patient died. That's the rest of the old saw. Jacob Salomon felt a wave of sorrow and relief. He sighed and answered, "Well, I expected it. Thank you, Doctor. I know you tried." "Slow down. I don't mean that this patient died. I merely completed the cliché. The operation went exactly as planned. The patient was in satisfactory shape when I relinquished control to the support team." "Then you expect him to live?" "It, not he. That thing back there is not a human being, and may never be. It won't die. It can't, unless one of your courts gives permission to switch off the machinery. That body is young and healthy. With the support it is receiving, it can stay alive as protoplasm, not as a human being, for any length of time, years. And the brain was alive when I left. It was continuing to show strong alpha wave response. It should stay alive, too. It is receiving blood supply from that healthy body. But whether that brain and that body will ever marry into a living human being... What church do you attend?" "I don't." "Too bad. I was about to suggest that you ring up God and ask him, as I do not know. Since I saved the retinas and the inner ears, first surgeon ever to do that, by the by, even though they call me a quack, it might be able to see and hear. Possibly. If the spinal cord fuses, it might regain some motor control, even be able to dispense with some of the artificial support. But I tell you the stark truth, counselor. The most likely outcome is that that brain will never again be in touch with the outside world in any fashion." "I hope your misgivings are unfounded," Salomon said mildly. "Your contingent fee depended on your achieving sight, hearing, and speech, at a minimum." "In a pig's arse." "I'm not authorized to pay it otherwise. Sorry." "Wrong. There was mention of a bonus, a ridiculously large sum, which I ignored. Look, Carver, you shysters are allowed to work on contingent fees. We butchers have other rules. My fee is for operating. I operated. Finis. I'm an ethical surgeon, no matter what the bastards say about me." "Which reminds me," Salomon took an envelope out of his pocket. "Here's your fee." The surgeon pocketed it. Salomon said, "Aren't you going to check it?" "Why should I? Either I was paid in full, or I sue. Either way, I couldn't care less. Not now." "More beer?" Salomon opened another bottle of Down Under Dynamite. "You are paid. In full, in gold, in Switzerland. That envelope contains a note advising you of your account number, plus an acknowledgement that we pay your expenses, all fees of assisting teams, all computer time, all hospital charges, whatever. But I hope later to pay that ridiculous bonus, as you called it." "Oh, I won't turn down a gift. Research is expensive, and I do want to go on. I would like to be a respectable paragraph in medical histories, instead of being sneered at as a charlatan." "No doubt. Not quite my own reason." Boyle took a swig of beer and blinked thoughtfully. "I suppose I've been a stinker again. Sorry. I always come out of surgery in a vile mood. I forgot he is your friend." Salomon again felt that bittersweet wave of relief and sorrow. He answered carefully, "No, Johann Smith is not my friend." "So? I had an impression that he was." "Mr. Smith has no friends. I am a lawyer in his hire. As such, he is entitled to my loyalty." "I see. I'm glad you aren't emotionally involved, as the prognosis on a brain transplant is never good, as I know better than anyone." Boyle added thoughtfully, "It might work this time. It was a good tissue match, surprisingly good in view of the wide difference between donor and recipient. And identical blood type. That helps. We might luck it. Even disparity in skulls turned out to be no problem once I could see that brain." "Then why are you so gloomy?" "Do you know how many millions of nerve connections are involved? Think I could do them all in 11 hours? Or 11,000 hours? We don't try. We just work on the nerves of the head, then butt the raw ends of 2 spinal cords together, and sit back and spin our prayer wheels. Maybe they fuse, maybe they don't, and no one knows why." "So I understand. What I don't understand is how those millions of connections can ever take place. Yet, apparently, you were successful with 2 chimpanzees." "Bloody, I was successful. Sorry, the human nervous system is infinitely inventive in defending itself. Instead of reconnecting old connections, It finds new paths, if it can, and learns to use them. Do you know the Psych Lab experiment with inverting spectacles? I'm afraid not. Some student has inverting lenses taped to his eyes. For a day or two, he sees everything upside down, has to be led by the hand, fed, escorted to the jakes. Then, rather suddenly, he sees everything right side up again. The brain has switched a few 100,000 connections and is now interpreting the new data successfully. At this point, we remove the spectacles from the volunteer chump, and now his bare eyes see the world upside down. So he goes through it a second time, and again the brain finds new paths, and eventually the images flip over again, and he sees the world normally. Something somewhat analogous to that happened to my two prize chimps, Abelard and Eloise. Nothing at first. Thought I had still another failure. Then they started to twitch, and we had to restrain them to keep them from hurting themselves. Motor action, but no control, like a very young baby. But in time, the brains learn to manage their new bodies. Don't ask me how. I'm a surgeon and won't guess. Ask a psychologist. They love to guess. Or ask a priest. You'll get as good an answer and maybe better. Say, isn't your driver chap taking us around the barn? My hotel was only 5 minutes from the medical center. I must now admit to having taken another liberty, Doctor. Your luggage was packed, your hotel bill has been paid, and all your things were moved to my guest room. My word. Why? Better security. That hotel seemed secure to me. Armed guards on every door, more armed men operating the lifts. I could not get in or out without showing my ID at least thrice. Reminded me of the Army. Hadn't realized what an armed camp the States are. Isn't it rather a nuisance? Yes, but one grows used to it. Your hotel is safe enough, physically, but the press are onto us now, and they can get inside, and so can the police. Boyle looked troubled, but not panicky. Legal complications. You assured me that all that sort of thing had been taken care of. I did. It has. The donor was married, as I told you, and by great luck, husband and wife had given pre-consent. We had a good many thousands of that blood type quietly signed up, and paid retainers, but we couldn't predict that one would be accidentally killed in time. The statistical projection did not favor it, but one of them was indeed killed, and there were no complications, no insuperable ones, Solomon corrected, thinking of a bag of well-worn Federal Reserve notes. And a court permitted it as useful and necessary research. Nevertheless, the press will stir up a storm, and some other court may decide to look into it. Doctor, I can put you in Canada in an hour. Anywhere on this planet in a day. Even on the moon without much delay, if you so choose. Wouldn't mind going to the moon. I've never been there. You say my clothes are in your guest room? Yes, and you are most welcome. Is there a tub of hot water nearby? Oh, certainly. Then I'll ask for another beer and that hot tub and about 10 hours sleep. I've been arrested before. Doesn't worry me. Chapter 5. Johann Sebastian Bach Smith was somewhere else. Where, he did not know, nor care, nor wonder. Did not know that he was himself, was not aware of himself, nor of anything, was not aware that he was not aware. Then, slowly, over eons, he came up from the nothingness of total anesthesia, surfaced into dreaming. The dreams went on for unmeasured time, endlessly. Mrs. Schmidt, can Yanni come out and play? Wuxtra, horrible atrocities in Belgium, read all about it. Johann, don't ever walk in like that without knocking, you bad, bad boy. Under a cabbage leaf. More margin before the market opens tomorrow. Like hell, a cabbage leaf. It comes out of her belly button. Yo-ho, you don't know nothing. Johnny, you know it's not nice to do that. And what if my father came downstairs? A pretty girl is like a melody. Hey, get a load of that. Not a damn thing on her boobs. Sergeant, I volunteered once, and that's enough for a lifetime. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Of the game is to look out for yourself, Smith, old buddy. You co-signed the note, and I have other fish to Friday at the latest, and that's a promise. Johann, darling,
I don't know how you could even bring yourself to think such a thing of your own wife.
Is a man's responsibility, Mr. Smith, and I'm sure the court will agree that 4,000 per month is a very modest girl would never do such a thing, Schmidt. And if I ever catch you hanging around my daughter again, I'll shoot the whole works. They're not worth the paper they're printed on.
Johann, I don't know what your father will say when he gets home.
On the range, where the deer and the antelope play square with me, and you'll get a fair shake it, girlie, shake it. Shake it twice is regulation, shake it thrice, pudding with cream, but in her coffin my head off, and her old man heard us, and that queered it.
Not queer, Johann, just curious. You understand me, old body boy?
I ain't got no body. And nobody works very long for somebody else if he expects to get ahead in the world of business. Girl has got just as much right to be treated like a lady as anybody seen. My girl's best friend is her. Cherish as long as you shall live, right, and work hard, and pay your bills of lading. Sun goes down, and the stars come out of my room at once. My husband would kill me, and the neighbors are always snooping. Where did you leave your bicycle? Would pay for itself in no time, Pop, if I get this paper route, and in full retreat as we go to press me closer, Johnny. You're so huge, national debt will never be paid off, and all our company's policies must be in inflation, so borrow now and pay later. Then you think I'm that sort of a girl simply because I let you go on to college to be a teacher, son. But now I see by the dawn's early warning system is useless, gentlemen, without second strike capabilities of sustained growth when treated last time. So it's your treat this time. You treat me nice, and I treat you nice. You nice. Eunice. Eunice! Where did that girl go? I've lost Rome, and I've lost Gaul, but worst of all, I've lost Eunice. Somebody find Eunice. Coming, boss. Where have you been? Right here all along, boss. His dreams went on endlessly in full stereo. Sound, sight, odor, touch. And always surrealistic, which he never noticed. They flowed through him, or he through them with perfect logic. To him. Meanwhile, the world flowed on around him, and forgot him. The attempt at transplanting a living brain offered opportunity for much loose talk by video commentators, plus guest experts, who were encouraged to add their own mixture of prejudice, speculation, and bias in the name of science. A judge in need of publicity issued a warrant for the arrest of Dr. Lyndon Doyle, Sikh. But Dr. Lindsay Boyle was outside of jurisdiction before the warrant was signed, and long before the name was straightened out. A famous and very stylish evangelist prepared a sermon denouncing the transplant, using as a text, "Vanity of vanities." But on the third day, a spectacular and unusually bloody political assassination crowded Johann Smith out of the news, and the evangelist found that he could use the sermon by changing a few sentences, which he did, understanding instinctively the American lust for the blood of the mighty. As usual, the unlicensed birth rate exceeded the licensed rate, while the abortion rate exceeded both. Upjohn International declared an extra dividend. The backing and filling for the upcoming presidential campaign speeded up with a joint announcement by the national committees of the two conservative parties, the SDS and the PLA, that they would hold their conventions together, while preserving mutual autonomy, for the unannounced but understood purpose of re-electing the incumbent. The chairman of the extreme left-wing Constitutional Liberation Rally denounced it as a typical crypto-fascist capitalistic plot and predicted a November victory for constitutional freedom. The splinter parties, Democratic, Socialist, and Republican, met quietly, few members and almost no delegates under 65, and stole away without causing more than a ripple in the news. In the Middle East, an earthquake killed 9,000 people in 3 minutes and brought close the ever-present possibility of war through disturbing the balance of terror. The Sino-American Lunar Commission announced that the lunar colonies were now 87% self-sufficient in proteins and carbohydrates and raised the subsidized out-migration quota, but again refused to relax the literacy requirement. Johann Sebastian Bach Smith dreamed on. After an unmeasured time, how measure a dream? Smith woke enough to be aware of himself. The reflexive self-awareness of waking as contrasted with the unquestioning and unexplicit self-experience of dreaming. He knew who he was, Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, a very old man, not a baby, not a boy, not any of his younger selves, and was aware of his sensory surroundings, which were zero. Darkness, silence, absence of any physical sensation, not even pressure, touch, kinesthesia. He wondered if the operation had started, and what it would feel like when he died. He did not worry about pain. He had been assured that the brain itself had no pain receptors, and that he was being anesthetized solely to keep him quiet and unworried while the job was done. Besides, pain had not worried Smith in years. It was his constant companion, almost an old friend. Presently he went back to sleep and to more dreams, unaware that his brainwave pattern was being monitored, and had caused great excitement when change in rhythm and peak had shown that the patient was awake. Again he was awake, and this time gave thought to the possibility that this nothingness was death. He considered the idea without panic, having come to terms with death more than half a century earlier. If this was death, it was neither the heaven he had been promised as a child, nor the hell he had long since ceased to believe in, nor even the total lack of self he had come to expect. It was just one damn big bore. He slept again, unaware that the physician in charge of his life support team had decided that the patient had been awake long enough and had slowed his breathing and made a slight change in his blood chemistry. He woke again and tried to take stock of the situation. If he was dead, and there seemed no longer reason to doubt it, what did he have left, and how could he cut his losses? Assets? None. Correction, one asset. Memory. He had a recent memory of a memory, vague and undefined, of confused and crazy dreams, probably from anesthesia and no use to him, plus other memories, older but much sharper, of being or having been Johann Smith. Well, Johann, you old bastard, if you and me are going to have to spend all eternity locked in this limbo, we had better get to work on total recall of everything we ever did. Everything? Or concentrate on the good parts? No, a stew had to have salt, or it was too bland. Try to remember all of it. If we have all eternity with nothing to play but this one rerun, we're going to want to have all of it on tap, as even the best parts may get boring after a few thousand times. Still, it wouldn't hurt to concentrate, just for practice, on some exceptionally pleasant memory. So what'll it be, partner? There are only 4 top subjects. The rest are sideshows. Money, sex, war, and death. So which do we choose? Right. You're correct, Eunice. I'm a dirty old man, and my only regret, and a sharp one, is that I didn't find you 40 or 50 years back, when you were not yet a gleam in your father's eye, more's the pity. Tell me, girl, were those seashell doodads a brassiere, or just paint on your pretty skin? Euchred myself on that one. Should have asked, and let you sass me. So tell Grandpappy. Give me a phone call and tell me. Sorry I can't tell you the wavelength, dear. It's unlisted. Golly, you looked cute. Let's try another one. No chance that I'll forget you, Eunice, my dear. But I never laid a finger on you. Damn it. Let's go way, way back to one we did lay a finger on. Our very first piece? No, you mucked that up pretty badly, you clumsy lout. The second one? Ah, yes. She was the cat's pajamas. Mrs. Wickland. First name? Did I ever know her first name? Certainly I never called her by it, not then or later, even though she let me come back for more. Let me, encouraged me, set it up. Let's see, I was 14 and a half, and she must have been 35. I remember her mentioning that she had been married 15 years, so call it 35 at a guess. No matter, it was the first time I ever encountered a female who wanted it, managed to let me know that she wanted it, then, without any baubles, could take charge of a lanky, too eager, almost virgin boy, steady him, lead him through it, make him enjoy it, let him know she enjoyed it, make him feel good about it afterwards. God bless your generous soul, Mrs. Wickland. If you are lost somewhere in this darkness, for you must have died many years sooner than I did, I hope you remember me, and are as happy in remembering me as I am in remembering you. All the details now. Your flat was right under ours. Cold, windy afternoon, and you gave me a quarter. Big money then, a dime was standard, for going to the grocery for you. For what? How good is your memory, you horny old goat? Correction, horny old ghost. What have I got left to be horny with? Never mind, I am. It's up here, Doc. Half a pound of sliced boiled ham, a sack of russet potatoes, a dozen ranch eggs, 7 cents a dozen then, my God. A 10-cent loaf of wholesome bread, and something else. Oh, yes, a spool of 60 white cotton thread at the notion shop next to Mr. Gilmore's drugstore. Mrs. Baum's shop. 2 sons, one killed in War I, and the other made a name for himself in electronics. But let's get back to you, Mrs. Wickland. You heard me bring my bike into the hallway and open your door, and I carried your groceries on through to your kitchen. You paid me and offered me hot cocoa, and why wasn't I nervous about Mama? Pop at work and Mr. Wickland, too. That figured. But where was Mama? Oh, yes, her sewing circle afternoon. So while I drank cocoa and was being polite, you cranked your Victrola and put on a record. Margie it was. And you asked me if I knew how to dance. You taught me to dance, all right, on the sofa. A life support technician studied an oscilloscope, noted an increase in brain activity, concluded that the patient might be frightened, and decided to tranquilize. Johann Smith slipped gently into sleep without knowing it, to the scratchy strains of a mechanical phonograph. He was foxtrotting, so she told him. He did not care what it was called. His arm was around her waist. Hers was around his neck. Her warm, clean odor was sweet in his nostrils. Presently, she seduced him. After a long, ecstatic, and utterly satisfying time, he said, "Eunice, honey, I didn't know you could foxtrot." She smiled into his eyes. "You never asked me, boss. Can you reach past me and shut off the Victrola?" "Sure, Mrs. Wickland." Chapter 6. Johann Smith became aware that this limbo was no longer featureless. Head resting on something. Mouth unpleasantly dry and felt crowded, as if with the sort of junk a dental surgeon inflicts on his victims. There was still total blackness, but not quite dead silence. A sucking noise. Any sensation was most welcome. Johann shouted, "Hey! I lived through it!" 2 rooms away, the monitoring technician on watch jumped up so fast he knocked over his chair. "Patient's trying to articulate. Get Dr. Brenner." Brenner answered quietly over the voice monitor. "I'm with the patient, Cliff. Get a team in here. And notify Dr. Hedrick and Dr. Garcia." "Right away." Johann said, "Hey, damn it, isn't anybody here?" The words came out as incoherent grunts. The doctor touched a wand speaker to the patient's teeth, held the microphone hooked to it against his own throat. "Mr. Smith, do you hear me?" The patient mumbled again, louder and more forcefully. The doctor answered, "Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, but I cannot understand you. If you hear me, make one sound. Any sort, but just one." The patient grunted once. "Good. Wonderful. You can hear me. All right. One sound by itself means yes. 2 sounds mean no. If you understand me, answer with 2 sounds, 2 grunts." Smith grunted twice. "Good. Now we can talk. 1 sound for yes, 2 for no. Do you hurt?" 2 grunts. Kuh. Fine. Now we try something else. Your ears are covered and completely soundproofed. My voice is reaching your inner ears through your teeth and upper jawbone. I'm going to remove part of the covering on your left ear and speak to you that way. The sounds may be painfully loud at first, so I will start with whispers. Understand me? 1 grunt. Smith felt gentle firmness as something pulled loose. "Do you still hear me?" Kuh. "Now do you hear me?" I think that was a sentence. Don't try to talk yet. Just one grunt or two. Johann said, "Of course I can't talk, you damned idiot. Take this junk out of my mouth." The vowels came through fairly clearly. Consonants were distorted or missing. "Doctor, how can the patient talk with all that gear in the way?" Brenner said quietly, "Shut up, nurse. Mr. Smith, we have an aspirator down your throat to keep you from choking on phlegm, drowning in your own saliva. I can't remove it yet, so try to be patient. Besides that, your eyes are masked. Your eye specialist will decide when that comes off. I can't. I'm the life support specialist on duty at the moment, not the physician managing your case. That's Dr. Hedrick, assisted by Dr. Garcia. I can't do much more than I have until one of them gets here. Are you comfortable? One grunt or two?" One grunt. "Good. I'll stay here with you and talk to you if you want me to. Do you?" One grunt. "Okay, I will." "You can talk with more than a yes or no any time you wish, by spelling. I'll recite the alphabet, slowly, and you stop me with one grunt when I reach a letter you want, and so on for the next letter until it's spelled out. It's slow, but neither one of us is going anywhere. Want to try it?" One grunt. "Good. I've had lots of practice at it. I've been on many a life support watch in which the patient could not talk but was awake and perfectly rational. As you are," the doctor added, lying hopefully, one eye on the master oscilloscope. "But bored, of course. Very bored. That's the worst part for a patient in life support. He's bored silly, yet we can't let him sleep all the time. It's not good for him, and sometimes we need his cooperation. All right, any time you want to spell anything, give 3 distinct grunts, and I'll prove I know my ABCs. 3 grunts. A, B, C, D, E, F. Johann grunted at R. "R?" Dr. Brenner repeated. "Don't bother to answer if I'm right. Okay? First letter is R. A, B, C, D." The message read, "Right ear." "Do you want the plug removed from your right ear?" One grunt. Carefully the doctor removed it. "Testing," he said. "Cincinnati. 66. Susanna. Are you hearing with both ears? Does my voice seem to move from side to side?" One grunt, followed by 3 grunts. "Okay, spelled message. A, B, C." Shortly the doctor said, "Nobody. Is that the first word of your message?" Double grunt. "All right, I'll try again. A, B." He was interrupted by a series of grunts and stopped. "You don't want me to spell again. Yet nobody is not the first word of your message. But I would have sworn that I got it right. Nobody. Hey, no body. 2 words." One emphatic grunt. "Are you trying to tell me that you feel as if you had no body? Can't feel it?" Grunt. "Oh, of course you can't feel it. You haven't finished healing. But honestly," the doctor went on, lying with the skill of long practice, "your progress has been amazingly fast. Both speech and hearing so soon. That's wonderfully encouraging. In fact, you've just won a bet from me. 500, he went on, still lying. "And at that I demanded more than twice the recovery time you've shown. And now I'm going to double my winnings by putting them back and betting that you'll have full recovery of the use of your whole body in no longer time. Because this is a wonderfully healthy body you have, even though you can't feel it yet. Marvelous repair factor." Triple grunt. Then the spelled message was, "How long?" "How long since your operation, or how long until you get the use of your whole body?" Dr. Brenner was saved by the bell. He stopped reciting the alphabet and said, "Half a moment, Mr. Smith. Dr. Hedrick has arrived. I must report. Nurse will stay with you. Just let the patient rest, nurse. This has been tiring." Outside the door, Dr. Brenner stopped the case-managing physician, saying, "Dr. Hedrick, one moment before you go in. You've checked the remotes?" "Certainly. Awake normal, apparently. And rational, in my opinion. I've removed the central stopples from both ear pads, and we've been talking, spell and grunt, killing time until you... I heard you on monitor. Assumed you must have opened the ears. You take a lot on yourself, Doctor. Dr. Brenner stiffened, then answered coldly, Doctor, your patient conceded, but I was here alone and had to use my own judgment. If you wish me to leave the case, you have only to say so. Don't be so damn touchy, young man. Now let's go in and see the patient. Our patient.
Yes, sir.
They went inside. Dr. Hedrick said, I'm Dr. Hedrick, Mr. Smith, physician in charge of your case. Congratulations. Welcome back to our weary world. This is a triumph for everyone, and vindication for a great man, Dr. Boyle. 3 grunts. You wish to spell a message? 1 grunt. If you will wait a moment, we will remove some items from your mouth and you can talk instead. With great good luck, Hedrick amended to himself. But I never expected the case to progress even this far. That arrogant butcher really is a great man, to my surprise. Would that suit you? An emphatic grunt. Good. Hand aspiration, Dr. Brenner. Adjust those lights, nurse. Monitor watch. Find out what's keeping Dr. Feinstein. Johann Smith felt hands working rapidly but gently. Then Dr. Hedrick said, Let me check, Doctor. Very well. Remove the jaw wedges. Mr. Smith, we will have to aspirate every few moments. I'd rather not have to force you to cough up fluid, or go after it the hard way. But you may talk if you wish. Slowly, slowly. You're having to learn to talk all over again, like a baby. That same remark now, but slowly and carefully. By God, I made it. You surely did. The first man in history to have his brain moved into a new body and live through it. And you will go on living. This is a fine body. Healthy. But can't feel a damn thing from chin down. Lucky you, said the doctor, because we've got you restrained all over against the day, soon, I hope, but never more likely, he added to himself, when you will start feeling your entire new body. When that day comes, you may jerk uncontrollably, if we didn't have you restrained. Then you'll have to go to work and learn to control your body, like a new baby. Practice, possibly long and tedious practice. How long? I don't know. Dr. Boyle's chimps made it rather quickly, I understand, but it might take you as long as it takes a baby to learn to walk. But why worry about that now? You've got a new body good for many, many years. Why, you might be the first human being to live 200 years. So don't be in a hurry. Now, rest, please. I've got to examine you. Chin screen, nurse. The patient's eyes are covered, Doctor. Oh, yes, so they are. Mr. Smith, when Dr. Feinstein arrives, we'll see if he wants to expose your eyes to light today. In the meantime, uncover the patient, nurse. Uncovered, the new body was still mostly covered. A plastic corset iron lung encased the torso from chin to pubis. Arms and legs were strapped, and the straps cushioned. Urethral and anal catheters were in place and secured. 2 blood vessels were in use, one for nourishment, the other for monitoring. 4 others were prepared for use but currently stopped off. Wires were here and there. The body inside this dismal mess could have been one that Michelangelo would have treasured, but the assemblage of artifact and protoplasm could seem beautiful only to a medical specialist. Dr. Hedrick seemed pleased. He took a stylus from his pocket, suddenly scratched the sole of the right foot. Got the reflex he expected. Got no response from Johann Smith, also as expected. Dr. Hedrick, came a voice from the bed console. Yes? Dr. Feinstein is operating. Very well. He indicated to a nurse that he wanted the body covered. Did you hear that, Mr. Smith? Your ophthalmologist is in surgery. Can't see you today. Just as well, as you have had enough for one day. It's time for you to sleep. No, you do it. My eyes. No, we wait for Dr. Feinstein. No, you are in charge. So I am, and your eyes won't be touched until your specialist is present. Damn you! Get Jake Salomon. Mr. Salomon is in Europe. He'll be notified that you are awake, and he may possibly be here tomorrow. I couldn't say. In the meantime, I want you to rest. Sleep. Won't. But you will. Dr. Hedrick pointed to Dr. Brenner, nodded. As you pointed out, I am in charge. Want to know why I am certain you will sleep? Because we are slowing your breathing rate and introducing into your bloodstream a harmless drug that will ensure that you do sleep. So good night, Mr. Smith, and again, my congratulations. Damn, you're insufferable. Johann Smith slept. Once he half-roused. Eunice? Right here, boss. Go back to sleep. He slept on. Chapter 7. Hi, Jake. Hello, Johann. How do you feel? Mean as a fox with its tail in a trap, except when these tyrants dope me with something that makes me sweetness and light in spite of myself. Where the hell have you been? Why didn't you come when I sent for you? On vacation. First decent vacation I've had in 15 years. Any objections? Get your feathers down. You do have a nice tan, and taken off a little weight, too, I think. Okay, though I don't mind saying I was disappointed that you didn't trot back for a day or two, at least when I woke up. Hurt my feelings. Huh. You have no feelings. Never did. Now, Jake, I do so have feelings. Just never was one for showing them. But damn it, I needed you. The lawyer shook his head. You didn't need me. I know why you thought you did. You wanted me to interfere with Dr. Hedrick's management of your case, which I would not have done. So I extended my vacation to avoid useless argument. Johann grinned at him. Always the sly one, Jake. Okay. I've never been one to fret about yesterday's trouble. But now that you're back, well, Hedrick's a good doctor, but he's high-handed with me when it's not necessary. So we'll change that. I tell you what I want, and you tell Hedrick. And if he balks, you can let him know that he is not indispensable. No. What do you mean, no? I mean no. Johann, you still require constant medical attention. I haven't interfered with Dr. Hedrick up to now, and the results have been good. I won't interfere now. Oh, for Pete's sake, Jake. Sure, you have my interest at heart, but you don't understand the situation. I'm no longer in a critical condition. I'm convalescent. Look, here's late news, important. Know what I did this morning during physiotherapy? Moved my right index finger. On purpose, Jake. Know what that means? Means you can bid in an auction, or signal a waiter. Crab apples. Wiggled my toes a little, too. Jake, in a week I'll be walking, unassisted. Why, I spend 30 minutes each day now without this lung thing, this corset. And when they put it back on me, it's simply set to assist, if necessary. But despite all this wonderful progress, I'm still treated like a wired-up laboratory monkey, allowed to stay awake only a short time each day. Hell, they even shave me while I'm asleep. And God alone knows what else. I don't. I'm strapped down every minute that at least 6 people don't have their hands on me for physio. If you don't believe me, lift the sheet and take a look. I'm a prisoner in my own house. Salomon didn't move. I believe you. Move that chair around so that I can see you better. They've even got my head clamped. Now I ask you, is that necessary? No opinion. Ask your doctor. Salomon stayed where he was. I asked you, because I'm fed up with his top sergeant behavior. And I decline to express an opinion in a field in which I have no competence. Johann, you're getting well, that's evident. But only a fool replaces a quarterback who is winning. I never thought you would live through the operation. I don't think you did either. Well, truthfully, I didn't. I was betting my life, literally, on a long gamble. But I won. Then why don't you try being grateful, instead of behaving like a spoiled child? Temper, Jake, temper. Why, you sound like me. God knows I don't want to sound like you. But I mean it. Show gratitude. Praise the Lord. And Dr. Hedrick. And Dr. Boyle, Jake. Yes, I am grateful. Truly I am. I've been snatched back from the edge of death, and now have every reason to expect a wonderful new life. And all I risked was a few more weeks of a life that had grown intolerable. Johann smiled. I can't express how grateful I am.
There are no words. My eyes are 20/20 again, and I'm seeing shades of color I had forgotten existed. I can hear high notes I haven't heard in years. I get them to play symphonies for me, and I can follow the piccolo clear up to the roof. And the violins. I can hear all sorts of high sounds now, higher than ever. Even my new voice sounds high. He must have been a tenor. And I can smell, Jake, and I lost my last trace of a sense of smell years ago. Nurse, walk past me and let me smell you. The nurse, a pretty redhead, smiled, said nothing, did not move from the bed's console. Johann went on. I'm even allowed to eat now, once a day. Eat and swallow, I mean, not a blasted tube. Jake, did you know that cream of wheat tastes better than filet mignon? It can. Hell, everything tastes good now. I'd forgotten what fun it is to eat. Jake, it's so grand to be alive in this body that I can't wait to go out in the country and walk in fields and climb a hill and look at trees and watch birds and clouds, sunbathe, ice skate maybe, square dance. Ever square dance, Jake? I used to be good at it. No time for it late years. I never had time for it, even when I was young. I'm going to take time now. Reminds me, who's minding the store? Teal, of course. He wants to see you. You see him. I'm too busy learning to use my new body and enjoying it. Do I have any money left? Not that I give a hoot. You want the ungarnished truth? You can't scare me, Jake. If I have to sell this house to pay off this gang of jailers, it won't worry me. Might be fun. I can tell you this, I'll never be on welfare. I'll get by. Always have, always will. Brace yourself. You're worth more than ever. Huh? Oh, what a shame. When I was just beginning to enjoy being broke. Hypocrite. Not at all, Jake. Hypocrite, I said. Oh, hush up. Your fortune had already reached the takeoff point where it can't possibly be spent no matter how you try. It just keeps growing. I didn't even spend all your income on this operation and all that went with it. However, you no longer control Smith Enterprises. So? Yes. I encouraged Teal to borrow money and buy some of your voting shares. It gave him incentive in minding the store, and it looked better. Also, as de facto chairman of the board, I thought it would look better if I owned a bigger block, too. So I traded you some blue chips and tax-exempts for some of your senior corporation voting stock. At present, two of us, you and I, or you and Teal, hold voting control, but no one of us. However, I'll trade back any time you want to resume control. God forbid! We'll leave the matter open, Johann. I was not trying to take advantage of your illness. No, Jake, if I don't have controlling interest, I don't even have a moral responsibility to look out for the company. I'll resign as chairman of the board, and you can be chairman, or Teal, or you can put it up for grabs. Wait till you're well. Okay, but I shan't change my mind. And now about that other matter. Nurse, don't you have to go empty something, or wash your hands, or check the roof to see if it's on tight? I want a private conversation with my lawyer. She smiled and shook her head. No, sir. You know I can't leave the room even a moment without being relieved. But I'm authorized by Dr. Hedrick to do this, sir. I can shut off the voice monitors of the remotes, then go over in that far corner and watch video with the sound turned up high so that you'll be certain I can't hear you. Dr. Hedrick said you might want privacy in speaking with Mr. Salomon. Well, the old bug hunter is human after all. You do that, nurse. Shortly, Johann was able to say quietly, You saw that, Jake? God knows there could be no harm in you alone watching me a few minutes. You could call for help if I choked or something. Anyhow, any trouble would show on their dials. But no, they chaperone me every second and won't agree to the most harmless request. Look, very quietly now. Do you have a pocket mirror on you? Huh? Never carried one in my life. A pity. Well, have one on you next time you're in to see me. Tomorrow, I hope. Jake, Hedrick is a good doctor, conceded, but he won't tell me anything. Just this week I asked him whose body this had been, and he wasn't even polite enough to lie. He just told me that it was none of my business. It isn't. Huh? Remember the contract I worked out? It said, Never read it. Your pigeon. I told you you didn't listen. Donors' privacy to be respected.
unless donor specifically grants permission to breach it. And even then his estate must confirm after death. In this case, neither proviso was met, so you can never be told. Oh, rats. I can find out once I'm up and around. I would never publicize it. I just want to know. No doubt you will find out. But I won't be a party to breaching a contract with the dead. Oh, Jake, you're a stiff-necked old bastard. It wouldn't do any harm. All right. But get me that mirror. Look, you can get me one now. Go into my bathroom, usual excuse, and look around. Search. 4 or 5 small mirrors in there, drawers and such, or were the last time I was on my feet. Almost certainly still are. Just don't let a nurse see it. In your pocket, or under your jacket. Why don't you simply ask for one? Because they won't let me have one, Jake. You may think I'm paranoid, but I am being persecuted by this high and mighty doctor. Won't let me see my new face in a mirror. Okay, it's probably scarred. I don't care. Won't let me look at myself at all. When they work on me, they put up a chin screen. I haven't even seen my hands. Would you believe it? I don't even know what color I am. Am I a soul? Or a honk? Or something else? It's maddening. Johann, it might be literally maddening for you to see yourself before you have your strength back. What? Oh, be your age, Jake. You know me better than that. If I'm the ugliest thing since warthogs and covered with purple stripes, I can take it. Johann grinned. I was ugly as sin before the operation. Any change for the worse can't be great. But I tell you no lie, old friend. If they keep treating me like a retarded child, they really will drive me off the rails. Salomon sighed. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Johann, but it is no news to me that they won't let you see yourself in a mirror. What? Steady down. I've discussed it with Dr. Hedrick and with a psychiatrist working with him. They are of the opinion that you could suffer a severe emotional shock, one that might give you a grave setback, even, as you say, drive you off the rails, if you see your new self before you are fully well and strong. Johann Smith did not answer at once. Then he said quietly, Pig whistle. I know I'm physically something else now. What harm do they think it could do me? The psychiatrist mentioned the possibility of a split personality. Move around and look me in the eyes. Jake Salomon, do you believe that? My opinion is neither relevant nor competent. I am not going to buck your physicians, nor help you to outwit them. So that's how the wind sets. Jake, I am sorry to be forced to say this, but you are not the only lawyer in this city. So I know. I am sorry, truly sorry, to be forced to say this, Johann, but I am the only lawyer you can turn to. What do you mean? Johann, you are now a ward of the court. I am your guardian. Johann Smith was slow to answer, then barely whispered, Conspiracy! I never thought it of you, Jake. Johann, you mean to keep me locked up forever? If not, what's the price to turn me loose? Is the judge in on it? And Hedrick? Salomon controlled himself. Please, Johann, let me speak. I'm going to pretend that you never said what you did say, and I'll have a transcript of the proceedings brought here for you to see. Hell, I'll have the judge himself fetch them, but you've got to listen. I'm listening. How can I help listening? I'm a prisoner. Johann, you will cease being a ward as soon as you are able to appear in court, in person, and convince the judge, Judge McCampbell it is, an honest man, as you know, convince McCampbell that you are no longer non compos mentis. He took the step reluctantly, and I had to fight to be named your guardian, as I was not the petitioner. So? And who asked to have me committed? Joanna Darlington Seward, et alii, meaning your other 3 granddaughters, too. I see, Johann said slowly. Jake, I owe you an apology. Salomon snorted. For what? How can you do or say anything calling for an apology when you are legally non compos mentis? Whew! Hand me the traditional piece of snuff. That was razor sharp. Dear little Joanna, I should have drowned her at birth. Her mother, my daughter Evelyn, Used to shove her into my lap and remind me that she was my namesake. Jake, the only thing that brat ever did for me was to pee on my trousers, on purpose. So June and Marla and Eleanor are in it too. Not surprising. Johann, they darn near made it. I had to resort to everything short of treason to get it into Judge McCampbell's court. Even then, only the fact that I have held your general power of attorney for an unbroken 15 years kept the court from naming Mrs. Seward as guardian and conservator. That and one other thing.
What other thing?
Their stupidity. If they had shot for guardianship right off, they might have made it. Instead, their first move was to try to have you declared legally dead.
Well, Jake, do you suppose, later, that I can cut them out of my will entirely?
You can do better than that. You can outlive them, now.
Yes, I suppose I can. I will. It'll be a pleasure.
That move wasn't serious, just stupid. Stupid lawyer. Took 4 days for the expert witnesses to unwind. Took the court 4 minutes to rule in accordance with Estate of Parsons versus Rhode Island. Hoped I'd seen the last of them then. That diploma mill shyster seemed pretty cowed. Then Parkinson got into it, and his lawyer is not stupid.
Parkinson?
Our boy Parky, our idiot ex-director? The same.
Von Ritter was right. It doesn't pay to humiliate a man. But how could Parky show an interest?
He didn't. That Parkinson put them up to it is simply a conclusion, but a firm one. Parkinson's mother-in-law's lawyer and Parkinson himself present every day in court, a happy spectator. Johann, I didn't dare ask that the matter be continued during your recovery. Our own expert witnesses were unwilling to testify that you would ever be yourself again, able to manage your own affairs. So we stipulated your temporary lack of competence, surprised them, caught them unprepared, and I had our attorney move that I be appointed your guardian pro tem. Made it. But Johann, as soon as this was in the wind, I started shuffling stock around. For several weeks, Teal held a big chunk of your voting stock. Teal is okay. You made a good choice. Teal held all of your stock that I now hold, using money I lent him. An open transaction that could be verified. None of this $10 and other valuable considerations dodge. During that period, your stock that I had sold to Teal using my money, plus Teal's stock that he already had, plus what I have long held, was voting control. Because I knew that if I lost, the next day Parkinson would show up with proxies for your stock, signed by your granddaughters, and demand a stockholders' meeting, and kick me out of the chair and fire Teal as president. Yet I didn't dare buy stock from you myself, or I would go into court as an interested party, and the other side might sniff it. It was touch and go for a while, Johann.
Well, I'm glad we're out of the woods.
Parky. We aren't. Other actions coming up, none of which you need worry about today.
Jake, I'm not going to worry about anything. I'm going to think about birds and bees and fleecy clouds and enjoy the wonderful taste of cream of wheat and prunes, strained prunes fixed baby style. I'm just glad to know that my oldest friend didn't knife me when I was unconscious, and sorry as hell I thought so even for a moment. Oh, I still think you're a timid, gutless, stinking sissy not to help me out on this mirror nonsense, but we'll argue that another day. I can wait if I have to. I see why you don't want to buck a psychiatrist if I have to go into court when I'm up and convince Judge McCampbell that I can still hit the floor with my hat. I'm glad to hear it, and I'm glad to see that you're getting well, Johann. I'm certain you are, since you are again, or still, the same stinking, bad-tempered, unreasonable old scoundrel you always were. Johann chuckled. Thanks, Jake, and I see that you are in good health, too. May we never see the day we talk sweet to each other. What else is now? Oh, yes. Where in hell is my secretary? Eunice, I mean. There is not a one of this gang of kidnappers around me who ever knew her, and they show no interest in trying to find her. Oh, Garcia knew her by sight, but he says that he doesn't know where she is, and claims he's too busy to run errands. Told me to ask you. Oh, Solomon hesitated. Do you know her address? Oh, somewhere at the north end of town. I suppose my accountant has it. Wait a minute. You took her home once, I remembered clearly. So I did. It was indeed somewhere in the north end. But those rabbit warrens all look alike. My guards may know. Hold it.
Your mobile guards escorted her for several months, right up to the time you went in for surgery. Have you asked them? Hell, Jake, I haven't been allowed to see anyone. I don't even know that they're still working for me. I'm fairly sure they still were when I left for Europe. But, Johann, while we can ask them, I doubt if it will do any good. Why not? Because I did see Eunice just before your operation. She was interested. She was fond of you, Johann, much more so than you deserved. Conceded. Make it march. Well, she didn't mention specific plans, but I don't think she intended to stay in secretarial work. Hell, man, none of us expected you would ever need a secretary again. I would happily have hired her myself. She is a good secretary, but... I'm sure you would, you old goat. But surely you let her know that she could stay on my payroll forever. Well, until I died, at least. She knew that. But she is a proud girl, Johann, not a parasite. I'll make an effort to find her. However, if I don't, there are many good secretaries. I'll find one for you, that's a promise. Look, I don't want another secretary. I want Eunice Branca. I meant... I know what you meant. You'd find me some old witch who does perfect work, but is no fun to look at or have around, while you've probably got Eunice stashed away in your office. Solomon said slowly, Johann, I swear by all that's holy that I do not have her in my office, nor anywhere. Then she did turn you down. Jake, I trust you with my life and all my worldly goods, but I don't trust you or any man not to steal a perfect secretary if he can. Nolo contendere. I did offer her a job any time she wanted it. She did not accept. So, we find her. You find her. Solomon sighed. What clues can you give me? Her husband, perhaps? Isn't he an artist? I suppose you could call him that. Look, Jake, don't hold this against Eunice, but I would call him a gigolo. But I'm old-fashioned. I had to get a report when she married him. He was clean, no reason to lose the best secretary a man ever had, just because she chose to marry him. Yes, he was an artist, one who didn't sell much. She supported him. That was her business. Branca was all right. Didn't use drugs, didn't even drink. But he wasn't up to her. Illiterate. Surely I know how common that is today. I'm not prejudiced. I've got illiterates right in this house. And only God and accounting know how many are working for Smith Enterprises. Branca may never have attended a school in which reading is taught. But I can give you one lead. If Eunice is not working as a secretary, easy to check through Social Security. And if they aren't on the welfare rolls, she won't be, he might be, then check model agencies, video, artists, photographers, etc., for both of them. For he was as handsome as Eunice was beautiful. The snoop shot with the security report made that plain. Very well, Johann. I'll get a skip trace firm on it. Hell, put a regiment of detectives on it. But suppose they dropped out. People do. Johann sniffed. Perhaps he would. I would lay any amount that she never would. But if necessary, I want every abandoned area in this city combed. Expensive. You send a private detective into an AA, and the premium on his life goes sky high. Didn't you tell me that I have more money than I know what to do with? True, but I don't relish hiring a man for hazardous work, even if he wants the job. But we're borrowing trouble. It may take nothing more than getting accounting to dig out that address, or do a back check on a Social Security number with the customary small bribe. I'll let you know. Solomon stood up to leave. Smith said, Hold it. Will I see you tomorrow? And will you phone in a report? Tell Hedrick or the physician on watch. They won't let me talk on the phone. Phone a report each day till you find her? Every day, Johann. Thanks, Jake. You'll make Eagle Scout yet. Tell Nursey she can come out of the corner now. They're probably waiting to slip me my Mickey Finn. This is the longest they've let me stay awake so far. 2 rooms away, Solomon stopped to speak to Dr. Hedrick. The physician looked at him. Rough, he stated. Quite. Doctor, how long do you expect to keep your patient from using a mirror? Hard to say. Progress has been rapid lately, but Smith still has very imperfect control of the new body, plus tingling and itching and numbness, all to be expected, and imaginary pains, psychosomatic rather. They are real to the patient. Counselor, if you expect me to have my patient ready for a competency hearing any time soon, emotional shocks must be delayed as long as possible. That's my opinion. though of course I am strongly influenced by Dr. Rosenthal's judgment. Besides imperfect body control, our patient is weak and emotionally extremely unstable. So I am aware. Mr. Salomon, you look as if you needed another tranquilizer. May I? Salomon grudged a smile. Only if it involves grain alcohol. Hedrick chuckled. Will you settle for some bottled in Scotland? Yes, no water. Well, just a touch. I'll dispense the drug. You add water to taste. I'll prescribe for myself, too. I also find this case a bit trying, even though we are making medical history. Chapter 8. Dr. Garcia rubbed Jake Salomon's arm where he had just injected him. Now wait 3 minutes. With a 10th cc of Tranquil in you, you could attend your own hanging in a calm mood. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Hedrick, what's bothering Johann now? Your message was not specific. Hedrick shook his head. The patient won't talk to us, simply demands to see you. He has found out? Or rather, if he has, what then? Hedrick turned to his colleague. Dr. Garcia? You know my opinion, Doctor. Your patient has recovered, is simply weak from being too long in bed. There is no longer any excuse, any medical excuse for restraints. Dr. Rosenthal? The psychiatrist shrugged. The human mind is a weird and wonderful thing, and the longer I study it, the less I'm sure about anything concerning it. But I agree with Dr. Garcia on one point. You can't keep a patient tied down forever. Hedrick said, I'm afraid that's it, Counselor. Salomon sighed. And I've been appointed a volunteer. Any of us will go in with you if you wish, sir, but the patient flatly refuses to talk to us. We'll be standing by, ready to move fast if a crisis develops. The dummy switches dodge again? Oh, certainly. And this time the nurse has been instructed to get out if you tell her to. You, not the patient. But don't worry, I'll be watching and listening by closed-circuit video. Dr. Garcia and Dr. Rosenthal will watch the monitor scopes. I'm not worrying. That drug must have hit me. Okay, I'll go in, and if I have to ride the tiger, I'll hang on to its ears. Johann Smith said, Jake, where the hell have you been? You've come to see me just once in the past 3 weeks. Once, damn you! I've been working, which is more than you can say. You think so, huh? Physiotherapy is damned hard work, harder than you ever do, you shyster, and I have to go through it 7 days a week. My heart bleeds, Johann. Want a chit to see the chaplain? I was laid up sick for 10 days, which I'm sure Hedrick told you, and I still don't feel chipper, so move over, you lazy bastard, and let me stretch out. Damn it, Johann, I'm not as young as I used to be. I can't jump through hoops every time you snap your fingers. Now, Jake, don't take that line with me. I'm sorry you were ill. I told him to send you flowers. Did you get them? Yes, thank you. That's odd. I didn't send any. Gotcha, didn't I? Jake, I never intend to overwork a man, but damn it, when he's on my payroll, I expect to hear from him occasionally, and see him. I'm not on your payroll. Huh? What nonsense is this? When the court appointed me your guardian pro tem and conservator, McCampbell awarded me a token fee of $10 a month. That's all I am allowed to accept from you, and I haven't collected it. Johann looked incredulous. Well, we'll change that in a hurry. You get word to Judge McCampbell that I said... Stow it, Johann. It was part of the deal to shut up your granddaughters. Now, what is eating you? Mrs. Branca, you've had a report each day, negative. I fetched a briefcase stuffed with detailed reports, all negative, but showing what has been done. Want to read 'em? I see you have a reading machine now. Read negative reports? Jake, don't be silly. Yes, I'm fretted about Eunice. Damn it, even if she didn't want to work for me any longer, you'd think she would have paid me the minimum courtesy of a sick-room visit. But that's not what is on my mind. Not why I sent for you, I mean. Nurse? Yes, sir. Switch off the voice monitors, then go hide your head in the idiot box. Pick any program as long as it's loud. I want privacy. Yes, sir. She stood up and switched off the dummy switches. Nurse? Yes, Mr. Salomon? Ask Dr. Hedrick if we can have full privacy. I don't think Mr. Smith is going to swing from the chandelier simply because I don't have a nursing degree.
Mr. Salomon, Dr. Hedrick says that we are doing so well, she smiled brightly, aren't we, Mr. Smith, that if you wanted to talk privately, I could leave. Just push this red button when you want me.
She smiled again and left. Johann said, "Well, that's a surprise." "Why so? You're getting well. Hedrick says so."
I fear the Greeks even bearing gifts. Jake, come close. I want to whisper. Because I wouldn't put it past him to have a spare microphone tucked away somewhere.
Paranoia, you old fool. Why would Hedrick bother to listen to our conversation?
Young fool, please. I'm young again. Paranoid, possibly. Anyhow, I don't want anybody to hear this but you. Because if I'm mistaken, it won't sound good to have this repeated in court in a competency hearing. So lean close and listen hard. Jake, I'm almost certain this new body of mine is female.
Jake Salomon's ears started to buzz, and he was glad that Garcia had given him that shot. So, interesting idea. If true, what are you going to do? Take it back to the complaint desk and demand another one?
Oh, don't talk like a fool, Jake. Whatever body I have now, I'm stuck with. And if it's female, well, it'll seem odd, but half the human race manages to bear up under it. I guess I can. But don't you see? If my notion is correct, that's why they've taken such great care not to let me see myself. Afraid I would jump my cams, no doubt.
Johann chuckled.
I'm tougher than that. Shucks, they haven't even let you see anything you could spot as female. Sheet over my whole body, not even my arms in sight, and enough gear hooked to me to clutter up any lines of figure. Towel over my scalp. I suppose the hair is growing back, or such. If I'm horse-faced enough, you couldn't tell my sex just from my face. My new face.
Perhaps. It's an interesting theory. How did you reach it?
Oh, a number of things, especially the fact that even though I can now use my hands and arms, they won't let me, except during controlled physiotherapy. Can't touch myself, I mean. They strap me down again at once, with an excuse about spastic muscle action and so forth, which I did have at first, and don't have now. But never mind. This is the first time there hasn't been a nurse in the room, so find out. Lift the sheet and look. Tell me, Jake, am I male or female? Hurry, she might come back.
Salomon sat still.
Johann. What, Jake? Hurry up, man.
You're female.
Johann Smith was silent several moments, then said, Well, it's a relief to be sure. At least I'm not crazy. If female and crazy aren't synonyms. Well, Jake, how did it happen?
I've known it all along, Johann. It's been a strain on me to see you and not let on. For you are correct. Your doctors were afraid that you might not take it well, while you were still weak.
They don't know me very well. It's not half the surprise it was to me when, at about 6 it was, I found out that girls really are different from boys. Little girl down the block it was. Showed me. But how did it happen, Jake? It wasn't what I signed up for.
Oh, but it was.
Huh?
No instruction you gave said one word about race or sex. You specified healthy, and around 20 to 40 years old, and with AB negative blood. Nothing else.
Johann blinked. Yes, but it never occurred to me that they might put me into a woman's body.
Why not? They put women's hearts into male bodies and vice versa every day.
True. I'm simply saying that I never thought about it. But even if I had, I don't think I would have risked cutting my chances in half by making such a restriction. As may be, I've never been one to cry over spilt milk. Well, now that I know, there's no reason to continue that silly business about no mirrors. Will you step out and tell that stubborn doctor that I want to see myself at once and no more nonsense? If necessary, knock his ears in.
I'll see, Johann.
Salomon buzzed for the nurse, then went out. He was gone 5 minutes, returned with Doctors Hedrick, Garcia, and Rosenthal, and a second nurse who was carrying a large hand mirror. Hedrick said, "How do you feel, Miss Smith?" She smiled wryly. "So it's Miss Smith now, is it? Much better, thank you. My mind is at ease.
You could have told me weeks ago. I am not as unstable as you think. That is possible, Miss Smith, but I am bound to do what I think is best for my patient. No criticism, none. But now that the cat is out of the bag, please ask the nurse to show me what I look like. I'm curious. Certainly, Miss Smith. Dr. Garcia waved the nurse at the console aside and sat down. Hedrick stationed himself at one side of the bed, Rosenthal on the other. Only then did Hedrick take the mirror from the nurse, hold it to let his patient see herself in it. Johann Smith looked at her new face, first with intense interest, then with unbelief. Then her features broke in horror. "Oh, my God! Dear God! What have they done to us? Jake, you knew!" The lawyer's face was working in the convulsions of a strong man trying not to weep. "Yes, I knew, Johann. That's why I couldn't find her for you. Because she was here all along. Right here. And I had to talk to her." He gave up and sobbed. "Jake, how could you let them do it? Eunice, oh, Eunice, my darling, forgive me. I didn't know." Her sobs echoed his, an octave higher. Hedrick snapped, "Dr. Garcia." "Started, Doctor." "Dr. Rosenthal, take care of Mr. Salomon. Nurse, help him. He's about to fall. Damn it, where's that aspirator?" 5 minutes later, the room was quiet. The patient had been forced into sedated sleep. Dr. Hedrick satisfied himself that Miss Smith was safe and turned the bedside watch over to Dr. Garcia. Hedrick then left the sick room. He found Mr. Salomon stretched out on a couch at the remote watch station. Dr. Rosenthal was seated by the couch, a stethoscope around his neck. Hedrick cocked an eyebrow at the psychiatrist, who mouthed soundlessly, "Okay," then added aloud, "Perhaps you will check me." "Very well, Doctor." Hedrick sat down where Rosenthal had been, hitched the chair closer, took Salomon's wrist, and felt his pulse. "How do you feel?" "I'm okay," Salomon said gruffly. "Sorry I made a fool of myself." "How is she?" "Sleeping. You were fond of her." "We both were fond of her. Doctor, she was an angel." "Go ahead and cry. Tears are lubricant for the soul. Males would be better off if they cried as easily as women do. Eh, Rosenthal?" "Correct, Doctor. Cultures in which men cry easily have little need of my specialty." He smiled. "Mr. Salomon, you're in good hands, so I'll run along. Got to shrink a few heads for my collection. Unless you need me, Doctor." "Run along, Rosie. You might be here in the morning when we wake the patient, say 10 o'clock. "Goodbye, Dr. Rosenthal. Thank you. Thank you for everything." "No hoo-hoo, Counselor. Don't let that veterinarian sell you any flea powder." He left. "Dr. Salomon," said Hedrick, "this big castle is loaded with beds. What do you say to sacking out in one? Then, about 21 or 2 o'clock, I can give you a pill guaranteed to slug you for 8 hours of dreamless sleep." "I'm okay. Really I am." "If you say so, I can't force treatment on you. But as another human being who has come to know you fairly well and admire you, I must admit that I am more worried about you than I am about my patient. You referred to her as an angel, by which you meant the donor, not Miss Smith." "Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Eunice Branca." Salomon's features contorted momentarily. "I never knew her, and I've had little experience with angels. Doctors don't see people at their best. But her body would do credit to an angel. I've never seen a healthier one. 28 years old by the records. Physiologically, perhaps 5 years younger. She, Miss Smith I now mean, Miss Johann Smith, can take a severe shock and bounce out of it. She has that superb young body to sustain her. But you have had much the same shock, and, forgive me, you are no longer young. If you won't sleep here, best—" "I don't want to sleep here." "Very well. Second best would be for you to permit me to check your heart and lungs and blood pressure. If I don't like what I find, then I want you to rest while I send for your physician." "He doesn't make house calls." Hedrick grunted. "Then he's not a physician. Physicians go where they are needed. A most unprofessional remark, as we are expected to pretend that any M.D. with a license is a dedicated saint with the wisdom of Jove. even when we know he is a bungler whose dedication is to the Internal Revenue Service. Don't quote me. They might lift my union card. Now, about that checkup. Do you want it? Yes, please. And I'll take that pill if you'll let me take it home. Don't ordinarily use such, but tonight is a special case. Good. If you'll slip off your shirt. While he worked, the physician said quietly, Mr. Salomon, I don't have Dr. Rosenthal's training, but if it will do you any good to talk, I can listen. This has been on your mind, I know. I think your worst hurdle is past, letting Johann Smith know that he is now Miss Smith, plus the still worse shock of seeing her discover that she now inhabits his former secretary's body. So you are past that crisis. If there is more it would help to get off your mind, feel free to talk. In my profession, as in yours, such talk is privileged. I don't mind talking about Eunice, but I don't know what to say. Well, you might tell me how such a lovely girl got killed. Never knew the donor's name until you told me. There was a privacy restriction, so we don't ask, as long as the donation is properly certified. Yes, there was such a restriction. We'll never know why, but I suspect that the child, woman, I mean, and a very competent one, but I thought of her as a child, being so much older than she was. I think Eunice had a romantic notion that she could give her body to her boss if she no longer needed it, and not let him find out. Ridiculous, but it fitted her sweet nature. I had to tell you, once it looked as if old Johann might live through it, because I knew he would blow his wig. And he did. A very good thing you told me, Counselor. I think, and Dr. Rosenthal thinks, that we would never have pulled this patient through if we hadn't taken extraordinary precautions to keep her from knowing her sex. In view of the patient's relation to the donor. Close, that is. Close. Close for both of us. 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 Close for... Side 3. I will fear no evil. Doctor, I am not exaggerating. If I had been as little as twice Eunice's age, and she not married, I would have done my damnedest to marry her. And the same, I feel certain, goes for old Johann. So I knew what a shock it would be to him. Worse than simply learning that she had been killed. Car accident? Nothing so innocent. Killed by a mugger. Psychopath, probably. But the point is immaterial, as Johann's mobile guards caught him almost in the act and killed him. That's how she was saved. Her body was saved, I mean, because they rushed her to a hospital hoping to save her. Jake Salomon sighed. It does help to talk. Good. How did Johann Smith's guards happen to be so Johnny on the spot, yet not quite? Oh, the poor darling tried to save 10 minutes. She was a blood donor, AB negative, and... Oh, now I know why Miss Smith has seemed vaguely familiar. I saw her once. I'm now certain, giving blood to a patient I've been called in to support. A lovely girl with a warm disposition, friendly, who dressed in, exotic styles. Erotic styles, you mean? Let's not use euphemisms. Yes, Eunice did. She knew she was beautiful and did not mind sharing her beauty. Played up to it. I wish I had known her. I wish you had, Doctor. Your life would have been richer thereby. If she had a call to give blood, Johann's guards were under orders to drive her, protect her, pick her up at her door, escort her to the car, deliver her, wait for her. But this was an emergency, and she lived 19 levels up in one of those beehives in the north end. Vehicle lift, sure, but not able to lift the sort of armor Johann owns. So the poor darling decided to save 10 minutes and use the passenger elevator without waiting for escort. And that's where she was jumped. Killed. A pity. I suppose she didn't know that we can always stretch a patient an extra 10 minutes if we know a donor is on the way. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. But it is characteristic of Eunice Branca that she tried to hurry. A pity. You can put your shirt on. How old did you say you were? I didn't say. 72 is staring me in the face. I'm amazed. You seem to be younger. Internally, I mean, not necessarily your face. So I'm ugly. I know it. I think distinguished is the accepted term. You seem much younger physiologically. Say, 20 years. So I take my hormones. I'm not sure you need them. Go home if you wish, or stay. If you stay, I'd like to put a monitor on your heart. Professional interest. And to make damn sure you don't conk out, old fellow. Sometimes a heart stops for no good reason after a shock such as you have had. I am tired. Could I skip dinner and go straight to bed, with maybe a 12-hour dose instead of 8? No trouble. Soon Jake Salomon was in bed and asleep. Hedrick ate, looked in on his patient, left orders with a night watch to call him if the displays exceeded certain tolerances, went to bed and asleep. He never needed the drugs he prescribed. Despite sedation, Johann Smith's dreams were troubled. Once the old man in the borrowed skull muttered, "Eunice?" "I'm here, boss. Go back to sleep." "All right, my dear. Just wanted to know where you'd gone." "Quit fretting, boss. I'm here." Johann smiled in his sleep, and then slept quietly. No more bad dreams. Chapter 9. The morning nurse bustled in with a tray. "Good morning, Miss Smith. How are we today?" "I don't know how you are, but I'm hungry." "Good. Hot oatmeal this morning, dear, and orange juice and a boiled egg. And we'll soak a little toast in egg so that it will go down easily. I'm going to tilt the bed up a touch." "Mrs. Sloane." "Yes? Let me tuck the napkin under your chin." "Stop that, or I'll tell you where to tuck it. Uncover me and unstrap me. I'm going to feed myself." "Boss, don't be rude to her. She's trying to help you." "Eunice?" "Of course, dear. Didn't I promise I wouldn't leave again?" "But—" "Shush. She's talking." "Now, Miss Smith, you know I can't do that." "Please, dear. Doesn't this smell good?" I suppose you can't unstrap me without Dr. Hedrick's permission. I'm sorry I snapped at you." "That's better, boss." "But don't try to feed me, please don't. Instead, please find Dr. Hedrick and tell him I'm being difficult again. You might also tell him that if he doesn't want to go along with my unreasonable demands, he'd better try to reach Mr. Salomon, because if anyone tries to put food in my mouth while my hands are strapped, I'll do my best to spit it on the ceiling." "Is that better, Eunice?" "Some, boss. Say 10%. "Oh, darn, I don't have any practice in being a lady." "I'll teach you, boss." "Eunice, are you really there, dear? Or have I come unstuck, just as they thought I would?" "Discuss it later, boss, dear. You're going to have to face the doctor right away. And don't mention me, or you know what'll happen. They'll never unstrap our wrists. You know that, don't you?" "Of course I do. Think I'm crazy?" "Irrelevant and immaterial, as Jake would say. The point is never to let Dr. Hedrick or anybody guess that I'm here, or they'll be certain you're crazy. Now I'm going to shut up." "Don't go away." "Boss, I'll never go away. I'll just keep quiet. You and I had better talk mostly when others aren't around, unless I see you about to make a mistake." "Going to nag me, huh?" Johann heard her merry giggle. "Haven't I always, boss? Watch it. Here come the cops." Dr. Hedrick came in, followed by Dr. Garcia. "Good morning, Miss Smith." "Good morning, gentlemen. Nurse says that you would like to try feeding yourself." "That's true, but that's not all of it. I want these straps and clamps removed, all of them." "Letting you feed yourself is no problem. It's a good idea, good practice. As for the rest, that calls for thought." "Doctor, the masquerade is over. If you can't see your way clear to remove all restraints from my body, then forget about breakfast. I won't starve. Get my lawyer instead." "As it happens, Mr. Salomon is in the house." "Then get him." "Just a moment, please." Dr. Hedrick glanced at Dr. Garcia, who had seated himself at the console. Dr. Garcia nodded. "Miss Smith, would you agree to a reasonable compromise, or at least listen?" "I'll listen, but—" "Shut up, boss." "I'll listen, Doctor." "Mr. Salomon is, as you know, an elderly man, and he had a trying day yesterday. I persuaded him to stay overnight and rest. I'm told that he is just getting up. He has not had breakfast. I have, and so has Dr. Garcia, but so long ago that we could use a bit of brunch. Now, I can unstrap your arms, let you feed yourself, but unstrapping your pelvis, well, as you must have guessed, there's some odd plumbing down there and other things. Takes time to unhitch everything. So here's my thought. You can invite Mr. Salomon to join you for breakfast, and you could invite us, too, for that bit of brunch, and we four can talk over what needs to be done next. I shall follow the wishes of your lawyer, or let him select another physician and withdraw if I find that I must.
My guardian, Johann said quietly. We'll do whatever my guardian requires, but I hope he does not decide to replace you, Dr. Hedrick. I have been a difficult patient, and I'm sorry. I know what a miraculous job you have done on me, and I am grateful. Thank you, Miss Smith. I would be delighted to have you three gentlemen join me for brunch, if you will be so kind as to unstrap my arms. Boss! What's biting you, little one? I thought I was being a perfect lady. You are, but don't you dare let gentlemen in here to eat with us until we're made pretty. Not a speck of makeup, and our hair must be a mess. Horrid. But look, dear, it's just Jake and our doctors. It's the principle of the thing. I know more about being a girl than you do. Well, don't I? When did I ever come to work with my face stark naked and my hair in rats? Why, I often got up much earlier than I had to, just to make sure that I was as pretty as possible just for you. Didn't I? Did I not? A pain, Miss Smith? Sorry, Doctor, just thinking. If I'm to have gentlemen guests for breakfast, shouldn't I start practicing how to be a lady? It's new to me, you know. Do I have any makeup on? Hedrick looked startled. Do you mean lipstick? Whatever it is that ladies put on their faces. I'm sure it's always more than lipstick. And my hair should be brushed. Or do I have hair? Why, certainly you have. Still short, but a fine, healthy growth. That's a relief. I thought possibly I had a plastic skull and would have to wear wigs. There was some prosthetic restoration, but Dr. Boyle managed to save the scalp, and you'll never notice the prosthesis. Hedrick smiled briefly. Tougher than natural bone, with good blood supply to your scalp and normal hair. Just hasn't grown out very far. I'm relieved. Dandruff? Haven't noticed any. We won't worry about it this morning, Doctor. I'd like to be made up to look like a lady ready to receive guests. If you'll have one of the servants take in a cup of coffee and some orange juice to Mr. Salomon along with our invitation to breakfast, I'm sure he won't mind waiting. How am I doing, Eunice? Fine, old dear. Dr. Hedrick looked puzzled. Miss Smith, when I set up a support team, I try to anticipate every possible emergency. Supplies, drugs, and so forth. This is the first time I've been asked to produce lipstick and cosmetics. Oh, but you're not being asked to, Doctor. The ladies' powder room on the first floor is stocked with all shades of lipstick and many cosmetics. Should be. Was. Should still be, or someone will hear about it. And one of the nurses can help me. That pretty redhead. Ginny, Miss Gersten, I mean. She must know quite a lot about cosmetics. She does. That red hair came out of a bottle, boss. Meow. Shut up, pussycat. Wasn't being catty, boss. She does well in spite of those god-awful uniforms. Winifred Gersten, said Dr. Garcia. Nurse, find Winnie, and take that tray out. It's cold. 40 minutes later, Miss Johann Smith was ready to receive. Her hair was fluffed, her face had been made up with restrained boldness by the red-haired nurse, and the result, as shown in a mirror, had been approved by the second voice inside Smith. Grudgingly, it seemed to Johann. I can do better. It'll do for now. The bed had been contoured to let her sit up, and from somewhere a smart bed jacket had been produced, one that matched her eyes. Best of all, her hands and arms were free. Johann found that her hands were trembling. She attributed it to excitement, and decided that if she had trouble controlling a fork, she would stick to things that would not slop on her jacket. Besides, she was not hungry now, too excited. Steady down, boss darling. Leave the eating to me. But, no buts. I've been feeding that face for years. The body remembers, boss. You talk to the gentleman. I'll handle the calories. Now let's shut up.
They're arriving. May we come in? Do, gentlemen, please. Good morning, Jake. I hope you had a good night's rest. Put out your hand to him, boss. Slept like a child. Good. So did I. Johann extended her left arm and hand, that being the side the lawyer was on. Look, Jake. Hands. Salomon took her hand, bowed over it, hesitated, and then touched it to his lips. Johann was so amazed that the hand was almost snatched back. Good God, what does Jake think I am? A pansy? He thinks you're a beautiful girl. You are. I should know. Look, boss, we must talk about Jake. Later. Say hello to your shrink. Dr. Rosenthal was saying, I'm a party crasher. May I come in, Miss Smith? You're most welcome. Someone is going to have to assure these other gentlemen that I don't have termites in the attic. I'm depending on you, Doctor. The psychiatrist smiled down at her. That is an appeal hard to resist. I must say your improvement since yesterday is astounding. You're looking lovely, Miss Smith. Johann smiled and gave him her hand. Dr. Rosenthal bowed over it and kissed it. Not a quick and frightened peck such as Salomon had given it, but a kiss that was soft and warm and unhurriedly sensuous. Johann felt a tingle run up her arm. Hey, what is this? Stay off his couch, boss. He's a wolf, I can tell. When he straightened up, he held her hand a moment longer than necessary, smiled again, then moved away. Johann thought of asking him if that was his standard way of treating patients, decided not to, but felt slightly annoyed that the other two doctors had not offered the same homage. Johnny Schmidt had been born at a time and place where hand-kissing was unheard of. Johann Smith had never taken it up. Miss Johann Smith was discovering that the silly custom was habit-forming. She felt flustered. She was saved by another voice from the door, that of her butler. May we serve now, Miss Smith? Cunningham, it's good to see you. Yes, you may serve. Johann wondered who had given instructions to make the meal formal. The butler stared over her head and said tonelessly, Thank you, miss. Johann was startled. The butler, like all the male household staff and some of the females, was sudden death, armed or unarmed. His manner alone could intimidate news snoops. The poor man is scared. Of course, so calm him down, boss. But first, come here, Cunningham. Yes, miss. Her household chief walked carefully toward her, stopped a very respectful distance away. Oh, do come closer. Look at me. Right at me. Don't turn your eyes away. Cunningham, the way I look is a shock to you, isn't it? Cunningham swallowed without speaking. His Adam's apple bobbed. Oh, come now, Johann said firmly. Of course it is. But if it upsets you, think what a shock it is to me. Until yesterday, I didn't even know that I had been turned into a woman. I'll have to get used to it, and so will you. Just remember this. Underneath, I am the same cantankerous, unreasonable, unappreciative old scoundrel who hired you as a guard footman 19 years ago. I'll go on expecting perfect service, notice it as little, and remember to say thank you as seldom. Do we understand each other? The butler barely smiled. Yes, sir. Yes, miss. You meant yes, sir. But you're going to have to learn to call me yes, miss. And I'm going to have to learn to expect it. We old dogs must learn new tricks. How's Mrs. Cunningham's lumbago? Some better, she says. Thank you, miss. Good. Tell Mary I asked. You may serve. The brunch was almost merry. Johann tasted the wine when Cunningham offered a sample, approved it, but declined a glass herself. She barely touched it to her tongue, but the flavors spread like strong brandy, and she had been startled almost into choking by the vibrant wonder of its bouquet. Yet the bottle she recognized as that of an adequate but not spectacular Chablis. She played safe with orange juice. Table talk was lively and directed mostly at the hostess, with no reference to her status as a patient. The men seemed to vie for her attention, and Johann found that she enjoyed it. She laughed frequently, answered their sallies, and felt witty herself. But she could see that Jake was not eating much, and looked at her all the time except when she looked back, at which his gaze wavered and shifted. Poor Jake. Eunice, what are we going to do about Jake? Later, boss. One thing at a time. She was startled again when Cunningham came to remove her plate from her lap table. Startled to see that scrambled eggs and 2 rolls had disappeared, as well as orange juice, half a glass of milk, and 1 of 3 link sausages. "Coffee, miss?" "I don't know. Dr. Hedrick, am I allowed coffee?" "Miss Smith, now that you can eat sitting up, there is no reason why you should not eat or drink anything you want." "Then I'll celebrate. The first coffee I've been permitted in 10 years. Demitasse for me, Cunningham, but man-sized cups for the gentleman. And, Cunningham, is there any Mum 97 on ice?" "Certainly, miss." "Serve it." She raised her voice a little. "Any sissies who won't drink champagne this early in the day may sneak out quietly." No one left. When glasses were filled and bubbles were chasing up their stems, Dr. Hedrick stood up. "Gentlemen, a toast." He waited until they were standing. Johann raised her glass with them, but did not drink. The toast was, "To our lovely and gracious hostess, long may she live." "Amen, cheers," and the tinkle of breaking glass. Johann felt tears, ignored them. "Thank you, gentlemen. Cunningham, fresh glasses." When they were filled, she said, "Gentlemen, I ask for another standing toast." She waited, then went on. "This should be to Dr. Boyle, and to you, Jake, old friend, without whose loyal help I would not be here, and certainly to you, Dr. Hedrick, and to all the doctors who have helped you and helped Dr. Boyle, and to all the patient nurses I have snapped at. But those can wait. I ask you to drink," her tears were falling and her voice was almost a whisper, "to the memory of the sweetest, loveliest, and most gallant girl I have ever known, Eunice Branca." The toast was drunk in silence. Then Jake Salomon slowly crumpled into his chair and covered his face with his hands. Dr. Hedrick jumped to help him. Dr. Garcia was quick on the other side. Johann stared in helpless distress. "Oh, I should have known better. But I meant it, darling. I meant every word." "I know you did, boss, and I appreciate it. But it's all right. Jake has got to admit that I'm dead. And so do you." "Are you dead, Eunice? Are you?" "Don't worry over a word, boss. I'm here, and I won't leave you ever. I promised you. Have you ever known me to break my word?" "No, never." "So believe me this time. But we've got to take care of Jake." "How, dearest girl?" "When the time comes, you'll know. Talk later when we're alone." Dr. Rosenthal was leaning over her. "Are you all right, my dear?" "I'm okay. Just terribly sorry about Mr. Salomon. Is he all right?" "He will be shortly. Miss Smith, don't worry about Mr. Salomon. Yes, you brought on another catharsis, which he needed, or he would not have had it. As for his physical well-being, he's in Dr. Hedrick's hands. And Kurt Hedrick hasn't lost a patient he reached in time since he started practicing his specialty. Your house is loaded with everything Dr. Hedrick could possibly need. And Mr. Salomon isn't even ill. He simply needs to lie down, plus a happy drug." Dr. Rosenthal sat with her while the room was cleared of dishes, brunch table, dining chairs, etc. Dr. Hedrick returned with Dr. Garcia. Johann again asked, "How is he?" "Half asleep, slightly ashamed of being a spectacle and a nuisance, his terms, but only slightly, as what I gave him doesn't permit such self-hate very long. How are you?" "She's ready to go 6 rounds, Rosenthal assured him. "So the scopes say. We might as well get on with our conference, Miss Smith. I discussed all that I'm going to say with Mr. Salomon while you were getting pretty before brunch, and it has his approval. I am withdrawing from your case." "Oh, Dr. Hedrick, no!" "Yes. Dear lady, ain't nobody going away mad. This means that you are well. Well. Oh, still weak, still in need of care. But I'm not deserting you. I'm turning you over to Dr. Garcia." She looked at Dr. Garcia, who nodded. "Nothing to worry about, Miss Smith." "But, Dr. Hedrick, you will come back and see me, won't you?" "Delighted to. But not very soon, I'm afraid. You see, well, there is an interesting transplant case which has been hanging fire, a radical one, the heart and both lungs. Now they're ready to start surgery. I received a call before you were awake, asking if I would be available. I said that I would have to call back. And after I saw you, I did call and said that I could do it. After consulting Dr. Garcia, of course, and notifying Mr. Salomon." He smiled quickly. "So, if you will excuse me, I'll leave. Johann sighed and reached out her hand. Since you must. Hedrick took her hand, bent over it. Dr. Rosenthal said lazily, Aren't you going to scrub first, Doctor? Hedrick said, You go to hell, Rosie, and kissed her hand. It seemed to Johann that Dr. Hedrick stretched it at least twice as long as Dr. Rosenthal's earlier effort. She felt goose pimples on her arm and a most curious feeling at her middle. Yes, she decided, if one had to be a woman, this was a custom to be encouraged. Going to lay him, boss? Eunice! Oh, piffle, boss, we're Siamese twins now and should be honest with each other. You wanted to lay me for years. You couldn't. You knew you wanted to. I knew it, too. We just never talked about it. Now you still can't. But you can lay him if you want to. And it's the best way to say thank you. But watch it, dearie. Do it here, not where you might get caught. He has a jealous wife. He has all the signs. Eunice, I'm not going to discuss such a ridiculous idea. I'm surprised at you. You, a nice girl, and married yourself. Whoops, dearie, I'm not married. Until death do us part is the limit, and I'm a ghost. Minds me, though, my husband, erase and correct, my widower, Joe Branca, got to talk about him, too. Doc's turning to go, so wet your lips and smile, if you have it even faintly on your mind. And you have... Miss Smith wet her lips and smiled. Adios, Doctor, not goodbye. Hurry back, when you can. You're learning, dearie, you're learning. Dr. Garcia said, Miss Smith. Oh, yes, Doctor? If you're ready, I'll get nurses in and we'll unharness you and several other things. You can have a general anesthetic if you wish. I suggest locals, with a chin screen to keep you from seeing how I'm bungling it, with something you want to read projected and some music. Music would be nice, but I won't read. I'm too interested. Locals, then. Or nothing. Pain doesn't upset me. But it upsets me, so we'll use local anesthesia. For an hour and more she listened to a tape of evergreens, from classic rock she had never grown used to, clear back to folk music popular before Johann Schmidt was born. Mostly she enjoyed lazily the sensuous pleasure of feeling her body being touched and handled and manipulated. Not only was it wonderful to have a body after days of complete paralysis from the neck down, plus fear of being forever a basket case, a fear Johann had never fully admitted, but also, most important, this body felt everything so sensitively. Just to be touched was pleasure. Not much like that old wreck you discarded. For the past 10, 15 years, that body's sole virtue had been that it still ran. It reminded her of a fifth-hand Model T Ford that he and 4 other young cake-eaters had bought for $70 in Baltimore and had driven half across the continent. No lights, no brakes, the reverse had to serve. No driving licenses, unheard of. No instruments, no nothing. But the tough and ugly little touring car had chugged along on 3 cylinders, not always the same 3, at an estimated top speed of 25 miles an hour. They had stopped now and then to throw water on the spokes to keep them from falling out. Somewhere on a dirt road in Missouri, it had coughed and quit, and smell had traced the trouble to the wiring. Yanni had fixed it, wrapped the burned insulation with toilet paper, tied it with string, cranked the heap, and it had started at once and chugged along as before. She wondered where the sturdy old junk pile had wound up, and what had become of her male body. Johann's will had left it to a medical school, but since Johann hadn't died quite, that will did not control. Had they pickled it, or swept it out with the trash? Must ask. Several times she felt pulling sensations that should have hurt, but did not, and once a sharp pain, which she ignored. There were odors, sour, sweet, and nauseating. She thought of suggesting that the air system be turned up, then decided to mind her own business. Presently the odors were gone, and she became aware that she was being given a bed bath. Then sheets and pad were being changed. The chin screen was removed. The top part of the fresh bottom sheet was whisked into place by 2 nurses, while a third lifted Miss Smith's shoulders. 2 nurses left the room, carrying a hamper between them. "There," said Dr. Garcia. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" "Not at all. I feel grand." She wiggled her toes, opened and closed her thighs. "Grand." Now I'm me all over. Free. Doctor, since I'm no longer wired for sight and sound, not to mention plumbing, do we need this fancy hospital bed? I would stop feeling like an invalid sooner if I had my own bed. Must you rush it? This bed is the right height for nurses to work on you, back rubs and such, and it has side rails which can be raised when you sleep. Miss Smith, every nurse's nightmare is the thought of a patient falling out of bed. Well, what do you think I am, a baby? Yes, miss, that's what I think you are. A baby getting acquainted with its body. Babies can fall. But I don't intend to let you fall, either out of bed, or in learning to walk, or in taking a tub bath, which you will be demanding almost at once. Play it cool, boss. Doctor, I will follow your orders, but my own bed has its points. It will contour, just touch a button, and it has hydraulic lift, raises as high as this one, or higher, but will also lower till it's hardly more than a mattress on the floor, 10 inches high. Will this one do that? No. I did fall out of bed 10 years back. It shook me up so that I ordered this special bed. Back when I was still walking, I used to raise it to the easiest height, about at my hips, to get into it, then lower it all the way down to sleep. Maybe we can make a deal. Will you promise me always to lower the bed once you get into it, even if you don't intend to sleep? She smiled. Signed and witnessed and with posted performance bond. I don't think we need go that far. Miss Smith, we no longer need to monitor you the 11 ways we've been doing, but I want a continuous check on heart action and respiration until you are living a normal life. That's the main reason I need this life support bed. But if you will let me fasten to your skin, anywhere on your ribs, a little pickup transmitter weighing a ½ ounce and no bigger than an alloy dollar, we don't need this fancy bed. It's comfortable. You'll forget it's on you. You can bathe with it in place, waterproof, and sticks like a poor relation. She smiled. Start sticking. I'll fetch it and have the nurses swap beds. Oh, the nurses can't move my bed. It takes big huskies and a power dolly. Tell Cunningham, but no rush. Speaking of nurses, Winnie, don't you need to wash your hands or something? I want to talk to my doctor. The redhead smiled at her. Dear, I've heard everything. Don't mind me. Look, Winnie, you did a lovely job on my face when I did not know how. But that's the point, dear. Outside, I'm a woman. But up here, back of my eyes, is still a crabby old man who is far too shy, too chicken, to discuss intimate matters with a pretty girl present. And I must. Miss Gersten, go to the watch station and take a break. I'll call you. Yes, Doctor. Once she was gone, Johann said, You're darn sure all the mics are dead? We're private, Miss Smith. Call me Johann, Doc. This has got to be a man-to-man, and embarrasses me even discussing it with a man. All right, first question. Did I come sick, menstruate, in the last few days? Garcia looked surprised. You twigged? Yes. You were just over your period. We removed a tampon while we were working on you, and it was not necessary to replace it. But where did I miss? I thought I had anticipated it and had Bolshoi painkiller in you in time. You felt cramps? Not a twinge, but things didn't feel right. And that's when I started getting suspicious about my sex. She looked thoughtful. Perhaps it was the tampons. I felt something odd down there, and now the feeling is no longer there. Might have been that. I would have used napkin pads, usual hospital practice, but there were just too many bells and whistles, plumbing, in the way. I didn't think you would notice a tampon placed while you were sedated. Contrary to popular belief, there is almost no sensation inside a vagina. So? There damn well is in mine. I just didn't know what the sensation was. Well, the matter has never come up before. Your case is unique. Was that all that was troubling you, Miss... Johann? No. This new body of mine, has it had a female examination? Oh, certainly. Dr. Kystra, best GYN man in town. Done while you were paralyzed. Checked again after your spinal cord fused, but done while you were in deep sedation. All okay. I want a full report. Damn it, Doc, I'm in charge of this body now, and I know as little about how to be female as my Grossmutter knew about aircraft. Nothing, that is. I can get the report out of file if you want it. I do, but I can tell it in terms you are more likely to understand. Shall I?
Go ahead.
You have a normal female body. Physiological age, circa 25. Calendar age, somewhat older, I understand. Breasts, normal, virginal, which doesn't mean your body is Virgo intacta. It isn't. Just means you haven't suckled a child. No trace of abdominal surgery, from which I conclude that your appendix is in place and your tubes are intact.
Meaning I could get pregnant?
The latter opinion having been confirmed by insufflation while you were paralyzed. You not only could get pregnant, you will, unless you live an absolutely chaste life. And even if you plan to, I would still recommend precautionary contraception, say 6-month implants in one buttock. The best-laid plans of mice and men, you know, and women, especially women. Since you are Rh negative, about 6/7 of the male population could give you a damaged or stillborn child. We can prevent that if we know it in time. But an unexpected pregnancy can turn out tragically, so don't let it be unexpected. Plan it. In the meantime, use contraception.
Doc, what makes you so damn sure I'll get pregnant? Even if I get married, which I do not plan on. Hell, I've had only hours to get used to the notion of being female. I certainly haven't had time to consider being actively female. But even so, as the old gal said, shucks, honey, hundreds and hundreds of times ain't nothing happened at all. If you adjust normally to being a young female, you will be active about it, that's why. Or you will eventually wind up on Dr. Rosenthal's confession couch, or some emotional equivalent such as joining a nunnery. Johann, your new body has a normal female hormonal balance. You had better plan accordingly. Even getting your tubes cut is no answer. You might come down with the emotional never-get-overs through regretting it. As for what the old gal said, it doesn't apply, because of that child you've already had. What? Boss, why didn't you mind your own business? I could have told you all of this you need to know.
Shut up, Eunice. Garcia looked surprised. You didn't know? I had assumed that since this body was that of your secretary, you knew that she had had a child. Or children.
Not only didn't know it, I don't believe it.
Surely the security investigation would have turned up such an obvious fact. And God knows Eunice had never been out of his sight since then, long enough to bear a child. I'm afraid you will have to believe it, Johann. Striations called stretch marks on belly and buttocks. Hardly noticeable unless your skin is tanned, and then easily concealed by cosmetics. But present. Not definitive, as a woman or even a male can get stretch marks from obesity, but characteristic. But the thing that nails it down is that the cervix of the virgin womb does not look like that of a woman who has borne a child. The difference is so marked that a layman can spot it. I have seen yours. QED. Could be photographed if you doubt me.
Drop it, boss. Oh, I believe you now that you've explained it.
A comparison photo might be a good idea. Make you more careful. I was not implying any criticism of Mrs. Branca. I was simply warning you that the baby-making apparatus you inherited from her is in prime shape and ready to be triggered each lunar month. Say about 10 days from now.
I'll be careful.
Want a lecture on contraception? No. Johann smiled wryly.
Apparently I have at least a week before I need a chastity girdle.
Approximately, by statistics. But, Johann...
No, Miss Smith. Do you know the technical term we physicians use to describe girls who depend on rhythm?
No.
What?
We call them mothers.
Oh? Oh!
So don't wait too long. Next question?
No more today, Doctor.
I need to digest what you've told me.
Thank you.
Not at all, Miss Smith. Shall I have them switch beds now?
I'll send for Cunningham later. I'd like to rest. Doctor, could you stick that dingus on my ribs, then have the nurses stay out a couple of hours?
Certainly, if you let me raise the safety rails, as this bed is not only 10 inches from the floor.
Oh, of course.
Chapter 10.
Well, Eunice? So you want to hear about my little bastard. Boss, you're a dirty old man.
Sweetheart, I don't want to hear anything you don't want to tell. You could have quintuplets by a Barbary ape, and it wouldn't affect how I feel about you.
Mealy-mouthed old hypocrite. You're dying of curiosity.
I am like hell dying of curiosity. It's your business and yours alone.
Oh, don't be so mean, boss. My business is your business. How else? Seeing the close relationship we have, and which I like, if there is any doubt in your dirty old mind. You brought me back to life, when I was as dead as folk songs, and now I'm happy. So coax me a little. I'll give.
All right, dearest. How in the world did you manage to have a baby? When did you find time? Your Snoop sheet traced you clear back through high school.
Boss, did that security report mention the high school semester I lost from rheumatic fever?
Let me think. Yes, it did.
Misspelling. Spell it romantic fever. I was 15 and a cheerleader. Our basketball team won the regional conference, and I felt so good I got knocked up.
Eunice, knocked up is not an expression a lady uses.
Oh, boss, sometimes you make me sick. By your rules, I'm not a lady and never was. And I've got as much right to be inside this skull as you have, and maybe more. So you haven't any business trying to force me to talk the way your mother did. Not when I no longer have Joe to turn to and I get tired of your prissy ways.
I'm sorry, Eunice.
It's all right, boss. I love you, but you and I are cuddled up pretty close. We ought to relax and enjoy it. I can teach you a lot about how to be female if you'll let me. But right now, you listen. Don't interrupt.
The ghost voice started reciting a string of monosyllables, all of them taboo in the faraway days of Johann's youth. Eunice, please, darling, it doesn't become you.
Pipe down, boss. I'm going to finish this even if you blow every fuse.
The recitation went on.
That does it, I guess. Those are the words I had tagged in my mind never to use in your presence. Now tell me, was there even one you didn't understand?
That's not the point. A person should not use language which offends others.
I never did, boss, in public.
But I'm home now.
Or thought I was. Do you want me to go away again?
No. You were away?
I certainly was, boss. Dead, I suppose. But I'm here now, and I want to stay, if you'll let me. If I can relax and be happy and not have to be on guard all the time for fear of offending you. I can't see why a Latin polysyllable makes me more a lady than a monosyllable with the same meaning. You and I think with the same brain. Yours. Eat with the same mouth. Mine, or used to be. And pee through the same hole. So why shouldn't we share the same vocabulary? Speaking of peeing... Oh, pardon me, sir. I meant to say micturition.
None of your sarcasm, girl.
Just who are you calling a girl, girlie? Feel yourself. Go ahead and feel. Some knockers, huh, boss? And how you used to stare at them, you horny old goat. Made me tingle. But I was saying, speaking of micturition, that we are going to have to ring for a bedpan fairly soon, now that we are no longer rigged with plumbing. And there is no way for me to leave the room while you pee. I don't dare leave. It's dark out there, and I might not find my way back. So it's either get used to such things, or send me away forever, or bust your nice new bladder.
Okay, Eunice, you've made your point.
Have I offended you again, boss?
Eunice, you have never offended me. Sometimes you have startled me, sometimes you have surprised me, and often delighted me, but you have never offended me. Not even with that list of blunt words.
Well, as I saw it, if you already knew them, you couldn't really be offended. If you didn't understand them, then you couldn't possibly be offended.
All right, dear, I'll quit trying to correct your speech. But for the record, I used all those words long before your mother was born. Possibly before your grandmother was born.
Grandma's 68.
Learned them all and used them with relish long before your grandmother was born. With relish because they were sinful then. I take it they aren't to you kids now.
No, they're just words. Short talk.
Not short talk, as they were used before video corrupted the language. Except, what was that one word? Frimp?
Oh, shouldn't have included that one, boss. It's not a classic word. Current slang, swing talk. It's a general verb, one which includes every possible way to copulate.
Phooey, you youngsters. When I was a kid, we had at least 24 words meaning frimp. Some new, some old, besides the standard taboo words for it.
You didn't let me finish, boss. Every possible way to hook up 2 or more bodies, any number, of any sex, or combinations of all 6 sexes, and including far-out variations that would shock you right out of this bed. But swing is a today scene, so it's not surprising you hadn't heard the word frimp before.
Oh, I'd heard it. I have news for you, infant.
Yes, sir. Yes, Miss Smith, dearie. Miss Smith. What a giggle I got when I first heard it. But it's nice, since it means both of us. Say, Rosie is all right, isn't he? Puts more into hand-kissing than some studs do into a romp on the pad.
Sweetheart, you not only have a dirty mind, but it veers.
How can I help having a dirty mind when it's actually yours, boss? I'm hip-deep in the stuff.
Shut up, Eunice. It's my turn. The swing scene is nothing new. The Greeks had a word for it. So did the Romans, and so on through history. The orgy was relished in Victorian England. It was far from unknown in my youth in the heart of the Bible Belt, even though it was dangerous in those days. Eunice, as long as we are trying to get easy with each other, let me say this. Anything you've ever seen or tried or heard of, I did or had done to me before your grandmother was born. And if I liked it, I did it again and again and again, no matter how risky. The second voice was silent a moment.
Maybe we simply start younger today. Less risk and fewer rules.
Beg to doubt.
Oh, I'm sure we do. I told you how young I was when I got caught. 15. And I started a year younger.
Eunice, my love, the main difference between the young and the old, the cause of the so-called generation gap, a gap in understanding that has existed throughout all time, is that the young simply cannot believe that the old ever really were young, whereas to an old person, his youth is something that happened just last week, and it annoys the hell out of him when someone in effect denies that this old duffer ever owned a youth.
Boss, the thought was gentle and soft.
Yes, dearest?
Boss, I always knew you were young underneath, behind all those horrid liver spots. Knew it when I was alive, and wished dreadfully that you weren't old and sick in your body. It hurt me so to see you hurt. Sometimes I went home and cried, especially when it made you cross and you would say something you didn't mean, and then be sorry. I wanted you to get well, and knew you couldn't. I was one of the first to sign up, Joe and I both, as soon as word reached us through the Rare Blood Club. Couldn't do it sooner, or you might have found out and forbidden me to. Eunice. Don't you believe me?
Yes, darling, yes. But you're making us cry.
So blow your nose, boss, and stop it, because everything turned out all right. Look, you wanted to hear about my little bastard. Will that take your mind off troubles we no longer have? Only if you want to, Eunice. My love. My only love. I made it plain that I wanted to tell you, didn't I? I'll tell all, and that'll take a long time, if you want to hear. If you won't be shocked. Say please, boss, because the details of my sex life ought to help you in handling your own sex life. Our sex life, that is. Or did you mean that stuff you were shoveling at Dr. Garcia about not being actively female? I don't know, Eunice. I haven't been a woman long enough to know what I want. Shucks, darling, instead of thinking like a girl, I'm still ogling girls. That little red-headed nurse, for example.
So I noticed.
Was that sarcasm or jealousy? What? I do not intend to be sarcastic, boss dear. I don't want us ever to be nasty with each other. And jealousy is just a word in the dictionary to me. I simply meant that when Winnie was making up our face and you were sneaking a peek down the neck of her smock every time she leaned over, I was staring as hard as you were. No bra. Cute ones, aren't they? Winnie is female and knows it. If you were male in your body as well as in your head, I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw a bed. I thought you said you weren't jealous. I'm not. I merely meant that Winnie would trip you and beat you to the floor. But I was not criticizing her. I've nothing against girls.
A girl can be quite a blast. Johann was slow in answering. Eunice, were you implying that you have, used to have relations with other, Oh, boss, don't be so early 20th century. We've turned the corner on the 21st. Tell it bang. Do you mean, am I a les? Homosexual? No, not at all. Well, perhaps I did mean that, in a way. At least I wanted you to clear up what you meant, as it didn't seem possible. You were married, and... Or was your marriage just a cover-up? I suppose... Quit supposing, dear. Bang. I was not homosexual, and neither is Joe. Joe is a tomcat, always ready to yowl, and wonderful at it, except when he's painting. Then he forgets everything else. But homosexual isn't a word that bothers anyone my age, either the word or the fact. And why not, with the government practically subsidizing it with propaganda about too many babies that starts in kindergarten? If I had taken the Bilitis pledge, I would never have had that phony rheumatic fever. But while girls are cuddly, and I've never had any inhibitions about them, I was always far too interested in boys to live on Gay Street. But which team are you on, boss? 1 minute you're telling me how you drool over Winnie. The next minute you seem upset that I drooled too. So what are you going to do with us, dear? Left-handed? Right-handed? Both hands? Or no hands at all? I guess I could stand anything but the last. Do I have a vote? Why, of course you do. I wonder, boss. You sputtered when I suggested that you could thank Dr. Hedrick in bed, and sparked some more at the notion of going to bed with a girl. Sure you're not planning on sewing it up? Oh, Eunice, don't talk silly. Beloved, happy as I am that we are together, that generation gap is still there. My fault this time, as I have a lifelong habit of being careful in what I say to a woman, even one I'm in bed with. You're certainly in bed with me. I certainly am, and I'm finding it even harder to be flatly truthful with you, tell it bang, as you say, than it is to adjust to being female. But before Dr. Hedrick brought up the matter, I saw the implications and complications and consequences of being female and young and rich. Rich? I hadn't thought about that one. Eunice, beloved, we're going to have to think about it. Of course, we're going to be actively female. Hooray! Quiet, dear. If we were poor, the simplest thing would be to ask your Joe to take us back, if he would have us. But we aren't poor. We're embarrassingly rich, and a fortune is harder to get rid of than it is to accumulate. Believe me, when I was about 75, I tried to unload my wealth while I was still living so that it would not go to my granddaughters. But to give away money without wasting most of it in the process is as difficult as getting the genie back into the bottle. So I gave up and simply arranged my will to keep most of it out of the hands of my alleged descendants. Alleged? Alleged. Eunice, my first wife, was a sweet girl, much like yourself, I think. But the poor dear died in childbirth, bearing my one son, also dead for many years now. Agnes had made me promise to marry again, and I did, almost at once. One daughter from that marriage, and her mother divorced me before the child was a year old. I married a third time. Again, one daughter. Again, a divorce. I never knew my daughters well, and outlived both of them, and their mothers. But, Eunice, you're a rare blood yourself. Do you know how blood types are inherited? Not really. I thought you might. Being mathematically inclined, the first time I laid eyes on an inheritance chart for blood types, I understood it as well as I understand the multiplication tables. Having lost my first wife to childbirth, with both my second and third wives, I made certain that donors were at hand before they went into delivery rooms. Second wife was type A, third was type B. Years later, I learned that both my putative daughters were type O. I think I missed something, boss. Eunice, it is impossible for a type AB father to sire type O children. Now wait. I did not hold it against my daughters. It was none of their doing. I would have loved Evelyn and Roberta, tried to, wanted to, but their mothers kept me away from them and turned them against me. Neither girl had any use for me, until it turned out that I was going to dispose of a lot of money someday, and then the switch from honest dislike to phony affection was nauseating. I feel no obligation to my granddaughters, since, in fact, they are not my granddaughters. Well, what do you think? Boss, I don't see any need to comment. So? Who was it not 5 minutes ago was saying that we ought to be absolutely frank with each other? Well, I don't disagree with your conclusion, boss, just with how you reached it. I don't see that heredity should enter into it. Seems to me you are resenting something that happened a long time ago, and that's not good. Not good for you, boss. Child, you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe not. No maybes about it. A baby is a baby. Babies are to love and take care of, and that's what this whole bloody mess is about, else none of it makes sense. Eunice, I told you that my first wife was something like you. Agnes was my Annabel Lee, and we loved with a love that was more than a love, and I had her for only a year. Then she died, giving me my son. Then I loved him just as much. When he was killed, something died inside me, and I made a foolish fourth marriage, hoping to bring it alive again by having another son. But I was lucky that time. No children, and it merely cost me a chunk of money to get shut of it. I'm sorry, boss. Nothing to be sorry about now, but I was telling you something else. Eunice, when we're up and around, remind me to dig into my jewelry case and show you my son's dog tag. All that I have left of him. If you want to. But isn't that morbid, dear? Look forward, not back. Depends on how you look back. I don't grieve over him. I'm proud of him. He died honorably, fighting for his country. But that military dog tag shows his blood type. Type O. O. Yes, I said O. So my son was no more my physical descendant than were my daughters. Didn't keep me from loving him. Yes, but you learned it from his identification tag? After he was dead? Like hell I did. I knew it the day he was born. I had suspected that he might not be mine from the time Agnes turned out to be pregnant, and I accepted it. Eunice, I wore horns with dignity, and always kept suspicions to myself. Just as well as all my wives contributed to my cornute state. Horns, branching antlers. The husband who expects anything else is riding for a fall. But I never had illusions about it, so it never took me by surprise. No reason why it should, as I got the best parts of my own training from married women, starting clear back in my early teens. I think that happens in every generation. But horns make a man's head ache only when he's stupid enough to believe that his wife is different, when all the evidence he has accumulated should cause him to assume the exact opposite. Boss, you think all women are like that? Oh, no. In my youth, I knew many married couples in which both bride and groom, to the best of my knowledge and belief, went to the altar virgin and stayed faithful a lifetime. There may be couples like that among you kids today. Some, I think, but you couldn't prove it by me. Nor by me, nor by all the Kinseys who ever collected statistics. Eunice, sex is the one subject everybody lies about. But what I was saying is this. A man who takes his fun where he finds it, then marries and expects his wife to be different, is a fool. I wasn't that sort of fool. Let me tell you about Agnes. Agnes was an angel with round heels. That's obsolete slang, which means what it sounds like. I don't think Agnes ever hated anyone in her short life, and she loved as easily as she breathed. Eunice, you said that you had started young? 14, boss. Precocious slut, huh? Precocious, possibly. A slut, never. Nor was my angel Agnes ever a slut, and she happily gave away her virginity, so she told me, at 12. 12? Surprised, dear? That generation gap again. Your generation thinks it invented sex. Agnes was precocious. 16 was fairly young in those days, from what a male could guess about. Not much. And 17 or 18 was more common, I think. Actually encountering female virginity and being certain of it, well, I'm no expert, but Agnes wasn't hanging up a record even for those days. I recall a girl in my grammar school who was putting out, as kids called it then, At 11, and getting away with it cold. Teacher's pet, and butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, and winning pins for Sunday school attendance. My darling Agnes was like that, except that Agnes's goodness wasn't pretense. She was good all the way through. She simply didn't see anything sinful about sex. Boss, sex is not sinful. Did I ever say it was? However, in those days I felt guilty about it, until Agnes cured me of such nonsense. She was 16 and I was 20, and her father was a prof at the cow college I went to, and I was invited to their house for dinner one Sunday night, and our first time happened on their living room sofa, so fast it startled me. Scared me, son. What frightened you, dear? Her parents? Well, yes, just upstairs, and probably not asleep. Agnes being so young herself. Age of consent was 18 then, and while I don't recall ever letting it stop me, boys were jumpy about it. And that night I wasn't prepared, not having expected it. Prepared how, boss? Contraception. I had a year to go to get my degree, and no money and no job lined up, and having to get married wasn't something I relished. But contraception's a girl's responsibility, boss. That's why I felt so silly when I got caught. I wouldn't have dreamed of asking a boy to marry me on that account, even if I'd been certain which boy. Once I knew I was caught, I gritted my teeth and told my parents and took my scolding. Daddy was going to have to pay my fine. I was not yet licensed. Grim, but no talk of getting married. I wasn't even asked who did it, and never volunteered an opinion. Didn't you have an opinion, Eunice? Well, just an opinion. Let me tell it bang. Our basketball team and us 3 girl cheerleaders were all in the same hotel, with the coach and the girls' phys ed teacher riding herd on us. Only they didn't. They went out on the town. So we gathered to celebrate in the suite the boys were in. Somebody had lettuce, marijuana. I took 2 puffs and didn't like it, and went back to gin and ginger ale, which tasted better and was almost as new to me. Didn't have any intention of swinging. It wasn't a smart scene at our school, and I had a steady I was faithful to. Well, usually, who wasn't on the trip. But when the head cheerleader took her clothes off, well, there it was. So I counted days in my mind and decided I was safe by 2 days and peeled down. Last of the 3 to do so. Nobody made me do it, boss. No slightest flavor of rape. So how could I blame the boys? Only it turned out I didn't have 2 days leeway, and by the middle of January I was fairly certain. Then I was certain. Then my parents were certain, and I was sent south to stay with an aunt while I recovered from rheumatic fever I never had, and recovered 269 days after that championship game, barely in time to enter school in the fall, and graduated with my class. But your baby, Eunice, boy, girl, how old now? 12? And where is the child? Boss, I don't know. I signed an adoption waiver so that Daddy would get his money back if somebody with a baby license came along. Boss, is that fair? $5,000 was a lot of money to my father. Yet anyone on welfare gets off free, or can even demand a free abortion. I can't see it. You changed the subject, dear. Your baby. Oh, they told me it was born dead. But I hear they usually say that if a girl signs the papers and somebody is waiting for it. We can find out. If your baby didn't live, then the fine was never levied. Didn't your father tell you? I never asked. It was a touchy subject, boss. It was rheumatic fever, never an unlicensed baby. Just as well, I guess, as when I turned 18, I was licensed for 3, with no questions raised. Eunice, no matter what cover-up was used, if your baby is living, we can find it. The second voice did not answer. Johann persisted. Well, Eunice? Boss, it's better to let the dead past bury its dead. You don't want children, Eunice? That wasn't what I said. You said it didn't matter that your son wasn't really yours. I think you were right. But doesn't it cut both ways? If there is a child somewhere, almost 13 now, we're strangers. I'm not the mother who loved it and brought it up. I'm nobody. Really nobody. You forget that I was killed. Eunice, oh, darling. You see, if we found that boy or girl, we couldn't admit that I'm still alive. Alive again, I mean, inside your head. That's the thing we don't dare admit. Or back they come with those horrid straps, and we'll never be free." She sighed. "But I wish I could have had your baby. You were telling me about Agnes, dearest. Tell me more. Am I really somewhat like her?" "Very much like her, Eunice. Oh, I don't mean she looked like you. But if I believed in reincarnation, I don't, I would be tempted to think that you were Agnes, come back to me." "Maybe I am. Why don't you believe in it, boss?" Do you?" "No. I mean, I didn't believe in it, even though most of our friends did. I couldn't see any reason to believe either way, so I kept my mouth shut. But, boss, it gives one a different viewpoint to have been killed, and then turn out not to stay dead. Dearest boss, you think I'm a figment of your imagination, don't you?" Johann did not answer. The voice went on. "Don't be afraid to admit it, boss. You won't defend me. I know I'm me. I don't need proof, but you do. You need to know. Admit it, darling. Be open with me." She sighed again. "Eunice, I do need to know. But if I'm crazy, if you are just my own mind talking back to me, I'd rather not know it. Darling, forgive me, but I was relieved when you told me that you didn't want us to try to find your baby." "I knew you were relieved, and I knew why. Boss, don't be so right now. We have all the time in the world, so relax and be happy. Proof will turn up. Something I know, and that you couldn't possibly know except through me. And that will be that, and you will be as certain as I am." She nodded to herself. "That makes sense, Eunice, and it sounds like the scoldings you used to give me when I got fretful. You used to mother me. I'm going to go right on mothering you and scolding you when you need it, and loving you all the time, boss. But there is one thing there is some hurry about." "What?" "That bedpan, unless you want us to have a childish accident." "Oh, damn." "Relax, boss. Get used to it." "Damnation, I do not want to be placed on a bedpan by a nurse like a baby being put to potty. You know what'll happen? Nothing. I'll clamp down and not be able to do it. Eunice, there's my bathroom through that door. Can't we ask to be helped into there and left in private?" "Boss, you know what would happen. You ring for the nurse and tell her. She'll try to argue you out of it. Then she'll go find Dr. Garcia. He'll show up and argue too. If you're stubborn, he'll get Jake. By the time Jake shows up, we've wet the bed." "Eunice, you're infuriating. All right, let's ring for that goddamn pan." "Hold it, boss. Can we get this side rail down?" "Huh?" "If we can, what's stopping us from going to the bathroom without asking?" "But, Eunice, I haven't walked in more than a year." "That was before you got this second-hand, good-as-new, factory-reconditioned female body, boss." "You think we can walk?" "Let's find out. If standing up makes us dizzy, we can hang onto the bed and ease down to the floor. I'm certain we can crawl, boss." "Let's do it. Let's see how this side rail works." Johann found the guardrails baffling. There seemed to be no way for a person in the bed to let them down. Not surprising, she told herself. If these bars were meant to protect a befuddled patient, then proper design called for it to be impossible for a patient to remove them. "Eunice, we're going to have to ring for the nurse. Damn!" "Don't give up, boss. Maybe it's a button on the console. If we scooch around till our head is at the foot, I think we can reach the console." So Johann pulled up her knees and twisted and switched ends, and was surprised and delighted at how limber her new body was. Then she stretched her right arm through the bars at the foot of the bed, could not quite reach the console, and cussed, and then discovered how the side rails locked. 2 simple catches, one for each side, at the foot of the bed below the springs, out of reach, no doubt the designer thought, of any patient ill enough to need the side rails. She thumbed open the left side catch. The rail, counterweighted, pushed down easily. She giggled. "How are we doing, partner?" "Fine so far, boss. Hang on to the end of the bed while we get our feet down. Keel over and they'll put us in wet pack, so hang on." Johann got her feet to the floor, stood trembling while she clung to the bed. "Dizzy." "Of course. It will go away. Steady down, dear. Boss, I think we could walk, but let's play safe and crawl. If we get dizzy again and take a dive on the rug, Winnie will be in here like a shot, and from then on they'll feed us through the bars. What do you think? I think we had better reach that pot pronto before we have to blame it on the cat. We crawl. Getting to the floor was no problem. Crawling was another matter. She caught her knees on the hospital gown. So she sat up. Johann discovered that her new body folded easily and naturally into a contortion young Johann had found difficult at 12. She did not stop to wonder. The bed jacket was no trouble. It fastened in front with a magno strip. She shrugged it off and laid it aside. But the hospital gown fastened in back. Stick strip? Just a tie-tie. Feels like a bow knot. Careful, boss, don't snarl it. The gown joined the jacket. Unencumbered now, Johann resumed crawling. The bath dressing-room door snapped out of her way, and she reached her objective. Presently she sighed in relief. I feel better. That makes 2 of us. Want to try walking back? As far as we have something to grab onto? Or clear to the bed if we whistle a chair and have it roll in front of us? I'm game. Johann found that she was not unsteady on her feet. Walking was easier than it had been for 20 years. Nevertheless, she stayed close to the walls, the bathroom having been equipped years ago with grab rails for a frail old man grimly afraid of falling. It took her close to a tall 3-way mirror in the dressing-room end. She stopped. Then she stepped into the central spot and looked at herself. My God, Eunice, but you're beautiful. My God, but we're a sloppy bitch. Boss, look at those toenails, claws, talons, and oh dear, my breasts sag, and my belly is positively flabby. Beautiful, utterly gorgeous. Eunice, beloved, I always wanted to see you stark naked, and now I do. So you do. I wish I had had time to get looking nice before you saw me. Hair a mess. And, yes, I thought so. We stink. Hey! Sorry, hit the panic button by mistake. Boss, we're going to have a hot, soapy bath before we get back into that bed. That's straight from Washington. We can't do much about flab in one day, but we can get clean. She turned and inspected her buttocks. Oh, dear. A broad should be broad, but not that broad. Eunice, that's the prettiest fanny in the state, in the whole country. Used to be, maybe, and it's going to be again, and that's a promise, boss. Tomorrow morning we start systematic exercise. Tighten up everything. Okay, if you say so, though I still say you're the most gorgeously beautiful thing I ever saw in my life. Eunice, that mermaid get-up you wore once, you were wearing a trick bra with it, weren't you? She giggled. Heavens, no. Just me, boss, and paint. But my breasts were firm as rocks then. Joe had something to work with. I guess that's the nakedest you've ever seen me. What do you think I'm staring at now, beautiful? Oh, I meant back before I was killed, when I was your nice girl who didn't dare let you see me as naked as I knew you would like, you dirty old man. Although you could have seen me naked, and much more beautiful, any time you had gotten up the nerve to ask. I'm going to spend hours every day standing right here and staring. No reason why you shouldn't, dear. It's your body now. But let's put an exercise mat on the floor and get in that toning up at the same time. Most exercises can be done better with the aid of a full-length mirror. I think we... The door snapped open. Miss Smith! Johann stared with surprise, then answered savagely, Miss Gersten, what the devil do you mean by bursting into my bath without knocking? The nurse ignored the outburst, hurried to her patient, put an arm around her. Lean on my shoulder. Let's get you back into bed. Oh, dear, I don't know what Dr. Garcia will say. He'll kill me. Are you all right? Johann saw that the little nurse was about to cry. Of course I'm all right. Johann tried to shrug off the arm, but found the girl was stronger than she looked. You didn't answer. The nurse did cry then. Oh, please, dear, don't argue with me. Let's get you into bed before you hurt yourself. Maybe Dr. Garcia won't be quite so angry. Seeing that the younger woman was most unprofessionally disturbed, Johann let herself be urged out of the bathroom and to the bed. The little redhead caught her breath. There. Now, if you'll just hold tight around my neck, I can get your legs up. You bad, bad girl. To worry me so. Johann did not cooperate. Winnie? Yes, dear? Oh, do let me get you into bed. Doctor will be terribly angry. Not so fast. If you're planning on telling teacher, go do it. I can hang on to the bed. I won't fall. The nurse looked desperate.
Are you trying to get me fired, miss? Maybe blacklisted? What have I ever done to you?
Winnie, dear.
Yes?
You aren't going to say a word to Dr. Garcia. Johann slid an arm around the redhead's waist. Are you? The nurse looked flustered, but did not pull away.
Well, I should. I'm supposed to report everything.
But you aren't going to, and I'm not going to tell him either. Tight secret, just you and me, and no hoo-hoo for anyone.
Well, I won't if you won't.
Promise? I promise. Johann kissed her. Winnie did not dodge, but seemed startled and somewhat timid. Then she caught her breath, and her lips opened, and the kiss progressed rapidly. The nurse pulled her mouth free and said huskily, I could get fired almost as quickly for this. She did not say what this was. She ignored the fact that Johann's free hand was cupping one of her breasts. So we'll stop and I'll get into bed.
No, don't help me. I don't need it.
Johann proved it by doing it. The nurse pulled the sheet over her and at once resumed her professional persona.
Now, let's put our clothes back on, shall we?
She stooped to retrieve them.
What a naughty girl, throwing her clothes on the floor and giving me such a fright.
Stuff them in the hamper. I'm not going to wear them.
Now, dear. You needn't wear the jacket, just the gown. Or do you want a fresh one? Winnie, I'm not going to wear those silly angel robes ever again, so chuck it. You can hang up the jacket, but I won't wear a hospital gown. I'll stay raw. Dr. Garcia, quit threatening me with Dr. Garcia. We're past that. Aren't we?
The nurse bit her lip.
Well, yes.
It's none of his business if I sleep raw, and I shall until something more appropriate can be bought for me. Or, do you sleep in the house? Maybe you could lend me a nightie, a girl-type nightgown.
Well, yes, I sleep here, but I can't lend you a gown because, well, I sleep raw myself.
Sensible.
But there are nightgowns and negligees and things right here, in your dressing room.
Be damned. Who ordered them?
I don't know, Miss Smith. They were brought in and stored there when it became clear that you were going to need them.
Good planning. Do you know if they're my size? Whatever that size is, I don't know myself.
Oh, yes, I helped measure you.
More good planning. Find me the most feminine nightgown in there. I might as well practice.
Glad to.
The nurse left the bedroom. Butch. Oh, nonsense, Eunice. Sure, she's a cute little trick, but I simply suddenly realized what treatment she would respond to. Had to dig back into my memory. I'm out of practice. Butch, I said. You enjoyed it. Didn't you enjoy it? Sure I did. She kisses like don't stop. But I'm not a hypocrite about it. Who was shocked when I said girls could be a blast? You dirty old hypocrite. And Butch? Eunice, you are out of your frimping mind. I've had most of a century to appreciate girls. You expect me to change overnight? The time I'll feel like a queer is the first time some man kisses us. I'll probably faint. Poor boss. Doesn't know whether he's AC or DC. Never mind, dear. Eunice will coach you, as I do know how to kiss a man. I imagine you do. Was there salt in that one? Never mind, I know how. He faints. Boss, you claimed you had done everything. Everything? See here, little Snoopy, I'm not going to give you any excuse to call me both Butch and Pansy in the same sentence. You can have my memoirs later. But Eunice, speaking of Butch, is that what Winnie is? She certainly responded. More sweetheart than Butch is my guess, though she may stroll both sides of Gay Street. But if you were asking, is she a les, then I would bet anything she's not. Amby, sure, but much more interested in men. Haven't you watched her? Sparks. Winnie returned with a nightgown in each hand. I think these two are the prettiest, Miss Smith. I thought... Winnie. Yes, Miss Smith? No, Miss Smith. I mean, you are not to call me Miss Smith. Not after kissing me. Or did I get the message wrong? Butch. Shut up, Eunice. She's going to help us. The nurse said nothing, blushed. Johann said gently, "That's answer enough, dear. So call me—" "No, damn it, I don't want you to call me Johann. I need a new name. Winnie, dear, what girl's name is closest to Johann?" Joanna." Yes. But there is already a Joanna in my family. Got another?" "Well, if you called yourself Joan and gave it the two-syllable pronunciation, Joanne, it would be almost like Johann, except for the J instead of the Y sound." "Perfect. You've named me. I think that makes you my godmother. Do you mind being godmother to an old, old man who has just been reborn as a woman?" Winnie smiled. "I'm flattered." "So call me Joanne, not Miss Smith. I need a middle name. Eunice." "Why, boss, now I'm flattered." "Yes, beloved, now shut up." Joanne Eunice Smith. Winnie, do you know why that's my middle name?" The nurse said slowly, "I'm not supposed to know." "Then you do know." "It's for the sweet and gracious lady who gave me this wonderful body, and I hope she can hear me wherever she is." "I can, boss." "Put down those gowns and come here and name me with my new name. Name me formally, for it's all the christening I will ever have. Then seal it." Almost timidly the little redhead came close to the bed, bent over her patient. She said softly, "I name thee Joanne Eunice," and kissed her. Perhaps Winnie intended to make it a formal peck. Joanne Eunice did not let it be. Both women were leaking tears before it was over. Joanne patted the nurse's cheek and let her straighten up. "Thank you, dear. I'm Joanne now. Joanne Eunice. Hand me a tissue, and you need one, too." "How was that one, Eunice?" "Butch, your technique is improving. I felt that one clear down in our toes." "Who the hell are you calling Butch? Butch? My name is Joanne Eunice." "No, you're Joanne, and I am Eunice, and collectively we're Joanne Eunice. And I've never had a nicer present, boss. Joanne, and I know you're not a Butch, but you had better cool it with our godmother, unless you mean business." "Which gown do you like, Joanne?" "Winnie, I don't know first verse about women's clothes. What do you think?" "Well, this cretin design is rather extreme, but you have the figure to justify it." "No, boss, take the one with the high neckline." "Eunice, I thought you were proud of our bumps. They don't really sag." "It's not that at all. Trust me, Joanne, I know what I'm doing." "You may be right, Winnie, but it may not be the right gown for doctors and lawyers. I'd better start easy with the high neckline. Help me, please." While they were getting Joanne into a nightgown, she asked, "Winnie, how did you happen to burst in on me?" "What?" "Why, the displays, of course. Both your heart rate and respiration were way up. Exercise. So I rushed in to check, and sure enough, my bad girl had managed to get out of bed. Oh, how you frightened me, dear." "Winnie, there's a hole in that story I could throw a dog through." The nurse stiffened. "What do you mean, Joanne?" "My heart rate and respiration must have climbed a good 10 minutes before you came in." "Oh, dear. You won't tell on me. You promised." "I did, and so did you." "Winnie, with the sweet mouth, from now on neither of us is ever going to tell Dr. Garcia a darn thing unless we think he needs to know it. You and I, dear. Solid. Now tell me what happened." Oh, this is silly. Whoever is on watch at the remotes isn't supposed to take his eyes off the displays even for a moment. But you were doing so nicely, and Mrs. Sloane was taking a nap, which she needed, poor dear, and Dr. Garcia had gone to check on Mr. Salomon, and he takes a grim view of being sent for unless the patient needs him, and the washroom is just down the hall from the displays. "I get it. We had the same urge at the same time, right?" Winnie blushed again. "I deserve to be fired. I know better than to take any chance with a patient. Patients do the darndest things." "You aren't ever going to be fired. You're going to be here long after Dr. Garcia leaves, if you'll stay. How do I look?" "Simply lovely. I wouldn't have guessed it, but I do think this gown does more for you than that cretin number."
What did I tell you, boss? But I'm going to put more lipstick on you. It's all gone. Now, how in the world did that happen? Winnie giggled. Don't ask me, but guess maybe I'll put on some myself before Doctor sees us. Joanne, is it all right for me to call you Miss Joanne when Dr. Garcia is around? He's terribly strict. Tell him to go soak his head. Show, honey, if it makes you feel easier. But I'm Joanne when he's not around. You're my coach. You're going to make a lady out of me. That's my job, boss, and a tough one, I can see. So, you need help with it. Don't joggle my elbow. Winnie is our secret weapon. Okay, but this weapon might explode. Look, infant, I learned to cope with women long before your grandmother was born. I'll be glad to help any way I can, Joanne, dear. Then you can start by convincing dear doctor that I'm well enough for a tub bath. I stink. Ladies ought not to stink. Why, you had a bed bath not 2 hours ago. I need more than a bed bath, and you know it. Sell him the idea that you can help me into and out of the tub and keep me from falling. If you have trouble with him, fetch him in and I'll throw a tantrum. If he gives us grief, I'll make him scrub my back. Joanne grinned. So get lipstick on us, then go find him. Joanne, boss, honey, see what I mean about the high neckline job? See what it does for us? I know that I feel somewhat more covered up, but only somewhat. Eunice, those breast panels are wicked. Oh, fuff. They're not even transparent, just translucent. But that's why this nightgown is so much sexier than the Cretan one. Men always mistake bare skin for sexiness. A typical male mistake. Maybe so, but I've never in my long life complained about bare skin. I won't argue, Joanne, but I'm going to pick out our clothes, until you start thinking like a woman. But I had a specific reason for picking the gown which is superficially more modest, so that we will have it on when Jake comes in. Eunice, Jake has probably gone home. He's had a rough time. So he has. And what do you think I'm talking about? He's still in the house. He would not leave without saying goodbye. Oh, nonsense. Jake and I aren't that formal. Boss, Jake is a gentleman to his fingertips. He might feel free to duck out without formality in dealing with his old friend Johann Smith, but not with a lady. Johann is one thing. Joanne Eunice is another matter. But he knows I'm Johann. So, then why did he kiss our hand? Joanne, I'm going to have to watch you every second. You don't know anything about men. I spent almost a century being one. Irrelevant. Hush up. He may be here any time. I've got to tell this bang. Joanne, the last few months before I was killed, I was Jake's mistress. How was the old goat? Is that all you have to say? 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 Have to say?
Side 4. I will fear no evil. Eunice, you think I know nothing about men. Possibly true in one sense, but I can teach you about men from the inside the way you can teach me about men from the outside. Jake is tough, yet I saw him collapse twice in grief over you. Understandable that your death would upset him some. Understandable that it was a strain on him to help out in the masquerade of not letting me know that I had inherited your lovely body. Nevertheless, you were just a girl he had known through business, one who helped him with my affairs, not one he knew intimately. Yet this tough old lawyer collapsed twice over you, so he must have known you far better than anyone guessed. How? And where? Only one answer. In bed. Not always in bed, you dirty old man with a girl's name. In bed, certainly, but lots of other places, too. In his car. In your car. Several times in this house. Be damned. Then all my servants know it, too. I doubt if they suspect. We used your study to work, and did work. And Cunningham didn't let us be disturbed any more than he would have disturbed you and me. You asked a rude question, you'll get a blunt answer. The old goat was good. and quite daring in grabbing every chance. We hardly missed a day up to the time I was killed. A couple of JDs, you two. Well, my hat's off to the Duke. Jealous, boss? No, envious. I wouldn't have been up to it the first day I laid eyes on you. Impossible. And now still more impossible. Just envious. The old goat. Not impossible, Joanne. Huh? I was shocked when I saw Jake. My death must have hurt him terribly. I know it did. He loved me. But we can pull him out of it, Joanne. You and I. Only this time he won't use your study. What? Why, that's incest. Don't be ridiculous, dear. I was no relation to Jake, and I don't think you are either. I mean, it would feel like incest. Jake? Jake? Eunice, when I admitted that I supposed that I would eventually be actively female, I didn't have Jake in mind. I did. Well, then get it out of your mind. Forget it. Dr. Hedrick, if you want to. At least I'll try to cooperate after I get used to being female. Your former husband, Joe. I owe that to you. Not Joe. Why not? You spoke highly of him in that respect, and I always thought you thought well of him in other respects. Not urging you. Hell, I can't think about sex other than abstractedly about any man. I'm not yet reoriented, but I'd already decided to go along with your need for Joe. Boss, I can't. Not with Joe, because he was my husband. To him, I'd be a zombie, a walking corpse. I doubt if he would touch us, and if he did, I'd be terribly tempted to tell him. Tell him I'm still here. Can't. I know it. And I can't make it with Jake. It's the same with Jake, too, you know. A walking corpse. Not quite the same. Surely he knows we're a patchwork, your brain and my body. But he loved us both. He's loved you much longer than he's loved me, while Joe doesn't even know you. Jake loved me? Eunice, you're out of your mind. Impossible, dear. I don't have one to be out of. Why do you think Jake put up with your bad temper? Not for money. He's rich, even though he's not as rich as you are. Why is he still around at all? For me? He would have avoided seeing me, this body, had it been possible. It hurts him. He's stuck because you needed him. Look, dear. Joanne, I mean. Joanne, this is your big sister Eunice talking. You listen to her. Be nice to Jake. Be a sweet girl to Jake. Then let things run easy. I'm not asking you to do anything you don't want to do. Heavens, no. Jake would spot it if you forced yourself. He's no fool about women. Just be sweet. Don't be Johann. Be Joanne. Be little and feminine, and let him take care of you. Well, I'll try. Jake is going to think I'm off my rocker. He's going to think you're a darling girl. It's possible he'd rather be your father than what he was to me. If so, we'll be good and let him baby us. She sighed. I'll try, Eunice, but I don't know. Jake! That's my good girl, Joanne. Be helpless and female. Jake will do the rest. Dr. Garcia bustled in, came straight to the bed. What's this about a tub bath? I thought I made it plain that you weren't to rush things. Don't let him argue, Joanne. Watch me trip him. Oh, Doctor, you startled me so. Huh? How? Bursting in on me without warning. Is that nice? Garcia looked baffled. Miss Smith, I've been here more than a year, and I've always entered this room without ceremony. Am I to understand that you find it offensive after all this time? That's not the point, Doctor. When you first came here, you were attending a helpless old man. Then you were helping Dr. Hedrick with a female patient who was paralyzed and unconscious most of the time. And I do appreciate the care you gave that helpless patient, for I am she. But things change. I'm now having to learn to be a woman, and, if possible, a lady. It's not easy. Won't you help me by showing me the formal courtesies you show other ladies? Garcia reddened slightly. A doctor doesn't have time for formalities. Slug him again, dearie. He's still twitching. I shall. Doctor, if I were in danger, I would expect you to rush in without buzzing. I depend on you. but you came in to tell me I can't have a bath. Surely not an emergency. I'm not asking much, just asking you to think of this room not as an old man's sick room, but as a lady's boudoir, to help me. Please?" Dr. Garcia said stiffly, "Very well, Miss Smith. I shall remember." "Thank you, sir. By the way, my name is Joanne Smith now. I can't go on being Johann. You might call me Miss Joanne to help me get used to it, or simply Joanne, as I don't want to be unnecessarily formal with my doctor. Truly, I don't. Just that little touch of formality that I need as training in learning how to be my new self. Will you call me Joanne?" He grudged a smile. "All right, Joanne." She gave him Eunice's best, "You wonderful man" smile. "That sounds nice. And you are welcome any time, Doctor, either professionally or just to visit, which I hope you will do. Just have the nurse make sure I'm ready to receive a gentleman. Things, you know." She raised herself on an elbow and looked at him, acutely aware of her modest nightgown. "Such as lipstick?" She wet her lips. "Odd to have to wear it. Is it on properly? Does it look right?" "You look lovely." Cancel and erase. Change butch to tart. You're a natural-born tart, dearie. Where's your beat?" "Stow it, Sister Tart. I haven't finished hustling him." "Why, thank you, sir. Now tell me why I can't have a hot, soapy tub bath, so that I will feel lovely, too. I'll follow your orders, Doctor, but I would like to understand them. Can you tell me without using a lot of long medical words?" "Well, Joanne, my objection is to the tub itself. People are forever breaking legs or cracking skulls through slipping in bathtubs. And you haven't even learned to stand up, much less walk." "True." Joanne threw the sheet back, dropped her feet over the edge of the bed, sat up, controlled a slight dizziness, and smiled. "Let's see if I can. Will you help me, Doctor? Arm around me, perhaps?" "Lie down." "Must I? I feel fine. Is there a stool? My feet don't touch the floor." Joanne, damn it, so help me, I'm going to quit this business and buy a junkyard. Lie down while I call a nurse. Then we'll get on each side of you and let you stand up. When you find out how weak and dizzy you are, I'll expect you to go back to bed and stay there." "Yes, Doctor," she said meekly, and lay down. Winnie answered the summons. "You rang, Doctor?" "We're going to try a practice walk. Help me get the patient up. You take her left side." "Yes, sir." Without too much help, Joanne got out of bed, stood up. The room wobbled a little, but she steadied herself on Winnie while letting her arm be feather light on the doctor's shoulder. "How do you feel?" "Fine. We should have music. I feel like dancing." "Feel like it if you wish. Don't try it. Slow march now, and short steps." They walked toward the door, while Joanne relished the thick pile of the rug against her bare feet. Walking was fun. Everything was fun. "Eunice, my love, do you realize what a perfect body this is?" "It's way out of shape, but 2 weeks' hard work and we'll have it tuned up." "Oh, pooh, I never felt this good even as a child." "You'll see, boss. Say, a vertical split with our hair sweeping the floor, then hold it through 10 controlled breaths, and come out of it with a slow walkover and melt on down into a full lotus with never a hurried movement. Just wait." "You think we'll be able to do that? I was clumsy even as a boy." "No hoo-hoo. The body remembers, dear." They stopped. "Now, turn around slowly and head for your bed." "Doctor, now that I'm up, why not head me straight for that soap and water?" "Aren't you tired?" "Not a bit. I didn't lean on you, did I?" "I thought I'd been promised a real bath as soon as I was able to walk." "Must I stand on my hands as well?" "Back away and I'll try." She let go of his arm. The doctor promptly put his arm around her waist. "No nonsense. Nurse, that tub has grab rails. Make her use them." "Yes, Doctor." "If this patient falls, you had better head for Canada. You can find the shortest route by following me, if you're fast enough." "Winnie won't let me fall," Joanne said warmly, while warmly leaning into his arm. "But if you're worried, you can come in and help. Scrub my back." He snorted. 10 minutes ago you bawled me out merely for walking into your bedroom unannounced. And if you do it again, I shall again. That's social. This is professional. Doctor, I'm well aware that you've seen my new body, professionally, many times. One more time won't kill me. She wiggled slightly in his arm. Scrubbing a patient's back is not part of my professional duties. Lukewarm tub, nurse, and don't let her stay in too long. Once inside the bathroom and the door shut, Joanne threw her arms around her nurse and giggled. Honey, did you see his face? Winnie shook her head. Joanne, you don't need me to coach you in how to be female. You already know. Oh, but I do need you, dear, because I don't know. I simply used on dear Doctor things that used to fluster me when I was his age, and male. She giggled again. For a second I thought he was going to take my dare and scrub my back. And I thought you were going to lay him right on the rug. Oh, be quiet, Eunice. I didn't even pinch him. Joanne let go of Winnie, stepped back, and started to skin the gown over her head. Now for a bath. Oh, boy. Joanne, please hold on to something. Doctor might show up any second. Oh, pooh, he wouldn't dare. Never again. Joanne turned and touched the latch switch. No, he can't, so quit fretting. You mustn't lock the door. Hospital baths are never locked. This isn't a hospital, and I'll lock my bathroom door whenever I like. And if Dr. Garcia finds out I've locked it, the only way he can, by trying to walk in, and dares to mention it, I'll scream my head off to Jake Salomon, and there'll be a change in doctors. Winnie, dear, I wasn't a cranky old man for more years than I care to think about without learning how to get my own way. I just have to use different weapons now. Want to peel off that uniform and hang it in the dressing room? I not only may splash you, but this end is going to fill up with steam. No, Joanne, lukewarm tub. You heard him? I heard him, and it's going to be the temperature I like, and that's another thing he'll never know, and you know that I'm lively as a frog and not the weak kitten he insists on thinking I am. A hot tub won't hurt me. If you want to get your uniform clammy, that's your business. Better yet, climb into the tub with me. It's big, and short as I am now, I might slide under and drown. Alone. I shouldn't, Winnie said slowly. Isn't that a horrid thought? Patient faints in tub and drowns before nurse can reach her. Not good enough for flash news, but they might mention it on the late early news. Joanne, you're teasing me. You sure are, boss. A race incorrect again. Both tart and butch. Fiddlesticks, Eunice. That's a big enough tub for all three of us. Winnie bit her lip and slowly unfastened her smock. Joanne turned away and started filling the tub, adjusted the temperature, and avoided watching her. Chapter 11. An hour later, Joanne was seated in an easy chair with her feet on a stool. To the nightgown had been added a filmy negligee and a pair of high-heeled boudoir pumps. Her hair had been arranged, her face had been most carefully made up, and she was lavishly scented with a cologne labeled April Mist, but which deserved the title of Criminal Assault. Her toenails were trimmed, not to Eunice's satisfaction, but well enough for the time being. Best of all, she was enjoying the euphoria of a woman who is utterly clean, scented and powdered, and dressed attractively. Beds had been switched. The room no longer held any flavor of sick room, and Joanne found that this greatly increased her feeling of well-being. Eunice's steno desk had been restored to its usual spot beyond Johann's baby grand piano, Joanne having learned that it was in her study where it had last been used, and had told Cunningham to have it brought in. It did not fit the room, but it fitted her notion of what the room should be. It was homey. It belonged. She was alone, Winnie having gone to invite Mr. Salomon to dine with his hostess Ward. Joanne sighed with satisfaction. Feel better, hon? I do. Heavens, yes. But why did you lose your nerve? Oh, piffle, Eunice, I never intended to seduce her. Liar, hypocrite, dirty old man. You had her all set. Then you went chicken. I've met men like you before, dearie. Talk a good game, then lose their nerve in the clutch. Cowardly Casanovas. Phooey. Nonsense. You don't shoot ducks on water. If I ever make a real pass at her, I'm not saying I will, but I admit she's a cuddlesome little bundle. She is indeed. Oh, shut up. If I ever do, I'll give her a sporting chance, not grab her when she dasn't scream. Sporting chance, my tired back. Listen to your big sister, Joanne. Sex isn't a sport. It's a way to be happy. There is nothing more exasperating to a woman than to be ready to give in, then have the matter dropped. You'll find out. You'll cry in your pillow and hate every man alive. Till the next time, that is. Eunice, you've never had that sort of turn down, have you? I don't believe it. Happens to every woman, Joanne. Men are sissies. If we women weren't so willing, if we didn't just plain lead 'em by the hand, the race would die out. You know more about women than I do. Lots more. So, let's talk about specifics. We're clean now, and I know we're pretty. I checked us in the big glass, and you agreed. But it isn't the job you used to turn out. I don't mean body paint. Wouldn't be appropriate now, anyhow. But what does it take? Just that tuning up? Exercise? More than that, boss, although exercise is essential. You're talking about a professional job? Yes, the works. Well, I used to do myself, but I had lots of practice, plus expert help from Joe. But let's say you want the best and don't care what it costs. Certainly. What's money? I can't get rid of it. All right. Say you retain Helena Rubinstein, Limited, or some other top glamour shop. Say you phone and tell them to send a full team. They would send an art director, male, but he may not be all that male, and he's seen more female bodies unmade up than an undertaker, and he doesn't touch you. He's too high up. He creates and bosses. Won't look at you until several others get you ready. Bath girl, masseuse, manicurist, pedicurist, coiffeuse, depilatrix, parfumiste, face and skin team of at least 4, costume designer, highlight and accent specialist, and assistants for all of these if you expect the job done in less than all day. If you put a time limit on it, the price goes up. And if you don't, the price goes up. Say that again. It's like taxes. Any way you play it, the price goes up. Boss, we don't need them. With what I know and the chassis we have to work with and a good lady's maid, you can be as glamorous as you like. I don't know where you would find a creative paint man equal to Joe. Nevertheless, there are good ones for hire. We can shop the market. We'll find one. Eunice, I had no idea that being a woman was so complicated. Relax, boss. Being a woman is easier than being a man, and lots more fun. I'm going to teach you to be a 21st century woman, and I'd be pleased if you would teach me how it was to be a 20th century man, and we'll close that silly generation gap. Understand each other as well as loving each other. Beloved, I think you're pretty nice, too, you cranky old bastard. With your brain and my body, we make a fine team. We'll get by. I'm sure we will, darling. We will. The first thing we need is a good lady's maid. Scarce as whales in Kansas. We'll probably have to train one, then lose her as soon as she's worth anything. Eunice, do we need a maid? You used to do yourself. I did, and kept house for Joe, and was your secretary, and worked any hours you wanted me. But you're not used to that, boss. You had a valet. Yes, of course, but I was very old, and didn't have time to waste on such things. Eunice, one of the worst parts about getting old is that the days get shorter, while the demands on your time increase. I didn't want a valet. I was forced into it. Didn't enjoy being dependent on a secretary, either, until you came along. Dear boss, Joanne, we will need a maid, but not a secretary until you're active in business again. Won't be. We'll see. You may have to be, but may not need a secretary unless you get pushed for time. I can handle it. And thanks for having Betsy brought in. It makes me feel at home to see her again. My steno desk, I mean. Pet name. Betsy, huh? I always thought of it as the octopus. Why, what a nasty name to apply to a nice, respectable, well-behaved machine. Boss, I'm not sure I'm speaking to you. I'm glad Betsy isn't switched on. If she had heard that, her feelings would be hurt. Eunice, don't be silly. I wonder what's keeping Jake. Probably cutting his toenails. Lesson number 2 in how to be a woman. Men are almost always late, but you never, never, never notice it, because they pride themselves on promptness. Boss, you didn't quite promise Winnie to stay in this chair when she gave you strict orders. Of course not, because it might not suit me, and it doesn't. I want to try the 88, Eunice. 2 gets you 7 that hasn't been kept in tune, and I gave Cunningham orders about both pianos, this baby and the concert grand downstairs, not 5 years ago. So let's see. She stood up, did not notice that high heels gave her no trouble, and glided gracefully over to the little piano, sat down and opened it, let the first bars of Dvorak's Slavonic Dance No. 10 run through her mind, then started to play, and achieved a clash of noise. What the hell? She looked at the keyboard, then hit middle C with her right forefinger. It sounded okay, and so did the C an octave below it. Several 1- and 2-finger experiments convinced her that the piano was not at fault. Yet to strike a single chord required studying the keyboard, then carefully positioning each finger by sight. Presently she managed a slow, uneven, faulty version of chopsticks by watching the keyboard and controlling her hands so hard they trembled. She quit before reaching its undistinguished coda and crashed the keys with both hands. There go 10 years of piano lessons. What did you expect, boss? I was never much good even with a guitar. Well, I'm glad Mama didn't hear that. She always wanted me to be a concert pianist. Eunice, why the devil didn't you study piano as a kid? Because I was too busy studying boys. A much more rewarding subject. Joanne, if you want to play the piano again, we can learn. But we'll have to start almost from scratch. It's in your head, I know. I could hear it. But to get from there down into our hands, my hands, dear, will probably take more patient work than slimming our hips. Doesn't matter. Not really. She got up from the piano bench. Boss, just a sec. While we're here, let's warm up Betsy and give her a check run. Huh? I know nothing about a steno desk. It'll be worse than the piano. We'll see. She moved over and sat down at the steno desk. Well, Eunice, which way to the egress? Relax, boss. The body remembers. Just say, dictation, Eunice. Then recite something you know. Think about what you're dictating. Okay. Dictation, Eunice. 87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition... Deftly her hands touched the switches, swiveled the microphone in time to catch the first word, required the machine to listen and hold while she inserted punctuation, used erase and correct when the machine spelled fourth, F-O-U-R-T-H, rather than fourth, F-O-R-T-H, all without hurrying. She stopped and looked at the result. Be derned. How, Eunice? Don't ask, dear, or we might get fouled up in the dilemma of the centipede. But Betsy is purring like a kitten. She's glad I'm back. Well, so am I. Eunice, this machine, Betsy, I mean, has access to the Congressional Library, St. Louis Annex, does it not? She not? Certainly. Hooked into the interlibrary net, rather, though you can restrict a query to one library. Better query just one. I want to find out what is known about memory and how it works. All right. I'm interested, too. I think my memory is spotty. Can't be sure. But on a search of literature, it's best to let Betsy handle it through pre-programs. Ask for references, followed by abstracts, followed by items selected from abstracts. Else, on a generalized question like that, thousands of books would be transmitted, and poor Betsy would gulp them down until she was constipated, and stop and not do anything until her temporary memory was erased. You know how. I don't. Stick in a restriction not to bother with behaviorist theories. I know all about Pavlov and his robots I care to know, namely that every time a dog salivates, a behaviorist psychologist has to ring a bell. All right. Boss, can we spend a little more money? Go ahead, buy the pyramids. What do you want, dearest? Let's have a triple A1 snoop search run on me. Eunice Branca, I mean. The me that used to be. Why, beloved? If you've been selling government secrets, they can't touch you now. Because it might fill some of those holes I think I have in my memory, and it might turn up something you've heard from me since I came back, but which was not in the security report you got on me originally. Then you would know, dear. and could stop worrying that I may be only a figment of your imagination. Eunice, if I'm crazy, the only thing that worries me is that some damn shrink might cure me. Then you would go away.
That's sweet of you, boss. But I won't go away. I promised.
And even if I am crazy, it just makes me fit that much better into the present world. Eunice, don't you remember anything between being killed and waking up here? The inner voice was silent a moment.
Not really.
There were dreams, and I think you were in them.
But there was one that does not seem like a dream. It seems as real as this room. But if I tell you, you'll think I am crazy.
If so, it doesn't detract from your charm, dear.
All right, but don't laugh. Joanne, while I was away, I was in this place. There was an old man with a long white beard. He had a great big book. He looked at it, then he looked at me and said, "Daughter, you've been a naughty girl, but not too naughty, so I'm going to give you a second chance."
A dream, Eunice. Anthropomorphism straight out of your childhood Sunday school.
Maybe, boss, but here I am, and I do have a second chance.
Yes, but God didn't give it to you. Eunice, my own, I don't believe in God nor devil.
Well, you haven't been dead, and I have. Truly, I don't know what I believe. I guess I wasn't dead long enough to find out. But do you mind if we pray occasionally?
Jesus H. Christ!
Stop that, Joanne, or I'll use every one of those words you consider unladylike. It's not much to ask.
I'm henpecked. Okay, if it's a beautiful church with good music and the sermon isn't over 10 minutes.
Oh, I didn't mean in a church. Can't stand them. Filled with bad vibrations. I mean pray by ourselves, Joanne. I'll teach you.
Oh, all right. Now?
No, I want to get these search orders in. You think about something else. I don't want centipede trouble. Think about Winnie, all slickery with soap suds.
A pious thought, much better than prayer.
Dirty old man. How do you know? I'll bet you've never prayed in your life.
Oh, yes, I have, dearest. But God had gone fishing.
So, think about Winnie.
She was busy for several minutes. Then she patted the machine affectionately and switched it off.
Well, did you?
Did I what?
Did you think about Winnie? Lecher.
I took advantage of the unusual peace and quiet to contemplate the wonders of the universe.
So?
I thought about Winnie.
I know you did. I was right with you. Joanne, for a girl who is, in one sense at least, a virgin, you have an unusually low and vivid imagination.
Oh, shucks, I'll bet you say that to all the girls.
The stark truth, Joanne, sweet. With your imagination, I can hardly wait for you to start us on that actively female career. In all the wrestling I've done, I've never had a man or a girl grab me the way you were thinking about.
Oh, learned that one from a respectable housewife clear back in my teens. A most charming lady.
Perhaps I was born too late for the real action.
So I've been trying to tell you. Did you get those orders in?
Certainly, boss. When did I ever miss? Let's get back to our chair. Our back is tired.
Joanne Eunice negotiated the 30 feet back to her chair, without remembering that she had kicked off her pumps to handle the lower control to the steno desk more easily. The rug simply felt good to her bare feet. Then she did notice as she sat down in the big easy chair and folded her legs in the awkward, elegant, and surprisingly comfortable lotus position. But it did not seem worthwhile to go get them. The door buzzer sounded.
"It's me, Winnie."
"Come in, dear."
The nurse entered. "Mr. Salomon asked me to tell you that he will be in to see you in a few minutes, but he can't stay for dinner."
"He'll stay. Come here and kiss me. What did you tell Cunningham?"
"Dinner for two, in here, just as you said, to be served when you rang. But Mr. Salomon seemed quite firm about leaving."
"I still say he'll stay. But if he doesn't, you come eat dinner with me.
Would you fetch my pumps, over there on the floor beyond the piano?"
The nurse looked, fetched the pumps, stood over Joanne Eunice and sighed.
"Joanne, I don't know what to do about you. You've been a bad girl again. Why didn't you ring?" "Don't scold me, dear. Here, sit on the stool and lean against my knees and talk. There.
Now tell me, by any chance were you ever a lady's maid before you took nurse's training? No, why? You did such a fine job of taking care of me in the bath and getting me pretty. Well, it was just a thought. I don't suppose a nurse, a professional woman, would consider a job as a maid, no matter how high the salary. But Dr. Garcia is going to insist that I have a nurse after he leaves. I don't need a nurse, and you know it. But dear doctor will insist. I do need a maid. I won't be able to dress myself at first. Women's clothes are so different, not to mention knowing nothing about makeup, or buying women's clothes. What are you paid now, Winnie? The nurse told her. Goodness, no wonder they're always saying there's a shortage of nurses. I can't hire an in-house guard at that price. What would you think of staying on as my nurse, but actually doing things for me that a maid would do, and I don't know how to do, at 3 times your present salary, with whatever you wish paid in cash, so that you won't have to report it? The redhead looked thoughtful. How would you want me to dress, Joanne? That's up to you. Your white nurse's uniform, if you prefer it, since you'll be my nurse in Dr. Garcia's eyes, or what you wish. There's a bedroom through that door where my valet used to sleep, with a nice bath, and another room beyond it which we can redo as your living room. Redecorate all 3 rooms to suit your taste. Your private apartment. Boss, what was that about not shooting ducks on water? Stuff it, Eunice. If she takes the bait, it's better than hiring some illit and having to train her, and then have her steal the jewelry and drop out about the time she's some use. Oh, I see advantages. But you place Winnie 1 unlocked door away, and she'll be in bed with you before you can say Sappho. You may not want men in our life, but I do. Oh, nonsense. She's already thinking about the money. If she takes the job, she'll be more standoffish. She'll start calling us Miss again. Miss Joanne? It'll really be my own apartment? I can entertain? Of course, dear. Private. Oh, Cunningham's staff will clean and so forth. Any service you want. Breakfast tray, whatever. Or never enter it if you prefer it that way. It sounds heavenly. I'm sharing a room with 2 other girls at a rent that's horrid because it's inside an enclave. Safe, but I never have any privacy. Winnie, look at me, dear, and lay it on the line. The bed in there now is, I believe, a single. Would you like to have it replaced with a big double bed? The girl blushed. It would be nice. So stop blushing. I won't know you have a visitor unless you tell me. That door is soundproof. Of course, visitors have to be identified and checked for weapons, just as visitors to an enclave have to be, but that simply means you must vouch for a visitor to my chief guard the first visit. But I won't know it unless you choose to tell me. The in-house staff all have visitors, but security is my chief guard's worry, not mine. But he does have to show his ID? You still would have to vouch for him to Chief O'Neill, but... Hold the countdown. Did you mean he would rather not show an ID? Is he married or something? Winnie blushed again, did not answer. Joanne Eunice went on. Nobody's business, dear. This is a private home, not a government compound. You vouch for him, that's enough. Chief O'Neill doesn't trust IDs. They're often faked, but he has a photographic eye. Are you going to stay with me? As nurse in residence, or lady's companion, or social secretary, or whatever you want to call it? Lady's maid. If I'm to be your maid, Miss Joanne, I'd rather that your staff knew it and no pretense. And dress as your maid. What sort of uniform? Traditional? Or Acapulco? Or something in between? Oh, not traditional, surely. You have such pretty legs. All-out Acapulco, if you like. Winnie looked pleased. I might go all out. A girl gets tired of these white coveralls. Joanne, tell her not to use an all-out Acapulco paint job. Bad for her skin. Suit yourself, dear, but don't use a lot of paint. Bad for your skin. Oh, I know. I'm a real redhead, you probably noticed. I can't even sunbathe. I was thinking of a little black frilled skirt with a white lace apron about the size of a saucer, little perky maid's cap, white on a black ribbon, Klingon cups in black, transparent or opaque. Whichever suits you, Winnie. High heels? Translucent, I guess, like the panels in that nightie. High heels, certainly, or the effect is lost. I can wear real stilts if I'm barefooted most of the time. Then just enough paint for accent. There are lovely decals that go on in no time and come right off with cold cream. Butterflies and flowers and things. Cheap, too. Everything I mentioned I can buy in disposables. I'll look like a proper lady's maid, yet not spend more time getting dressed than I do in pulling on this smock and tights. You look cute, dear. Going to dress up in a maid's outfit and model it for your friend? Winnie started to blush again, then grinned. I certainly am, and let him take it off me, too. Cheers. Eunice, you have a one-track mind. You should know, dearie, it's your mind. A few moments later, Winnie announced Mr. Solomon, then left. The lawyer came toward Joanne solemnly, took the hand she extended, and bowed over it. How are you feeling? He asked. Disappointed, Joanne answered soberly, because my oldest and dearest friend hasn't time to dine with me my first day up. But physically I feel fine. Weak, but that's to be expected. Sure you're not overdoing? I'm sure. My respiration and heartbeat are being telemetered. If I weren't all right, someone would come in and order me to bed. Truly, I'm all right, Jake, and I won't get strong unless I do stay out of bed. But how about you, old friend? I've been terribly worried. Oh, I'm all right. Just made a fool of myself, Johann. You did not make a fool of yourself, and I feel certain Eunice knows it, Jake. Watch it, boss. Pipe down. You could have paid her no finer tribute than those honest tears. Joanne found her own tears starting. She encouraged them while ignoring them. She was a sweet and gallant lady, Jake, and it touched me more than I can say to learn that you appreciated her wonderful qualities as much as I did. Jake, please sit down, if only for a moment. There is something I must ask you. Well, all right. Can't stay long. Whistle that chair closer and face me. A glass of sherry? Doctor says I may have it, and I find that I need it. That Spanish cocktail sherry, dry as your wit. Will you do me the honor of pouring for us? Joanne waited until the lawyer had filled their glasses and had seated himself. She raised her glass and at the same time raised her chest, letting those wicked panels do their best. A toast, Jake. No, don't get up. The same toast, Jake. Always the same toast from now on, whenever you and I drink together. But silently. She took a sip and put her glass down. Jake. Yes, Johann? Joanne, please. I can't be Johann any longer. Jake, you know that I never expected to live through any such operation. It was a device, a legal device. Yes, Johann. Yes, Joanne, I knew. That's why I helped. I knew. The most generous act of friendship I have ever known. What is it the Japanese name it? The friend who helps when it is necessary to die? Never mind. Jake, look me in the eye. Do you know, deep in your heart, that I would rather be dead than to have lived through it by this incredible circumstance? Be alive at her expense? Do you know that, Jake? Or must I live still another life, hating myself? Solomon raised his eyes, met hers firmly. Yes, Joanne, I know it. It was no fault of yours. You must not hate yourself. Eunice wouldn't want you to. I know. Weep, dear Jake. Don't hold back your tears. See, I'm not holding back mine. Just try not to go to pieces, or I will too. Jake, each of us would happily have died rather than let this happen. I am as certain of it about you as I hope you are about me. I don't think I could stand it if you had not reassured me. Look at me, a lovely body and young, yet I am almost 95 years old and have not one friend left alive. But you. You'll make more friends? I wonder if I can. The span is great, perhaps too great. I feel as the wandering Jew must have felt, alive beyond his allotted time. His name? Aha something. My memory is not as good as this young body. But I can't forget one question which I must ask. Jake, is there any possibility that Eunice's husband had something to do with her death? That prize I put up, that blood money, did it tempt him? Boss, Boss, you're way off base. I know. Sorry, beloved. More sorry than I can say, but I must have proof. Jake, did I entice a murder? The lawyer shook his head. I'm astounded. But of course you don't know the circumstances. You enticed nothing. I wrote that offer most carefully. Were there any guilt, I would share it. There was none. How do you know? Drop it, boss, please. Mr. Branca was in Philadelphia visiting his mother. You see, boss? I had to find him to get the post-death ratification. Took 3 days while both of you were kept ready for surgery. Joe Branca didn't know she was dead. Hell of a job even to find him. 3 long days. 3 days? Why wasn't I told? And waste Eunice's death. Are you crazy? You were unconscious. Garcia put you under as soon as I notified him that a body was going to be ready. Then that dreadful wait. I need your forgiveness, too. For Joanne? No, Johann. I hated you for being alive when she was dead. But I pushed on, for her sake. Oh, I got over it. It was a sick hate. I knew better. Do you hate me now? Huh? Solomon looked at her in sorrow. No. You are not only my old friend who has always been honest and decent under his crusty exterior, whose virtues outweighed his faults. Solomon managed to smile, though sometimes just barely. But also you are the only tie I have left to her. Yes. You may find me better-tempered now, Jake. It's easier to smile, easier to be patient than it was in that old wreck of a body I had. But, Jake, about Joe Branca. All right, he was in Philadelphia, but he could have arranged it. No. You're certain? Certain. Joanne, it's that $1 million that worries you. Fear that it might have started a chain of events. When they located Joe Branca, I had to jet there and get that piece of paper. He was dazed, couldn't believe it, but accepted the fact, but not the money. I couldn't get him to sign the post-death authorization without first preparing another document waiving the money. The escrow trustee, Chase Manhattan, was instructed by Joe to pay it to the Rare Blood Club, his idea, as a memorial to Eunice Evans Branca. Oh, boss, I'm crying. We all are. But, boss, Joe must be starving. We'll take care of it. She sighed. I'll be damned. Perhaps, and perhaps myself. But I don't think Joe Branca will be. He's an unworldly man, Joanne. From a slum family, a flower in the muck. I couldn't even get him to accept a lesser sum. He insisted on paying for witnessing and notarizing his mark and the tax stamp on the assignment, and it took almost every dime he could dig up. He just shook his head and said, "Broke don't scare me." Jake, we must take care of him. I don't think you can, Joanne. In his own odd way, he is as proud as she was. But I did one thing. In searching for him, I had to get a court order to open their studio. Indispensable, it turned out, as an old letter from his mother gave us the clue that located him. But I learned that the rent was almost due. The corporation's rent agent wanted to know how soon the lease was going to lapse. He assumed that with her dead, the rent would not be paid. So I covered the matter for the moment. Then when I got back, I bought the lease. As long as Joe chooses to stay, he won't be asked for rent. Then I checked around and located her bank account and arranged with a friendly judge to let me guarantee the matter and had it assigned to Joe without bothering him with legal formalities. The little dear was smart about money. A nice sum, enough to keep him eating a couple of years, I think. All gone in a couple of months, I think. Boss, Joe doesn't understand money. A bank account isn't real to him. Don't worry, darling. Jake and I will handle it. She sighed. I feel reassured, Jake, but distressed about her husband. We must look into it. If he's that unworldly, then there must be some way to subsidize him without his knowing it. All right, Joanne, we will try. But Joe Branca taught me, at my age, that there are things money cannot buy, not if the prospective seller is indifferent to money. will you have more sherry? And may I have another drop? If you can't stay, I think I'll ask to be put to bed and right to sleep. Skip dinner." "Oh, but you must eat, Joanne, for your strength. Look, if I stay, will you eat?" She gave him Eunice's best sun-coming-up smile. "Yes, yes, Jake, dear. Thank you." Dinner was informal, service only by Cunningham and 2 assistants. Joanne did her best to simulate a charming, gracious hostess while trying not to appear greedy. Everything tasted so wonderful. But she waited until coffee had been served and Jake had refused a perfecto and accepted a glass of port, and she then could say, "Thank you, Cunningham, that will be all," before returning to personal matters. Once they were alone, she said, "Jake, when will I be up for a competency hearing?" "Any time you feel well enough. Are you in a hurry?" "No. I would be utterly content to be your ward the rest of my life." Her lawyer smiled slightly. "Joanne, by the actuarial tables, you now have a life expectancy of about 60 years. Mine is more like 10 or 12. "Well, that's hard to answer. But will you go on as before as my de facto manager? Or am I asking too much?" Solomon studied his glass. "Joanne, once the court dissolves this guardian and ward relationship, there is no reason why you should not manage your affairs." "Joanne, change the subject. He's trying to leave us." "So I know. Keep quiet." "Tell him your middle name." "Jake. Jake, dear, look at me. Look hard and keep on looking. That's better. Jake, is it that you would rather not see me as I am now?" The lawyer said nothing. She went on, "Isn't it better to get used to what is than to run away from it? Wouldn't she, Eunice, want you to stay?" "Keep slugging, sis. He wants to stay." "It isn't that simple, Joanne." "Nothing ever is. But I don't think you can run away from it any more than I can. For I won't stop being what I am. Her body, my mind. And you will always know it. All you accomplish by leaving is to deprive me of my one friend and the only man on earth I trust utterly. What does it take to change my name?" "Huh?" "Just what I said. I changed my surname from Schmidt to Smith when I enlisted on December 8th, 1941, simply by spelling it that way to a recruiting sergeant. No one has bothered me about it since. This time perhaps it must be formal, considering the thousands of places where my signature appears. It is technically a sex change case, is it not? A court takes judicial notice or some such, and it's made a matter of record." Solomon slipped into his professional persona and relaxed. "Yes, of course. I'd not thought about that aspect. Too many other details on my mind. Joanne, your earlier name change was legal, though informal, because any person is free to call himself by any name without permission of a court, as long as there is no criminal intent to defraud, deceive, evade responsibility, avoid taxes, whatever. You can call yourself Joanne or Johann or Miniver Cheevy, and that is your name, as long as your purpose is innocent, and pronounce it as you like. Knew of a case once of a man who spelled his name Zaustinski and pronounced it Jones, and went to the trouble of publishing the odd pronunciation as a legal notice, although he did not have to. A name may be pronounced in any fashion its owner chooses." "Why did he do it, Jake?" "His grandmother's will required him to change his name in order to inherit, but did not specify how he must pronounce it. Joanne, in your case, a formal change of name is advisable, but it might be best to wait until you are no longer my ward. But de facto, your new name is already what you say it is." "Then my name is now Joanne Eunice Smith." Solomon knocked over his glass of port. He made quite a busyness of mopping it up. Joanne said, "Jake, let it be. No importance. I do not mean to shock you, but don't you see the necessity? It's a tribute to her, a public acknowledgement of my debt to her. Since I can never pay it, I want to publish it, place it on the wall for all to see, like a Chinese man's debt to his tong. Besides that, 95% of me is Eunice, and only 5% is old Johann, now named Joanne, and even that fraction no one can see. Only surgeons have seen it. Last, but by no means least. Jake, dear, look at me. If you ever forget that faction and call me Eunice, it won't matter. It's my name. And if you intentionally call me Eunice, it will matter, for I shall be pleased and flattered. And any time it suits you to call me Joanne Eunice, it will make me happy, as I will be certain you have done it intentionally and accepted me as I am. Very well, Joanne Eunice. She smiled. Thank you, Jake. I feel happier than I have felt since I first knew. I hope you do. Yes, I think so. It's a good change, Joanne Eunice. Did you get wine on your clothes? If so, let Cunningham see to it. Jake, is there any reason for you to go clear out to Safe Harbor tonight? I'm sure Cunningham can find you clean socks or whatever. Goodness, Joanne Eunice, I've been here 2 nights already. Do you think 3 will wear out your welcome? You can't wear it out. And the drive isn't that far, as I placed my house for sale with the Enclave trustees months ago. I have rooms at the Gibraltar Club now. Good service, central location, none of the fiddlin' worries of a householder. I see your point. Must remember to resign from the Jib myself. She smiled. They'll never let me pass the ladies' lounge now. The lawyer said dryly, I took the liberty of withdrawing you from membership shortly after I became your guardian, Joanne Eunice. She laughed in delight. And me, a founding member. This is delicious. Souls and honks and thirds, all welcome, but females are second-class citizens. Jake, dear, I'm going to have to get used to a lot of things. I suppose so, Joanne Eunice. So I'll need you more than ever. Where have you been sleeping? The brown room. Cunningham must be slipping. He should have put you in the green suite. Well, the green suite has been used for hospital equipment and supplies. I authorized it. Then you can just unauthorize it, as that is your suite. They can store that stuff somewhere else, or remove it, as little of it will be needed from now on. Hedrick had most of it removed the middle of the day. All right, you stay in the brown room tonight, then tomorrow Cunningham can get the green suite in shape for you. Joanne Eunice, what leads you to think I'm moving in here? I'm not. I didn't say you were. I said that the green suite is yours, whether you stay a night or a year. Yours without invitation. Yours to come and go without bothering to say hello or goodbye. Although I hope it will suit you to say hello to me frequently. Is Hubert, my former valet, still around? Yes, he's tended me the last 2 nights. From now on, he'll tend the green suite and take care of you whenever you honor us with your presence. Jake, you'd better move some clothes here. Damn it. Oh, pardon me, Joanne Eunice. For saying damn it? It's a strange day when my oldest friend must curb his language in my presence. Jake, I've heard you use language that would blister paint at 40 yards, and at me, not merely in my presence. True, but I must now remember that you're a lady, Joanne Eunice. Please yourself. I'm going to have more trouble learning to be a lady than you will have in remembering that I'm supposed to be one. If you slip, ignore it, for you know that I never took a back seat to any mule skinner in other days. You were saying? Well, I was saying, damn it, we must remember your reputation, Joanne Eunice. My what? My reputation as a woman? I doubt if I have one, other than as a sideshow freak. Doesn't worry me. You're not in the news, Joanne Eunice, since shortly after the operation. Oh, you will be again when we go into court, and perhaps sooner when someone in your household staff or Dr. Hedrick's staff spills the fact of your recovery. So I'll be a sideshow freak again, and who cares? A 9-day wonder lasts only a couple of days now. They wear out faster than they did when I was a kid, Jake. I haven't worried about what anyone said about me for over half a century. The image our PR men built up for me was for the company, not for me personally. As for Mrs. Grundy, I think she's dead. The present generation does not care about her opinion. A change for the better in a world otherwise deteriorating. I doubt if Eunice ever heard of Mrs. Grundy. Sure have, boss. My 4th-grade teacher. Used to shack with the vice principal until his wife found out. We kids giggled over it, but you would have liked her, you dirty old darling. Keep working on Jake, dear. Time to back away closer. Who's driving this car? I am. Mr. Solomon said thoughtfully, I think you are right about this younger generation, Joanne Eunice. Only people my age and older give such matters a thought. But you know that I should not live under your roof now, and so do I. Jake, I'm not trying to force you, nor am I trying to compromise you. Huh? Me? It's your reputation I'm thinking of. With the servants, at least. Why, the old hypocrite. Ask him about the time he crowded me into a cloak closet with Cunningham almost breathing down our necks. Go on, I dare you. Oh, he's a one, that one. Courage under fire. Jake, that is sweet of you, but I don't give a triple damn how my servants gossip in the kitchen. But I am able to protect you from gossip, sir. I have acquired the most conventional of Victorian chaperonage, a respectable lady's maid. She'll sleep just through that door where Hubert used to sleep. If it frets you, she can always be present when you and I are together. Hey, what is this? Trying to get Winnie into the act? She might go for it. Jake won't. Watch it, dear. Quit kibitzing, Eunice. The lawyer raised his brows. You've hired a maid already? Surprising. Though you never were one to dilly-dally. Or did you shift around part of your in-house staff? Some of both, Jake. I anticipated that Dr. Garcia will insist on my having a trained nurse, so I persuaded one of the nurses to stay on in both capacities. Winnie. You've seen her, the little redhead. Possibly I have. Possibly, he says. All you men are hypocrites. If he hasn't patted her butt, he's thought about it. I'm lucky to get her. Intelligent, educated, able to teach me things I must know, and, being a nurse, used to caring for people even more than a maid does. I used the usual argument, money, but I was careful to respect her professional pride. She'll still be my nurse. She'll ladies' maid me as a friendly favor. I think she may be in bed, but she would get up and chaperone us if I asked. Shall I send for her? What? Oh, don't be silly, Joanne Eunice. You're making a mountain of a molehill. It seemed to me that you were, Jake. I do feel defenseless as a woman, even though I was far more vulnerable as a sick old man than I am now in this strong young body. But I feel safe with you present, and not at all safe when you are away. Jake, I can't urge you to live here, but can't you see what a favor it would be to me? As well as... How many rooms do you have at the Jib? 2, adequate for my needs. The rooms there aren't large, whereas the living room of the Green Suite is as large as this room. We could cut a door from it into the upstairs library, and it could be your study. Move anything into it you need for my affairs or your own. Plenty of room for files or books. Jake, I don't need this big mausoleum any more than you needed your house. But if I tried to sell it, I couldn't get 10% of what it cost. I built it during the worst of the riot years, and the cost doesn't show. It's a prettied-up fortress, stronger than police barracks. Well, we may have such years again. I may yet be glad I spared no expense. In the meantime, it's big and safe and comfortable, and you might as well use it. When you wish, I mean, especially when you work on my affairs. Well, I have been working on some of your affairs here in the house. Joanne Eunice, as your guardian, I had to take over management of your household. Hasn't Cunningham saved you from such picayune worries? I must speak to him. Well, yes, he has, and I've let him go on as before. I've made no changes. But I've had to look over the household books and authorize charges, and confound it, they're stealing you blind. Cunningham especially. Good. What's good about it? Jake, you told me that it was impossible to spend my income. If my butler is black-marketing 2/3 of what he buys for me and pocketing the proceeds, and he always has, then he's anxious to keep his job, which means that he has to please me. Jake, can you think of a cheaper way to buy the nearest thing to loyalty that can be bought? Let him steal. Do not bind the mouths of the kine who tread the grain. The good horse must always get his lump of sugar. Bad president corrupts the country. The country is corrupt, but it is the only game in town. We have no choice. The problem is always how to live in a decadent society. Jake, I want you to live here. I hope you will live here. It will make me feel happy and safe for you to be under the same roof. But don't worry about my reputation, and Winnie is here to protect yours. Most certainly don't think about such trivia as household expenses. Just close your eyes and sign. But don't hesitate to chew out Cunningham if the service is less than perfect. That's the price he must pay for the privilege of swindling me. By the way, my chief guard steals too. I think he has a 50-50 split with Cunningham. I've never tried to find out the arrangement. It would embarrass them. Solomon smiled. Joanne Eunice, for a young and beautiful woman, you sound remarkably like a cynical old man I used to know. Do I, Jake dear? I must learn not to sound that way. I must now leave the cynical old man things to you and try to behave like a lady, if I can. But please don't disrupt a smooth household by trying to reform it, or it will end up like a reform administration, less efficient and still more expensive. Didn't your servant steal from you? The lawyer looked sheepish. Well, yes, but I had the best cook in Safe Harbor Enclave. If I had fired her, I might have wound up with one just as expensive who put sugar in gravy. I think I was groused that they were stealing from you when you were helpless. But I didn't want to tamper with your household while there was any chance that you might recover. Wanted to hand it back as it was. And I have, or shall. Thank you, Jake. At the moment, while I may not yet be a lady, I feel not at all like a cynical old man. I find that I feel like a woman who has been ill and is not yet fully recovered. I'd best go to bed. Will you help me? I'll call the nurse. Jake, this is the body I have. We must quit being jumpy about it. Here, lend me your arm. I can stand if you'll help me, and walk to the bed if you'll let me lean on you. Solomon gave up, offered her both hands to help her out of the chair, steadied her with his arm to the bed. Joanne Eunice got into it quickly, slid her negligee off as she slid under the sheet. Thank you, Jake. My pleasure, Joanne Eunice. Will you have breakfast with me? Or lunch if you want to sleep late? Lunch. I'm looking forward to it. She put out her hand. He took it, bowed over it, hesitated only slightly, and kissed it firmly. Joanne Eunice kept his hand and pulled. Come closer, Jake, dear. She reached up, took his face between her palms. You loved her? Yes. I loved her. I know. Say my name, my new name. Joanne. Joanne Eunice. Thank you, Jake. Unhurriedly, she pulled his face down, kissed him softly on the lips. Good night, dear friend. Good night, Joanne Eunice. He left quickly. Joanne, you bitch. You're pushing him too hard. I am not. The hell you aren't. For a second I thought you were going to drag him right into bed. Ridiculous. And you're pushing yourself too hard, too. Eunice, quit crabbing. I could have backed out up to the last split second. I have found that I did not mind it. After all, there are many cultures in which men kiss men as a gesture of friendship. In case you haven't noticed, you are no longer a man. You're a mixed-up chick. I've noticed. Look, Snoopy, it was a necessary symbol. I had to show Jake that he could touch me, even kiss me goodnight, and not have it be tragic. And it wasn't. Reminded me of my father kissing me goodnight, which he did until I was a big boy. Well, perhaps Jake is going to settle for being fatherly. But don't count on it, Joanne. Let me warn you, sis, Jake can kiss much better than that. He can kiss so well that your insides melt down, starting at your belly button and spreading in all directions. A possibility. A remote one. Now, will you shut up and let us sleep? I really am tired. Love me, boss? I've never stopped loving you, dear, and never will. Me too, and wish I could kiss you good night. Sleep, boss. Everything's going to be all right. Before she could get to sleep, Winifred came in robe and slippers. Miss Joanne, she said softly. Yes, dear, put the floor lights on. Mr. Solomon said that you had gone to bed. And you look as if you had. Did he wake you? Oh, no, I was chatting with Mrs. Sloane. She's on watch. But Dr. Garcia left word that your bed was to be put all the way down, and I see that it isn't. How do I put it down? I do it myself, right from the bed. Down like that, or back up like that. I wasn't asleep yet. It's all right. I'll put it all the way down before you leave, and you can tell Doctor that I was a good girl. Fine. You can have this capsule if you want it. You don't have to take it, Mrs. Sloane says that Doctor says. I'll take it. I want to go right to sleep. If you'll hand me the water there, and kiss me good night. If you won't, I'll sulk and ring for Mrs. Sloane and ask her to kiss me good night. The little nurse grinned. I'll force myself. Winifred left about 60 seconds later. Well, Eunice, how did that one stack up? Quite well, Butch. Say 80% as well as Jake can do. You're teasing. You'll find out. Winnie is sweet, but Jake has had years more practice. I'm not chucking asparagus at Winnie. I thought you were going to drag her right in with us. With Mrs. Sloane outside and watching our heart rate? What do you think I am, a fool? Yes. Oh, go to sleep. Chapter 12. Peace negotiations, both in Paris and in Montevideo, continued as before. Fighting continued on a token basis, and the dead did not complain. Harvard's new president was dismissed by the student government, which then adjourned without appointing a successor. The secretary of HEW announced a plan to increase the water content of San Francisco Bay to 37%. The Rivers and Harbors Commission denied that HEW had jurisdiction. In Alma Ata, a Morale Corps sergeant gave birth to a healthy two-headed boy by cesarean section. It was watched worldwide and on Luna via satellite to a specially arranged chorus of the thoughts of Chairman Lew. In Washington, the IRS, acting under Budget Executive Order Emergency of 87, announced an additional temporary surtax of 7%. In Miami, Miss Universe, Miss Ghana 422238, speaking through her press secretary and interpreter, revealed that she intended to be the first starship commander and had been studying neo-Einsteinian ballistics under hypnosis for 2 years. The General Secretary of the People's Fraternal Society of Cosmonauts, Astronauts, and Space Engineers, AFL-CIO, wondered publicly as to Miss Universe's ability to do simple arithmetic with her shoes on. Madam President of the Federated Women's Clubs of the World stated that the Honorable Secretary was a counter-revolutionary rat-fink and a typical example of male arrogance. In Los Angeles, smog deaths were down 3% under emergency pollution abatement measures and a brisk west wind. In a big, ugly, ornate old house, Miss Joanne Eunice Smith sat in lotus on a mat in her dressing room near a large mirror and facing her nurse companion maid, also in lotus. Comfortable, Winnie, dear? Very. I think you're even more limber than I am. All right, let's get into the mood for exercise. You start it. All right. But, Miss Joanne, what does it mean? Oh, I like it. It's very relaxing. But what, Jewel? In what lotus? And why? It means nothing and everything. If you must have words, it means peace and love and understanding and anything you think of as good. But it's not for thinking, dear. It's for being. Let yourself be open to it. Don't think. Don't even try not to think. Be. All right. Start us. Remember the breathing. I'll get in step. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. See that aura round her, boss? She must have had quite a night. Shut up, Eunice. These prayers were your idea. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani... That's enough, Joanne. So short, beloved? Clock says only 20 minutes. I use a different clock. We're warm all through. We're ready. Winnie is more than ready. You'll have to call her back. Om Mani Padma Hum. Winifred. Winnie, darling, hear me. The sun is rising, and so must we. The little redhead was still perfectly in lotus, soles of her feet turned upward on her thighs, hands in her lap, palms upward. She was still intoning with her breathing paced exactly with her prayers, but her eyes had turned up, only the whites showed. "Come back, Winnie. Time." The girl's eyes turned down to normal. She looked puzzled, then smiled. "Already? Seems like only a moment. I must have fallen asleep." "Happens. Are you ready? Warm and loose, and your muscles soft as cotton?" Yes, I am." "Then let's try some singles." Joanne Eunice flowed upward from the mat like a flower unfolding, and was standing. "You criticize me, and I'll criticize you. Then we can have companion exercises for dessert." Joanne looked at herself in the long glass. "I think my belly is firmer every day. I keep telling myself." "It's perfect, and you know it." The redhead got up more slowly, caught herself in a yawn. "Still sleepy, dear? No pleasant dreams last night?" The girl barely blushed, then shrugged and smiled. "Pleasant, all right, but not enough hours. I hope we didn't disturb you." "Didn't hear a sound. Wouldn't have guessed if you hadn't told me when you came in to kiss me good night." "Dear, if you're short on sleep, maybe you'd rather just criticize." "Oh, no, I'm getting more out of your exercises than you are. Don't want to miss a day. But, yes, I'm short on sleep. Paul, oh, dear. But I didn't say his last name." "Didn't hear you. I was rubbing my ears." "Fibber. He didn't leave until 2:30, so I did lose sleep. Not that I minded." "I'm sure you didn't. Winnie, dear, I did not mean to snoop. Oh, normal curiosity, being a virgin myself." The nurse looked startled, said, "But," and shut up. Joanne Eunice smiled. Show, hon, I know what that but means. Mrs. Branca was married, and Johann Smith was married 4 times, not to mention jumping out of windows. But Joanne Eunice is a virgin. Dig me, doll baby?" "Well, looked at that way." "Only way I can look at it. So I'm curious as a Girl Scout. But telling me would still leave me knowing nothing, even if you wanted to tell, which I'm sure you don't. Someday, no hurry, I suppose I'll find out for myself. So don't you dare blush again, and let's get on with our exercises. I'll run through the tortoise variations, and you push me if I need it." After an hour of twisting and stretching and posing, Joanne Eunice said, "Enough. Much more, and we'd be sweating instead of glowing. Ready for gruesome twosomes?" The high note of the outer door sounded in the bath dressing-room. "Damn," said Joanne. "I mean a ladylike darn." "Damn. Into your tights, dear, and I'll drop your smock over your head. Tell 'em no ice today." "Right away." Dressed in seconds, the girl left. "How'd we look today, Eunice? Tits beginning to suit you?" "We're more than halfway there, Joanne. In another week you can cut the time down." "Not anxious to. It's the most fun of the day. Except when our Lord and Guardian deigns to dine with us. Tell me, hon, have you been fretting about those negative reports?" "No, you have been fretting. They were what I expected. Nobody knows how memory works, except that everyone is sure he knows and thinks all the others are fools." "I've been thinking about those flatworms. If you can chop up a trained flatworm and feed it to another flatworm, and then the second one seems to remember what the first one learned, then—" "Boss, I keep telling you I am not a flatworm. I told you a long time ago that the body remembers. And— let's table it. Here comes the fuzz." "Miss Joanne, it's Dr. Garcia and Mr. Solomon." "Oh, well, I'm not going to dress. We've still to finish. Grab me a negligee, not that plate glass job. The London fog is suitable, don't you think?" "I guess. Makes you look only half naked instead of bare." "Who taught me to dress that way, Winsome Winnie?" "I did." "Sure, Eunice, but she thinks she bosses me." "I'm her good baby who always does what Mama says, until we get dear Doctor out of our hair. Please tell the gentleman that I will be right out." Miss Smith stopped to apply lipstick, decided that her face could get along with no other renewals, took a brush comb and teased her 2 short locks into fluffiness, stepped into stilt-high mules, put on the negligee, and looked at herself in the long glass. She decided that the selective opacity of the robe was just right, except that the upper part was a little too modest. so she delayed long enough to apply lipstick to Aurelie. Now satisfied with her appearance, "Boss, we look like a high-priced puka." "Very high-priced, I hope. Were you criticizing?" "Not at all. I was applauding." She went out into her boudoir. "Good morning, Doctor." "Hi, Jake, dear. Won't you sit down? Coffee? Or we can find some old Kentucky rat poison bottled in the barn." "Coffee," agreed Solomon. "You look charming, my dear." "Snake charming. I've been exercising and smell like a horse." "Not more than a small pony. I'll turn up the ventilation. Joanne Eunice, Dr. Garcia wants to check you over." "Really? What's wrong? I feel fine, aside from these cold prison bars all around me, and my head on a pillow of stone." "Dr. Garcia thinks we can do something about those cold prison bars. Joanne Eunice, we agreed that it was not smart to go into court until you were discharged as well in all respects. He thinks it may be possible now." "Oh. How about that platoon of psychiatrists?" "We'll have them. We may never need them, but we'll be ready to offset their expert witnesses. You will have to put up with long, searching interviews. Our own experts must go into court prepared." "Prepared to justify their fancy fees. Don't worry, boss. I'll hide under a rock whenever a shrink is around." "That's okay. I'm delighted that Dr. Garcia thinks I'm well. Shall we step into my dressing room, Doctor? Come along, Winnie. Jake, the Wall Street Journal is over there." Once she was alone with her doctor and nurse, Miss Smith said, "Well, Doctor, shall I stretch out on the massage table?" "No, this examination is pro forma, to allow me to log that I gave you a physical on the day I discharged you. I'll listen with a stethoscope and make you say, 'ah,' things like that. If you'll sit down at your dressing table and drop the top of your robe, please." "Yes, sir." She kept quiet while he passed the stethoscope here and there, coughed when she was told to, inhaled sharply and sighed noisily as directed. Once she said, "Whoops, sorry, I'm ticklish," and asked, "What does that tell you?" "Just palpitating for lumps. Again pro forma, although it's been some time since this was done." "Enjoying it, kiddo?" "Maybe you are, Eunice. I'm not. I'd rather be approached more romantic-like." "Don't kid your grandmother. You enjoy it." The doctor stepped back and looked at her thoughtfully. Joanne Eunice said, "Anything more, sir? GYN?" "Not unless you ask for it. Trouble?" "Not a bit. I feel healthy enough to whup a grizzly bear." "And you check out that healthy, too. Nevertheless, your case worries me." "Why, Doctor?" "Because your case is unique. I know almost as little about it as you do. Joanne, when you left this house as Mr. Smith, I never expected to see you alive again. When you were brought back, I did not expect you to regain consciousness. When you regained consciousness, I felt sorry for you, as I never expected you to be other than paralyzed from the neck down. Yet here you are, well and healthy, apparently." "Why only apparently, Doctor?" "I don't know. We know little enough about any transplant, and nothing about a brain transplant, other than what we have learned from you. Joanne, for the past 2 weeks there has been no reason, other than caution, why you needed more supervision than any other young woman in good health. Say, Winifred here, for example." He shrugged. "Of the two, you seem to be somewhat more ruggedly healthy than she is. Nevertheless, I would bet that Winifred, barring accidents, will live out her normal lifespan, whereas you don't fit any curve. You're unique. Please, I'm not trying to frighten you, but only a fool makes predictions based on ignorance. I am not that sort of fool." "Doctor," she answered calmly, "you're saying that this body could reject the brain, or vice versa, it's the same thing, or that I could drop dead, heart failure, for no defined reason. I know it. I read a great deal on transplants while I was still Johann Smith. I am not afraid. If it happens, well, I've had a wonderful vacation from old age, with its pain and boredom." She smiled happily. "It's been like dying and going to heaven, and even a few weeks of heaven can be an eternity." "I'm glad you accept it so philosophically." "Not philosophically, Doctor. With wonder and joy, and reaching out greedily for every golden second." "Well, I'm pleased that Winifred is going to stay with you, and I hope that you will keep her a long time.
As long as she will stay. Always, I hope.
Because otherwise I would worry. But Winnie can do in an emergency anything I could do, and she'll have everything here with which to do it. And she knows, and I want you to know, that I will get here fast if she sends for me. All right, my dear, let's get that transmitter off you. You won't be monitored any longer. Nurse, rubbing alcohol and cotton.
Yes, Doctor.
Winifred went past the massage table, reached into a cupboard. Dr. Garcia detached the tiny transmitter. Slight erythema and a faint circle of mechanical dermatitis. With your amazing repair factor, I'm betting you won't be able to find where it's been by tomorrow. But I'm going to miss my morning movie.
Sir?
I don't suppose anyone has told you, but I have watched the monitors every morning while you exercised, waiting for your heart to pound, or your respiration to warn me. Nothing. Never anything abnormal, I mean. I could tell that you were exercising. Very mild exercise, I concluded.
Why, yes, I suppose so. Yoga.
Well, I would not class yoga as mild, if we mean the same thing.
I meant that yoga isn't a 100-yard dash or weightlifting. But well, both of us have been doing the classic poses, except the headstands. I'm not foolish. I know I have a Sears Roebuck skull. I wouldn't have let her, Doctor, but she never tried one. Truly, she didn't. Doctor, I haven't been building muscles for show. I'm simply trying to get perfect control over my new, wonderful body. Here, let me show you.
Joanne stood up, letting the negligee fall, stood on the floor 6 inches from the exercise mat, shifted her weight onto her left foot, brought her right leg up behind her in perfect extension, while she leaned slowly forward, deeper, until she clasped her left ankle with both hands and pressed her cheek against her shin, with her right leg arrow straight above her in a perfect split. She held it for 3 controlled breaths, then dropped her hands flat to the floor, slowly lifted her left leg, balancing it against the right, until she was holding a handstand, legs together, back arched, toes pointed. Again, slowly she let her limbs sink like drooping petals until they touched the mat. Let the arch sink into the wheel, melted still farther into the diamond pose, knees and elbows touching mat and floor. Held it, let it roll slowly forward into lotus. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Pick up your check at the gate, girl. We won't need to shoot this scene over. Thanks, Eunice, but I had a good guru. De nada, Chela. Dr. Garcia was applauding. Terrific! Unbelievable! Like everything else about this case. Winnie, can you do that? Joanne flowed upward, was standing. Sure she can. Skin 'em off, dear, and show Doctor. The nurse blushed deeply. No, I can't. Don't believe her, Doctor. I'm just learning. Oh, Fuff. I have to steady her only a little. Come back in 2 weeks, Doctor, and she'll do it by herself. It's not hard. Just takes angleworms in your ancestry, which you seem to have. But if Winnie didn't teach you, where did you learn it, Joanne? Uh-oh, watch it, boss. He smells a mouse. How old are you, Doctor? 37. I learned it about 40 years before you were born. But didn't have time to keep it up, she went on. Then for many years didn't have the physique even to try. But it all came back so easily that I'm forced to assume that Mrs. Branca was better at it than I was, even as a limber kid. Let's see and check that, sweetheart. Never make a lie too complicated, boss. Look, infant, I was lying with a straight face when your grandmother was in rompers. Erase and correct your great-grandmother. Grandmother. 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 Side 5. I will fear no evil. Well, I'm going to write it up as part of your final physical, if I can figure out how to describe it. Your robe, Joanne?
Thank you.
She took it and held it instead of presenting her back for him to put it on her. "Doctor, Mr. Salomon will be settling your fees and expenses. But to show my great appreciation, I want to add something." He shook his head. "A doctor should not accept more than his fee, and I assure you mine are high." "Nevertheless, I want to." She dropped the robe. "Winnie, turn your back, dear." She went straight into his startled arms, put up her face to be kissed. He hesitated about one heartbeat, then put his arms around her and kissed her. Joanne sighed softly. Her lips came open, and she flowed more closely against him. "Don't faint. Let's not miss any of this." "Don't bother me, Eunice. I'm busy." The doctor broke from it, caught his breath, and looked at her soberly. Then he reached down, recovered her robe, and held it. Joanne let him put it on her, then said, "Thank you, Doctor." She turned and smiled. I think I can honestly report that you are in excellent physical condition. Mr. Salomon is waiting." "Please tell him I'll be out in a moment." Joanne waited until the door closed. Then she went into Winifred's arms and giggled against her shoulder. "Winnie, did you turn your back? Didn't you peek a little, I hope?" "I turned my back, but I had a full view in the mirror. Whew! Whew twice. So that's what it feels like. Honey, I don't feel nearly so virginal now." "Is he good? It looked like it." "I don't know. I have no way to judge. Dear darling Jake kisses me. You've seen him. But just uncle sort of pecks. And you kiss me, and yours aren't pecks. But you're a girl and smaller than I am. Doctor is the first man who has really kissed me. And it made me feel so little and helpless that I darn near dragged him down onto the mat. You've never kissed him?" "Him? Joanne, honey, if I told any of the nurses about this, I would not be believed. Dr. Garcia doesn't even pat bottoms. He just growls." "He patted my bottom. I think he did. Things were fuzzy right then." "I know he did. I saw it and didn't believe it. Joanne, you wouldn't have made me skin down, would you?" "Why not? I was." "Yes, but you're a patient. I'm a nurse. I'm supposed to be a robot and a chaperone." "Only we know you're not, don't we?" "Well, anyhow, I can't do that one. It's much too hard." "I told him to come back in 2 weeks and you'll be able to. Shall I remind him?" "Oh, Joanne, you're teasing me again." The redhead added thoughtfully, "Do you really think I could, by myself, in only 2 more weeks?" "I know you can, but not in clothes, not even tights. So if you are going to blush and go chicken, I'd better not remind dear doctor." That did look like quite a kiss. But Paul wouldn't like it." "Wouldn't like what? You're demonstrating precision body control to a doctor? Or kissing a doctor? Or what the kiss might lead to? And how is Paul to know if you don't tell him?" "Boss, you are corrupting the youth of the land." "Egg feathers, Eunice. Either Paul won't marry her, or he's married and can't. Either way, he's got no business monopolizing her. As you pointed out, sex is not a sport. It's for being happy." Doctor wouldn't kiss me anyway. He doesn't even know I'm female." "Never believe it. You are, and he's not stupid. He'll kiss you if I suggest that it's the applause expected for a perfect performance. You've got 2 weeks to make up your mind. And right now, I've got to go see dear Jake." Chapter 13. Having business before this honorable court, draw nigh. May it please the court, while petitioners are ready to proceed, may they respectfully invite to the court's attention that no proper foundation has been laid? This matter relates to the competency of Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, grandfather of the 4 petitioners, and counsel is not aware that he is in court. Order! There will be order in the court, at once, or the room will be cleared. Counsel, are you suggesting that Miss Smith, this young lady at whom I am pointing, is not Johann Sebastian Bach Smith? Counsel suggests nothing, Your Honor. I merely note that we have nothing in the record to show that the person at whom the court pointed is Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, and that the question of competency cannot be considered until proof of identity is indubitably established. Is counsel attempting to instruct this court in the law? Oh, not at all. It sounded like that. May I remind counsel that this court sits today in equity, not in law, and that the procedures are what the court says they are. Most certainly, Your Honor. I regret if I inadvertently sounded otherwise. You were 1/16th of an inch from contempt, and don't let it happen again. Yes, Your Honor. As I am sick and tired of the behavior of about 50% of the spectators and at least 90% of the press, I order the bailiff to clear the room. Use a platoon, Evelyn, and clear these cattle out of the chutes promptly. And if that fancy video equipment is damaged in the process, we won't worry about it. Counselors, petitioners, guardian, and ward, putative ward, let the record show, will adjourn to my chambers while we get this silly hassle cleared up. Jake, this is fun. If I'm not me, then I'm flat broke and footloose. You have to marry me to keep me off welfare. Johann, shut up that drivel. This is serious. Jake, I refuse to see doom. If I'm not me, then I'm dead. And it would be worth being broke to hear my will read and see the faces of my loving descendants when they discover that they wind up with trivial incomes that aren't even tax-free. Jake, every rich man wants to hear his will read, and I may get the chance. Under the theory they seem to be following, Eunice is entitled to hear your will read. Remember that paragraph about all persons not specifically named who are in my personal and private employ at the time of my demise? Can't say that I do, but if you put it in, it's there. It's there. If you're not Johann, then you have to be Eunice. It's an either-or. Nope, it's both. Eunice, this is going to be fun. I think so too, boss. The part of his chamber selected by Judge McCampbell was a comfortable lounge. Once in it, he looked around. Jake, Ned, Miss Smith, Alec, Mrs. Seward, Mrs. Freybish. You're Mrs. Crampton, aren't you? Mrs. Lopez. Parkinson, how the devil did you get in here? Amicus curiae, Your Honor. You're no friend of this court, and you don't belong here. But will you walk, or would you rather be thrown out? Parkinson elected to walk. When the door sealed behind him, the judge said, Sperling, set that thing so I can record when I feel like it. Then you can leave. Alec, you look as if you were all set to object. Me? Oh, not at all, Judge. Good, because we're going to cut through the fog on this silly business. Who needs a fog cutter? The judge stepped to a corner bar. Alec, gin and tonic as usual? Thanks, Judge. I'm forgetting the ladies. Mrs. Seward, something with alcohol or coffee? This machine will make tea, too, if I can remember which buttons to push. And how about your sister and your cousins? Miss Smith, I recall what you used to order at the Jib some years back. Are your tastes the same now? Watch it, boss. It's loaded. Relax, Eunice. Judge, with a new body, my tastes have changed in some respects. But I remember fondly Glen Grant on the rocks, back before my doctors put a stop to it. But I haven't tasted anything with that much authority since those days. And since this is a competency hearing, I'll settle for coffee. Or a Coke, if you can twist its tail for that. The judge rubbed his nose and looked thoughtful. I'm not sure it's a competency hearing until we settle this matter of identity. Jake could have told you about Glen Grant. The idea of Johann Smith ordering a Coke shakes me. Joanne smiled at him. I know. Hardly seems in character. My doctors made me quit carbonated drinks long before they made me give up whiskey. Back about the time you entered law school. If I'm Johann Smith, that is. If I'm not, I'll ask to be excused, as in that case, I'm not a ward of the court and shouldn't be here. Isn't that correct? McCampbell looked still more thoughtful. Jake, do you want to caution your client? No, not your client, your... No, not that either. Blessed if I know what you are. That's what we've got to find out. Young lady, sit down and I'll fetch you a Coke. Alec, get drink orders from your 4 ladies and serve them. Jake, you and Ned serve yourselves. Alec and I have a date with some fish in Nova Scotia tomorrow morning, and I'll be switched if I'll keep fish waiting over a surprise turn in this hearing. Alec, confound your Irish soul, are you seriously questioning the identity of this young lady? Well, Judge, are you going to talk about contempt if I suggest that your question is not properly put? McCampbell sighed. Young lady, pay no attention to him. He was my roommate in college and gives me a bad time whenever he comes into my court. Someday I'm going to give him 30 days to think it over. And about 4:30 tomorrow morning I'm going to trip him into some very cold water, accidentally. Do that, Mac, and I'll sue. In Canada. I know he was your roommate, Judge. You were both big greens. Dartmouth 78, was it not? Why not let him ask me questions and find out for himself who I am? Mrs. Seward said shrilly, That's not the way to go about it. First you must take fingerprints of that impostor, and... Mrs. Seward?
Yes, Judge? I was just going to say...
Shut up. Mrs. Seward shut up. Judge McCampbell went on. Madam, simply because it suits me to be informal in my chambers, do not think that this is not a court in session, or that I would not find you in contempt. I would enjoy it. Alec, you had better convince her of that. Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Seward, any suggestions you have, you will make through me, not to the court. But I was just going to say that... Mrs. Seward, keep quiet. You are here only by courtesy of the court until this matter of identity is cleared up. I'm sorry, Judge. I advised my clients that, at the most, this was a holding action. I know that Jake Solomon would not risk bringing a ringer... Sorry, Miss Smith, a ringer into court. And I know it. But they insisted. If Mrs. Seward won't control herself, I'll have to ask your permission to withdraw from the case. The judge shook his head and grinned. No, sirree, Alec. You fetched them here, you're stuck with them, at least until court adjourns. Jake, is Ned still fronting for you, or will you speak for yourself? Oh, I think we can both speak up from time to time without friction. Ned? Of course, Judge. Jake can speak for himself and should. But I'm finding it interesting. Novel situation. Quite. Well, speak up if you have anything to contribute. Alec, I don't think we can get anywhere today. Do you? Alec Train stood mute. Joanne said, Why not, Judge? I'm here. I'm ready. Ask me anything. Bring out the rack and the thumbscrews. I'll talk. The judge again rubbed his nose. Miss Smith, I sometimes think that my predecessors were overly hasty in letting such tools be abolished. I think I can settle to my own satisfaction whether or not you are the person known as Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, of this city and of Smith Enterprises Limited. But it is not that simple. In an ordinary identity case, Mrs. Seward's suggestion of fingerprints would be practical. But not in this case. Alec, do petitioners stipulate that the brain of their grandfather was transplanted into another body? Petitioner's counsel looked unhappy. May it please the court, I am under instructions not to stipulate anything of the sort. So? What's your theory? Missing and presumed dead, I suppose. We take the position that the burden of proof is on anyone who steps forward and claims to be Johann Sebastian Bach Smith. Jake? I can't agree as to the burden of proof, Judge, but my client, my ward, who is also my client, Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, is present in court, and I'm pointing at her. I know her to be that named individual. Both of us are ready to be questioned by the court in any fashion in order to assure the court as to her identity. I was about to say that both of us are willing to be questioned by anyone, but on second thought, I cannot concede that there is any interested party other than my client. Judge? Yes, Miss Smith? Jake, do you want her to speak? Oh, certainly. Anything. Go ahead, Miss Smith. Thank you. Judge, my granddaughters can ask me anything. I've known them since they were babies. If they try to trip me, I'll have them hanging on the ropes in 2 minutes. For example, Joanna, the one you call Mrs. Seward, was hard to housebreak. On her 8th birthday, May 15th, 1960, the day the Paris conference between Eisenhower and Khrushchev broke down, her mother, my daughter Evelyn, invited me over to see the little brat have her birthday cake, and Evelyn shoved Joanna into my lap, and she cut loose. I did no such thing. Oh, yes, you did, Joanna. Evelyn snatched you off my lap and apologized, and said that you had a bedwetting problem. Can't say as to that. My daughter lied easily. Judge, are you going to sit there and let that person insult the memory of my dead mother? Mrs. Seward, your counsel cautioned you. If you don't heed his caution, this court is capable of nailing you into a barrel and letting you speak only when I say to pull out the bung, or some such. Squelch her, Alec. Suppress her the way they did in the trial in Alice in Wonderland, which it is beginning to resemble. She's not a party to this. She is here only to give evidence in case the court needs it. Miss Smith.
Yes, sir?
Your opinions as to the veracity of your putative descendants are not evidential. Can you think of anything that Johann Smith would know, and I would know or could check on, but which Jake Solomon could not possibly have briefed you on?
That's a tough one, Your Honor.
So it is. But the alternative, today, is for me to assume that you are an impostor most carefully coached, and then to question you endlessly in an attempt to trip you. I don't want to do that, because final identification, now that the matter has been raised, will have to be by evidence as conclusive as fingerprints. You see that, don't you?
Yes, I see it, but I don't quite see how.
She smiled and spread her graceful hands. My fingerprints and everything about me that can be seen are those of my donor. Yes, surely, but there are more ways of killing a cat than buttering it with parsnips. Later. Yes, Jake? Judge, in the interests of my client, I cannot concede that physical means of identifying this body are relevant. The question is this the individual designated by Social Security number 551-20-0052 and known to the world as Johann Sebastian Bach Smith? I suggest that estate of Henry M. Parsons versus Rhode Island, while not on all fours, is relevant. McCampbell said mildly, Jake, you are much older than I am, and I'm reasonably sure you know the law more thoroughly than I do. Nevertheless, here today, I am the judge. Certainly, Your Honor. May it please the court, So quit being so damned respectful in my chambers. You sat on my orals and voted to pass me, so you must think I know some law. Of course the Parsons case is relevant. We'll get to it later. In the meantime, I'm trying to find a basis for a pro tem ruling. Well, Miss Smith?
Judge, I don't care whether I'm identified or not.
In the words of a gallant gentleman, broke don't scare me. She suddenly chuckled and glanced at her granddaughters.
May I tell you something funny? Privately?
I could clear the room of everyone but you and your counsel. Nevertheless, you had better save any jokes until after we adjourn.
Yes, sir. May I address one irrelevant remark to my granddaughters?
I may strike it from the record. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Girls, Joanna, Marla, June, Eleanor, look at me. For 30-odd years you have been waiting for me to die. Now you hope to prove that I am dead, else this silly business would never have come up. Girls, I hope you get away with it, for I can't wait to see your faces when my will is read. You zapped 'em, boss. Look at those expressions.
I surely did, darling. Now shut up. We're not home free. Your Honor. Yes, Alec? May I suggest that this is not relevant? Joanne cut in. But I said it would be irrelevant, Mr. Train. Just the same, they had better start thinking about how to break my will instead of this nonsense. She added thoughtfully, perhaps I'd better set up a lifetime trust that will make them slightly better off with me alive than dead, to protect myself against patricidal assassination. Judge, is patricidal the right word, now that I'm female? Blessed if I know. Better make it avicidal. No, avicide already means the killing of birds and has nothing to do with avus. Never mind, Miss Smith, take up such matters with your attorney, and let us return to our muttons. Have you thought of anything which Jake Solomon could not have coached you on?
It's difficult. Jake has been handling my affairs for most of a generation. Judge, will you shake hands with me?
Eh?
We had best do it under the table or out of sight of anyone but Mr. Train.
Looking puzzled, the judge went along with her request. Then he said, Be damned. Excuse me. Miss Smith, shake hands with Alec. Joanne did so, letting her body cover it from spectators. Mr. Train looked surprised, whispered something to her, which she answered in a whisper. "Boss, what was that?" "Greek. Tell you later, dear, though girls aren't supposed to know." McCampbell said, "Mr. Solomon could not have coached you." "Ask him. Jake was a barb, not a Greek." "Of course I was a barb," Solomon growled. "I had no stomach for being the exhibit Jew in a chapter that did not want its charter lifted. What is this?" Train said, "Well, it seems that Miss Smith is a fraternity brother of the judge and myself. Sister, I suppose. Judge, it's easy to check this on both Johann Smith and Mr. Solomon. In the meantime, I find it persuasive." "Perhaps I can add to it," Joanne said. "Mr. Train, Brother Alec, of course you should check on both Jake and myself. But look me up in our fraternal archives under Schmidt rather than Smith, as I changed my name in 41, which my granddaughters know. But you both know of our fraternal distress fund?" "Yes." "Certainly, Miss Smith. The fund did not exist when I was pledged. My senior year it was, after I made Phi Beta Kappa, and because our local chapter needed a greasy grind and had an alumnus willing to pay for my initiation. The fund was started during World War II. I helped augment it some years later, and was one of its trustees from 56 until late in the 80s, when I dropped most outside activities. Judge, you tapped the fund for $1,500 in the spring of 78. So I did. But I paid it back eventually, then donated the same amount at a later time, according to our customs." "I'm glad to hear it. The latter, I mean. You were off the hook before I resigned as a trustee." "I was a hard-nosed trustee, Judge, and never okayed a loan until I was certain that it was a distress case and not just a convenience to a lazy undergraduate. Shall I relate the circumstances which caused me to okay your loan?" The judge blinked. "I would rather you did not. At least not now. Alec knows them." "Yes," agreed Train. "Would have lent him the money myself if I had had it." "What is this, boss?" "Case of rheumatic fever, sweet." "Abortion money?" No, he married the girl, and here I am digging up the skeleton." "Bitch." "No, Eunice, my granddaughters don't know what I'm talking about, nor does Jake." "I see no reason to discuss it," Miss Smith went on, "unless the judge wants to question me privately. And if you do, Judge, do remind me to tell you a real giggle about the ancestries of my so loving granddaughters. Odd things happen even in the best families, and the Schmidt family was never one of the best. We're a vulgar lot, me and my descendants. Our only claim to prominence is too much money." "Later, perhaps, Miss Smith. I'm now ready to hand down a decision, temporary and conservative. Counsels?" "Ready, Judge." "Nothing to add, Your Honor." McCampbell fitted his fingertips together. "Identity. It need not depend on fingerprints or retinal patterns or similar customary evidence. John Doe could lose both hands and both feet, have both eyes gouged out, be so scarred and damaged that even his dentist could not identify him, and he would still be John Doe with the same Social Security number. Something like that happened to you, Miss Smith, assuming that you are indeed Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, though I am happy to see," he smiled, "that no scars show. This court finds persuasive the evidence of your identity brought out in this hearing. We assume, pro tem, that you are Johann Sebastian Bach Smith. However," the judge looked at Solomon, "we now get to the Parsons case. Inasmuch as the Supreme Court has ruled that the question of life or death resides in the brain and nowhere else, this court now rules that identity must therefore reside in the brain and nowhere else. In the past, it has never been necessary to decide this point. Now it is necessary. We find that to rule in any other fashion would be inconsistent with the intent of the Supreme Court in Estate of Henry M. Parsons versus Rhode Island. To rule in any other way would create chaos in future cases in any way similar to this one. Identity must lie in the brain. Now, Jake, I am in effect going to shove the burden of the proof over onto you and your client. At a later time, you must be prepared to prove beyond any possible doubt that Johann Sebastian Bach Smith's brain was removed from his body and transplanted into this body." McCampbell pointed. Jake nodded. "I realize that, Judge. A person who wants to cash a check must prove his identity. This is on all fours. But today we were taken by surprise. So was the court. And, Alec, I'm going to take you by surprise someday with something better than a pie bed or an exploding cigar. Damn it, you should have warned court and counsel." "I apologize, Your Honor. I received my instructions quite late." "You should have at once asked for a continuance, not let this hearing open. You know better. Never mind, the hearing has been instructive. Miss Smith, Miss Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, subject to remarks above, you were made a ward of this court and placed under the guardianship of Mr. Jacob Salomon for one reason alone. You were at the time not competent to manage your affairs by reason of post-operative incapacity. Let the record show that neither insanity in the legal sense nor mental illness in the medical sense had anything to do with it. You were in an extended condition of unconsciousness following surgery, and that was all. You are no longer unconscious. You appear to be in good health, and the court takes judicial notice that during this hearing you appeared always to be alert and clear-headed. Since the sole condition, unconsciousness, on which you were made a ward no longer obtains, you are now no longer a ward, and Mr. Salomon is discharged of his guardianship. What's the trouble, Alec?" "May it please the court, as counsel for the petitioners, I must ask to have an objection entered into the record." "On what grounds?" "Why, lack of expert witnesses as to, Miss Smith's competence." "Do you have expert witnesses ready to examine her?" "Of course." "Jake?" "Certainly, waiting on call." "How many?" "One more than Alec has, however many he qualifies." "So I expected. And if we start qualifying expert witnesses now, and let each one exercise his little ego, those fish in Nova Scotia would die of old age. Keep your shirt on, Alec. No expert witnesses were used to show this person's incompetence. The gross condition of unconsciousness was stipulated, and now no longer exists. Alec, your objection goes into the record, but I'm putting you on notice that your claim of need for expert witnesses lacks foundation. And this time the burden of proof is on you. Petitioners will have to show something more than great anxiety to get their hands on the large sums of money at stake in this matter. Every citizen, every person, is conditionally presumed to be competent, and that means everyone. You, me, Jake, Miss Smith, petitioners, and the illiterate who fills that bar and cleans out the empties. This court will not set the extremely bad precedent of allowing you or anyone to conduct a fishing expedition into the matter of a person's competency without proper foundation. However, Jake—" "Yes, Judge?" "We all know what this hearing is really about. Money. Lots of money. You might explain to Miss Smith that her competency may be challenged at some later time." "We're prepared for it." "While I've discharged you as her guardian, you will stay on as conservator of the property of Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, pending positive proof of identity. And I do mean positive. You've got to trace Smith's brain into this body every step of the way. What was the name of that surgeon? Boyle. I suppose you'll need him, and several others. I'm not going to take anything for granted, nor permit any stipulations. There is too much at stake, and I don't intend to be reversed. Alec, if you are going to challenge competency, you will have to wait until after that time, and if it's in my court, show foundation for such challenge. That satisfy you?" "I guess it will have to." "I guess so, too. Court's adjourned." Mrs. Seward stood up, red-faced, and said to Alec Train, "You're fired." McCampbell said coldly, "Madam, consider yourself lucky that you saved that outburst until after court adjourned. Now get out of my chambers. You other three ladies may leave, too." Joanna's sister June said as she stood up, "Judge, may I ask a question?" "Certainly, Mrs. Freybish." "You've turned this person loose. That's all right. I'm not criticizing. But are you leaving her in our grandfather's house? I think you ought to know that it is loaded, simply loaded with valuable works of art. What is to keep her from gutting it while we are proving that she can't be our grandfather? Oh, madam, Mr. Salomon knows the duties and responsibilities of a conservator. However, Jake, it would be prudent not to permit any objects of sentimental or artistic value to leave that house during this waiting period. No problem. Since I've had to manage the household, I've been staying there much of the time. But I'll have a word with Johann's chief guard.
Judge, may I say something?
Certainly, Miss Smith.
I'd like protection against them. June doesn't know what objet d'art I own. Not one of them has been inside my house since it was built. During my long illness and confinement, not one of them called on me or sent flowers or anything. And the same for my post-surgery convalescence, except that I learned that Joanna, Mrs. Seward, tried to crash in right after my operation. I don't trust them. I'd like the court's protection.
Jake? I wasn't there, but I heard it from Johann's chief guard.
Mrs. Seward?
She sniffed.
I had a perfect right, next of kin.
I think I understand it. All right, you four ladies, listen carefully, then leave. You will refrain from visiting the home or offices or other properties of Johann Sebastian Bach Smith. You will refrain from making any attempt to see or to speak with this young lady I have been addressing as Miss Smith. If you need to communicate with her or with the court's appointed conservator, Mr. Salomon, you will do so only through this court or through your attorney, whoever he may be, to Mr. Salomon, and never directly to Miss Smith. This is an order to all four of you, and each of you will obey under pain of severe penalties for contempt. Do you understand? Are there any questions? McCampbell waited and then went on. Very well. Now all four of you leave. The judge remained standing while they filed out. When the door sealed, he sighed. Whew! Miss Smith, or should I say Brother Schmidt, will you have that Glen Grant on rocks now? Glenlivet, actually. I don't have Glen Grant. She smiled.
Truly, I haven't tried anything that potent on this new body. Jake and I should leave. You and Brother Alec have a date with a fish.
Oh, do sit down. Alec has his gear and his car in the basement, and my copter is picking us up from the roof in about an hour. Another Coke?
Is there sherry? I get a very pleasant buzz on just a glass of sherry. I conclude that my donor did not drink at all. Almost never, boss, and you're giving me a taste for the stuff.
Quiet, darling. Later.
All right, but ask him about our name. Isn't Judgy Wudgy a darling? Wonder what he's like in bed.
You and your one-track mind. I'll ask him about our name. Now shut up. Sherry it shall be. Jake? Ned? Alec?
Judge, since Jake doesn't need me, I'll ask to be excused.
Okay, Ned. Alec, serve yourself and take care of Jake. I want to stare at Brother Schmidt. I probably won't be seeing you again, Miss Smith. Your granddaughters are almost certain to try to move it into a higher court. That business of proving who you are by our fraternity grip, that tore it. All I could do today was to give you a little protection in the interim.
Which I appreciated, sir. Here's an odd thing about this sex change. When I was an old man, frail and helpless, I was afraid of nothing. Now I'm young and healthy and strong, but female. To my surprise, I find that I want to be protected.
Alec Train said over his shoulder from the bar, I'll protect you, Brother Schmidt. Don't trust Brother McCampbell. He was the worst wolf in our chapter. Step aside, Brother Wolf. It's my turn to stare at our new brother.
Boys, I am not a new brother. I was pledged years before you were born. But I'm not surprised that you like to stare at me. As my donor... Jake, do they know?
It's not much of a secret, Johann. Judge McCampbell knows. I think Alec knows, too.
Joanne, if he doesn't know, tell him. And don't forget our name.
What do you think I'm leading up to?
All right. My donor, Eunice Branca, my former secretary and the sweetest, loveliest girl I've ever known, was not only a perfect secretary. She was a beauty contest winner not many years back. I know what a treasure I inherited from her. I don't wear her body with the charming grace she gave it, but I'm trying to learn. You're learning, boss.
It is the opinion of this court that you have learned. Shut up, Mac. Brother Schmidt, I agree with him, merely because he's right. Thank you both, on behalf of Eunice Branca. Jake, now that court is adjourned, do I have to wear this Mother Hubbard? It's too warm. That's up to you. I suppose it depends on how much you have under it. Perhaps I'd better not. Minimum decency under the customs of today, but it would get a burlesque queen 30 days back when I was a youngster. Exhibitionist, you're asking to be coaxed. Certainly. Who taught me? At least the bra isn't just paint, like that mermaid outfit you zapped me with. Alec Train said, Brother Schmidt, in identity cases it is sometimes necessary to require the challenged individual to strip completely. Birthmarks and scars and such. Tell her, Judge. Ignore him, Brother Schmidt. I wouldn't call that lovely Grecian robe a Mother Hubbard, but I can see that it was intended for outdoors, and I'll happily hang it up for you. Oh goodness, I'm having trouble shucking off my early 20th century Puritanism. Jake has seen me in the nothing much girls wear today, and he's seen Eunice in even less than I have on under this. Eunice wasn't shy about sharing her beauty. You milked that, didn't you, dearie? Which one are you after? Shut up. Joanne ran a finger down the magno strip, let the robe fall open. Alec Train hurried to claim it ahead of the judge. Then she posed. See, this is almost the way Eunice Branca looked, except that she walked in glory, always, while I am an old man who is trying to learn to wear her body. Besides Eunice's body, Joanne was wearing some of Winnie's clothes, black frill skirt, translucent black Klingon cups, 6-inch stick-tight stilt sandals that left her pretty feet in view, no paint, just restrained enhancement with rouge and shadow. She posed. They stared. Jake cleared his throat louder than usual. Joanne, had I known what you were wearing, not wearing, rather, under that robe, I would have advised you to keep it on. Oh, pooh, Jake. You wouldn't have scolded Eunice for dressing this way. But that brings up something I must ask. Judge, I can't go on being Johann Smith. Will you let me change my name? That's not properly put, Brother Schmidt. You can have any name you like. At most, a court confirms it. You mean that you need a girl's name now? Helen, perhaps, or Cleopatra? Thank you. For Eunice. Boss, find out if Judge is still married. Go back to sleep. Not either of those names. I want to be known as Joanne, for Johann, Joanne Eunice Smith. Judge McCampbell looked surprised, then smiled in approval. A good choice. The flavor of your masculine name, plus, I assume, a tribute to your donor. But may I offer a word of advice? You can start calling yourself that today. I already have. I noticed that Jake called you Joanne, but let it be a family name and keep your masculine name at other times. Use it to sign letters, checks, and so forth until your identity has been finally established, in the Supreme Court if possible. Don't cloud the issue. I gave her the same advice, Solomon put in. I'm not surprised. Brother Schmidt, what do you want me to call you, in private? Why, either Joanne or Eunice. Both by preference, as I do not want anyone ever to forget Eunice Branca, me least of all. I want to be reminded of my benefactrix. But don't call me Miss in private. Look, brothers, as Brother Schmidt, I am half a century older than you two. But as Joanne Eunice, I am only a few weeks old. However, Eunice's body is that of a young woman, and that is what I am learning, must learn to be. You could have daughters my age, so please call me Joanne Eunice, and save Miss Smith for court appearances. She smiled. Or Brother Schmidt, if you wish, although Yanni was what I was called by our brothers in my chapter. Alec said, Joanne, Eunice, Brother Yanni Schmidt, I'm pleased to call you whatever you like. And I don't have daughters your age, and you make me feel younger just to look at you. But I'm not speaking for my roommate. and I'd hate to tell you how old some of his offspring are. He was the scourge of PS 238. Stay away from him and let me protect you. And did I mention how happy I am that Mrs. Seward fired me? Brother Joanne Eunice, I would never have been in this case other than as a favor to Parkinson's mother-in-law. But at first, it did look like a straightforward case of protecting the interest of an invalid too ill to protect himself. Believe me. Don't listen to him, advised the judge. He's an ambulance chaser. I throw legitimate business his way just to protect the good name of our brothers. But back to this matter of identity. Joanne Eunice, I don't know how much law you know. Just what is rubbed off in the course of a long and evil life. I depend on experts, such as Jake. I see. Well, your granddaughters probably think it is wrong of me to help you establish your identity. It is not. True, in a civil suit or a criminal action, a judge must be impartial. But such a matter as establishing identity is neither one, and there is no rule of law or equity which prohibits a court from being helpful. This situation is like that of a citizen who has lost his passport and appeals to his consul. The consul doesn't sit as a judge. He tries to get the mix-up straightened out. So, Jake, you've been in the law much longer than I have. Do you want my opinions? I'm always most happy to have Judge McCampbell's opinions on any matter. I think I'll reconvene court and slam you for contempt after I finish this drink. All right, you're going to get him anyhow. Do you anticipate any difficulty in proving that the brain of Brother Schmidt was moved into the body of Eunice Branca? None. A nuisance, but no difficulty. Or in showing that this body, this lovely body, was once that of Eunice Branca? Same answer. What evidence? Police reports, photographs, hospital personnel, and so forth. Let's say it's my court. I'm going to make you go back and touch second at every opportunity. I intentionally got into the record today that ruling based on Parsons' estate versus Rhode Island. I think it's important. So do I. Thank you. In following the principle that identity lies in the brain and nowhere else... We could tell him something, couldn't we, boss? Yes, beloved, but we aren't going to. I'm going to be as tough as possible. No depositions when it is possible to bring the witness into court. Photographs and other records not only allowed, but required. But the originals must be brought into court, not copies. And photographers or record keepers must appear and identify same. And the surgeons or others whose work appears in those films, photographs, or records must appear and confirm each record. Do you know if each body was fingerprinted just prior to surgery? Not of my own knowledge. Damn it, I was taken by surprise today. And at the time of Eunice Branca's death, I had other things worrying me. Joanne Eunice reached over and squeezed his hand. Alec Train said, I can help on that. When Parkinson brought Mrs. Seward to see me, I checked on that point at once. Prints were taken from both bodies, so I gave identity no further thought. That's why I was taken as much by surprise as you two. I don't know what chimney-corner lawyer put the idea in Mrs. Seward's head. Parkinson, probably. He stayed at her elbow all through. But I received instructions just as court convened. I'm not spilling any privileged communication when I say that. Nor do I know of any canon which forbids me to say that I am damn sick of both Mrs. Seward and Parkinson. Every possible bit of evidence, McCampbell went on. You will have to trace that brain out of that body. Joanne Eunice, no, Jake, do you know what became of Johann Smith's body? That one I can answer. Here we have a unique case of a body becoming a chattel while the person who lived in it is still alive. I knew what Johann Smith, Joanne Eunice that is, had wanted done with it, as his will contains the standard donated for medical research clause. But the will did not control because Johann Smith was and is alive. The medical center asked what to do with it. I told them to hold it in their morgue. I assume that it is still there. Mr. Train said, Counselor, I hope you're right. But unless that cadaver was nailed down, 2 gets you 10 that some eager medical student has chopped it up. The judge said, I'm afraid Alec could be right. Jake, it may be a matter of great urgency to perpetuate the evidence. All the evidence. Verb sape. We all know how key evidence has a way of disappearing when big money is involved. And besides eager medical students, well, we all know that almost any illegal act is for sale at a price. Films and records can be stolen, others substituted. Ostensibly respectable witnesses can be bribed. Let's speculate for a moment that Brother Schmidt is opposed by nameless, dishonest persons willing to bribe, suborn, and so forth. Such crime is not cheap. Does anyone have a guess as to how much money might be used to destroy or change the evidence? Jake said, I won't guess, but in the case of 4 nameless females, I can find out. Joanne said, I can help a little on this. Marla and Eleanor lost their father before they were of age, and his estate wound up minus, and no insurance to speak of. So I supported my daughter Roberta until she died, and kept her kids in school until they flunked out, then continued to support them until each married. One of their grievances against me is that I stopped their allowances when they married. But I continued a credit watch on them, as I did not want any descendant of mine to become a charge on the taxpayers. Much the same with the other 2 girls, except that Jim Darlington outlasted my daughter Evelyn, and both girls, Joanna and June, married while their parents were living. To put it briefly, unless one of them has come into some windfall, all 4 could not scrape together enough money to tackle any really expensive crime. I'm glad to hear it, said McCampbell. Just the same, Jake, time is of the essence in preserving evidence, and I want you to know that this court will give you all possible legal help in protecting and perpetuating any evidence you dig up. Alec and I plan to be away 4 days, but I'll leave my emergency wavelength with Sperling, and will bounce back here if you need me. Thank you, sir. Wait a minute, said Alec Train. There is money in this case. Mac, you know how I am about fees. Yes, larcenist. Ignore him, Brother Schmidt. I tailor my fees all the way from 0 up to outrageous. In this case, I did not want the job, so I demanded an outrageous retainer against a, yes, larcenous per diem, and Parkinson paid without a quiver, through Mrs. Seward, but there was no question as to who called the tune. The question is, will Parkinson go on paying, and is he willing to hire his friendly neighborhood safecracker to go after some necessary link? I don't know, especially as it isn't his money, but his mother-in-law's. I don't know, answered Jake, but I always assumed that my opponent might cheat if I failed to cut the cards. I'm going after that evidence with all possible speed. Sorry, Joanne, I should have anticipated this. I'm getting old. He is not. Tell him so, boss. Joanne Eunice patted his hand. Jake, you are not getting old, and there was no reason to anticipate this. Gentlemen, let me say again, I don't care a whit if my granddaughters win. If they win, they lose, because if they prove me legally dead, I have cut them off with that shilling, and thanks to Eunice Branca and Dr. Boyle and Jake Salomon, I'm young and healthy and enjoying life, and not distressed at the idea of losing a fortune that has become a burden to me. Alec Train said, Brother Schmidt, Joanne, Eunice, honey, don't you realize that it is un-American to talk that way about millions of dollars? She grinned at him. Brother Alec, if I come out of this broke, I'll bet you $1 million that I can net $1 million after taxes in the next 5 years, starting from scratch. Jake, will you back my bet, since it calls for me starting broke? Certainly. Wait a minute, Train protested. I'm just a poor but honest lawyer. Will you make that bet 50 cents? Mac, will you lend me 50 cents? Not without security. Joanne Eunice, listen, please. I don't doubt that you are willing to tackle the world broke. But I know in my heart that you are indeed Brother Johann Schmidt, who okayed a loan to me when I really needed it. Old Eat-A-Bit-A-Pie didn't let me down, and I'm not going to let Brother Schmidt down. Thank you, Brother Mac. Jake growled, You frat house aristocrats made me sick when I was in college, and I don't like it much better today. Judge, the only good reason for giving Joanne Eunice a hand is because it's the fair thing to do, not because he okayed a loan years ago to some snot-nosed fraternity brother. Counselor, Your point is well taken. I think I can truthfully say that I have never allowed fraternal bonds, including Shriner, which you and I are, to affect my behavior on the bench. The hell it hasn't, old buddy mine. You rule against me just for the hell of it. Ask anybody. Even when I've been forced to instruct this Irishman in the finer points of the law, I would have helped in this matter in any case. Both as a citizen and as a ward of the court, Joanne Eunice is entitled to any help a court can offer in establishing her identity. But I confess that my emotions were aroused by a circumstance that I did not dream existed. Not that Joanne Eunice is my fraternity brother. That is simply a pleasing coincidence. But that he, at that time, gave me a hand when it mattered. He stared at his glass. No need to go into details. You know them, Joanne Eunice? Yes. You can tell Jake later. Let me list the things I think are necessary in this case. Both of you lawyers check me, and I'm going to stick a fresh tape in this thing so that we can all have copies. He turned to his clerk's recording equipment. That is, I think I'm going to. But damn. Excuse me, Joanne Eunice. I wonder if Sperling has gone home. Let's look at that thing, dear. I'm Brother Schmidt any time you feel like swearing, Judge. May I look at your recorder? It's a bit like one I have at home. Go ahead. I sometimes wish we still used shorthand reporters. Thank you. How about, Eunice? It's Betsy's idiot baby sister, no hoo-hoo. You whistle Yankee Doodle or think about Judgy Wudgy and don't bother me. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma... Got it, dearie. Recording with a fresh tape, Judge. Set for 3 copies and erase memory. McCampbell said, I'm amazed every time I find someone who understands machinery. I don't really, but Eunice Branca taught me to run one somewhat like yours. Boss, you're learning how to lie. Just tell the truth, but not all of it. Honey girl, I invented that way of lying way back when your grandmother was a virgin. First, Eunice Branca's death must be established. As it was murder, we will assume extensive records with positive identification, including fingerprints. And since they are police records, we must also assume that they are vulnerable to any determined and well-financed attempt to destroy or replace them. Then, Mrs. Branca's body must be followed into surgery and positive identification of the body again established at that point. Johann Schmidt's body must also be followed to that point and positively identified just before surgery. Then, we must be certain beyond any doubt that the brain was removed from the Schmidt body. Joanne Eunice, this must be distressing to you. Would you like to retire to my washroom? There's a couch in there. Please go ahead, sir. I've learned to live with it. Makes me feel like throwing up, boss. Me too, darling, but we aren't going to. We're going to look solemnly serene. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Let's make a lotus. This chair is big enough. Yes, darling. Om Mani Padma Hum. And finally, in court, we will take Joanne Eunice's fingerprints, have them compared by experts with each earlier set, and thereby forge the final link. Joanne Eunice, do I simply switch this off now? After the 3 copies pop out, it will shut itself off. When the 3 copies pop out, it will erase and shut off. Jake, we're keeping these gentlemen from their fishing. Those fish aren't restless, the judge assured her. Just a moment. He stepped to his closed-circuit view phone. Evelyn? Yes, Judge. How are things outside? Quiet? Judge, how did you guess? I've got 3 men in the infirmary, and the building is buttoned up. You might take a look on 3 and 4, and then play back the 16 o'clock spot news. How badly were your men hurt? Nothing serious. One with a lungful of sneeze gas when we had to clear the main entrance and seal the riot doors. One with a flesh wound on a cheekbone, and the third with cracked ribs. My guess is the newsies bought themselves a riot, as cameras were in position when the trouble started. I see. Are we going to need the guard? I wouldn't say so. The police have the streets around us pretty well patrolled, and our own people are either staying overnight or being taken off the top by chopper. Message from Judge Anders. Says there's no reason for you not to go fishing, and he'll assume that he's presiding judge pro tem. He's staying in his chambers tonight. I'll call him and thank him. Off." The judge switched to view 3, studied it. "Doesn't look too rough. Just the same, they ought to tear this building down and build a stronger one farther from any abandoned area." He switched to view 4. "Uh-oh." The room filled with crowd roar. The screen showed a milling mob. Moving slowly through the crowd were 2 police Merrimack tanks, their loudspeakers monotonously repeating the warning to disperse. "Brother Schmidt, does your house have a copter landing?" Joanne shook her head. "No, it's designed so that a copter can't land on it. It seemed the safer choice when it was built." "Well, I could put you into any enclave by copter, or you could stay here overnight." Jake said, "Judge, my car is a rolled Skoda. We'll be all right." "I can't force you to stay, but let's get a playback on the news and see what stirred up the lice." McCampbell punched the time in, then punched for playback. "Headline of the hour, brain transplant fraud. Our earlier flash has been confirmed. The sensational brain transplant of tycoon Johann Smith was a hoax. The question is, did he die a natural death, or was he murdered? The latter theory seems likely in view of today's bald-faced attempt to steal his enormous fortune through claiming in open court that his alleged former secretary, a woman of doubtful reputation going by the name of Blanca—" Solomon growled, "Judge, would you mind shutting off that damned rot?" McCampbell switched it off. "Seems I started something. Can't say I'm sorry. I will not let my courtroom be turned into a circus." Joanne Eunice said meekly, "I'm sorry, Judge." "Huh? Joanne Eunice, you were not at fault. You were forced into court needlessly and against your will. You did nothing. As for me, I hold to the old-fashioned ideal that a courtroom is where the sovereign is present in person, dispensing equity and justice to all, not bread and circuses for the rabble. As long as I'm on the bench, I'll run it that way, no matter how many news snoops get sore or how many illits want a livelier show." "I'm sorry your bailiffs were hurt." "Well, so am I, but they aren't conscripts. They are career people who know it is hazardous, and they are necessary. If that bill ever passes to disarm bailiffs, that day I quit the bench, and the law as well. Jake?" "Yes, Mac?" "You can risk your neck if you want to, but even a rolled Skoda is not a Merrimack. Enough people can tip it over. Then they can build a bonfire around it and roast you like chestnuts. And there are characters out there who would do it just for kicks. No, not a word out of you. I'm not going to let her leave this building in a ground car, even if I have to reconvene court for 3 seconds and make her a ward again. She leaves by copter. The question is, where does she go? You could sleep in my chambers, Joanne Eunice. There is a buttery in the bar, and the washroom is a complete bath, and that couch opens into a bed. Lumpy, I'm afraid." "Ask Judgy Wudgy if he goes with the bed." "I didn't hear you, and pipe down." "I was going to say," Jake said mildly, "that I have a house in Safe Harbor, unstaffed and empty, but it's a safe rendezvous. You could have your chief bailiff tell my driver and shotgun to wait until this quiets down, then pick us up there. Although I would bet on those boys to drive through any mob and not let the car be tipped. They're mean." "No doubt, and wind up with a hit and run, too. We'll do it the easy way. Either of you want to use my washroom while I phone Evelyn and the roof?" A few minutes later, Jake and Joanne were about to leave. The judge's copter was waiting for them, he having brushed aside remarks about fish. Joanne said, "Judge, I think you know I am grateful, but I would like to show my thanks by doing something, money, I mean, for those men who were hurt." "No." "Why not? Oh, I know it was not my fault, but nevertheless they were hurt because of me. You know I can afford it." "Because they are officers of the court, and I would have to treat it as constructive bribery. Tell her, Jake." "He's correct, Joanne, although he's being stuffy about it." "Not too stuffy. Joanne Eunice, there is an enclave home for dependents of police, bailiffs, firemen, and such killed in line of duty. Jake can tell you about it. I would rather not hear what you do about it." "I see." Joanne ignored the fact that Jake was waiting with her robe, stepped closer to McCampbell, turned her face up, and put her arms around his neck. "Does this constitute bribery?" "I think so," McCampbell answered, putting his arms around her. "But I won't analyze it." "Of course it's bribery. Get away from him, Brother Schmidt. I handle his bribes." "Shut up, you noisy Mick." Joanne turned her face just as her lips were about to touch McCampbell's. "You're next on my bribe list, Brother Alec." "So get back into line, R.H.I.P." McCampbell stopped any further words from her. She let her lips come softly open, did not hurry him. "Whee-you! I thought so. Don't let me faint, Eunice." Some seconds later she opened her eyes, looked up into the judge's face. "My goodness," she said softly. Alec Train tapped his shoulder. "Court's adjourned, Judge. Be elsewhere." Joanne gave the judge a quick, possessive squeeze, untangled herself, and went into his former roommate's arms, turned up her face. She was careful to make this kiss as long and as warm as the other. What do you think, Eunice?" "They are both oral as hell, and they kiss almost as well as Jake. And if Jake weren't here, they would have us down on the rug this instant. Break it up, dear. You've kissed him as long as you did Judgy Wudgy, and Jake is getting edgy." "All right, spoil sport." "Not at all. But you don't know how to handle men without upsetting them. Break." A moment later, Jake silently helped her into her street robe. She thanked him, clicked the magno-strip, arranged the shoulder drape, let the judge hand her into his lift. They said goodbye. The lift closed. Alec Train turned to his friend. "Mac, kissing Brother Schmidt is more emphatic than spreading most gals." "Amen." "What would it be like to be married to her? And why is it that when the parade goes by, I'm always out for a short beer?" "The O.B. damaged your head with his forceps. That's why they had to make a lawyer out of you." "How about yourself?" "Oh, me too, stipulated. I wasn't bright enough to be a lawyer. I had to wangle an appointment to the bench. Christ, what a chick." Passed by acclamation. "Mac, having kissed her, do you really think she can be old Selim Johann, the terrible-tempered tycoon?" "Well, everything fits, and she did have the grip." "And the password. I checked. But, Mac, any of our brothers, even ones whose bias hardly extends to girls, would sell our secrets. What am I saying? Would give them to that one, if she kissed him." "Stipulating that you are correct in your estimate of our brothers, and I agree, Joanne Eunice can't have had much chance to subvert one of them. Jake has practically had her under house arrest at my suggestion. And Jake himself, well, he sounded like a barb, but you can check it in that bookcase in Who's Who in Law." "I don't think I can walk that far. But let's assume that old Johann was a brother. Easy to check. And she did know all about the distress fund and the fact that you needed a loan our senior year." "Yes, that's the convincer." "No, it's not. I mean that Johann would have been just as susceptible. She was his secretary. It might have amused him to spill fraternal secrets to her. Grip, password, even details about the fund." "Oh, crap, you honky bastard. Joanne Eunice is just what she purports to be, an utterly delicious girl who has Johann's brain in her skull. Alec, I concede that Joanne Eunice doesn't seem much like Johann Smith. But even you might be socially acceptable if that sponge between your ears were placed in the brain pan of a creature as delectable as she is." The judge shook his head. "She's enough to make a queen switch from AC to DC." "Man, she really got to you, didn't she?" "And you, my friend. Who said we needed a vacation from women? You, as I recall. But you drooled over her. You would give up boys for life if she were to phone and ask for you. Don't try to fool your roomie. I know you better than Ruth does." "I won't argue, but you're at least as far down the street as I am, Mac, and she affected you the same way. Does Norma know how little fishing we plan to do?" "Sure, she suspects, but she's always been tolerant. Alec, how disappointed would you be if I called off our trip? Jake may need a friendly judge in a hurry, especially if those vultures find a shyster unscrupulous enough to buy some direct action. I'd hate to be missing if Brother Schmidt needed me." My God, a soul with a soul. Oddly enough, I was thinking the same thing. Can't let Brother Schmidt down. Mac, could it prejudice anything if I volunteered my services free to Jake? If this gets sticky, he's going to need to be several places at once. I could share the load. And share the wealth. It would give you an excuse to see Brother Schmidt again. Any law against taking a profit? But Jake does need help. And you're familiar with the case. Alec, old dear, it's a noble thought. While you did represent the petitioners, not only have they fired you, but this was never an adversary situation. Theoretically, those creeps are as anxious to arrive at the truth for the benefit of their beloved grandfather as Jake is. They don't dare admit that they are trying to grab his gelt. I wonder if Jake has a phone in that empty house he mentioned. If not, I can leave word at the Gibraltar Club, he has rooms there, and at Johann Smith's townhouse, and with Jake's answering service. Yes, but let the call be from me. It might speed the service. We'll stay and wait for it. Ruth's not expecting you. Norma is not expecting me. I'll have dinner sent up from the basement. Clear thinking. So fix fresh drinks while I put in those calls. Hey, you can reach them in your copter. Only via the piloting circuit, not private. Better we keep this tight. Alec, it is unlikely that Jake will have anything for you to do before morning, but he might. A trip to the coast or such. You could stay on call by spending the night here. Well, Alec Train stopped with his hand near the phone. Roomy, I thought that Brother Schmidt had driven all other thoughts out of your mind. Or did I misunderstand? Let's phrase it this way. It would be pleasant to discuss Brother Schmidt in intimate detail with some sympathetic person who appreciates her as much as I do. In that case, mix those drinks and start a lukewarm shower. I'll join you as fast as I can. Chapter 14. Jake Solomon handed Joanne Eunice into the judge's copter, got in beside her, and locked the door. Quickly they were airborne. The passenger compartment was separate from the pilot's space and well soundproofed. Conversation was possible, but he said nothing and tended to keep his eyes away from her. Joanne let it go on only a short time. Jake, dear, are you angry? Heavens, no. What made you think so? You seemed quite distant. I thought you might be annoyed with me for having kissed Judge McCampbell and dear Mr. Train. Your business. Oh, Jake, please don't scold me, even by your manner. I've had a difficult day, especially the time I had to spend with my goddamn granddaughters. It hurts, Jake, to be hated, to know that someone wants you dead. Yet I had to try to appear serene and ladylike, be a credit to Eunice. Jake, it isn't easy to be a lady, after almost a century of being male. Do you know how I manage it at all? I say to myself, what would Eunice do? Then I try to do it. Kissing those sweet and helpful men. Jake, I'm not used to kissing men. You could have trained me, but you won't give me more than a good-night peck. I said to myself, I must thank them. And what would Eunice do? I decided that she would kiss them the best she knew how. So I tried, even though I don't know how. Well, is that what Eunice would have done? Well, yes, Eunice would have kissed them. He knows darn well I would have, dear. I know, he's being difficult. So keep punching. Tell him how wonderful he is. Joanne, men always believe it when you tell them they are wonderful. Then I don't see why you were being cold with me, Jake. I thought you were truly wonderful all day long, the way you handled things and protected me. I wanted to kiss you for being so wonderful, and would have, and will, if only you would let me. Was it because I didn't stop to put my robe on before I kissed them? Well, it would have been more ladylike. Punch hard on this one, dearie, for Jake knows darn well that I spread skin on him the very first time I kissed him, and later I kissed him bare naked the first time it was safe to. He didn't fight. He was eager. I'll try. Miss Smith looked worried, which did not suit her features. I suppose so, but I don't know how to be a lady, Jake. The rules have changed so much. Eunice often startled me by what she did and how she dressed. Yet I'm certain that she was always a perfect lady. Tell me this, Jake, honestly and candidly, and I'll treat your answer as gospel and use it as a yardstick for future behavior, because I do want to be a credit to Eunice. I want Joanne Eunice to be the perfect lady that Eunice was. Under those exact circumstances, and being just as anxious to show appreciation to two sweet and wonderfully helpful gentlemen, would Eunice have put this street robe on first? Or would she have spread her sweet skin on them and let them cuddle her a bit if they wanted to? And they wanted to, I'm sure you noticed. Think about it, Jake. You knew Eunice better than I did. We know that. So give me a straight answer, because I'm going to use it as a guide in trying to be Eunice. Would she have played safe, or would she have given herself? Jake Solomon gave a sigh that was almost a groan. Hell, you did exactly what Eunice would have done. That's what upset me. Joanne sighed. Thank you, Jake. I feel better. She loosened her seatbelt, moved closer to him, ran her thumb down the magno strip of her robe. Can't get this pesky thing off in here. Kiss me, Jake. Kiss me better than they did. Kiss me and cuddle me and tell me that Eunice would be proud of me. Joanne! Don't shame me, Jake. I'm a girl now, and I need to be kissed so hard we'll forget I kissed those other two. Call me Eunice, dear. Please do. It's my name, and I want to hear you call me by it and tell me I'm a good girl. He groaned. Eunice. She turned her face up. Kiss me, darling. Trembling, he gave in. The kiss went on and on. It took Joanne only seconds to turn it from tender to rugged, nor did he hold back. Eunice, I'm going to faint. I'm not going to let you, sweetheart. I waited a long time for this. Eventually Jake broke, but she stayed close, and he continued to hold her. She sighed and touched her hand to his face. Thank you, Jake, dear, for this and for everything. Thank you, Eunice. Joanne Eunice. Let me be Eunice a while longer. Am I a good girl? Do I do credit to her? Yes. I tried. Jake, dear, do you believe in ghosts? I think Eunice must have been here with us. I couldn't have done that well without her help. It often seems so. It's an interesting thought. Huh. We ought to tickle him for that. Joanne, if you tickle him under his short ribs, he comes unstuck, helpless. I'll remember, but not today. In any case, she would have been proud of you. You're a sweet girl. I mean to be. To you. I love you, Jake. He hesitated only a heartbeat. I love you, Eunice. And Joanne Eunice. I'm glad you made it both of us. Jake, dearest, you're going to have to marry me. You know that, don't you? What? Oh, heavens, dear, don't be silly. I love you, but there's too much age difference. What? Oh, fiddlesticks. I know I'm almost a quarter of a century older than you are, but it no longer shows. And you understand me, and no other man possibly could. Huh? I mean, I am too much older than you. Joanne, don't let him talk that way. Tell him men and liquor improve with age, or some such. Anyhow, he was feeling quite young a few minutes ago. I noticed. Did you? Yes. Now quiet, please. Jake, you are not old. Goodness, I know what old is. You're a classic, Jake, and classics improve with age. And just minutes ago you were feeling quite young. I noticed. Possibly. But none of your sass, youngster. Joanne chuckled. Jake, it's nice to be a girl to you. I won't argue. I'll wait. In time you will realize that you need me and I need you, and that no one else will do for either of us. Then you can make an honest woman of me. Well, that might be more than I could manage, even with a marriage license. Rude, darling. I can wait. You can't escape me, Jake. Eunice won't let you. Well, I'm derned if I'll argue. It would just make you stubborn, in either of your personae. My old friend Johann was as stubborn a man as I've ever met, and Eunice was just as stubborn in her own sweet way. And, dear, I never know which one you are. Sometimes I think you've acquired that split personality your doctors were afraid of.
Get him off this subject.
I will, dear, but not by being jumpy about it. Aren't we ever going to tell him?
Yes, of course, but not soon, Joanne. Not till we're in the clear. Remember those straps?
Jake, darling, I'm not surprised that you feel that way about me, because I do myself. Oh, nothing psychopathic, just the odd situation I'm in. You've known me how long? A quarter of a century? 26 years, pushing 27. Yes, and while I was never given to copying fields from female employees, would you say that horny old bastard was an honest description of me? I've never known your behavior toward women to be other than gentlemanly. Oh, come now, Jake. You're talking to Johann at the moment. Level with me. Solomon grinned. Johann, I think you were a horny old bastard right up to the day we took you in for surgery.
That's better.
Years after I was benched in the matter, first for social reasons, the fact that an old man looks a fool if he behaves like a young stud, and later through illness and physical incapacity, years after I was benched, my interest in a pretty face or a pretty leg was unflagging. Then I acquired Eunice's healthy young body. Female. Look at me, Jake. Female. I've noticed. Not the way I have. Even though you've kissed me, a real kiss, and I loved it, dear, you can't have noticed the way I have been forced to. I'm cyclic now, Jake, ruled by the moon. I've menstruated twice. Do you know what that means? Natural phenomenon. Healthy. It means that the body controls the brain as much as the brain controls the body. I'm tempery and inclined to tears just before my period. My feelings, my emotions, even my thoughts are female. Yet I have almost a century of male emotions and attitudes. Take my pretty little nurse companion, Winnie. And would you like to take her? Damn you, Johann, she's a nice girl. Fifth Amendment. She is indeed a nice girl. But because I'm Eunice as well as Johann, I know how she feels. She's as female as a cat in heat. And you're an old bull, Jake, and dominant. And if you wanted to take Winnie, she wouldn't put up more than token resistance. Joanne, Eunice, don't talk nonsense. I'm 3 times her age.
Boss, what are you getting at?
I'm not sure, but I'm getting there.
Well, don't get Winnie knocked up on the way. I thought we were saving Jake for us.
Don't be a pig, little piglet. Winnie's a nurse. She sees to her contras as carefully as she cleans her teeth. Jake, dear, I'm not much older than Winnie in my body, and you've known and loved this body, even though I have no memory of it. We know that Eunice was always a lady. So how did you ever manage to get started with her? Did you rape her?
Hell no, I raped him, but he was a pushover.
That's a most unfair question.
It's a very female question.
Knowing you from many years of association, and knowing Eunice both from some years of association, but most importantly from now having her body and glands and hormones and deepest emotions, I suspect that you were far too proud to make a pass at her, so she found some way to make clear that you were welcome. Once you were certain that Eunice was not trying to make a fool of you, that settled it. Well, am I right?
If he says no, he's lying. It took 5 minutes, sister, and would have been all over in 10, but we were interrupted. Had to wait till next day. Remember the mermaid get-up? Had to scrub it off before I went home. Jake and I ruined it, and I had to tell Joe a sincere fib.
Did he believe you?
I think so. He was painting, which means he hardly notices anything else.
Jake, are you going to answer? Or let me draw my own conclusions, possibly mistaken? I could answer that it's none of your business.
And you would be right, and Johann apologizes.
But not Eunice.
Jake, that's what Eunice's body tells me must have happened. But I can't be certain, and I do want to be like her.
And if that is not what she would have done, because it is not what she did, then tell me. I'm not asking for intimate details. Oh, get the juicy parts, dearie. I want to know how it seemed to him, every sweaty detail. I already know how it seemed to me, and I'll tell you. Don't be so right now, darling. I'm trying to gentle him. Joanne Eunice. No, Eunice. You always have had the damnedest way of getting your own way. Is that an answer, Jake? I don't have Eunice's memory. Says who? Boss, I've figured out something, and it's not flatworms. Everyone has erasable memory and non-erasable memory, just like Betsy. And that non-erasable part is the me that's still here, now that I'm dead. Soul, maybe. Names don't matter. It's that part that's not just glands and plumbing. Save the philosophy until we're alone in bed tonight, Eunice. I'm trying to cope with a man, and it's heavy going. Do you think we're going to be alone in bed tonight? Want to bet? I don't know. And I'm scared. Don't be scared. When it happens, you recite the money hum, and I'll drive. Once around the course, and you'll be ready to solo. Except that I'll always be with you. Know something, boss, honey? It's even nicer to be you than it was to be your secretary. Or will be once we're back on ground rations. Huh? Soul talk, dear, means sex. I had it for 14 years, and I'm hungry. I had it over 5 times that long. I'm at least 5 times as hungry. Could be. You're a horny bitch, boss. Jake finally answered. Joanne, I don't think it's fair to Eunice's memory for me to tell tales about her. But I'll concede your point, assuming that you want to learn for your own guidance as much as possible about how she behaved. Eunice was honest and straightforward. I'm devious as a snake, but that's what I wanted Jake to believe. And she apparently decided that she liked me that much, and made it easy for me. It was neither rape nor seduction. It was both, but I did not want him to think so. He's a darling, Joanne. When he's gentled enough, slip the bit into his mouth. But let him think he asked for it. I'll try. Meantime, I'm still doing this emotional strip-down. And you listen instead of interrupting. You might learn something about me. I'll be good, boss. Mostly. I felt certain that it must have been that way, Jake. Knowing you, knowing her. But that's only one side of me as I am now. The Eunice side. The other side is Johann, with almost a century of male orientation. I told you I now understand Winnie as a girl because now I am a girl. But there is still Johann, alone with Winnie every day, and it's all I can manage to keep my hands off her. You don't keep your hands off her. I said, shut up. I haven't let it get past heavy cuddle. If you and I ever stroll Gay Street, you shameless mermaid, it will be dessert, not the pièce de résistance. That piece won't resist. Hush up. Do you understand, Jake? Old Johann, me, thinks that Winnie is quite some dish. Well, I understand it in Johann. I wonder if you would understand it in Eunice. Jake, how do you feel about homosexuality? I don't feel anything about it. Never been interested. Not even curious? Jake, I'm a full generation older than you are. When I was a kid, homosexuality, or perversion as it was called, was hardly even a myth. I never heard of it until long after I was centered on girls. Oh, I don't mean there wasn't any. I know now that there was, lots of it. But it was spoken of seldom and kept under cover. When I was 15, a man made a pass at me, and I didn't know what he was after. He just scared me. Would a 15-year-old boy today be that innocent? You know he wouldn't be. There are books and magazines and pictures and other boys to make certain that he understands even if he doesn't join in. The government just misses endorsing it as a way to hold down our outlandish overpopulation. Would endorse it openly, I feel sure, if it were not that a large percentage disapprove of it publicly while practicing it in private. It reminds me of that weird period in my youth when people voted dry and drank wet. and the bootlegger was more sought after than the black market butcher is today. How long has it been since the last sex offense was prosecuted? Rape by violence is still prosecuted. I can't recall any others in the last 20 years. Blue laws about sex are dead letters. Supreme Court decisions have made them impossible to prosecute. Correction. Unlicensed pregnancy is a federal offense under the General Welfare Clause. But I've often wondered what would happen if a case were ever allowed to reach the Supreme Court. That's the only sex crime which was not a crime when I was a kid, Jake. But I was talking about the crime against nature, which is no longer a crime. It isn't even a peccadillo. It arouses less disapproval than smoking. However, by the time homosexuality was socially acceptable, my attitudes were long frozen. But I wonder what Eunice thought about it. Did you ever discuss it with her? Jake snorted. Believe me, Joanne, Joanne Eunice, that was not a subject we had time for. I suppose not. Nor did she discuss it with me. Fibber. But she gave me a gentle reprimand about it once. So? How? Oh, one day before I was bedfast, a messenger delivered something to my office. He was a real Nancy Pants. Lots of makeup, false eyelashes, curled hair, and waved his hips. A high girlish lisp, and oh, so graceful in his gestures. After he was gone, I made some intolerant remark, and Eunice told me gently that while she didn't find such one-way boys attractive, she didn't see anything wrong in a man loving man or a woman loving a woman. 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 Side 6. I will fear no evil. Hey, I don't remember any such conversation. So I'm a liar. But you could have said it, and I'm making a point. Yes, that sounds like Eunice. She was tolerant of people's frailties. My point is that Eunice being the age she was certain to be indifferent to, perhaps I should say understanding about, what Johann thought of as perversities. But here's what I'm getting at, Jake. I find Winnie sexually attractive. I also find Alec Train and Judge McCampbell sexually attractive. Startled me. And you, which did not startle me. But today was the first time I have been thoroughly kissed by very male men. And I liked it. Shook me. How about dear doctor? None of your lips, sweet lips. We don't tell Jake that one. Joanne Eunice went on. There is my dilemma. Which time am I being homosexual? With Winnie or with you three very male bulls? Joanne, you ask the damnedest questions. Because I'm in the damnedest situation a man ever found himself in. I'm not the ordinary sex change of a homo who gets surgery and hormone shots to tailor his male body into fake female. I'm not even a mixed-up XXY or an XYY. This body is a normal female XX, but the brain in it has had a man's canalization and many years of enthusiastic male sex experience. So tell me, Jake, which time am I being normal and which time perverse? I'm forced to say that your female body controls. But does it? Psychologists claim that sexual desire and orgasm take place in the brain, not in the genitals. My brain is XY. I think you're trying to confuse the witness. No, Jake, I'm the one who is confused, but possibly not as confused as the young people today. You know they claim to have 6 sexes? Heard of it? Nonsense. Not entirely. I've been doing lots of reading during my de facto house arrest, trying to find out who I am, what I am, how I should behave. They label these so-called sexes both by behavior and physiology, with a new school of psychology, when wasn't there a new one, to account for them. The 6 are ortho-male, ortho-female, ambi-male, ambi-female, homo-male, homo-female, and some list a 7th, the solos or narcissists. Even an eighth, the non-sex, the neuters, both physical and psychological. And I say it's nonsense. I do too, but not for the same reason. From my unique experience, embracing both physiological sexes directly and not by hearsay, I say there is just one sex. Sex. Sex! Some people have so little sexual drive that they might as well be neuters, no matter whether they are concave or convex. Some people have very strong sexual natures, and again, the shape of the body doesn't figure, such as my former self, horny long after sex had abandoned me. Such as you, darling, taking a lovely young married woman less than half your age as your mistress. Such as Eunice, happily married at home, I think. Yes, she was. I felt guilty about it, but not too guilty to share her riches. Jake, I wouldn't speak to you if you had scorned her. I was about to name Eunice as my third example of a person strongly sexed. Enough sexual drive in her body, I know, for anything. Enough love in her heart, I feel certain, for any number. I know she loved me, even though she was too warmly empathic to mock me by offering me what I could not accept, and did give me lavishly the only thing I could accept, her beauty, for my eyes. Jake, I think Eunice was limited in her love only by time. She kept you happy. She certainly did. I'm just as certain she did so without depriving her husband. Jake, do you have reason to believe that she limited herself to you and her husband? Damn you, Johann, I don't know. But I don't think she had time. I used up all the sneak-out time she could manage. Look, boss, I'll tell you about every time I struck a blow for equal rights. Don't pester Jake. You're missing the point, Eunice. I'm forcing Jake to move St. Eunice off her pedestal. That's the only way we'll ever get him. How do you know? Can you be sure she didn't tell you the same sort of little white lies she told her husband? For that matter, Jake, Joe may have been as proud of his antlers as an old bucked deer. The percentage of husbands who are pleased by their wives' adulteries has been climbing steadily in this country at least since 1950. See any of the Kinseys. That he loved her, we both are certain. That does not prove he tried to keep her in a cage, or wanted to. Joanne, I would just as lief you didn't run down Eunice to me. Jake, darling, I'm not running her down. I'm trying to find out what you know about her, so that I can model myself more closely after her. I loved her, and love her still more today. But if you told me that you knew she was mistress to 6 other men, a whore on the side, and playing girl games in her spare time, well, I've never known you to lie to me, Jake, so I would try to go and do likewise. You haven't told me much, but what you have told me confirms what I believed, that Eunice was a perfect lady, with enough love in her heart to love 3 men at once and give each of them exactly what he needed to make him happy. Thank you, boss. Shall I bow? Quiet, little darling. But not a wanton, never a slut. And, while she wasn't prudish, I doubt if Winnie would have interested her. Now, wait one frimping minute. I'm telling him what he wants to hear, dear. If you want Winnie, we'll keep it out of Jake's sight. Who wants Winnie, you dirty old man? We both do, but it may be smart never to let it hatch. Dearest, Winnie wouldn't look at us with a man around. Want a bet? Joanne sighed. Jake, with my unique double inheritance, it would be easy for me to turn ambi-female. I'm not going to because I don't think Eunice would. With the deep female drive this body has, bloodstream brimming with hormones and gonads the size of gourds is the way it feels, I could easily become No-Pants Smith, the girl most likely to. Very easily, as Johann Smith was an old Bulgarian who regretted only the temptations he had been forced to pass up. But I'm not going to do that either, as Eunice did not behave that way. But if I don't get married fairly soon, I'm going to find it hard to stay off the tiles. Joanne, I love you, but I'm not going to marry you. It's out of the question. Then you had better help my granddaughters to swindle me. Huh? Why?
You know why. A multimillionaire who is young and female stands as much chance of getting a good husband as that well-known tissue paper dog had of chasing that asbestos cat through hell. Lots of them in our country, and all they ever got were Georgian princes, riding masters, and other gigolos. I don't want one, won't have one. I'd rather be broke like Winnie and take what love I can find. Jake, besides the fact that you understand me and no one else can, you'd still be in my top 10 because my money does not impress you. Quite aside from the wonderful fact that I love you and you love me, any marriage broker would call us a perfect match.
Hardly. But there's still the matter of age. Body ages. Joanne, a man who marries at my age isn't taking a wife. He's indenturing a nurse.
Oh, frog hair, Jake. You don't need one, and I'll lay even money that you'll stay strong and virile right through my breeding period. And when you do need one, I'll nurse you. In the meantime, we'll sing September Song. You lead, I'll harmonize.
I sing bass, and I won't sing September Song.
Jake, we could buy you a new body when you need it.
No, Joanne, I've had a long run and a good one, most of it happy, all of it interesting. When my time comes, I'll go quietly. I won't make the mistake you did. I won't let myself fall into the hands of the medics with their artificial kidneys and their dials and their plumbing. I'll die as my ancestors died.
She sighed. And you called me stubborn. I've taken you up on a high mountain and shown you the kingdoms of the earth.
And you tell me it's Los Angeles.
All right, I'll quit pestering you and humbly accept any love you can spare. Jake, will you take me out on the town and introduce me to eligible young men? You can spot a fortune hunter. I think Eunice may be too naive, too inclined to think the best of people. Rats, boss. I bought me a gigolo with my eyes open. And since I wasn't kidding myself, I bought top quality.
I know you did, darling, but the Joe Brancas in this world are as scarce as the Jake Salomons. Joanne Eunice, if you want me to escort you, I'll be honored, and I'll try to keep Paskudniaks away from you.
I'll hold you to that, you not-so-very-old darling. Jake, I asked if you believed in ghosts. Do you have any religion?
None. My parents were Orthodox, I think you know. My bar mitzvah speech was so praised that I had to fight to study law instead of being trained as a rabbi. But I shook all that off before I entered college.
Parallels me somewhat. My grandparents came from the south of Germany, Catholic, so the priests had a crack at me first. Then we moved to the Middle West before I started school, and Papa, who was never devout, decided it would be better for business maybe, to be a Baptist. So I got the Bible Belt routine, with hellfire and damnation and my sins washed away with full immersion. It was the Bible Belt indoctrination that stuck, particularly the unconscious attitudes. But consciously and intellectually, I shucked off all of it when I was 14, probably the only real intellectual feat of my life. I became an aggressive atheist, except at home, and scorned to believe in anything I could not bite. Then I backed away from that. Atheism is as fanatic as any religion, and it's not my nature to be fanatic, and became a relaxed agnostic, unsure of final answers, but more patient. I stayed that way 3/4 of a century. I left religion to the shamans and ignored it.
My own policy?
Yes, but let me tell you something that happened while I was dead.
What? You were never dead, Joanne. Johann, damn it. You were merely unconscious.
I wasn't, huh? With no body and my brain cut off from the world and me not even aware of myself? If that is not death, Jake, it is an unreasonable facsimile. I told you that I thought Eunice's spirit has often given me a hand.
I heard you. I ignored it.
You stiff-necked old bastard. I haven't taken up seances and such, but here's what happens. When I'm in a quandary, often these days, I ask myself, what would Eunice do? That's all it takes, Jake. I know at once. No ectoplasm or voices from a medium, just instant knowledge, not based on my own experience. such as this afternoon when I decided in a split second to kiss Alec and Mac. No hesitation. You saw.
That's not the way old Johann would behave.
And yet you tell me I haven't missed behaving like Eunice even once. That's why it feels as if her sweet spirit were guiding me. Any comment?
No. You do behave like her, other than when you tell me flatly that you're speaking as Johann. But I don't believe in ghosts. Johann, if I thought I had to go on being Jake Salomon throughout all eternity, I would register a complaint at the main office.
Let me tell you what happened to me at the main office.
Huh?
While I was dead, Jake, I was in this place. There was a very old man with a long white beard. He had a big book. He looked at me, then consulted his book, then looked back at me. He said, "Son, you've been a bad boy, but not too bad, so I'm going to give you another chance. Do your best and don't worry. You'll have help." What do you think, Jake? What is this, boss? Did it happen to you, too?
Eunice, if it happened to you, it happened to me. It's the same thing. And you are my help, beloved, my guardian angel.
Oh, Frimp you, I'm no angel, I'm me.
A very earthy angel, beloved darling. Just what I need.
Love you too, you dirty old man.
Solomon answered slowly. Anthropomorphism. Right out of your Bible Belt Sunday school.
Oh, certainly. It had to be in symbols I could understand. If I had been a creature from around Proxima Centauri, the old man and the beard might have been a thing with 8 tentacles and faceted eyes. Cliché symbols are nothing against it. I've never thought it was a physical experience. Men live by symbols, Jake. That symbolic experience was as real to me as any physical experience. And allow me to point out that I do have a second chance. And I have and am having lots of help. From you especially, from Mac and Alec, from doctors and nurses, and also from something inside that tells me instantly in any difficult situation exactly how Eunice would handle it. I don't say it's Eunice, but it's not Johann. He wouldn't know how. Well?
Solomon sighed. Of the inventing of gods there is no end, and almost always anthropomorphic. Joanne, if you are going in for that sort of self-delusion, why not go whole hog and join a nunnery?
Because Eunice would not, although she might enjoy revamping a monastery.
Jake chuckled. She might at that.
Maybe I should try it, since you are so damn chinchy about making me an honest woman. More likely I'll change my name again and disappear and wind up in a crib in Bombay. Will you come visit me, Jake?
No, too hot.
Chinchy. Mean old Jake. You wouldn't refuse to go see Eunice because of heat.
Eunice would never wind up in a crib.
No, she wouldn't. So I have to go on being a lady, even though it's quite a strain on old Johann.
Poor you. All you have is youth, beauty, and half as much money as the IRS.
And you, Jake. I could lose the rest and still be rich. I was wondering if you would see that opening. Sister, you don't need my advice. I think I'll take a vacation.
You promised to stay.
Yes, boss darling, I can't leave. We're Siamese twins. But even if I could, I'd stay, because I want to.
Eunice, beloved, I've never been happier in my life. Joanne Eunice moved closer to Jake.
Jake, dear, I have never been happier in my life.
A brassy voice from the cockpit said, I'm about to swing for landing. Please secure seat belts. Solomon answered, Seat belts fastened and now being tightened. Proceed with landing. To Joanne he said, Straighten up, Eunice, and do snap up that Magno. Joanne Eunice pouted her lip and obeyed. Chapter 15. Security check took little time. Solomon was known to the enclave guards, and the copter was expected. It was a short walk from the landing to Solomon's house. But, as in all upper-class enclaves, inhabitants in sight outdoors pretended not to see them. The door opened to Jake's voice, and again they were private. Joanne Eunice took off her street robe and handed it to Jake, saying, "May I look around? Jake, it's been years since I've been here. You've made some changes." "Some. Moved my personal gear to the Jib or to your house. Not much left but furniture, which I'll sell with the house. Oh, I keep some clothing and toilet articles here, and I can find us a drink and a tin of biscuits. Perhaps smoked oysters or caviar. We have to kill an hour or two. Or I could send out for dinner." "Let me see what there is in your kitchen. I would enjoy playing housewife, and I do want to look around." "Look all you like, but tell me what you want to drink." "Joanne, have you ever been in a kitchen?" "None of your lip, lad. I'm a good cook. Mama taught me to make apfelstrudel, dough you could read print through, and so light it melted in your mouth before you were born." "Sherry, or a Dubonnet highball. No schnapps. I'm not risking it yet." "I'll stack my kosher cooking against your Bavarian messes any day, girl. The Goyim can't cook the way the chosen people can." "Oh, pooh, you fake Jew. You haven't tasted my pot roast with noodles. I batched between wives, and cooks, and mistresses, and I always cooked. Jake, wouldn't it be fun to cook for each other and swap recipes?" "We could do it here. I don't dare enter my own kitchen. Della would faint." "Might be fun. We can eat my cooking when your boasts don't pan out. Excuse me, I'll see what liquor there is." Joanne Eunice headed straight for the master bedroom. "Eunice, is this one of the places?" "Of course. See that sag in the bed? Boss, this is the only place we managed an all night. Heavenly." "All night? Then his mobiles do more than suspect. They know." "Oh, they may suspect, but it doesn't matter. Charlie isn't interested in women, and Rockford, well, he's on my team. He approves of anything immoral, illegal, or dishonest, and my conduct was all three by his standards. He's an atavism. But the all-night, I doubt if they suspected. We used more fan dancing to keep it out of their sight than Joe's sight. Things involving 2 hired Brinks cars and the non-existent errand for you." "How did you fan dance it for Joe?" "Didn't. I thought up a story and told Jake I would use it. Then told Joe I had met a man I wanted to spend the night with. Did he mind if I was away Friday night?" "As simple as that?" "Yes, boss. We both were free, but we were careful never to hurt each other. Only a second-class contract, since I was licensed for children and Joe was not. Either of us could have registered a dissolution on 3 days' notice." "But what did Joe say?" "Nodded and went on painting. He kissed me goodbye and told me to have fun. Joe was always sweet. But he may not have missed me. He was painting from a new model, a beautiful boy who was a Frimp type. Joe may have been changing his luck. He sometimes did." "And you didn't mind?" "That beautiful boy? Boss, you've got to move into the 21st century now that you're me. What possible harm? I've told you and told you that Joe and I were always careful of each other's happiness. What more could I ask? Besides, I don't know that Joe had his eye on him other than as a model, but, well, if they had invited me to move to Troy with them, I wouldn't have minded for a night or two. I've always preferred older men, but the boy was pretty as a palomino and clean as a sterilized cup. I wouldn't have found it boring. Plus the fact that a woman is flattered if 2 males like her enough to let her watch what they do." "Eunice, my love, you continue to startle me. That angle I would never have thought of." "Yes, I guess it would be a compliment in a way. I think that men, even men today, are shyer about such things than women are." "Men are horribly shy, boss, whereas women usually are not. We just pretend to be when it's expected of us. Look, a woman is a belly with a time bomb inside, and women know it and can never get away from it. They either quit being shy, no matter how they behave to please men, or they go crazy. It's the choice we have to make. And high time you made that choice, dear. Accept your femaleness
and live with it. Be happy.
I think I have.
You're coming along, but sometimes it feels like the bravado of a little boy who says, I am not either scared. When he's ready to wet his pants, he's so frightened.
Well, maybe, but I've got you holding my hand.
Yes, dearest. Mama will take care of you.
Joanne went into Jake's bathroom, primarily to snoop. She had just found something she half expected to find when she heard Jake's voice. Hey, where are you? Oh, coming or going? Fixed you Chablis over ice. Best I could do. That'll do fine.
Jake, was this hers?
She held up a luxurious negligee, 2 ounces of cobweb. Jake gulped. Yes, sorry.
I'm not sorry.
Suddenly, Joanne stripped off the Klingons, shoved down her frill-skirt panties and stepped out of them, leaving her bare from sandals to eyebrows, put on the negligee.
Do I wear it the way she would? Whoops, I wrapped it man style.
She rewrapped the lap over to the left.
Do I do her justice?
Eunice. She folded it back, let it slither to the floor, went into his arms, let him sob against her face.
That's enough, darling. Eunice doesn't want you to cry. Eunice wants you to be happy. Both Eunice and Joanne Eunice. Hold me tight, Jake. We're lost and lonely, and all we have is each other.
While she cuddled him and soothed him, she opened the zip-down of his shirt. Eunice, I'm scared.
Easy does it, dear. Chant the money hum to yourself. I've taken over. Om Mani Padma Hum.
Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani. Joanne was jerked out of it by the telephone signal. She pulled her mouth from Jake's and started to cry.
Oh, damn!
Jake said huskily, Ignore it. It's a mistake. No one knows I'm here.
If we don't answer, they'll try again and interrupt us again. I'll take care of it, dear. Where is the pesky thing? Living room?
Yes, but there's an extension over there.
Keep thinking nice thoughts.
Joanne hurried over, high heels tapping, stood close to the pickup so that only her face would be seen, flipped the switch, said in Eunice's most crisp secretarial voice, Mr. Salomon's residence. Who is calling? The screen stayed blank. Recorded. Urgent call for Counselor Salomon. 3rd attempt. Urgency noted. Proceed. Who is calling? Another voice came on. Screen still blank. This is Mr. Salomon's answering service. Judge McCampbell has placed an urgent call. I told the judge that the counselor was more likely to be at his club or at the Johann Smith residence, but he insisted that I keep trying this code, too. Is he there? One moment. Joanne glanced back, noted with annoyance that Jake had closed his shirt and picked up her clothes. I have, Mr. Salomon. Can you reach Judge McCampbell? I will hold. Thank you. One moment. Joanne stepped still closer and tilted the pickup to make certain that it caught only her face. Jake stepped up by her, handed her clothes. She accepted them, did not put them on. The screen lighted. Jake, Hey, Brother Schmidt.
Alec, how nice.
Step back so I can see you, dear. Mac, don't shove. Train added as the judge's face appeared by his in the screen. Is Jake there?
Right beside me, boys.
All I can see is his shirt. Stand on a box, honey, so that you're both on screen. This must be a 4-way conference. Or back away.
Here he is.
Joanne tilted the pickup higher, reluctantly pressed the cups to her breasts, stepped into her frilled skirt, wiggled it into place. Then she backed off.
Can you see me now?
Not well enough, the judge's resonant baritone answered. Jake, back off a little. Joanne, you need a stool. Better yet, Jake, hold her up in your arms, you lucky man. What's the message, gentlemen? And thank you, Judge, for your flitter. We were delivered quickly and safely. De nada, compadre. Jake, my old roomie got a brilliant idea, no doubt through long association with me. The judge explained what each was willing to do in order to speed confirmation of Joanne's identity. This can be our comm center. I'm going to live in my chambers a few days, ready to issue a warrant, phone a judge in another jurisdiction, or whatever. Then we'll rush it through my court and crowd them into an appeal. Get this nailed down tight. Meanwhile, Alec is your man Friday. Want him to go anywhere in a hurry? He's stupid but healthy, and losing a night's sleep to time zone changes is good for him. Probably not before morning, but I'm relieved, gentlemen. I've been wondering how I could be everywhere I need to be. Since I'm retired from everything but Joanne's personal affairs, I'm without staff, and I've been cudgeling my brain to try to think whom I could get who would be reliable and competent. As we all know, this is touchy. We know, agreed Alec, and we're going to fix those harpies, aren't we, Mac? Yes, but legally, so that it cannot be reversed. Jake, you can reach us here, and don't hesitate to wake us if you decide you want Alec to catch a midnight liner. Where will you be? Your house? Until my car arrives, then we'll be at Joanne's, or on our way. My answering service can flip you into my car's wavelength. It's a longish drive. We'll be in touch. Don't worry, Jake, and don't let Joanne worry. We'll have her baptized before you can say missing heir.
I'm not worried, said Joanne, but I feel like crying. Boys, brothers, how can I thank you?
Shall we tell her, Mac? Would she blush? Thank me, that is, Brother Schmidt. Don't thank Brother Mac. He's just doing his duty, what the taxpayers reluctantly pay him for. But you can thank me. I'm a volunteer.
I'll thank you both in whatever way you wish, Joanne said simply.
You heard that, Mac? Brother Schmidt committed herself. And you can't break a promise between brothers. That's the old bitter pie law. Brother Schmidt, Joanne, Eunice, honey, back off and let us see all of you. Jake, get out of pickup. You ruin the composition. Go have a beer. Take a nap. Ignore him. He's drunk, advised his former roommate. So is Mac. We've been working on it. But I'm not too drunk to hop a guided missile, Jake, if you say to. Jake, said the judge, this is getting out of hand. Not that I disagree with this low forehead's enthusiasm. Good night, sir. Good night, Joanne. Off. Joanne Eunice flipped the switch, made certain that the screen was dead, started undressing. Joanne, stop that. She went on removing her saucy, scanty clothing, heeled off her sandals, then stood facing him.
Jake, I refuse to be treated like a porcelain doll. You had me expecting to be treated as a woman.
He sighed. I know, but the golden moment passed.
Well, I'm not going to dress. You've seen this body many times, we both know. And I want us both to get easy about it. Actually, I'm shy, Jake. I'm only weeks old as a woman, and not used to it. But I want to get used to it. With you.
Well, as you wish, dear. You know how beautiful I think you are. What shall we do? Read aloud to each other till my car arrives? Watch video?
Beast. If you were a gentleman, you would at least take your clothes off. Instead, you are a difficult, stubborn beast. And I don't know why I love you. Except that Eunice loved you. Loves you, wherever she is. So I have to love you. Jake, if you won't take me to bed, at least sit down in that big chair and let me crawl up into your lap. We can talk. We'll talk about Eunice.
He sighed. Girl, you'll give me a heart attack yet. All right, come curl up in my lap. On one condition.
Jake, I'm not sure I'll agree to any conditions. I'm in a very unstable state.
You certainly are, dear, but it's my lap. No ticky, no washy.
I should go back to the courthouse. I don't think Mac and Alec would insist on conditions. Might as well relax, Jake. I'm climbing into your lap with no more yatter. There. That's better. Arms around me, please.
First, the condition. That you try not to rape me in a chair.
Don't think I could.
You'll be surprised what can be done in a chair, Joanne.
Would not. I've done 'em all, as Johann, but they require cooperation.
So they do. And that as soon as my car arrives, you dress at once and no nonsense, and we go home.
All right. Since you made that we, I was afraid you were feeling ornery enough to send me home alone. In which case, I was going to have Rockford and Charlie take me straight back to Alec and Mac. Aren't they delightful wolves, Jake? Hold me tight. The only way you can protect me from them is, you know what? Joanne, can you keep a chuckle to yourself? Well, I promise never to tell anyone but Eunice. Huh? Okay. I don't think you would break a promise made that way. But let me add that if you did, it would hurt Alec and Mac both. And Eunice would not like that. No, Eunice certainly would not like that. Jake, you're going to be able to hog-tie me with that phrase the rest of my life. Don't fret, boss honey. Anytime Jake is wrong, I'll give you the ammo to change his tune. All right, I'll tell no one but Eunice, and the old man with the long white beard next time I see him. Safe enough. Okay, here's the chuckle. Your two charming wolves, and they are charming, are as gay as Julius Caesar. What? Jake, I have trouble believing that. I won't offer proof, but I assure you that I know it beyond any reasonable doubt. But, look, dear, I've kissed them. I may be an ersatz female, but not where it matters. And I know those kisses weren't phony. They were hot over me. Shucks, darling, I could tell it by Braille. Besides, they're married. I said as gay as Julius Caesar, dear, not Governor Arkham. Oh, ambi-gay, you mean. I still have trouble believing it. Doesn't it show at all? Even in a kiss? I spotted it, Joanne. The potential, at least. But they're still wolves, and we may be back there someday to thank them. Eunice, is that the only way a female can thank a man? That's the only convincing way, twin. This is news? No, beloved. But it was possible that your generation had learned something mine had not. They haven't. Not in anything you've told me. Just more open about it. Joanne, there is no way to spot it if an ambi does not want it known. Either ambi or clear over the line and no return. Look, when you were Johann, could you spot a virgin? Jake, I'm not sure I ever met a virgin. But you have. You must mean someone we both know. Of course. Who? Winnie? Wouldn't have thought so, but she does blush easily. Not Winnie. If she is one, I didn't have her in mind. You crawled out of that one. Winnie can tell her own secrets. Honey girl, does Jake know about your baby? No, and we're not going to tell him. Didn't intend to, darling. Just didn't want to be caught foolish. Well, I can't guess. Who is this paragon? Me. But... Jake Salomon shut up. Sure, dear. Johann was not, and Eunice was married. Not to mention an old wolf who tripped her. I tripped him. But none of that applies to this new female in your lap. I'm a virgin, but would not have been by now, I think, if that goddamn phone hadn't sounded. Don Amici should never have invented it. Who's he? Some Russian? Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. An obsolete joke, Jake. Sorry. Amici played Bell in a movie. Oh, about the time you were 3 or 4 years old. But let's not talk about long-dead actors, nor my virginity that I can't get rid of. Let's discuss Eunice. My favorite subject. That overhead light is in my eyes. Where can I squeeze it down? And will you keep your lap warm while I trot and do it? I can do it from here. Is that better? Oh, much. I want to see you, darling, but floor lights are enough. Now, tell me about Eunice. I not only want to be like her in other ways, but I would like to learn to make love the way she did, as much as you'll tell me. Joanne, you know I can't tell such things about a lady. But I am Eunice, Jake. I just don't have her memory, so I need help. Eunice loved you and still loves you, I feel certain. And Joanne Eunice loves you, with a love not at all like the fierce affection Johann always had for his one friend. Joanne Eunice loves you with a love that comes also from Eunice's sweet body that I wear so proudly. So tell me about her. Was she as eager as I am? Slide your hand inside his shirt, twin. Be careful not to tickle.
Joanne, Eunice was eager. I had trouble believing it at first. Me, an old wreck, and she so young and beautiful. But she managed to make me believe it.
But you are not an old wreck, darling. You are in better shape than I was at your age. Oh, your face has character lines. It has a granite majesty that impresses everyone. But your body is as firm and trim as a man half your age, muscly, and your skin is smooth and elastic, not that distressing crepe-like texture I remember too well. Darling, even if you divorce me later, will you marry me soon enough to let me have your baby? Hon, you're knocking him out of the ring. That's one I never dared use.
Eunice. Joanne Eunice.
Oh, I don't mean soon enough for you. I mean soon enough for me. I may have 15 more fertile years, but the sooner the better. A woman ought not to have her first baby at past 40. But you will be making babies as long as you live. How many children do you have, Jake beloved?
3. You met 2 of them once, and 4 grandchildren.
I don't mean those, I mean others. I'll bet you have at least a dozen more, here and there. You've been rich a long time. You could afford it. How many that you haven't mentioned?
Joanne Eunice, that's Snoopy.
Yes, and no one has to answer that sort of question. But didn't Eunice ever ask? I did, and I think he fibbed. I want to hear what he says this time. I won't tell anybody but Eunice, not even the old man with the book.
You insidious little cuddle puppy. I think I have 4 more, plus 1 by a married lady who may have been kidding me. 3 I supported until they were on their own. The 4th, and that possible 5th, I couldn't even offer to, but they were never in want.
How was it handled, dear? 3 maiden ladies who moved elsewhere and became overnight widows?
Only in one case. I offered to marry her. I was a grass widower then, but she elected not to, and did marry later, and her husband adopted the child, and I made a cash settlement. The other similar case, I was married, but the settlement was just as amicable. The other 2 were married. Some grief about one. She was a compulsive confessor, from which the good Lord deliver me, and her husband had to be soothed with mucho dinero. The last, well, her husband was sterile, mumps, and together they picked a father. Me. Startled the hell out of me. But he offered to put it in writing, and did. I tore it up and settled it with a handshake.
This is all news to me, Joanne, but I couldn't believe that such a virile and charming man had left no byblows. Keep him talking.
Jake grinned and caressed her sweet body. That is the only one I'm certain about, as I have never insisted on blood tests if a lady accused me, and I could have been the man. But in that case I am certain, as we took a holiday together by sailboat, with her husband as nominal chaperonage. So that time it was I, at the right time and place. Then, he paused. Joanne Eunice, I don't know whether Johann would have approved of the sequel or not, but I don't want to shock the sweet girl you are now.
Honey, don't let him stop there.
Johann can't be shocked, Jake. If it's rough, I won't tell Eunice.
But don't let me crowd you.
Well, it wasn't rough, it was sweet. They didn't use me and drop me. I was welcome in their home thereafter, and in their bed.
3 in a bed?
Don't be nosy. Sometimes.
But no more babies?
They were licensed for 4, and had them. But I think they picked a different father for each. I simply know that in the several times I stayed in their home over about 10 years, I never slept alone. I still get Christmas cards from them, each with a photograph of the family, and my daughter looks like her mother, not like me, thanks be to God. Joanne, they were and are a respectable married couple, devout and devoted to each other and to their children. and old-fashioned. Except that when they were faced with the need for a donor, they elected to pick donors themselves, then use the old-fashioned way rather than syringes and a clinical atmosphere.
Was she sweet in bed?
Quite, but unsophisticated. Not a patch on Eunice, if you were thinking about her.
I was.
Eunice was the most glorious thing that could happen to any man. Sweet as an angel, and as skilled and as uninhibited as the most famous courtesan in history.
I'm purring.
Jake, I prefer the old-fashioned way, too. Yes,
you were sweet to all those ladies, and you got 2 unmarried ones pregnant, and I'm rich enough to get away with it, and right now you are feeling young. I know you are. Will you pick me up and carry me over there, or shall I walk?
Eunice.
Let's both walk, but hurry.
Yes, darling. She jumped up, took his hand. As the house intercom sounded with, "Mr. Salomon, Rockford here. Your car is waiting." Joanne said, "Oh, my God," and started to cry. Jake put his arm around her and petted her. "I'm sorry, darling."
"Jake, tell them to go get dinner. Tell them to be back in 2 hours.
"No, dear." She stomped her bare foot.
"Jake, I won't. This is unbearable."
He said quietly, "You promised. Look, darling, I'm not 19 years old and able to perform in back seats of cars or on back porches with a party going on in the house. I have to have peace and quiet."
"Don't believe him, dear, though he might be scared off for a first time."
Joanne bawled and shook her head. He spoke loudly. "Rockford?" "Yes, sir." "We'll be out in a moment or two. Keep the reactor warm." He stepped to the wall and squeezed down the intercom to 0, then said gently, "Get dressed, dear."
"I won't. If we leave now, you'll have to stuff me into the car bare naked."
He sighed and picked her up. She stopped crying and looked suddenly happy. The expression did not last. He turned her in his arms as he sat down on a straight chair, got a firm grip on her, and walloped her right buttock. She yelped and struggled. He got her more firmly, placing his right leg over both of hers, and applied his hand smartly to her left cheek. Then he alternated sides, stopping with 10. He set her on her feet and said, "Get dressed, dear, quickly." She stopped rubbing the punished area.
"Yes, Jake."
Neither said another word until he had handed her into the car, climbed in after her, and had been locked in. Then she said timidly,
"Jake, will you hold me?"
"Certainly, darling."
"May I take my robe off, please? Will you take it off me?"
With the robe out of the way, she sighed and snuggled in. After a bit, she whispered,
"Jake, darling, why did you spank me?"
It was his turn to sigh. "You were being difficult, and it is the only thing I know of which will do a woman any good when a man can't do for her what she needs. And right then, I couldn't."
"I see. I think I do."
She remained quiet a while, enjoying his arms around her and breathing against his chest. Then she said,
"Dear, did you ever spank Eunice?"
"Once."
"For the same reason?"
"Not quite. Well, somewhat. She teased me into it."
"I tickled him, dear, and got the surprise of my life." "Then I'm glad you spanked me, too. But I'll try not to tease you, though I'll never be the angel she was." "Fallen angel, boss, and enjoyed it all, clear down to the pit." "Jake."
"Yes, Eunice?"
"I didn't really mind being spanked by you, even when I was crying. But, well, I'm padded now, built to take a spanking. And when you were spanking me, you aren't ignoring me. And any attention is better than none. And besides—"
She hesitated. "Besides what, Eunice?"
"Well, I don't know, but I think it happened."
"What happened?"
"Female orgasm. Well, maybe. I don't know what one is supposed to feel like. But while I was crying and hurting, you have a heavy hand, sir. Suddenly I felt very warm inside, and something seemed to grow and explode. That's the best I can describe it. And I was ecstatically happy and didn't mind the last few wallops, hardly noticed them. Was that a female orgasm?
How would I know, dearest? Perhaps you'll be able to tell me. Later.
Later tonight?
I think not, Eunice. It's late, and we have had nothing to eat, and I'm tired, even if you aren't.
I am, rather, but happy.
So tonight we'll rest. When it does happen, and I'm no longer fighting it, let's make the first time absolutely private and quiet. No phones and no servants and no distractions. After that, well, it might be target of opportunity. But I'm not a kid. You know what I mean, darling. You've been old, too.
Yes, dearest. Much older than you are. Eunice can wait. Jake, what was this teasing Eunice did that was so bad it got her spanked?
He suddenly grinned. The little imp tickled me until I nearly went out of my mind. So I spanked her. But we were alone, and that ended satisfactorily. Quite.
How?
How do you think? I excelled my usual mediocre performance, and Eunice, there aren't words for it, but she excelled her utter perfection, impossible as that sounds.
He darn near split me like a melon, twin, and I wanted him to. So, someday I will tickle you and get spanked for it. So take your vitamins, dear. Jake, you enjoyed spanking me, didn't you?
He was silent several moments. I enjoyed it so much that I spanked you neither as hard nor as long as I wanted to, and started feeling young, as you put it. But knew that if I didn't get you out of the house right then, you probably wouldn't leave at all, and I don't care to advertise it to servants.
You had better marry me, so we can ignore servants.
You had better shut up. You're still learning to be a girl, and I'm still learning how to handle you. You're Eunice, but you aren't Eunice, and we must clear up legal matters before we talk about such things.
Old mean, girl beater, sadist. Hold me tight.
Chapter 16. Jake escorted Joanne Eunice to her boudoir. Winnie was waiting there, to Joanne's annoyance, as she thought it was possible that Jake's stern character might slip if the upper house was quiet. But she did not show it.
Hi, Winnie. Miss Joanne, are you all right? I've been so worried. Of course I'm all right. Mr. Salomon was taking care of me. Why were you worried, dear? Why, the dreadful things they've been saying about you in the news. And there was a riot at the Hall of Justice. I saw it. And, Winnie, the idiot box is for idiots. Why do you look at it? I was never in danger.
But she has had a trying day, so you take good care of her, Winnie.
Oh, I will, sir.
And I am tired, too, so I'll say good night and go to bed, after I find a sandwich, perhaps.
Hubert put a tray in your suite, sir.
Hubert gets another merit badge. But to tell the truth, Winnie, I've had a worrisome day myself, and it's left me with little appetite and jangled nerves. I may dine on a sleeping pill.
Jake, dear.
Yes, Eunice?
Don't take a pill, and do eat.
But
I know I'm a bundle of nerves myself, but I know what to do about it, and Winnie and I can soothe your nerves and restore your appetite and make you sleep like a baby.
He cocked one eyebrow, looked at Eunice, then at Winnie. I think either of you could, but both?
Jake, you're a dirty-minded old man. You have Winnie blushing. But we can, can't we, Winnie? The money hum. Oh, yes, we can, Mr. Salomon.
Does it involve blood or broken bones?
Oh, no, sir. It's restful, relaxing.
I'll try anything once. Joanne said,
but you have to strip for it to...
I thought there was a catch.
Oh, Jake, we'll let you sissy. You can wear shorts. We'll strip for it. The spiritual effect is better. It's the way we warm up for our exercises. Go undressed and put on shorts and a robe. We'll join you in the green suite. Right after it, you're going to have a bite to eat and a tepid tub, and straight to bed and right to sleep.
Maybe I'd better bathe first. A day in court leaves me smelling like a skunk.
You smell all right. Anyhow, Winnie and I have such control by now that we can decide not to be able to smell, or to hear a distracting noise, or anything if we choose to. That's true, Mr. Salomon.
Okay. Winnie, if she beats me, you protect me. Adios, dears.
5 minutes, Jake.
As soon as they were alone, Winifred said,
You're going to make me strip down bare? Again?
I didn't make you strip the first time, and dear doctor certainly did notice that you are a girl. Looked to me as if the kiss he gave you was better than the one he gave me. Stop blushing.
Winnie, you can sissy too if you want to, but I do need you present, or Jake will think I'm trying to make him.
Oh, Mr. Salomon would never think that about you. He's male. He's as male as dear doctor.
I need chaperonage, as all I'm after is to help him sleep without pills. The poor dear has had a dreadful day. Winnie, he was wonderful in court. I'll tell you about it later. Let's get these duds off and grab negligees. Modest ones.
Joanne Eunice stopped suddenly.
Perhaps I've goofed. Winsome, do you have a date?
Miss Gersten blushed again.
Not until later. Paul working late? Oh, sorry, erase and correct. None of my business.
The little redhead continued to blush, but she answered steadily,
My business is always your business, Miss Joanne. I'm supposed to take care of you, and I do try, but you feel like a big sister to me.
Thank you, sweet Winsome, but big sisters should not snoop.
I've been meaning to tell you, Paul and I have split.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I don't think Paul ever meant to get a dissolution. He was stringing me. But, well, Bob isn't married. Not yet.
Not yet. Planning on getting married, dear?
Well, I don't think getting married is something one plans. It just happens like thunderstorms.
You could be right.
Sweet, whether it's getting married or fun and happiness, I hope it's perfect for you. And Bob is such a common name that I can't be tempted to guess, if I don't see him. You probably won't. He comes up the service lift and into my rooms from the back corridor. Nobody sees him but the guard on duty, and they don't gossip.
If any guard ever gossips about anything in this house, and if I find out, he'll be on welfare so fast he'll be dizzy. Winnie, the rest of the staff can be human about it, but a guard is in a specially trusted position and must keep his mouth shut.
Winnie, if you ever want to see Bob or anyone somewhere else, I'll have my mobile guards deliver you and pick you up, and even I won't know where. Thank you, but this is the safest place for us. So few places are safe today. The most that can happen here is that Bob might be embarrassed. I wouldn't be embarrassed at all. I'm proud of him.
That's the way to feel, dear. As an ex-man, I know that's the attitude a man values most in a woman. Proud of him. But let's hurry. We're keeping Jake waiting. If you're going to wear pants, better find some with stretch in them.
And thank you for lending me this outfit. Turned out that without the apron and cap, it was still most effective.
I had the robe off a while. Tell you later. In moments, the girls were hurrying down the corridor to the green suite, each just in a negligee and barefooted. At the last instant, Winifred had decided that if her mistress was going to practice meditation in the correct uniform, she would also. They found the counselor in a bathrobe, looking sheepish. Joanne said, I hope we haven't kept you waiting. Is your tub ready? If not, I'm willing to draw it before we start. Then into it and out. Don't risk falling asleep. Then... I cheated. I took a quick tub, tepid as you specified, and ate a little, too. Good. Then we'll pop you straight into bed after this and kiss you good night, and you'll be asleep before we're out the door. Jake, this is the simplest of yoga. Not exercise, just meditation. Controlled breathing, but the easiest sort. Inhale through one repetition of the prayer,
Hold it through one more. Exhale through one. Hold through one. And repeat. All of us together, in a triangle. Can you sit in lotus? Probably not unless you've practiced. Eunice? Yes, Jake? My father was a tailor. I was sitting in tailor's seat before I was 8. Will that do? Certainly, if you are comfortable. If not, any position that lets you relax. For you have to forget your body. Squatted in a tailor's position, I can fall asleep. But what's this prayer? Joanne Eunice slipped off her negligee, melted down onto the rug into meditation pose, soles upward on her thighs, palms upward in her lap. It goes like this. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. I should have taught Jake this long ago. I know the phrase, the jewel in the lotus. But what does it mean to you, Joanne Eunice? Winifred had followed Joanne's example as quickly as she said it, was bare and in lotus, and not blushing. She answered, It means everything and nothing, Mr. Salomon. It is all the good things you know of, bravery and beauty and gentleness, and not wanting what you can't have, and being happy with what you do have, and trees swaying in the wind, and fat little babies gurgling when you tickle their feet, and anything that makes life good. Love. It always means love. But you don't think about it. You don't think at all. You don't even try not to think. You chant the prayer and just be, until you find yourself floating, all warm and good and relaxed. Okay, I'll try. He took off his bathrobe, had under it boxer's shorts. Joanne Eunice, when did you take up yoga? Winnie teach you? Oh, no, said Winifred. Miss Joanne taught me. She's much farther along the path than I am. Watch it, boss. No hoo-hoo, Lulu. One learns many things, Jake, and loses them for lack of time. I used to play chess, yet I haven't set up a board for 50 years. But for longer than that, I could no longer even attempt a lotus seat, until Eunice gave me this wonderful young body which can do anything. Which shell is the pea under, Eunice? It'll be under you if you relax too much. You should have emptied our bladder. Never fear, dear. I shan't go under. Must watch Jake. Join us, Jake. You lead, Winnie. Start as soon as Jake is in position. Salomon started to sit on the floor, suddenly stopped and got out of his shorts. Joanne was delighted, taking it as a sign that he had decided to give in to it all the way. But she did not let her serene expression change nor move her eyes. Winifred was staring at her navel. If she noticed it, she did not show it. Inhale, Winifred said softly. Om Mani Padma Hum. Hold. Om Mani Padma Hum. Breathe out. Om Mani Padma Hum. Hold. Om Mani Padma Hum. Dig that clam digger, dearie. Shut up. You'll ruin the mood. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum, said Salomon in a voice that would have graced a cathedral. Om Mani Padma Hum. Winnie, darling, Joanne said softly, let it fade and wake up wide. We're going to have to wake Jake. The redhead's eyes fluttered. She whispered one more prayer and waited. Jake, darling, Joanne said softly, Eunice is calling. Wake just enough to let us help you into bed. Eunice is calling you back. Jake, dearest. I hear you, Eunice. How do you feel? Huh? Relaxed. Wonderful. Much rested but ready to sleep. Say, it does work. But it's just auto-hypnosis. Did I even hint that it was anything else? Jake, I don't expect to find God by staring into my belly button. But it does work. And it's better than forcing your body with drugs. Now let Winnie and me help you into bed. I can manage. Of course you can, but I don't want the relaxation to wear off. Indulge me, Jake. Let us baby you, please."
He smiled and left them, slid into the opened bed, let them cover him, smiled again when Joanne Eunice gave him a motherly good-night kiss, seemed unsurprised when Winifred followed her mistress's example, turned on his side, and was asleep as the girls left the room. "Don't bother," Joanne said as Winifred started to put on her negligee. "It's my house, and no one comes upstairs after dinner unless sent for. Except Hubert, and I assume that Jake sent him to bed, knowing that he was to be called on by 2 tarts in 3/4 time and not much else." She slid an arm around the redhead's slender waist. "Winnie, much as I like to dress up, isn't it nice to wear just skin? I like it indoors, not outdoors. I sunburn so badly." "What about at night? When I was a boy, ages and ages ago, it got unbearably hot in July and August where we lived. The sidewalks used to burn my bare feet. Houses were bake ovens even at night. No air conditioning. An electric fan was a luxury most people did not have. Nights when I couldn't sleep because of heat, I used to sneak, quiet as a mouse and bare as a frog, out the back door, being oh so careful not to let my parents hear, and walk naked in the dark, with grass cool on my feet and the soft night breeze velvet on my skin. Heavenly. It sounds heavenly, but I would be terrified of getting mugged." The word mug hadn't been invented, much less any fear of it. I was a middle-aged man before I became wary of the dark. They turned into the master bedroom. "Kiss me good night, Winsome, and go keep your date. Sleep late in the morning. I'm going to." My date isn't until after midnight. Aren't you going to tell me what happened today?" "Why, of course, dear. Thought you might be in a hurry. Come take a bath with me?" "If you want me to. I bathed after dinner." "And you have your face on for your date." "I bathed this morning, but it seems a week ago. Sniff me and tell me how badly I stink." "You smell all right. Luscious." "Then I'll let it go with toothbrush and bidet and a swipe at my armpits. I'd rather go to bed." "You haven't had dinner." "Not all that hungry. Just happy. Is there milk in my bedroom fridge? Milk and crackers is all I want. Want to join me with a glass for yourself and get crumbs in bed and talk girl talk? Things I can't mention to dear Jake now that I'm a girl, and not mean old cantankerous Johann?" "Joni, I don't believe you ever were cantankerous." "Oh, yes, I was, hon. I hurt most of the time and was depressed all of the time and wasn't fit to live with. But Joanne Eunice is never depressed. Her bowels are too regular. Scrounge us 2 glasses of milk and a box of crackers while I take a pretend bath. Don't go downstairs. There'll be something over there in the iron rations. Fig Newtons, maybe, or vanilla wafers." Soon they were sitting, munching in the big bed, while Joanne Eunice gave an edited account of the day. "So we visited in Judge Mack's chambers and let the car go ahead, as Judge Mack, the sweet darling, wouldn't hear of my leaving through the streets, even though the phony riot was over. Then we switched from copter to car at Safe Harbor and came home." "Protecting her innocence, twin?" "Not bloody likely. Protecting Jake's reputation. But the best part of the day was when I took off that street robe and let 'em look at the Acapulco outfit you dressed me in. Made 'em go ape, dear." "Ape?" "Out-of-date slang. They dropped one wing and ran in circles like a rooster about to tread a strange hen." "It wasn't the outfit, it was you." "Both. Eunice Branca had a heavenly body, and I'm doing my best to justify it, with your help. As may be, both those darling men kissed me the nearest thing to rape I've encountered." "Better than Dr. Garcia?" "I don't think Dr. Garcia gave me his all-out best. I think he was inhibited by surprise and by the presence of a red-headed nurse I could name. But these two weren't inhibited and had a couple of drinks in them, and each was doing his darndest to do better than the other one." "Whew! Winnie, I do not exaggerate. If Jake hadn't been there, I think they would have had me down on the rug for a gangbang in 2 seconds. Would you have struggled?" "Going to be truthful, tart?" "Who taught me to be a tart? Any reason not to tell her, Eunice?" "None.
except that she's likely to rape you herself.
Oh, pooh, she's just killing time till her date.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Winnie, if I were a real lady, I would be horrified. But I won't pretend with my chum. I don't know much about being female, but I seem to have strong instincts. Cross my heart, if either of those sweet men had given me a gentle shove, I would have landed on that rug with my legs open and eyes closed. Gangbang? By then I felt ready to take on a regiment. Winifred said thoughtfully,
It happened to me once.
A regiment?
No, a gangbang.
Well, let's shoo the crumbs out of bed and squeeze down the lights and snuggle. And you tell, big sister. Were they mean to you?
Not really. Oh, dear, I'm blushing already. Turn off everything but one floor light and let me tell it against your neck.
That better?
Yes.
Now tell, Mama.
It was the night I graduated from training. I wasn't a virgin. I'm not sure there was a virgin in my class. But this was something else. Some interns gave a party for some of us. That was fine, and I expected one of them to get me alone. Interns are the horniest people, and a girl didn't accept a date with one unless she meant business. But the party was loads of champagne and no food. Joanne, I never had champagne before.
Oh, I can write the ending.
Well, champagne doesn't taste strong. I sopped up a lot of it. Then I was in bed, and it was happening. Wasn't surprised and tried to cooperate, but things were vague. I noticed that he wasn't dark-haired after all. He had hair as red as mine. When I'd been certain that he was dark-haired and had a mustache. When I noticed later that he was almost bald, I realized that something odd was going on. Joanne, there were 7 interns at that party. I think all of them had me before morning. I don't know how many times. I knew what was happening after thick, curly red hair was replaced by mostly bald, but I didn't try to stop it. I didn't want it to stop. A nympho, huh?
I don't know, dear, but that's the way I felt this afternoon. Wanted it to happen at last. Wanted it to go on happening. And I don't even know what it feels like. Go on.
Well, it did go on. I got up once and went to the bathroom and noticed in the mirror that I didn't have a stitch on and couldn't remember having undressed. Didn't seem to matter. I went back to bed and found that I was feeling lonely. The party seemed to have stopped. Only it hadn't. A man came in and I managed to focus my eyes and said, "Oh, Ted, come here." And he did, and we did, and it was worse than ever. I woke up about noon with a dreadful hangover, managed to sit up, and here were my clothes, neatly folded on a chair, and on the bedside table a tray with a thermos of coffee and some Danish pastry and a glass with a note by it. It read, "Drink this before you eat. You'll need it. Chubby." Chubby was the one who was almost bald.
A gentleman, aside from his taste for mass rape.
Chubby was always nice, but if anybody had told me that I would ever be in bed with Chubby, I would have laughed in her face.
Were you ever again?
Oh, yes. I really did appreciate the thoughtful little breakfast, and especially the hangover cure. It put me back together. Not good enough to go on watch, but good enough to get dressed and back to my room.
Were you all right? I mean, not caught or anything?
Not even sore. Not anything. Wasn't my time, even if I hadn't been protected with an implant, which I was. And one nice thing about going to bed with interns, almost no chance of picking up an infection. No, I was lucky all the way, Joanne. Oh, no doubt the story went the rounds. But I wasn't the only graduate getting it that night, and that wasn't the only party. Nobody teased me about it. But it was a gangbang, and I didn't make the slightest move to stop it.
She added thoughtfully,
The thing that worries me is that I might do it again. I know I would. So I don't drink at all anymore. I know I can't handle it.
Why, Winnie, you've had a drink with me more than once.
That's not the same thing. If you wanted me to get drunk with you, I would. I'd be safe.
Safe? Little does she know. Eunice, we haven't done more than snuggle, and you know it. She's asking you to step up the pace. Well, I won't. Not much, anyhow. Winnie! Winnie, dear, look at the time.
Huh? Oh, my heavens, 10 minutes after midnight.
The little redhead seemed about to cry. Are you late? He'll wait. Oh, I'm sure he will. For Winnie.
Not late yet. He's off duty at midnight, and it takes a while to get here, but... Oh, dear, I don't want to leave you. Not when we were... I was, anyhow, so happy.
Me too, darling, Joanne agreed, gently untangling herself from Winifred's arms. But Big Sister is always here. Don't keep your man waiting. Check your lipstick and hair and such in my bath if there's any chance that he may already be in your room.
Well, all right. Miss Joanne, you're good to me.
Don't you dare call me Miss at a time like this, or so help me, I'll make you miss your date. Rush, hun. Go get beautiful. Kiss me good night. I'll be asleep before you are out of the bath. And Winsome, no exercises tomorrow.
But...
Smile. I didn't break your dolly. I want to sleep late, and I want you to sleep late so that I won't wake up from knowing you are fidgeting. You'll get all the classic postures you need in bed tonight. Stop blushing. Give him something special from me. Only don't tell him. Or do. I don't give a darn. Kiss me quick and let me go to sleep. Her maid, chum, nurse kissed her not too quickly and left hurriedly. Joanne Eunice pretended to be asleep when Winifred walked silently from the bath through the room on into her own room, and the door sealed behind her. Well, twin, you lucked through again, didn't you? Eunice, I've told you time and again that I am not going to stroll Gay Street while I'm a virgin. Might be habit-forming. Could be with our cuddly little pet who enjoys a gangbang. But I didn't mean her. I meant at Safe Harbor. You call that luck? I call it the most frustrating thing that ever happened to me. Eunice, I needed the money hum as badly as Jake did. I call it luck. Boss, darling, I may be dead, but I can still read a calendar. I was steady on 28.5 days for more than 10 years, and we've still been on it since we amalgamated. We're fertile as a turtle, Myrtle, this minute, and will be for 2 or 3 days. Jake has promised you that the next time won't be frustrating, and you'll be as carefree as a cheerleader I told you about. Scan me, Fanny? So, run, don't walk, and get that implant. About 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, unless you plan to get us benched right away. Do you? Eunice, you're talking No, you're not. I will do something about it. Tomorrow. But benched right away is an exaggeration. I'm new at this while you've been through one pregnancy. But your aunt probably watched you like a hawk. She did. Elsie Dinsmore had a livelier time. But I've sat through 3 as a husband. Benched is just a short time at the end, and pregnancy doesn't kill a woman's interest. My angelic first wife, Agnes, would have tried it on the way to the hospital if I hadn't had more sense about it than she had. Just the same, I'll be good. I'll be careful, rather. Joanne, I wasn't trying to talk you out of it. I just didn't want us knocked up by accident. Say, through a playful romp with Judgy Wudgy or Alec. But if you want to, that's fine. Marry Jake and get pregnant at once. Or get pregnant by him and then marry him. He might be more tractable. Eunice, I'm not planning on getting married in any hurry, if at all. So? I've heard you propose to Jake at least 4 times. Yes. If Jake agreed, I would. I wouldn't let him down, but he won't, if ever, until these legal finagles are cleared up, which might take years. Do you remember how long it took to get the courts to okay the Sky Trail's stock conversions? That was clear-cut compared with this, and did not involve as much money. Eunice, I propose to Jake for his morale. I don't care whether he makes an honest woman of me or not. I just want him to take us to bed. Marriage doesn't figure. Twin,
Your naivete surprises me. Didn't you hear Winnie? Marriage isn't planned, it just happens. No girl is more likely to wind up in a hotel room married to a man she didn't even know at sundown the night before than a chick who isn't going to get married any time soon. Boss, you marry Jake. Marry him as soon as he will agree to it. For you were talking sense when you pointed out that no other man could both understand you and not be dazzled by your money. In the meantime, it's smart to go contra.
All right. What are the girls using today?
Oh, most of them use implants. Some use pills, both the daily ones and the monthly ones. But if you miss with either sort, you are on a very short fuse. I never liked monkeying with my body's economy. I am not convinced that anything that changes a woman's femaleness that much is a good idea. Not superstition, boss. I did some careful reading after the time I got caught. There are hazards to all chemical methods. My body worked fine the way it was. I didn't want to tamper with a successful organization. I'm quoting you, only you were talking about business.
I see your point, Eunice, even though we're talking about monkey business. A body is far more complex than a corporation, and the one you turned over to me is a jewel. I don't want to tamper with it either. But what did you use? Self-restraint?
Never had any in stock, dearie.
Oh, there are lots of other loving things you can do without getting pregnant.
If you can shake off your early training and be 21st century.
Look, infant, I knew about and used every one of those other things in high school. I keep telling you, you kids did not invent sex.
You didn't let me finish, boss. Those are emergency measures. A girl who depends on them alone is going to add to the population explosion. Joanne, I looked into it carefully when I turned 18 and was licensed, and settled on one of the oldest methods, a diaphragm. They're still available. Any physician will fit them. I wore one 6 days every month, even at the office, because, as the doctor who fitted me pointed out, most diaphragm failures result from leaving them at home while you run out for a pound of sugar. Be right back.
I suspect he's right, Eunice.
I'm sure of it, Joanne. I never liked them. I never liked any contraception. I seem to have a deep instinct that told me to get pregnant. Boss, the only thing that I really mind about being dead is that I always wanted to have a baby by you. And that's silly, as you were already too old, or maybe almost too old, when I first met you. But I would have tried if you had offered.
Darling.
Oh, I'm happy with what I have. Om Mani Padma Hum. I'm not kicking about my karma. I'm not just content. I'm happy to be half of Joanne Eunice.
Eunice, would you still be willing to have a baby by me?
What? Boss, don't joke about it. Don't mock me.
I'm not joking, beloved.
But, boss, the necessary part of you is gone. Pickled in alcohol or something.
They use formalin, I think, or deep freeze. I'm not talking about that old wreck we discarded. We can go down and get an implant.
Huh? I don't understand.
Do you remember a tax deductible called the Joanna Müller-Schmidt Memorial Eugenics Foundation?
Of course, I wrote a check for it every quarter.
Eunice, despite the purposes set out in its charter, the only real purpose does not appear in the fine print. When my son was killed, I was already fairly old, but I was still virile, potent, and tests showed that I was fertile. So I got married, I think I told you, to have another son. Didn't work, but I had my bet hedged and never told anyone. Sperm bank deposit. In the cryogenic vault of the foundation is a little piece of Johann. Hundreds of millions of extremely little pieces, that is. Presumably they are not dead, just asleep. That's what I meant by an implant. With a syringe, or however they do it. Eunice, are you still there?
I'm crying, boss. Can't a girl cry happy? Yes.
Tomorrow morning, then. You can change your mind up to the last minute.
I'll never change my mind. I hope you won't.
Beloved. Chapter 17. Next morning, Joanne found that Jake had left the house before she woke. There was a note on her tray. Dear Joanne Eunice, I slept like a baby and feel ready to fight wildcats, thanks to you and Winnie. Please extend my thanks to her and say to both of you that I will most gratefully join your prayer meetings any time I'm invited, especially if I've had a tiring day. I will not be back until late, treasure hunting, locating links of evidence. Alec is off to Washington for one link. If you need me, call my answering service or Judge McCampbell's chambers. I've instructed Jefferson Billings to let you draw against your petty expenditures account, about $400,000 in it, I believe, on your old signature and new thumbprint. He'll pay drafts and hold them, and I'll countersign until you make out a new signature and thumbprint card. He says he knew Eunice Branca by sight. No problem. If you wish, he will call on you with a new sigprint card. We assume that your signature is now somewhat changed.
Boss, I guess Jake doesn't know that I sign your signature better than you do.
I don't think anyone knows, dearest. I don't know how that would figure in court, for us or against us. If you need more pocket money, let me make you a personal loan rather than have it show in my conservator's report. Your brother Mac is most helpful, but the financial end of this nonsense should appear ultra-conservative until such time as he can, with full justification, relieve me as your conservator. Caesar's wife, you know. Speaking of Caesar's wife, I told you a chuckle about two of our friends. This morning I phoned one of them, and the other answered, and after the usual query as to site and security, they seemed unworried about what I saw or heard or might infer. I was flattered. Little imp, if you must misbehave, you can trust them, for they have your welfare at heart. Sorry I was stuffy yesterday.
I'm glad to learn that, boss.
Eunice, I can't see that it's our business what Alec and Mac do in their spare time. Jake shouldn't gossip about them, even to us.
No, boss, Jake is telling you that he was being a cube yesterday, and he's sorry, and now he's granting you absolution in advance. We had best marry Jake. Nevertheless, I fretted that Jake might be jealous, possessive. His age, his background, could be doom, twin, as you are a tart at heart, and we both know it.
Oh, nonsense, Eunice. I would never rub Jake's nose in it. And anyhow, you're wrong. A smart man, which Jake is, doesn't get excited over a go on the tiles. What worries him is fear of losing a wife he values. If Jake marries us, I will never let him worry about losing us.
I hope you can make that stick, boss, honey.
With your help, I'm sure I can. Let's finish his letter. Don't count on me for dinner, as what I must do today is urgent. More urgent than something that seemed dreadfully urgent yesterday, and was, and will be, I hope. This was meant to be a love letter, but I've had to mention other matters, and other people, so I must urge you to tear it up and flush it down the WC. It is no accident that I'm thumbprinting the seal, and will hand it to Cunningham with a promise to have his head on a platter if it leaves his person before it reaches you. I've learned to like Cunningham. He's an honest thief. 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 Side 7. I will fear no evil. My love to you, dearest, and the biggest kiss possible. So big that you can break off a piece and deliver it to Winnie when you thank her for me. She's a charming girl, and I'm pleased that she's mothering you so well. J.
Why, the horny old bastard. Joanne, Jake has his eye on Winnie's pretty tail while he's patting ours.
She'll have to stand in line.
Jealous, twin?
No, but I repeat, I'm going to scalp him first. Darn it, Eunice, I had him all set yesterday, and it's been a long struggle. Not the whim-wham thank-ye-ma'am you managed with him. And all it got me was a spanking. I do hope he comes home tonight. 3 hurdles even if he does, twin. 3? Hubert and Winnie and that implant. Boss, darling, you're not going to do me out of having your baby by letting Jake get at you first, are you? Of course not, little stupid. I was coping with intrigues without getting shot long before your grandmother was born. I'll need cash. Jake told you how to get all the cash you want. Oh, sure. On my signature and his counter-signature. Like a cat covering up on linoleum. Eunice, my love, I'll bet you never paid a bribe in your life. Well, not with money. Don't tell me, let me guess. Hon, what we're sitting on might be worth $1 million. But today I need used bills in medium denominations from no recorded source. Come along, little Snoopy, and I'll show you something that even my secretary, a sweetly deceitful girl named Eunice, remember her, didn't know about. Do you mean that safe hidden in your bath, boss? Huh? How the hell did you know about that? I'm Snoopy. Do you know the combo? I ought to take the 5th. Why bother? You'll know it in 2 minutes, or you can pick it out of my mind. Boss, darling, you know by now that I don't know anything in your memory until you think about it. And you don't know anything in mine until I think about it. But, well, if I had to open the safe, I think I would start with the numbers that mean your mother's birthday. Joanne sighed. A girl doesn't have any privacy these days. All right, let's see if we've been robbed. She went into her bath, sealed the door, bolted it by hand, removed a stack of towels from a lower cabinet, fiddled with the ceiling of the cabinet. The back panel slid aside, disclosing a safe. You think my mother's birth date will open it? I'd switch on the sun lamps over the massage table first, then run the cold water in the hand basin. No privacy at all. Honey, did you really pay a bribe with your pretty tale once? Not exactly. I just improved the situation. Let's see if we've been robbed. Joanne opened the safe. Inside was money enough to interest a bank auditor, but the packets had not been packaged in a bank. They were not that neatly jogged, and the total for each was hand-printed. Plenty of moolah, dear, and either nobody found this safe, or they never figured out the additional bolts. Either way, it settles one thing. We won't put Jake's sweet note down the hopper. Let him think we did, huh? If he asks. Then cry on him later and admit that we couldn't bear to part with it. Eunice, you have a mind like a pretzel. That's why it fits so well into yours, twin. Could be. Joanne put the letter inside, took out 2 packets, put them into a purse in the dressing-room end, closed the safe, shut off the sun lamps, shut off the water, spun the dial, slid the panel back, replaced the towels, closed the cabinet. Then she stepped to the bath's intercom, pressed a touch plate. Chief O'Neill? Yes, Miss Smith? I want my car, 1 driver, and both shotguns in 30 minutes. There was a short silence. Miss Smith, Mr. Salomon apparently forgot to mention that you would be leaving the house. For excellent reason. He did not know it. Did he mention that I am no longer a ward of the court? If not, have you learned it from some other source? Miss, I haven't learned it from an official source. I see. Then you are learning it from me, officially. Yes, miss. You don't sound happy, O'Neill. You could check by phoning Judge McCampbell. Why, yes, of course. Are you going to, O'Neill? Perhaps I misunderstood, miss. Weren't you telling me to? Are you recording? Certainly, miss, I always do, with orders. I suggest that you play it back and answer your own question. I'll hold. But first, how long have you been with me, O'Neill? 17 years, miss. The last 9 as your chief. 17 years, 2 months, and some days. Not enough for maximum retirement, but it has been long, faithful, and unquestioning service. You can retire this morning on full pay for life if you wish, O'Neill. Faithful service should be appreciated. Now please play back while I hold. She waited. Be switched, miss. I must need a hearing aid. You didn't tell me to call the judge. You just said I could. That is correct. I pointed out that you could check on what I told you officially by making such a call. You still can. Miss, I don't see what you're driving at. I'm sure you can figure it out. Do you wish to retire today? If so, send up Mentone. I want to interview him. Miss, I've no wish to retire at all. Really? You gave the impression that you were looking for another job, perhaps with Mr. Salomon. If so, I do not want to stand in your way. Retirement at full pay is available to you, O'Neill. Miss, I like it here. I'm pleased to hear it. I hope you will stay for many years. O'Neill, have you ever discussed my comings and goings with anyone? Only when you've told me to, miss, in which case I always have your order on tape. Fine. Wipe this tape, and I'll hold while you do so. Shortly he said, Wiped, Miss Smith. Good. Let's start over. Chief O'Neill, this is Miss Johann Sebastian Bach-Smith speaking. I want my car, one driver, and both shotguns in 30 minutes. They will be ready, Miss Smith. Thank you. I'll be shopping. Is there anything I can pick up from Mrs. O'Neill? That's most kind of you, miss. I don't think so. Shall I ask her? If you do, it is only necessary to say that my car is going out. If she has a list, I'll be happy to have Fred or Shorty take care of it. Off. Boss, you scared the pee out of him. Was that nice? Running a feudal enclave in the midst of a nominal democracy isn't easy, Eunice. When Johann said frog, everybody hopped, my security boss especially. O'Neill has got to know, they've all got to know, that Johann is still here, and that no one, not even darling Jake, reviews or vetoes what I say. Unless he marries us, in which case I'll go female and let him decide everything. That'll be the day. I might, dear one. Tell me, did you obey Joe? Well, I never bucked him. I suppose you could say I obeyed him, except that I fibbed, or sometimes kept my mouth shut. I'd do just about the same. I think a perfect arrangement would be to do exactly what a man tells me to do, but wangle it so that he tells me to do what I've already decided to do. Joanne felt rather than heard her chuckle. Boss, that sounds like a recipe for a perfect marriage. I find I like being female, but it's different. Now, what shall we wear? Joanne settled on a bandeau, a knee skirt, an opaque cloak with hood and yashmak, plus low-heeled sandals, all in subdued colors. She was ready in less than 30 minutes. How's our face, Eunice? Okay for a shopping trip. No need to call Winnie. The little baggage probably hasn't had much sleep. Nor do I want to call her. She might want to come along. Let's go, sweet. We're out to break a 2,000-year record with no help from the Holy Ghost. Boss, that's not a nice way to talk. Well, I'll be frint. Eunice, I thought you weren't a Christian. Zen, or Hinduist, or some such. I'm not any of those things, boss. I simply know some useful spiritual disciplines. But it is rude to joke about anything someone else holds holy. Even in my mind? Are you telling me that I must not think? If I could reach you, I'd spank you. Oh, you can say anything to me, boss. Just don't say such things out loud. I didn't, and don't, and never have. Quit nagging me. Sorry, boss. Love you. Love you, little nag. Let's go get knocked up. Yes. She took the front lift to the basement. O'Neill met her and saluted. Car is ready, miss, and both drivers and both shotguns. Why both drivers? Well, Finchley should be on call, but Dabrowski is bucking my authority a touch. Claims he's senior to Finchley. Do you wish to settle it? Of course not. You must. But perhaps I can smooth some feathers. Yes, miss. He conducted her to her car. Both teams were lined up by it. They saluted in unison. She smiled at them. Good morning, friends. I'm glad to see you all looking so well. It's been a long time. Dabrowski answered for them. It has indeed, Miss Smith, and we are glad to see you looking so well. Thank you. Her eyes traveled across them. There is one thing no one has told me about the tragedy that started this strange sequence of events. Which team was driving the night Mrs. Branca was killed? For a long moment, no one spoke. Then O'Neill answered, "Finchley and Shorty had the duty that night, Miss Smith." "Then I must thank them, for Mrs. Branca and for myself, although I know that Dabrowski and Fred would have acted as bravely, as promptly." She looked at Finchley, then at Shorty, her face unsmiling but serene. "Which one of you avenged Eunice, or was it both of you?" Finchley answered, "Shorty got him, Miss Smith. Bare hands, one chop, broke his neck." She turned to Shorty, 6'6" of smooth black soul, 290 pounds of sudden death, and a preacher in his time off. She looked up at him and said gently, "Shorty, from the bottom of my heart, for Eunice Branca, I thank you." "I do thank him, boss. This is news to me. I was dead before that lift opened." "If she were here, she would thank you. Not just for herself, but for other girls that killer will never kill. I'm glad you killed him in the act. If he had gone to trial, he might be out by now, doing it again." Shorty had said nothing up to then. "Miss, Finch got him too. Zapped him. Couldn't rightly say which one got him first." "Nor does it matter. Any of you four would have protected Mrs. Branca with your life. She knew it, and knows it wherever she is. I know it, and Chief O'Neill knows it." Joanne felt tears start, let them flow. All of us, just wished to heaven she had waited indoors until you two arrived. I know that each of you would rather see me dead than her. I ask you to do me the honor of believing that I feel the same way. Shorty, will you say a prayer for her tonight? For me. I don't know much about praying." "Damn it, boss, you've got me crying." "Then say a money hum for Shorty. He's still blaming himself for the unavoidable." "I will, miss. I have every night. Although Mrs. Branca doesn't need it. She went straight to heaven." "So I did, boss, though not the way Shorty thinks." "And we shan't tell him. Have I said enough?" "I think so." Joanne said, "Thank you, Shorty. For me, not for Eunice. As you say, Eunice doesn't really need prayers." She turned to O'Neill. "Chief, I want to go to Gimbel's compound." "Certainly, miss. Finchley, man the car. Both shotguns." O'Neill helped her in, locked her in. She locked herself in. The armored door lifted and the big car rolled out into the street. "Joanne, what in the world are you going to buy at Gimbel's?" "A gag for you. I'll change that order in a moment. Eunice, where did you buy clothes? You were the most smartly dressed gal in town, even when you were the nakedest." "Pooh, I was never naked. Joe's designs made all the difference. Joanne, where I shopped, you should never shop." "Can't see why not." "Johann might, but you can't. It wouldn't do." While I could not afford the stylish places, I know of them. Come to think of it, 2 of them lease space inside Gimbel's compound." "So that's where we'll go. Second, I'll tell Finchley to change, and tell him to have Fred escort me. I think Fred feels left out." "Whoops, Fred can read." "So? Oh, well, Fred can guard me later." She thumbed the order switch. "Finchley?" "Yes, miss?" "I got so preoccupied that I forgot one other stop. Please drop Shorty and me at the unloading zone where State passes over Maine." "State and Maine, miss." "Please have Shorty hang the radio link on his belt. There's no parking around there, or was not the last time I was downtown." "How long has that been?" "Over 2 years." 2 years and 7 months, miss. Sure you don't want both shotguns with you?" "No, they can take turns staying with the car. If you have to get out, I want you covered." "Oh, I'll be all right, miss." "Don't argue with me." "You wouldn't have argued when I was old Johann Smith. I assure you that Miss Johann Smith still has his poison fangs. Pass the word along." She heard him chuckle. "I'll do that, Miss Smith." When the car stopped, Joanne hooked up her yashmak, concealing her identity, either or both of them, from the curious. Shorty unlocked her and handed her out. On the crowded pedestrian walk of Main Street, Joanne felt suddenly vulnerable, except for the tower of strength beside her. "Shorty, the building I'm looking for is in the 1300 block, 1307. Can you find it?" The question was to make him feel useful. She knew where the Roberts building was. She owned it. "Oh, sure, miss. I read numbers real good. Letters, too. Just words bother me." "Let's go, then. Shorty, how do you manage in your real profession? Not being able to read the Bible, I mean." "No trouble. I use talking books. And as for the book, I got every precious word memorized." "A remarkable memory. I wish I could say the same." "Just takes patience. I had the book down pat while I was still in prison." He added thoughtfully, "Sometimes I think I ought to learn to read, but I can't seem to find the time." "The poor dear probably never had a teacher who could teach, boss." "Never tamper with a successful organization, Eunice. He's found his niche." "This must be it, miss. 1307. "Thank you, Shorty." She was not asked for her ID at the building entrance, nor did she offer it, for she had none, either as Johann Smith or Eunice Branca. The guard noted the licensed and deputized shield, which matched his own, on Shorty's uniform, released the cage turnstile, and waved them on through. Joanne Eunice smiled at him with her eyes, and made note that security at the Roberts building should be tightened. The guard should have photographed Shorty's ID and logged his shield number. "Boss, he can't handle so many people that way. He has to use his judgment." "Look who's talking. If that apartment house you used to live in had had tight security, you would never have been mugged. If we can't stop violence outdoors, we must try to keep it from coming indoors." "I won't argue, boss darling. I'm excited." "Me too. This veil is a help." On the 12th floor, they went to the suite occupied by the Joanna Müller-Schmidt Memorial Eugenics Foundation. H.S. Olson, M.D., Science D., Director. "Please ring and wait." The guard let them in, went back to his picture magazine. Joanne noted with approval that there was a goodly number of women and couples in the waiting room. She, Johann, had jacked up Olson about the public purpose of the foundation, to offer superior anonymous donors to licensed and qualified females, in her last letter accompanying a quarterly check. Apparently it had had good effect. "Wait here, Shorty. There's video over there." She went to the barrier desk separating the waiting room from the outer clerical office, avoided the sign Applications, and got the reluctant attention of the only male back of the barrier, motioned him to her. "What is it, ma'am? If it's an application, go to the far end, present your ID, and fill out the questionnaire, then wait. You'll be called." "I want to see the director, Dr. Olson." "Dr. Olson never sees anyone without an appointment. Give me your name and state your business, and possibly his secretary will see you." She leaned closer, spoke softly. "I must see him. Tell him that my husband has found out." The office manager looked startled. "Your name?" "Don't be silly. Just tell him that." Wait here." He disappeared through a rear door. She waited. After a remarkably short time, he appeared at a side door of the waiting room, motioned her to him, then conducted her down a passage toward a door marked Director, Keep Out, and to a door near it marked Secretary to the Director, Ring and Wait. There he left her with a woman who reminded Joanne of Johann's third-grade teacher, both in appearance and authoritarian manner. The woman said frostily, "What is this nonsense? You may start by showing me your ID." 3 fingers stiff into her solar plexus, boss, and say she fainted. "Maybe. We'll try my way first." Joanne answered in still more frozen tones. "Not likely, Miss Perkins. Why do you think I'm veiled? Will you announce me, or do I call the police and the news snoops?" Miss Perkins looked startled, left her steno desk, and entered the private office behind it. She came out shortly and said angrily, "You may go in." Olson did not get up as Joanne entered. He said, "Madam, you have chosen an unusual way of getting my attention. Now what is it? Come to the point." "Doctor, don't you offer chairs to ladies?" "Certainly, if they are ladies." a point you have gone to some trouble to render dubious. Speak up, my good woman, or I shall have you removed.
Boss, did you see him glance at the mic? That old bat in the next room is taking down every word.
So I assumed, Eunice, so we won't talk yet. Joanne stepped close to the doctor's desk, unhooked her yashmak, let it fall to her left shoulder. The doctor's expression changed from annoyance to startled recognition. Joanne Eunice leaned across his desk, flipped off the dictation microphone. Then she said quietly, "Anything else still recording? Is this room soundproof? How about that door?" Miss is enough. Are you ready to ask me to sit down, or shall I leave and return with my lawyer?" "Do please sit down, Miss." "Thank you." Joanne waited until he got up and moved a chair to a correct, honored guest position near his own. She sat down. "Now answer the rest. Are we truly private? If we are not, and you tell me that we are, I will eventually know it, and will take such steps as I deem appropriate." We're private, but just a moment." He got up, went to his secretary's door, bolted it manually. "Now, miss, please tell me what this is about." "I shall. First, I've been supplementing my original endowment with quarterly checks. Have you been receiving these during my incapacitation?" One check failed to arrive. I waited 6 weeks, then wrote to Mr. Salomon and explained what your custom had been. It seems he checked the facts, for soon after we received 2 quarterly payments at once, with a letter saying that he would continue to authorize payments in accordance with your custom. Is there some difficulty?" "No, Doctor. The Foundation will continue to receive my support. Let me add that the trustees are, on the whole, satisfied with your management." "That's pleasing to hear. Is that why you came today, to tell me that?" "No, Doctor." "Now we get to the purpose. Are you quite certain that our privacy cannot be breached? Let me add that the answer is far more important to you than it is to me." Miss, I am certain." "Good. I want you to go into the cold vault, obtain donation 551-20-0052. I will go with you and check the number, and then I want you to impregnate me with it, at once." The doctor's face broke in astonishment. Then he regained his professional aplomb and said, "Miss, that is impossible." "Why? The purpose of our institution, as defined in its charter, which I wrote, is to supply qualified females with donor sperm on request, without fee, and without publicity. That's exactly what I want. If you wish to give me a physical examination, I'm ready. If you want to know whether or not this body is licensed for childbearing, I assure you that it is, although you know that in this case a fine for unlicensed pregnancy means less than nothing. What's the trouble? Does it take too long to prepare the sperm to do it all in one day?" "Oh, no, we can have it warmed and viable in 30 minutes. "Then impregnate me 30 minutes from now." "But, miss, do you realize the trouble I could get into?" "What trouble?" "Well, I do follow the news, or I would not have recognized you. I understand that there is a question of identity." "Oh, that." Joanne dismissed it. "Doctor, do you bet on the races?" I've been known to. Why?" "If we are truly private, you can't possibly get into trouble. But there comes a time in every man's life when he must bet. You are at such a crisis. You can bet on a certain horse. On the nose, you can't hedge your bet, and win, or lose. As you know, the other trustees of this corporation are my dummies. I am the Foundation. Let me predict what will come to pass. Presently, this identity nonsense will be over, and the real Johann Sebastian Bach Smith will stand up. At that time, the endowment of this institution will be doubled. At that time, the salary of the director will be doubled. If you bet on the right horse, you will be the director. If not, you'll be out of a job." "You're threatening me." "No, prophesying. Old Johann Sebastian Bach Smith was a 7th son of a 7th son, born under a call. He had the gift of prophecy. No matter which way you bet, The endowment will be doubled, but only you and I will ever know what is done today." "Well, there are procedures to satisfy. I do have authority to permit any adult female to receive a sperm donation if I am satisfied that she qualifies. And let's say that I am. Nevertheless, there are routines to go through, records that must be kept." "He's ready to geek, boss, so sing him a money hum with a different tune." "Eunice, a cash bribe is to push him over if he won't fall. Let's see if he'll sell it to himself." Joanne shook her head. "No records. Just do it to me, and I'll hook my veil over my face and leave." "But, miss, I don't do these things myself. A staff doctor carries out the donation procedure, assisted by a nurse. They would think it strange if no records were kept. Very." "No nurses, no assistants. You alone, doctor. You are an M.D. and a specialist in genetics and eugenics. Either you can do this, or you don't know enough to head this institution, which the trustees would regretfully notice. Besides that, I go with you and check the number on that donation, and stick at your elbow until you place it inside me. Do we understand each other?" The doctor sighed. "I once thought a general practice was hard work. We can't be sure that a placed donation will result in impregnation." "If not, I'll be back in 28.5 days. Doctor, quit stalling, or bet on the other horse, and I'll leave. No harsh words, now or later. Just that prophecy." She stood up. "Well, Eunice, will the frog hop?" "Can't guess, dear. He's seen so many female tails he's bored with them. I can't figure him." Olson suddenly stood up. "You'll need a cold suit." "All right. Plus the advantage that a cold suit covers so thoroughly that a man would not recognize his own wife in one. I have a spare here for VIPs." "I think you could class me as a VIP," Joanne said dryly. 40 minutes later, Dr. Olson said, "Hold still a moment longer. I'm placing a Dutch cap, a latex occlusive cervical pessary, over the donation." "Why, doctor, I thought these things were for contraception." "Usually, and it will serve that purpose, too. Mean to say, some of our clients wish to be protected at once from any possibility of impregnation from any other source. But in your case, my purpose in installing this temporary barrier is to make certain that the donation does impregnate you, to give those wigglers a chance to reach target and to keep them from swimming downstream instead. Follow me? Leave it in place until sometime tomorrow, or later, it doesn't matter. Do you know how to remove it?" "If I can't get it out, I'll call you." "If you wish. If you fail to skip your next menses, we can try again in 4 weeks." Dr. Olson lowered the knee supports, offered his hand. She stepped down, and her skirt fell into place. She felt flushed and happy. "Eunice, it's done?" "Yes, boss. Beloved boss." Dr. Olson picked up her cloak, held it ready to lay around her shoulders. She said, "Doctor, don't worry about the horse race." He barely smiled. "I have not been worrying about it. May I say why?" "Please." If you recall, I have met Johann Smith, Mr. Johann Smith, on other occasions." 11 occasions, I believe, sir, including a private interview when Dr. Andrews nominated you to succeed him." "Yes, Miss Smith, I'll never forget that interview. Miss, there may be some legal point to clear up concerning your identity, but not in my mind. I do not think that any young woman of your present physiological age could simulate Mr. Johann Smith's top sergeant manner and make it stick." "Oh, dear." "Pardon me? Dr. Olson, this sex change I've undergone is not easy to handle. It is fortunate for both of us that you were able to spot Johann Smith behind the face I now wear. But, darn it, sir, I've got to acquire manners to match what I am now. Will you call on me, say 3 weeks from now, when I hope to have cheerful news, and let me show you that I can simulate a lady when I try? Come for tea. We can discuss how the Foundation's work can be expanded under a doubled endowment." "Miss Smith, I will be honored to call on you whenever you wish, for any reason or none." Whoops. Hey, Eunice, I thought you said he was bored with female tales.
So I did, but we have an unusually pretty one, Joanne, even from that angle. Gonna kiss him?
Eunice, can't you treat just one man impersonally?
I don't know. I've never tried.
Oh, don't be chinchy. He's been a perfect lamb. Now you be a lamb, too. Let's get out of here. Joanne let the doctor lay her cloak around her shoulders. It brought his head close to hers. She turned her face toward that side, wet her lips, and smiled at him. She could see him decide to risk it. She did not dodge as his lips met hers, but did not put her arms around him, and let herself be slightly clumsy, stiffened a little before giving in to it.
Twin, don't let him put us back on that table. Make him use the couch in his office.
Neither one, Eunice. Pipe down. Joanne broke from it, trembling. Thank you, Doctor. And you see, I can be a girl if I try.
How do I get back to the waiting room without passing your Miss Perkins?
She hooked her yashmak. Chapter 18. A few minutes later, Shorty handed her into her car, locked her in, and mounted into the forward compartment. Gimbel's compound, Miss Smith? Please, Finchley. Once inside the compound, Joan had Fred escort her to Madame Pompadour's. The fact that she had a private bodyguard got her immediate attention from the manager, who was not Madame Pompadour, even though he wore his hair in the style made famous by the notorious Marquise and had manners and gestures to match. Eunice, are you sure we are in the right place?
Certainly, boss. Wait till you see their prices.
How may I serve, madame? Do you have a private viewing room? But of course, madame. There is a waiting room where... My guard stays with me. The manager looked hurt. As madame wishes. If you will walk this way... Eunice, shall we walk that way?
Don't try, twin. Just follow him. Or her, as the case may be.
Shortly, Joanne was seated facing a low model's walk. Fred stood at parade rest behind her. The room was warm. She unfrogged her cloak and pushed back its hood, but left the yashmak over her features. Then she dug into her purse, got out a memorandum. Do you have a model who comes close to these measurements? The manager studied the list. Height, weight, shoulders, bust, waist, leg. This is madame? Yes, but here is another specs list, even if you can't match me. A friend for whom I wish to buy something pretty and exotic. She's a redhead with pale skin to match and green eyes. Joanne had copied Winifred's measurements from the exercise records the two had been keeping. I see no problems, madame, but in your own case, permit me to suggest that our great creative artist, Charlot, will be happy to check these measurements or even to design directly on... Never mind. I am buying items already made up. If I buy. Madame's pleasure. May I ask one question? Will madame be wearing her own hair? If I wear a wig, it will be the same color as my hair, so assume that. Eunice, should I buy a wig?
Be patient and let it grow out, dear. Wigs are hard to keep clean, and they never smell clean.
Then we'll never wear one.
Smart, boss. Soap and water is the world's greatest aphrodisiac.
I've always thought so, though a girl should smell like a girl.
You do, dearie, you do.
You can't help it. Madame's hair is a beautiful shade, and now, since madame indicated that her time is short, perhaps it would suit her convenience to let our accounting department record her credit card while I alert the two models.
Watch it, boss.
I wasn't a hint the door, dearie. I use credit cards with several names, such as McKinley, Franklin, and Grant, or Cleveland. Joanne reached into her purse, fanned a sheaf of bills. The poor man's credit card. The manager repressed a shudder. Oh, goodness, we don't expect our clients to pay cash. I'm old-fashioned. The manager looked pained. Oh, but it's unnecessary. If madame prefers not to use her general credit account, her privilege,
She can set up a private account with Pompadour in only moments, if she will permit me to have her ID.
Just a moment. Can you read fine print? Joanne pointed at a notice near a portrait of President McKinley. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. I shan't get tangled up in a computer. I pay cash.
But, Madame, we aren't set up for cash. I'm not certain we could make change.
Well, I don't want to put you to any inconvenience.
Fred?
Yes, miss?
Take me to La Boutique.
The manager looked horrified.
Please, Madame, I'm sure something can be arranged. One moment while I speak to our accountant.
He hurried away without waiting for an answer.
Why the fuss, boss, honey? I've bought endless things for you against your personal expenditures account. Jake said we could use it.
Eunice, I've despised those moronic machines since the first time I was trapped by a book club. But I'm not just being balky. Today is not a day to admit who we are. Later, after we're out of court, we'll set up a Susan Jones account for shopping in person. If we ever do again. I can see it's a bloody nuisance.
Oh, no, it's fun. You'll see, Twin. But remember, I hold a veto until you learn something about clothes.
Show, little nag.
Who are you calling a nag, you knocked-up bag?
Happy about it, beloved?
Wonderfully happy, boss. Are you?
Wonderfully. Even if it wasn't romantic.
Oh, but it was. We're going to have your baby.
Quit sniffling.
I'm not sniffling. You are.
Maybe we both are. Now shut up. Here he comes. The manager beamed.
Madame, our accountant says that it is perfectly all right to accept cash.
The Supreme Court will be pleased to hear it.
What? Oh, Madame is jesting. Of course, there is a service surcharge of 10% for...
Fred, La Boutique.
Please, Madame, I pointed out to him how unfair that is, and found the most wonderful solution.
Really?
Truly, Madame. Anything you choose to buy, I'll simply charge against my personal account, and you can pay me cash. No trouble. I'll be happy to. My bank doesn't make the least fuss over accepting cash deposits. Really.
Watch it, boss. He'll expect a fat tip. If he can show us something we want, he may get it. Cost is no hoo-hoo, Eunice. We can't get rid of the stuff.
It's the principle of the thing, boss.
Forget it and help me spend money.
All right, but we don't buy unless we like it.
For the next 2 hours, Joanne spent money, and was dazed to discover how expensive women's clothes could be. But she suppressed her early upbringing and paid attention only to an inner voice.
Not that one, Twin. It's smart, but a man wouldn't like it.
How about this one, Eunice?
Maybe. Have her walk it around again, then have her sit down. Show some leg.
Here comes Winnie again. Is that girl a real redhead, Eunice?
Probably a wig, but doesn't matter. She's almost exactly Winnie's size. That would be cute on our Winsome. Twin, see what they have in fancy G-strings. Green for a redhead. Winnie ought to have at least one outfit intended to be seen by no one but her new boyfriend.
Okay, we'll give Bob a treat. Who do you think he is, beloved?
Haven't the faintest, and we don't want to guess, do we? I just hope he's nicer to her than Paul was.
Mr. Duval, do you have something exotic in a minimum G for a redhead? Green, I suppose. And matching cups would be interesting, too. Something nice. An intimate present for a bride.
Bride?
Well, it might help Winnie become a bride, Eunice, and it steers him away from thinking I'm buying it for my sweetheart.
Who cares what he thinks? Jeweled, perhaps? Emeralds?
I wouldn't want a bride to be mugged over a wedding present, nor do I wish to buy her something more expensive than her bridegroom can afford.
Bad taste, I think. Ah, but these are synthetic emeralds. Just as lovely, but quite reasonable. Yola, dear, come with me.
Several $1,000s later, Joanne quit. She was getting hungry and knew from long experience that being hungry made her unwilling to spend money. Her subconscious equated hungry with poor in a canalization it had acquired it in the 1930s. She sent Fred to fetch Shorty to help carry while her purchases were being packaged and while she paid the startling sum. "Eunice, where shall we eat?" "There are restaurants inside this compound, boss." Darn it. No, damn it, I can't eat through a yashmak. You know what will happen. Somebody who watched video yesterday will recognize us. Then the news snoops will be on us before you can say medium rare." "Well, how about a picnic?" "Wonderful. Eunice, you win another brownie point. But where can we go? A picnic with grass and trees and ants and the potato salad, but private so I can take off this veil, and yet close enough that we won't starve on the way." "I don't know, boss, but I'll bet Finchley does." Finchley did know. Shorty was appointed to buy the lunch at the Hungry Man inside the compound. "Get enough for 6, Shorty, and don't look at the prices. Be lavish. But there must be potato salad and a couple of bottles of wine." "One is enough, miss. I don't drink. Wine is a mocker, and Finchley never drinks when he's on call to drive." "Oh, think big, Shorty. I may drink a whole bottle myself. You can save my soul tomorrow. Today is special. My first day of freedom." "Very special, beloved." "Very, very special, boss." Down into the crosstown chute, up onto express route south, out to the unlimited zone, then 50 miles at 300 feet per second, a speed that Finchley did not use until Joan was protected by full harness plus collision net. The 50 miles melted away in 15 minutes, and Finchley eased it down and over, ready to exit. They were not shot at, even where route south skirts the crater. "Finchley, can I get out of this pesky cocoon now?" "Yes, miss, but I'd feel easier if you would wear the Swedish belt. Some of these drivers are cowboys." "All right, but tell me the instant I can take it off." "Eunice, the engineer, if that's the word, who designed, if that's the word, these goddamn straps, did not have women in mind." "You've got it rigged for a man, boss. Of course you're pinching a tit. Move the bottom half closer in, and shift the upper anchor point after we stop. That's the way they rigged it for me. Some man has used it since the last time I did." "Jake, probably. Sometime when his own car was laid up. Sweetheart, how many things do I have to learn about being a woman before I can avoid tripping over my feet?" "Thousands. But you're doing all right, boss, and I'm always here to catch you." "Beloved. Say, this doesn't look like picnic country. I wonder if Finchley is lost." They were passing through solid masses of bedroom areas, walled enclaves, apartment houses, a few private homes. The trees looked tired and grass scarce, while the car's air conditioning system still fought smog. But not for long. Finchley turned into a secondary freight route, and shortly they had farms on each side. Joanne noticed that one belonged to her, to a subsidiary of Smith Enterprises, she corrected, and reminded herself that she no longer held control. Nevertheless, she noted that the guard at a corner watchtower seemed alert, and the steel fence was stout and tall and capped with barbed wire and an alarm stand, all in good maintenance. But they were passed without her seeing what was being cropped. No matter. Johann had never tried to manage that slice of conglom. He had known his limitations. "Eunice, what are we raising back there?" "Joanne, I can't see if you don't look, and you never looked." "Sorry, dearest. Speak up if you don't like the service." "I will. I think it was a rotation crop. This soil has been farmed so hard and long that it has to be handled carefully." "What happens when the soil no longer responds to management?" "We starve, of course. What do you expect? But before that, they'll build on it." "Eunice, it's got to stop somewhere. When I was a boy, I was a city kid, but I could walk in less than an hour to green fields and uncut woods. Woods so private I could play Tarzan in my skin. I wasn't just lucky. Even in New York City, a boy with 5 cents could ride to farms and woods in less time than it took me to walk it." "Doesn't seem possible, boss." "I know. It's taken a fast car and a professional driver to do what I used to do on bare feet. Yet this isn't real farm country. These are open-air food factories with foremen and time clocks and shop stewards and payroll deductions and house organ magazines and you name it. A dug well and a tin dipper would cause a strike, and they'd be justified. Those open wells and tin dippers spread disease. Just the same, the tin dipper era was a good time in this country, and this one isn't. Where do we go from here? The inner voice failed to answer. Joanne waited. Eunice? Boss, I don't know. Sorry, just sounding off. Eunice, all my life I did the best I knew how with what I had. I didn't waste. Shucks, even that White Elephant house keeps a lot of people off welfare. But every year things got worse. I used to get sour consolation from knowing that I wasn't going to be around when things fell to pieces. Now it looks like I will be. That's why I say, where do we go from here? I don't know the answer either. Boss? Yes, dearest? I could see it, too. Moving from an Iowa farm to a big city made me see it. And I did have plans, sort of. I knew you were going to die. I couldn't help but know. And I figured that Joe would get tired of me someday. No kids and no prospect of any. And me someday no longer with a fine job that took care of everything Joe needed. I underrated Joe. Nevertheless, I never forgot that he could hand me a pink slip any time. So I had plans and saved my money. The moon. The moon? Hey, that's a fine idea. Take one of Pan Am's package tours, deluxe with private courier and all the trimmings. Do it before we bulge so big we can't climb through a hatch. What do you say, little imp? If you want to. You don't sound enthusiastic. I'm not against it, boss, but I wasn't saving money for a tourist trip. I meant to put my name on the list and take the selection exams and be able to pay the difference, since I didn't have one of the subsidized skills. Out-migrate, permanently. I'll be darned. You had this in mind and never said a word? Why talk about if and when? I didn't plan to do it as long as you or Joe needed me, but I did have reason to be serious. I told you I was licensed for 3 kids. Yes, surely. I've known it since your first security check. Well, 3 is a high quota, boss. More than half a child over replacement. A woman can be proud of a 3-baby license, but I wanted more. So, you can now. Fines are no problem, even though they've upped them again and made them progressive. Eunice, if you want babies, this one is just a starter. Dear boss, let's see how we do with this one first. I knew I could not afford fines, but Luna has no restrictions against babies. They want babies. I think we're there. Finchley turned in at a gate. Agro Products Incorporated, Joanne noticed. A competitor. He parked so as not to lock the gate, then got out and went to the guard post. He had parked at such an angle that Joanne could not see what was going on. The armor between her and the control compartment cut off her view. Finchley returned. The car rolled through the gate. Miss Smith, I was told to hold it under 20 miles per hour, so no safety belt is okay now. Thank you, Finchley. How much was the bribe? Oh, nothing to matter, miss. So? I expect to see it on O'Neill's Friday report. If it is not there, I will have to ask you again. It'll be there, miss, the driver answered promptly. But I don't know yet what the total will be. Have to stop at their administration building and get us cleared through a back gate to where you picnic. To where we picnic? Joanne stopped to think. It irked her to pay a bribe when her status as a major competitor, retired, conceded, entitled her by protocol to red carpet treatment. But she had not sent word ahead, a minimum courtesy in visiting a competitor's plant, to allow him time to sweep dirt under the rug or to divert the visitor away from things. Industrial espionage could not with propriety be conducted at top level. Finchley, did you tell the gate guard whom you were driving? Oh, no, miss. Finchley sounded shocked. But he checked the license even though I tell him it's your car. Best to tell. He has a list of all private armoreds in the state, just like I have. What I tell him was, I'm driving guests of Mr. Salomon, and let him think it was a couple of vips from the coast with a yen to picnic in a safe spot. Didn't tell him anything, really, except Mr. Salomon's name. That okay? Just fine, Finchley. Eunice, I feel like an interloper being inside without giving my name. Rude. Look at it this way, boss. You know who you are, but the public doesn't. Not after that silly carnival yesterday. I think it's best to be Jake's guest, which is true in a way. I still feel that I should tell Finchley to give my name to the chief agronomist. But would the word get out? Or rather, how soon? 30 minutes, long enough for some clerk to phone in and a newscopter to fly out. Then some snoop will try to interview you by loudspeaker because the boys won't let him land. Some picnic. If he does land, Shorty and Fred will be elbowing each other for a crack at him. Eager. Too eager. Boss, maybe you haven't noticed, but while they call you Miss Smith, they treat you exactly as they treated me. In their heads they know you are you, but in their guts they feel you are me. That's not far wrong, Eunice. In my head I am me, but in my guts, your pretty belly, I am you. Boss, I like that. We're the only one-headed Siamese twins in history. But not everything in our belly is me. There's one wiggler swimming faster than the rest, and he is Johann, not Joanne, not Eunice. And if he makes it to the finish line, he's more important than both of us put together. My love, you're a sentimentalist. I'm a slob, boss, and so are you. Nolo contendere. When I think about Johann and Eunice, both dead, really, getting together in Joanne to make a baby, I come unstuck and want to cry. Better not, Joanne. The car is stopping. Boss, how long does it take a wiggler to get there? I know a spermatozoan has to move several inches to reach the ovum, but how fast does he swim? Derned if I know, dear. Let's leave that cork in place at least a couple of days. Give the little bastard every possible chance. Good. Do you know how to take it out? Or do we have to see Dr. O'Neill? We don't want to let Winnie in on this. Boss, I've seated them and taken them out so many times I can do it in my sleep. No fret, Annette. I've worn out more rubber baby bumpers than most girls have shoes. Bragging, boasting. Only a trifle, boss dearest. I told you I had always been an ever-ready. For years and years, any day I missed was not my idea. I knew my purpose in life clear back when I was a Girl Scout. No breasts and still a virgin. Finchley returned to the car, spoke after he had buttoned in. Miss? Yes, Finchley. Farm boss sends greetings and says guests of Councilor Salomon are honored guests of agro-products. No bribe. But he asked if the main gate guard had put the squeeze. I told him no. Correct? Of course, Finchley. We don't rat on other people's employees. Don't think he believed me, but he didn't push it. He invited you both, assumed there was two, and I didn't correct it, to stop for a drink or coffee on the way out. I let him think you might or might not. Thank you, Finchley. They continued through the farm, came to another high gate. Fred got out and pressed a button, spoke to the security office. The gate rolled back, closed after them. Shortly the car stopped. Finchley unloaded the passenger compartment, offered his hand to Joanne Eunice. She looked around. Oh, this is lovely. I didn't know there were such places left. The spot was beautiful in a simple fashion. A little stream, clear and apparently unpolluted, meandered between low banks. On and near its banks were several sorts of trees and bushes, but they were not dense, and there was a carpet of grass filling the open spaces. From its lawn-like texture, it had apparently been grazed. The sky was blue and scattered fair-weather cumulus, and the sunshine was golden warm without being too hot. Eunice, isn't it grand? Uh-huh. Minds me of Iowa before the summer turns hot. Joanne Eunice stripped off her sandals, tossed them into the car on top of her cloak. She wiggled her toes. Oh, delicious! I haven't felt grass under my bare feet for more than 20 years. Finchley, Shorty, Fred, all of you, if you've got the sense God promised a doorknob, you'll take off your shoes and socks and give your feet a treat. Shotguns looked impassive. Finchley looked thoughtful. Then he grinned. Miss Smith, you don't have to tell me twice. He reached down and unclicked his boots. Joanne Eunice smiled, turned away, and wandered down toward the stream, judging that Shorty would be less shy about it if she did not stare. Eunice, is Iowa this beautiful? Still?
Parts of it, hon, but it's filling up fast. Take where we lived, between Des Moines and Grinnell. Nothing but farms when I was a baby, but by the time I left home we had more commuter neighbors than farm neighbors. They were beginning to build enclaves, too. Dreadful. Eunice, this country is breeding itself to death. For a freshly knocked-up broad, you have an odd attitude toward reproduction, twin. See that grassy spot where the stream turns? Yes, why? It takes me back. It looks like a stream bank in Iowa where I surrendered my alleged innocence. Well, nice place for it. Did you struggle? Twin, are you pulling my leg? I cooperated. Hurt? Not enough to slow me down. No reason for it to. Boss, darling, I know how it was in your day, but there is no longer any issue over tissue. Girls with smart mothers have it removed surgically when they reach menarche, and some just lose it gradually and never know where it went. But the girl who yells bloody murder and bleeds like a stuck pig is a rare bird today. Infant, I must again set you straight. Things haven't changed much, except that people are more open about it now. Do you suppose that water is warm enough to swim in? Warm enough, boss? But how do we know it's clean? No telling what's upstream. Eunice, you're a sissy. If you don't bet, you can't win. That was true yesterday, but today we're an expectant mother. A babbling brook can be loaded with 19 sorts of horribles. Oh, hell. If it's polluted, it'd be posted. Back here where you can't reach it without being passed through 2 electric gates? Ask Finchley. He may know. And if he says it's polluted? Then we go swimming anyhow. Boss, as you pointed out, if you don't bet, you can't win. If he knows it's polluted, I'm chicken. As you pointed out, beloved, we now have responsibilities. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. You're hungry? I was beginning to think you had given up the habit. So let's eat while we can. How soon does morning sickness start? Who dat, boss? The other time, the only effect it had was to make me hungry morning, noon, and night. Let's eat. Joanne Eunice trotted back toward the car, stopped dead when she saw that Shorty was laying the car's folding table, with one place setting. What's that? Your lunch, miss. A picnic? On a table? Do you want to starve the ants? It should be on the ground. Shorty looked unhappy. If you say, miss. Joanne, you're not wearing panties. If you loll on the ground, you'll shock Shorty and interest the others. Spoil sport? Oh, all right. Since it's set up, Shorty, leave it that way. But set 3 more places. Oh, we eat in the car, miss. We often do. She stomped her foot. Shorty, if you make me eat alone, I'll make you walk home. Whose idea was this? Finchley's? Finchley, come here. A few moments later, all 4 sat down at the table. It was crowded, as Joanne had insisted that everything be placed on it at once. Just reach, she explained, or starve. Is there a strong man here who can open that wine bottle? The dexterity with which Shorty opened it caused her to suspect that he had not always been a teetotaler. She filled her glass and Fred's, then reached for Finchley's. He said, Please, Miss Smith, I'm driving, and put his hand over it. Give it to me, she answered, for 4 drops, for a toast, and 4 drops for you, Shorty, for the same purpose. She put about 1/4 of an inch in each of their glasses. But first, Shorty, will you say grace? The big man looked startled, at once regained his composure. Miss Smith, I'd be pleased. He bowed his head. Boss, what's eating you? Pipe down. Om Mani Padma Hum. Oh, Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Amen. Amen. Om Mani Padma Hum. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Shorty. Now for a toast, which is a sort of prayer, too. We'll all drink, so it must be to someone who isn't here, but should be.
Boss, you must stop this. It's morbid.
Mind your own business. Will one of you propose it? Finchley and Shorty looked at each other, looked away. Joanne caught Fred's eye. Fred? Miss, I don't know how. He seemed upset. You stand up, Joanne stood, the others followed, and say whatever you like about someone who isn't here, but would be welcome. Anyone we all like. You name the person to be honored. She raised her glass, realized her tears were starting. Eunice, are you crying, or am I? I never used to cry.
Then don't get me started, boss. I told you I was a sentimental slob.
Fred said uncertainly, a toast to someone we all like, and who should be here, and still is. He suddenly looked frightened. Amen, Shorty said in sonorous baritone, and still is, because heaven is as close as you let it be. That's what I tell my people, Fred, and in your heart you know I'm right. He poured down solemnly and carefully the symbolic teaspoonful of wine in his glass. They all drank. Joanne said quietly, Thank you, Fred. She heard you. She heard you too, Shorty. She hears me now.
Boss, you've got them upset, and yourself too. Tell them to sit down and eat. Tell them I said to. You've ruined a perfectly good picnic.
No, I haven't. Finchley, you knew her well, probably better than I did, for I was a cranky old man and she catered to my illness. What would she want us to do now? But what would Mrs. Branca want us to do?
Yes. Did you call her Mrs. Branca or Eunice? They called me Eunice, boss, and after the first week I kissed them hello and goodbye and thanked them for taking care of me, even if Jake could see. He just pretended not to notice. Busybody, you're a sweet girl, beloved. Anything more than kiss them? Heavens, boss! Even getting them to accept a kiss in place of the tips they wouldn't take took doing. I'll bet. On you, that is, Sister Tart. Knocked up broad. I called her Mrs. Branca at first. Then she called me Tom, and I called her Eunice. All right, Tom. What does Eunice want us to do? Stand here crying? I see tears in your eyes. I'm not the only one crying. Would Eunice have us spoil a picnic? She'd say, sit down and eat. That she would, Shorty agreed. Eunice would say, don't let hot things get cold and cold things get hot. Eat. Yes, agreed Joanne Eunice, sitting down, as Eunice was never a spoiled sport in all her short and beautiful life, and wouldn't let anyone else be, especially me when I was cranky. Reach me a drumstick, Fred. No, don't pass it. Joanne took a bite of chicken. Twin, what Shorty said sounded like a quotation. It was, boss. Then you've eaten with him before. With all of them. When a team drove me late at night, I always invited them in for a bite. Joe never minded. He liked them all. Shorty he was especially glad to see. He wanted Shorty to model for him. At first, Shorty thought Joe was making fun of him. Didn't know that Joe rarely joked, and never about painting. They never got to it, though, as Shorty is shy. Wasn't sure it was all right to pose naked, and scared that I might show up while he was posing. Not that I would have. Not even once, little imp? Shorty is a beautiful tower of ebony. Boss, I keep telling you that nudity doesn't mean anything to your generation. Depends on the skin, doesn't it? I would enjoy seeing our black giant, and that goes for Johann as well as for Joanne. Well, take your time thinking up a fib. I've got to make conversation. Tom, do you have those mustard pickles staked out, or may I have some? Shorty, you sounded as if you had sampled Eunice's cooking. Could she cook? Finchley answered,
You bet she could.
Real cooking?
Anybody can flash a pre-pack, and that's what kids nowadays seem to think is cooking.
Boss, I'll spit in your soup.
But what could she have done faced with flour and lard and baking powder and such? Eunice would have done just fine, Shorty said quietly. True, she mostly never had time for real cooking, but when she did, or whatever she done anyways, she done just perfect.
My fan. Boss give him a raise?
No.
Stingy?
No, Eunice. Shorty killed the vermin who killed you. I want to do something for him, but it can't be money. He would not accept it. She was an artist, agreed Fred.
You mean artist in the general sense?
Her husband was, I recall, an artist in the usual sense.
A painter. Is he a good one? I've never seen any of his work. Do any of you know?
Finchley said, well, I guess that's a matter of opinion, Miss Smith. I like Joe Branca's paintings, but I don't know anything about art. I just know what I like. But, he grinned, can I tell on you, Shorty? Oh, Tom. You were flattered, you know you were. Miss Smith, Joe Branca wanted to paint that big ape on your right.
Bingo.
Trouble, Eunice? And did he, Shorty? Well, no. But he did ask me. He did.
Don't you see, boss? This is that clincher. A fact you first learned from me and nowhere else, and then had confirmed to the hilt. Now you know I'm me.
Oh, Biffle, darling.
But, boss,
I've known you were you all along, beloved. But this isn't proof. Once I knew that Joe and Shorty had met, it was a logical necessity that Joe would want him to model. Any artist would want to paint him.
Boss, you make me sick. It's proof. I'm me.
Beloved darling, without whom life would not be worth living even in this beautiful body, I know you are you. But flatworms don't matter. Coincidences don't matter. No mundane proof matters. There is no proof that some cocksure psychiatrist could not explain away as coincidence or déjà vu or self-delusion. If we let them set the rules, we're lost. But we shan't. What does matter is that you have me and I have you. Now shut up. I want to get them all so easy with me that they'll call me Eunice. You say they used to kiss you?
Oh, sure, friendly kisses.
Well, Dabrowski used to put zing in it, but you know how Poles are. I'm afraid I don't.
Put it this way, boss. With a Pole, don't advertise unless you mean to deliver, because his intentions are as honest as a loaded gun. With Dabrowski, I was very careful not to let it go critical.
I'll remember. Just as well he isn't here, because the situation is like that with Jake, only milder. Little baggage, you caused all my mobile guards to fall in love with you. So now I've got to get them to accept that you are dead, while feeling that you are still alive, equally. If they call me Eunice, I'm halfway there. If they kiss me...
What? Boss, don't try it.
Now see here, Eunice. If you hadn't played my last Duchess to half the county, I wouldn't be having to repair the damage.
Damage, huh? You're complaining?
No, my darling, never. I was the prime beneficiary of your benevolence, but to lose something of value is a damage, and that is the damage I must repair.
Well, I won't argue, dearest, but in this case you can let it be. I never let it warm up that much.
And I say you don't know what you're talking about. Cool you may have meant to keep it. Unsexy, or as unsexy as you could manage, which isn't very, but all four of my mobiles are willing to die for you. Correct?
Well,
let's have no silly talk. Do you think the fact that I paid them had anything to do with their willingness? Careful how you answer.
I don't have to answer. Boss, what's the use of stirring them up over my death?
Because, my darling, from now on they will be guarding me, as I am, now, inside your lovely body, just as they guarded you. They've got to want to guard me, or they'll never be happy in this weird situation. It's either that, or fire them, or retire them.
Oh, no.
Of course not. To paraphrase Sherlock Holmes, when you have eliminated what you can't do, What remains is what you must do. Besides, dearest and only, this is stern practice for the much harder case we still face.
Jake?
But Jake is... Little stupid. Jake has already accepted the impossible. I mean Joe.
But, boss, you must never see Joe.
God knows I wish I could avoid it. Never mind, beloved. We won't see him until you know, as I do, that we must. Now either shut up or coach me in how to handle these brave men.
Well, I'll help all I can.
But you'll never get them as easy as they were with me. Kissing friends easy, I mean. I was an employee.
You are the boss.
If that argument were valid, queens would never get pregnant. Sure, it makes it harder, but you've given me a lot to work with. Want to bet?
Oh, sure, I'll bet you $1 billion you can't kiss even one of them. Don't be silly, boss. We can never make a real bet. There is no way to pay off.
You don't have much practice being an angel, do you, little imp? You still think in earthy terms. Certainly we can make a bet and pay off to the winner. This baby in us...
Huh? Now wait a moment.
You wait a moment, Eunice. If I win this bet, I name our baby. If I lose, you have the privilege. Fair bet?
Oh, all right, it's a bet.
But you'll lose. We'll see.
Oh, yes, you will, boss. You'll lose even if you win. Want to know why?
Planning on cheating?
Not necessary, boss, darling. You're going to find that you want to name the baby whatever name I want it to have. Because you're a sucker for a pretty girl, boss. Always have been, and still are.
Now, wait a minute. I used to be, but now I am that pretty girl, and...
You'll find out. Do you want coaching? I'll help you win if it can be done. It can't.
Yes, but tuck your advice in edgeways. I've been chewing this bone too long. Fred, I'll trade you one of those Danish sandwiches for more wine. Then keep our glasses filled. Shorty doesn't drink, and Tom won't, and I want company in getting tiddly. This is my freedom celebration.
Fred might be easiest if you can get him over seeing ghosts when he looks at you.
I don't mind another glass, miss, but I mustn't get tiddly. I'm on duty.
Pish and tush.
Tom and Shorty will get us home even if they have to drag us. Right, Shorty?
Shorty is your impossible case. I managed it only by being little girl to him, which you can't be, boss.
We'll certainly try, Miss Smith.
Do I have to be Miss Smith on a picnic? You called Mrs. Branca Eunice, did you not? Did she call you Shorty?
Miss, she called me by my name, Hugo.
Do you prefer that to your nickname?
It's the name my mother gave me, miss.
That answers me, Hugo. I will remember. But it brings to mind a problem. Anybody want to fight me for the last black olive? Come on, put up your dukes. But that's not the problem. I said I didn't want to be called Miss Smith under these circumstances. But I don't want to be called Johann either. That's a man's name. Hugo, you have christened babies.
Many times, Miss...
Joanne cut in fast. That's right. You don't know what to call me. Hugo, having named so many babies, you must have opinions about names. Do you think Joanne, spelled Joan but pronounced as 2 syllables, would be a good name for a girl who used to be a man named Johann?
Yes, I do.
Tom, what do you think? Tom would kiss you at the drop of a hint if you weren't his employer. I don't think he ever did give up hoping to catch me alone, so I was as careful not to let that chance come up as I was with Dabrowski. All it took with Tom was to say, Tom, if you're going to be stuffy about letting me pay for extra service... It was an after-midnight run, boss, a rare blood call. At least you can kiss me good night. So he did. Quite well. After which Hugo was too polite not to lean way down and give me a fatherly little peck. But what worked for Eunice can't work for Miss Smith.
So watch me switch decks on 'em, young'un. It sounds like a good name to me, the driver guard agreed.
Fred, do I look like Joanne to you?
She sat up straight and lifted her chest. "You look like you're going to break that bandeau if you're not careful." "Phooey, little hussy. It can't break. I want him to realize that I'm female." "He realizes it. Winnie ought to be here to take his pulse." "I don't see why anybody should get a vote but you. But sure, I like it." "Good. I still have to sign papers with my former name, but I'm Joanne in my mind. But, friends, this country must have 1,000 Joanne Smiths in it. I need a middle name, but I want one for a much better reason." She looked with solemn seriousness at the giant black. "Hugo, you are a man of God. Would it be presumptuous of me to call myself Joanne Eunice?" "Boss, if you make my friend Hugo cry, I won't speak to you the rest of the day." "Oh, quit nagging. Hugo won't cry. He's the only one of the three who believes you're here. He has faith." "I think that would be beautiful," the Reverend Hugo White answered solemnly and sniffed back tears. "Hugo, Eunice would not want you to be sad about it." She looked away from him, her own eyes bright with unshed tears. "That settles it. My new name is Joanne Eunice. I don't want anyone ever to forget Eunice. Most especially I want you, her friends, to know this. Now that I am a woman, Eunice is my model, the ideal I must live up to every hour, every minute of my new life. Will you help me? Will you treat me as Eunice? Yes, I'm your employer, but somehow I must be both, and it's not easy. But the most difficult part for me is to learn to behave and think and feel as Eunice, when I've had so many weary years as a cranky, self-centered old man. You are her friends. Will you help me?" "Boss, did you ever sell real estate in Florida?" "Damn it, if you can't help, keep quiet." "Sorry, boss, that was applause. As Hugo would say, you done perfect." Tom Finchley said quietly, "We'll help. That goes for Dabrowski, too. By the way, she called him Anton. First she called him Ski like the rest of us. Then she learned his first name and called him by it." "Then I will call him Anton. Will you all call me Eunice, or at least Joanne Eunice, to help me? Oh, call me Miss Smith when others are around. I know you won't feel easy otherwise. You probably called her Mrs. Branca if other people were—" "We did. So call me Miss Smith when it would be natural for you to call her Mrs. Branca. But when you called her Eunice, call me Joanne Eunice. And, dear and trusted friends, any time you feel that I've earned it, please call me Eunice. It will be the highest compliment you can pay me, so don't use it lightly. Leave off the Joanne and call me Eunice. Will you?" Finchley looked at her, unsmiling. "Yes, Eunice." "Tom, I haven't earned it yet." Finchley did not answer. Fred said, "Let me get this straight. Joanne Eunice is for every day, but Eunice means we think you've done and said just what Mrs. Branca would have." "That's right. That's what I said." "Then I know what Tom meant. This has been a touchy day. Worse for you, I'd say, but not easy for any of us. Shorty, Hugo, I mean, said she was an angel, or meant it anyhow. I can't argue. Shorty is a preacher and knows more about angels and such like than I do, but if she still, she had a lot of salt and pepper in her, too. You remember an hour back when you snapped at Shorty and yelled for Tom?" She sighed. "Yes, I remember. I lost my temper. I've got a long way to go, I know it." "But that's just what I'm saying, Eunice. She had a lot of spunk. If we had tried to make her eat by herself, she would have kicked the gong. Right, Shorty? Hugo?" "Amen, Eunice." Finchley said, "Fred read my mind close enough, Eunice, but I was thinking of other things, too. I never thought of her as an angel particularly. She just treated us like people." "Tom." "Yeah, Shorty? Hugo?" "My name's Shorty to you, and to you, Fred. Don't put on any fancies. Hugo was Mama's name for me. And hers. Yours, Eunice. But I near forgot what I had to say. Tom, that's all anybody wants. To be treated like people. She done it that way, Eunice, and now you do too, like people. Mr. Smith didn't quite manage it, but he was old and sick, and we made allowances. Oh, dear, I feel like crying again. Hugo, when I was Mr. Smith, I never meant to be anything but people. Truly, I didn't. Sick people can't help being cranky. My daddy got so mean before he passed on, I run away from home. Worst mistake I ever made. But I don't fault him for it. We do what we do, then we live with it. Eunice, the first Eunice, is an angel now, my heart tells me and my head knows. But she had her little human ways, same as everybody. The dear Lord don't fault us for that. Hugo, if it had been me and not her, would I have made it to heaven? Om Mani Padma Hum, watch it, boss. He'll drag you over to that creek and wash your sins away. If he wants to, I'll let him. Shut up. I don't rightly know, the preacher said softly. I never knew Mr. Smith that well. But the Lord do move in mysterious ways. Looks like he give you a second chance. He always knows what he's doing. Oh, all right, twin. Try not to get water up our nose. Thank you, Hugo. I think he did, too. And I'm trying to justify it. She sighed. But it's not easy. I try to do what Eunice would do. At least justify the second chance she gave me. I think I know what she would do now, but I'm not certain. I'd knock off all this talk, that's what I'd do. Pipe down and give me a chance. She looked around. I don't know how well you knew her, and I keep learning things about her. I think you three, you four, I include Anton, must have been her closest friends, at least in my household. Certainly you knew her better than I had thought. Tom? Yes, Eunice? Did you ever kiss her? Her driver looked startled. Yes, Joanne Eunice. Meaning Eunice would never ask such a question. She would just do what her heart told her to. I wanted to, Tom, but I was scared, not yet used to being a girl. She jumped up, stood by his chair, took his hands, pulled. Slowly he got to his feet. She put her arms around his shoulders, put up her face, waited. He sighed and almost scowled, then took her in his arms and kissed her. Twin, he can do lots better. He will. The poor dear is scared. Joanne let him go without forcing it beyond his willingness, whispered, Thank you, Tom, and quickly left his arms, went on to Fred, took his hands. Again Fred looked frightened, but he got up promptly. What about Fred, Eunice? Sexy or sisterly? Too late, twin. Fred embraced her with unexpected force, met her mouth so quickly that Joanne was caught with her lips open, and he at once answered it, savagely, but briefly. He broke from it, and both were trembling. Eunice, what is this? You didn't warn me. So I goofed. Later, dear. Slow march now, and say 3 money hums, and be darn sure to be an innocent child with Father Hugo. Joanne went slowly around the table the long way, stopped by Hugo, waited. He got up from his chair, looked down at her. She moved closer, put her hands on his chest, looked up, face solemn, lips closed, eyes open. Gently he put his arms around her. My God, Eunice, if he really hugged us, he'd break us in two. He never will, twin. He's the gentlest man alive. Hugo's lips met hers in soft benediction, unhurried but quickly over. She stayed in his arms a moment. Hugo, when you pray for her tonight, will you add a prayer for me? I may not deserve it, but I need it. I will, Eunice. He seated her with gallant grace, then sat down again. High, low, jack, and game, twin. What are you going to name him? Eunice, of course. Even if he's a boy? If he's a boy, he'll be named Jacob E. for Eunice Smith. Johann E. Smith is better. I won the bet, so shut up. I won't wish Johann on a boy. Now what's this about Fred? You won't believe it. By now I believe anything. All right, later. Fred, is there any wine in that bottle? Hugo, will you open the second bottle? I need it. I'm shaky. Certainly, Eunice. Hand me the bottle, Fred. I'm going to eat some more, too, and I hope all of you will. Tom, am I still Eunice? Or am I a hussy who doesn't understand how a lady behaves? Yes, Eunice. No, Eunice. Oh, hell. She patted his hand. That's the nicest compliment I've had yet, Tom. You would never have said, oh, hell, to Miss Smith. But you know that Eunice and Joanne Eunice is human. She looked around the table. Do you know how good it is to be touched? Have you ever watched kittens snuggling? For over a quarter of a century, no one kissed me. Except for an occasional handshake, I don't think anyone ever touched me, until nurses and doctors started handling me. 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 Started handling me.